In the beginning, people assumed it was merely an ordinary downpour. Until the entire city's drainage system succumbed to failure. Floodwaters surged back, sea levels rose, glaciers melted, ancient viruses erupted, and mutations in living organisms occurred. It was then that humanity comprehended that this torrential rain was not simply a natural release, but the harbinger of a cataclysm potent enough to disrupt the global order and threaten the very existence of mankind. The apocalypse loomed near, and I could sense her despair. Chapter 1. The Eve of the Deluge. The Central Meteorological Station forecasts that beginning on the 23rd of this month, the Middle East will experience a new wave of intense rainfall, with precipitation expected to exceed 100 millimeters and potentially persist. Relevant departments and citizens must remain highly vigilant. In accordance with regulations, following the issuance of a red alert for heavy rain, the government and associated agencies are to enter an immediate state of emergency. Our media outlet will continue to monitor this storm, promptly disseminating the latest information. We urge all citizens to remain alert, prioritize safety, and actively cooperate with governmental emergency measures to collectively confront this severe weather. Suddenly, the images on the television flickered several times before plunging into darkness. Perhaps it was a power outage, or perhaps another cause altogether. The figure sprawled on the couch became rigid and then grotesquely contorted. He abruptly grasped his throat, emitting a rasping sound as if his airway had been constricted, akin to a plea for help stifled by some liquid blocking his breath. The sensation of suffocation enveloped Lin Yuan like a thick, adhesive paste, constricting him tightly. He opened his eyes wide and sat up, gasping for air. After a considerable time, he managed to recover from the asphyxiation, staring vacantly at his surroundings. Memories of the past surged into his mind with a frenzy akin to floodwaters inundating his last breath, crashing into his room. Lin Yuan gazed out at the overcast sky, suddenly struck by a thought. He hurriedly fumbled around until the screen of his phone illuminated, causing his entire body to tremble violently. August 23rd, 2035. On this very day, an unprecedented deluge descended upon Linjiang City, the torrential rain inundating his third-floor residence within a mere 48 hours. I have been reborn. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he swiftly scrolled through rental listings on his phone. Having been granted a second chance at life, he knew he must take action to ensure his survival through this impending calamity in the coming week, or perhaps even the next fortnight. This is the place. Lin Yuan was confident in his memory after graduating from university. He had remained in Linjiang City. The meager salary he earned left him with little courage to shoulder a mortgage, compelling him to rent a modest one-bedroom apartment in the development zone. When selecting a rental community, he noticed a unit priced 200 yuan less than his current one, located in Sakura International. However, that particular apartment was on the 18th floor, which carried a rather unfortunate connotation, having remained unoccupied for a considerable duration. Yet, with an impending torrential downpour, residing on the 18th floor felt akin to being in a celestial palace. He could hardly believe that such a deluge could submerge the 18th floor. If that were to happen, there would be no point in struggling for survival. It would be far more pragmatic to savor a final meal instead. Having come to this realization, Lin Yuan promptly dialed the phone number left by the landlord in the rental advertisement. Hello. A melodious female voice answered on the other end. Oh, hello. I saw your rental listing and am interested in leasing your apartment. May I inquire? Lin Yuan intended to engage in some casual conversation, as the situation had arisen unexpectedly, and he was eager to secure the property. What? You want to rent? This apartment is on the 18th floor. The girl on the line appeared quite taken aback. This unit had been listed online for a year, primarily due to its elevation, which had deterred potential tenants. Now, hearing of a willing renter, she was both astonished and anxious that Lin Yuan might change his mind, swiftly adding, "Rest assured, young man, there are absolutely no issues with this apartment. It has just been renovated, and it comes fully furnished with appliances you can move in right away. As for the rent, that's negotiable." She continued, 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent at 1,500 yuan. However, if you commit to a full year and pay up front, I can offer it to you for 1,000 yuan a month. What do you think? 1,000 yuan a month totals 12,000 yuan for the year, which was indeed significantly cheaper than his current accommodation. Moreover, if the apartment had just been renovated as she claimed, it would be far superior to his current cave. Coincidentally, the lease on his current place was about to expire, so without hesitation, Lin Yuan agreed. No problem, I'll add you on WeChat and transfer the money, but I have one request. I need to obtain the keys right away. Of course, that's easy. I'm not in Linjiang City at the moment, but if you transfer the money, He'll instruct the property management to bring you the keys." The two reached an accord swiftly. Lin Yuan hurriedly packed his few belongings and took a taxi directly to the property office of Sakura International. After confirming his identity, he successfully acquired the keys to Unit 1801. Before entering the building, he glanced up at the increasingly ominous sky, realizing he needed to expedite his stockpiling of supplies. In the coming week, or even fortnight, the various supermarkets in the vicinity would likely be incapacitated. If he didn't gather enough food and water, he might very well perish from thirst or hunger before the rainwater even reached the 18th floor. Ascending to the 18th floor via the elevator, Lin Yuan hastily discarded his backpack and dashed downstairs. If his memory served him correctly, the torrential downpour was expected to commence around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The time was currently 8:44 a.m. There was still time. On his way to the supermarket, Lin Yuan swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed his parents, who resided in a remote mountain village. The phone rang thrice before being answered. "Hello, Dad." As soon as the call connected, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Dad, every word I am about to say is not a jest. A heavy rain will begin around 6 this evening, and it could flood up to the 3rd floor within 2 days. You and Mom must hurry to purchase food and supplies and head to our old house in the mountains. There's a cave there that can sustain you for at least a month without issue." Lin Yuan continued to speak fervently, but the other end fell into silence. "You rascal, has the pressure of work gotten to you? You're starting to talk nonsense." Lin's father eventually sighed. "I told you not to pursue your career in the big city. The pressure is immense. Look at you. You've been away for years without sending a single penny home. Meanwhile, your childhood friend Lin Bosschild can already ride a balance bike. How delightful. I'm discussing something serious here. Why are you bringing up children? I said it will rain heavily this afternoon, and everything below the 3rd floor will be submerged. Hurry and stock up on supplies. Get to safety." Lin Yuan was nearly frantic, raising his voice over the phone. Realizing that his father was not absorbing his words, Lin's father sighed again. All right, I understand. Your mother and I are about to head to the market. Your second uncle and his family are coming over tomorrow. Don't go out in the rain. Take care of yourselves." Hearing that his parents were going to the market eased Lin Yuan's anxiety. Even if they doubted his words, it would suffice. The ingredients for a rural banquet could last them half a month if rationed properly. As for what would happen after that, he was confident the rain wouldn't persist for an entire month. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with his father, Lin Yuan ended the call. Yet, when he lifted his head, he found everyone around him staring at him as if he were a fool, likely shocked by his earlier proclamation that everything below the 3rd floor would be submerged. I was just boasting. You all should return to your business," Lin Yuan said, awkwardly shaking his phone and forcing a smile. Chapter 2. The Doomsday Roulette. This person seems like a madman. Hey, don't stare. Let's leave quickly. These days, there are far too many people driven insane by debts they cannot repay. If he latches onto you, it will be like trying to shake off a persistent cold. Young man, it seems the sky is about to pour. You should hurry home. Lin Yuan sensed the peculiar gazes of the crowd upon him, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide in. If this conversation continued, it would only worsen his predicament. Consequently, Lin Yuan hastily made his way into the supermarket. As for the reason he refrained from explaining himself, it was simple. Who would believe such an outrageous claim about an impending torrential rain that could inundate the 3rd floor? He might very well find himself committed to a mental institution. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Yuan headed straight for the fresh produce section. He purchased 10 boxes of chicken wings, 10 boxes of steak, 10 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of lamb, along with instant noodles, compressed biscuits, bottled water, fruits, and vegetables. With 3 shopping carts laden, he arrived at the checkout counter. The cashier paused, glancing at him with a look of surprise, and kindly advised, "Sir, it seems you have purchased quite a lot of fresh produce. If you don't consume it all, it may not remain fresh. I would recommend buying less and more frequently, if you don't mind." Indeed, the cashier's voice was quite melodious, but Lin Yuan was in a hurry. He was unconcerned about anyone else's plight and merely wished to expedite the checkout process before moving on to the pharmacy. With the storm approaching, the temperature dropped, and many strains of flu and viruses could surface unexpectedly. If he didn't stock up on antiviral medications, the flooding could disrupt ground transportation, making it impossible to reach a hospital even if he fell ill. This was a lesson learned from his previous life, and in this one, he had gained wisdom. Sir. Noticing Lin Yuan lost in thought, the cashier called out urgently, "Sir, please present your payment code. May I scan it for you?" "Oh, right." Coming to his senses, Lin Yuan quickly opened his WeChat payment code. After a beep, however, no receipt emerged, and the smile on the cashier's face faltered. "Sir, Your balance is insufficient. This could not be true. Lin Yuan's first instinct was to believe that the checkout equipment was faulty. He hastily checked his balance, only to be confronted with a disheartening number starting with a 0 followed by 2 decimal places. Suddenly, it dawned on him, disaster. His salary was due on the 25th, and today was only the 23rd. The funds meant for rent had been depleted, and the recent taxi fare was likely the final straw. While he had hoped to rely on installment payments, he was dismayed to find that this supermarket did not accept such options. Hurry up. Is it working or not? Everyone is waiting in line. Exactly. Young man, if you don't have the money, step aside. We are in a hurry. How can someone your age not have a mere few hundred on hand? Clearly, you lack a proper job. This is why they say that in the 21st century, the most formidable weapon is not a firearm, missile, or nuclear armament, but rather the incessant chatter of people. Sometimes, public opinion can be utterly crushing. Lin Yuan felt his face burning with embarrassment, the heat creeping up to his ears. Just as he wished to disappear, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on binding to the Apocalypse roulette system. Based on the level of the roulette, the host may draw different types of gifts. The higher the level, the greater the value of the gifts. The purpose of this system is to assist the host in enhancing their survival rate in the post-apocalyptic world. Each time the host follows their true heart or achieves a milestone, the system rewards them with additional spins. Every time I follow my heart or accomplish something, I receive more spins? Lin Yuan pondered, his gaze gradually settling on the faces of those behind him who were hurling insults and mockery. What's the worst that could happen? I might just get beaten up. With that thought, Lin Yuan grasped a thick, long yam and slammed it onto the counter. What are you all shouting about? I was here first. You all need to line up behind me. And whether I have money or not is none of your business. Have I eaten your ice? If any of you dare to utter another word, they'll pull out your tongues and serve them as delicacies. To be honest, Lin Yuan stood at a height of 1.85 meters, a former track athlete, and having grown up in the countryside, he spent his holidays toiling in the fields under the sun, his skin tanned to a deep shade. When he bellowed, it sent shivers down the spines of those women, causing them to fall silent and discreetly gaze at the contents of their shopping carts. Ding! The host has followed their true heart and made a decision that brings them joy, successfully indulging for the first time and earning a spin reward. Congratulations, host! You have received 1 spin reward. Current balance, 1. Would you like to use your spin? Yes. Lin Yuan shouted without hesitation, and in the next moment, he was astonished to see a spinning roulette materialize before his eyes, though its rapid motion made it impossible to discern the markings. In the center of the roulette was a red pointer and a virtual stop button. This must be it. Lin Yuan quickly pressed the stop button. Whether he would be thrown out or strut out in triumph depended on this spin. As his finger pressed down, the once rapidly spinning wheel gradually came to a halt, revealing the words "Selected Supermarket 2,000 yuan gift card" at the pointer's position. Oh, splendid. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2,000 yuan gift card for the selected supermarket. The gift has been issued. Please check it promptly. Lin Yuan's shorts were quite thin, so the sudden addition of an item in his pocket was easily noticeable. At that moment, a square card had materialized within. Sir, could you please choose a different payment method? The cashier, still shaken by Lin Yuan's earlier outburst, was increasingly concerned as more customers lined up behind. If she didn't put a stop to Lin Yuan's outrageous behavior, her wages for the month would be docked again. Oh, of course, no problem. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, his posture upright and confident. Now that he had some money in his pocket, there was no need to speak in a subservient manner. Please charge it, he said, producing his shopping card from his pocket and handing it to the attendant at the service counter. Certainly, sir, the attendant replied as she accepted the card, rolling her eyes when he wasn't looking. What kind of person hides a shopping card in their pocket instead of presenting it promptly? Is he hiding a chick? After completing the transaction, the attendant quickly added, Sir, your total is 1,978.5 yuan, and the remaining balance is on your card. We look forward to your next visit. It was essential to maintain a semblance of politeness. After all, a single complaint could lead to unnecessary troubles. Thinking she could swiftly send this troublesome customer on his way, she was taken aback when Lin Yuan showed no intention of retrieving his card. Instead, he pointed to the shelf nearby and said, 2 boxes of Tashan, and oh, please get me 2 lighters as well. You can keep the rest as a tip. A tip? With only 50 cents left, even a beggar wouldn't accept anything less than a yuan. Watching Lin Yuan push 3 shopping carts away, the cashier felt a surge of irritation, stamping her foot in frustration as she cast the most malevolent curse upon him. I wish you would never find a partner in this lifetime. Chapter 3: The heavy rain arrives on schedule. Ding. The host followed his heart and made a decision that made him feel good, successfully indulging himself once and receiving a reward of 1 roulette chance. Congratulations to the host for receiving a roulette chance reward of 1. Current balance 1. Would you like to use the roulette chance? No. Lin Yuan had no immediate needs, so he naturally wouldn't waste this hard-earned chance. As the saying goes, it's better to have food in the gun, so he wouldn't panic when the time came. After a busy morning, Lin Yuan finally gathered his survival supplies, and after much effort, he managed to move them into his room. The moment he collapsed onto the sofa, his previously restless heart settled down. These supplies should last him for 2 weeks without any issues. Lin Yuan comfortably lay on the sofa, opened a bottle of beer, and took 2 big gulps before happily turning on the TV. Lin Yuan was startled awake by the sound of something tapping against the window, as the psychological shadow from his previous life had not completely faded away. He quickly got up to look outside, only to find that it was already a gray haze outside the window. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and saw that it was already 6:10 p.m. The heavy rain had indeed arrived on schedule. Lin Yuan took a cigarette, lit it, and locked the doors and windows. Now living on the 18th floor with nearly a month's worth of supplies, he felt no panic at all. Even if there was flooding, it wouldn't reach the 18th floor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called flooding, but rather a failure of heaven's postpartum restoration. The soundproofing of the Sakura International buildings wasn't very good. Sitting on the sofa with the TV volume turned down, he could hear the excited cheers from downstairs. It's really a sight for sore eyes. After 2 months of heat, finally seeing a bit of rain. I have to go out and get drenched. How can I not enjoy this rare heavy rain? But no. Let's not overdo it. I have to work tomorrow. If I catch a cold, I'll have to take leave again. It seemed that the young people living downstairs were in their 20s or 30s by the sound of it. Lin Yuan sneered. Not long ago, he was just like them, joyfully welcoming the heavy rain. But in the end, if it weren't for his lucky rebirth, he would probably be a corpse, bloated and stinking, floating in the water by now. Shivering, Lin Yuan pulled the curtains shut, no longer paying attention to the noise downstairs, and instead listened to the sound of rain pattering against the window, gradually falling back asleep. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, it was already late at night. Having hardly eaten all day, his stomach growled loudly. Lin Yuan hurried to the kitchen, boiled a pack of instant noodles, and fried a steak to satisfy his hunger, silencing his stomach's protests. Meanwhile, the cheerful sounds from downstairs had slowly been replaced by sighs. This rain had been falling for 5 or 6 hours, and there was no sign of it letting up. How would they manage to go to work tomorrow? What work? With the drainage system in our Zhangjiang city, the main roads would probably be rivers by tomorrow. Right. Shall we just wait for the notice in the group about taking a day off? I'll go buy some meat rolls tomorrow. Let's have a hot pot. Honey, that sounds good. I'm in. Really? For my wife's little belly, what's a little rain? Tomorrow, I'll transform into a brave warrior of love and buy a few pounds of meat rolls. Hey, honey, don't wait until tomorrow. Can you transform into a brave warrior of love right now? You little enchantress. Lin Yuan was initially enjoying the conversation, but the more he listened, the more wrong it felt, until the sound of the charge directly delivered a lethal blow to him, a single dog. It wasn't until the end of the seductive music that Lin Yuan was finally able to sleep. The next morning, the heavy rain still showed no signs of weakening. Lin Yuan was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. When he saw Dad on the screen, his heart skipped a beat, and his drowsiness vanished completely. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Dad. You little brat. How are things over there? I see this rain is a bit strange. It has been falling all night and shows no sign of stopping. At this point, Dad Lin also realized the severity of the situation. If it were just a couple of hours of heavy rain, it would be a blessing from heaven after more than 2 months of drought, as the crops in the fields had died. But now the rain was too heavy. Not only would crops be washed away, but even steel bars would be swept away. It's really a case of drought dying from drought and flooding dying from flooding, Dad Lin sighed, continuing, Kid, you called me yesterday and said it would rain for 2 weeks. How did you know that? Lin Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't just say that his son had died once before and was now back to give him a heads up. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan finally came up with a not-so-bad excuse. Dad, remember a friend of mine from school named Shenlin? She's working at the meteorological station now, and she told me this news. Shenlin? Dad Lin thought for a moment, but felt that the name was a bit vague. However, listening to Lin Yuan's words didn't sound fabricated, so he could only vaguely say, Oh, it's Xiao Lin. I didn't expect you to still be in touch. Great. I just made up a friend out of thin air. But since the lie was already told, there was no way to change it. He could only use this Shenlin as an excuse, reminding his parents a few more times before hanging up the phone. Looking out at the rain, Lin Yuan sighed. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed with a series of notifications. When he opened his phone, he was shocked to find that not only Jiangjiang City was experiencing heavy rain, but even Kyoto, Shanghai, and areas around Lingnan and Pingcheng were also hit by torrential rain. Most people welcomed it with joy, while a small number of people complained, particularly those who couldn't make a living due to the rain and were burdened by hunger as street vendors. Putting away his phone, Lin Yuan checked the room once more. After confirming that there was only a small amount of standing water in the window groove and no other leaks, he finally satisfied himself by frying a steak and even opened a bottle of red wine for the first time. Cheers to braving the storm. That night, Lin Yuan did not sleep soundly. He was awakened by the group messages. The owners group was set up by the property office, filled with complaints from the owners. Lin Yuan glanced through the messages and understood that the underground garage had flooded, urging the car owners to move their vehicles as soon as possible. However, that message had been sent several hours earlier, and the latest update was that the first floor was now flooded. Those living on the first floor quickly ran to the second floor to escape the rainwater, and some kind-hearted second-floor owners even took them in. Lin Yuan shook his head. This was merely a temporary solution. It wouldn't be long before they all had to move to the third floor. The temperature outside had dropped, as if it had been physically cooled from the high temperature of 36 or 37 degrees to around 23 or 24 degrees. Although the current temperature was very suitable for human survival, Lin Yuan knew this was just the beginning. The temperature would certainly drop further. And then viruses and influenza would proliferate, and the medicines he had stocked up would come into play. Sure enough, just as Lin Yuan had anticipated, by the late night, the residents of the second floor were also soaked, and when they woke up from their dreams and waded through the murky water to the third floor, their language was filled with complaints. In their artistic expressions, they not only cursed the heavens but also vented their frustrations at the developers and the property office staff. At that moment, the property office sent a message in the owners group. Dear owners, according to the Meteorological Bureau's notification, the red rainstorm warning is expected to be lifted tomorrow morning. Please, owners who have been flooded, seek assistance from residents on the third floor and above. After the water recedes tomorrow, the property will calculate everyone's losses collectively. Upon seeing this message from the property office, those who had been cursing finally stopped. If there would be compensation for losses, they could at least accept that. Expected to be lifted tomorrow morning? Lin Yuan chuckled, having experienced death once. He understood that saying it would be lifted tomorrow morning was pure nonsense. If it could be lifted by tomorrow morning, he wouldn't have been reborn in the first place. Putting away his phone, Lin Yuan no longer considered the authenticity of these messages and lay in bed browsing on his phone. This kind of life continued for half a month. During this time, Lin Yuan often called his parents. His father, who had initially been calm, gradually became anxious. Fortunately, the village had collectively moved to the mountains, where there were temples and caves, at an altitude of over 500 meters. Unless the world truly ended, it was impossible for the flood to reach the mountaintop. If it weren't for the limited time he had after being reborn, he wouldn't have prepared these backups. He could have just taken a car back to his hometown and hidden in the mountains, avoiding the threat to his life. After half a month, the water had reached the fifth floor. The mountain flood rushed directly into Linjiang City, destroying the surrounding substations and power lines, plunging the entire city into darkness. The original streets were filled with floating garbage, excrement, and cars. Every household had nearly run out of food and water. With no electricity or internet, everyone lost contact with one another. Lin Yuan stood in his room in the dark, throwing the last power bank out of the window, then dialing his father's number. Hey, Dad. Hey, kid, my phone is almost dead. I'm trying to figure out how to get the diesel generator from the village chief. There's diesel for the construction cable car on the mountain. If we can get the diesel generator, the power issue will be temporarily solved. That's great. Hearing that his dad had solved the power issue made Lin Yuan envious, and he quickly shared his situation. Dad, I have no power either, and the signal tower might have a problem. The signal has been intermittent lately. After this call, I might not know when I can connect again. I'm safe here for now. The flood can't reach my room, but the window has loosened, and a lot of rain has come in. I'm still considering whether to leave or stay here. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, his father fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Son, it doesn't matter what we say now, but I believe you can survive. Think about what I told you before. When you encounter trouble, use your brain. Maybe something will come up. Just as Lin Yuan's father finished speaking, the call was abruptly interrupted by a loud static noise, and then there was no signal at all. Lin Yuan held his phone, still in the action of dialing, and in his line of sight, the signal tower, symbolizing communication, collapsed under the flood's onslaught. Damn it! Lin Yuan cursed. The intense visual impact made his hands tremble. Shakily setting down his phone, Lin Yuan fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He forced himself to calm down, but just then, a piercing scream suddenly came from downstairs. What happened? Lin Yuan's heart dropped. And then he heard the sound of smashing and shouting from below, followed quickly by the sound of breaking glass. Almost instinctively, Lin Yuan opened the window, peering out into the pouring rain, just in time to see a bloodied man being pushed out of the 17th floor window. With a splash, the man disappeared into the flood. Murder. Lin Yuan's face turned pale, and he instinctively sat down on the floor. It was the first time he had witnessed a murder up close. He didn't even care about the rainwater coming into the room as he hurried into the bedroom and locked himself in. It wasn't until the screams from downstairs faded away that Lin Yuan shakily emerged from the bedroom, only to find the living room in complete disarray from the rain and wind. After relocking the window, Lin Yuan did not attend to the water on the floor but cautiously walked to the security door, peering through the peephole to see outside. Unfortunately, it was pitch black outside, and he couldn't see anything. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed in the corridor, like a hammer striking Lin Yuan's chest, making his breathing suddenly quicken. He hurried back to the bedroom, took a deep breath, and then realized he had anticipated the rainstorm, the flood, and the shortage of supplies, but had forgotten the most important point: human nature. When order collapses and rules disappear, people's behavior seems to become less controlled. Chapter 5. Excuse me, is someone there? Bang, bang, bang. The violent knocking on the door startled Lin Yuan, interrupting his thoughts. Kid, open the door. I know you're in there. A stranger's voice came from the living room, accompanied by fierce kicking at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that there was no response inside, the person outside intensified his kicking, as if he were an evil spirit that had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, eager to break free and devour him whole. Kid, I know you live here. I saw you move in. Open the door, and I'll borrow some food from you. I promise I won't hurt you. Promise? What the hell is a promise? Lin Yuan wasn't an idiot. The only result of opening the door now would be the same as that of the guy downstairs, being thrown into the flood. But since the other party already knew he lived here, hiding was no longer an option, and that security door probably wouldn't hold up for long. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, glancing around for a weapon but finding nothing useful. Reluctantly, he walked toward the door. The banging from outside grew more intense, indicating that the person outside would not give up until the door was smashed. Lin Yuan looked at the already loosened door lock, and in a moment of desperation, he suddenly remembered he still had one more chance to spin the doomsday wheel, quickly reaching out to touch the button in his consciousness. Sure enough, the moment he pressed the button, the doomsday roulette appeared before his eyes. Detected that the host still has one plan to spin the wheel. Would you like to use this chance? Yes. The wheel quickly started spinning, and Lin Yuan hoped he could land on a shotgun or something, at the very least. A handgun would suffice. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the monsters outside. He could just shoot at them directly and solve the problem. Of course, Lin Yuan also knew that his thoughts were somewhat naive. Given the current level of the doomsday roulette, the best he could hope for would be some knives or clubs. The pointer of the wheel gradually stopped in the crossbow area. That's fine, not bad. With a clang, a black suitcase fell in front of Lin Yuan. Hiss. Lin Yuan smacked his lips. This was a treasure. He quickly opened the suitcase, and a brand new crossbow appeared before him. Inside the suitcase were a crossbow, 2 arrows, a 168 hunting arrow, and 20 steel balls of size 6. Lin Yuan glanced at the operating instructions and took out an arrow to load it onto the crossbow. This 3-liter Little Flying Wolf 2000 crossbow weighed 22 kilograms, with an effective range of 60 meters and a precise range of around 40 meters, which was enough to deal with the trouble at hand. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of banging on the door outside grew stronger, as if a fire axe was being used, and the entire door frame was shaking loudly. Lin Yuan's anger surged. They were really taking advantage of his good nature. Outside the door, 2 men, one tall and one short, looked sinisterly at the security door of room 1801. One of them held a fire axe, while the other held a fire extinguisher. Bro, this guy isn't already dead inside, is he? Impossible. I saw him come in with a bunch of supplies. I was careful. If the rain stops, it would be fine, but it shows no sign of stopping now. If we don't rob him, who else will? The tall man glared at the security door. Wait, I'll break the door open, and you hit him with the fire extinguisher first. No problem. The short man raised the fire extinguisher, aiming at the door, ready to rush in and give the room's owner a blow with the extinguisher as soon as the door opened. Spit, spit. The tall man placed the fire axe aside, spat into his palm twice, grabbed the axe, swung his arm back, and was about to chop at the security door. Just then, the door creaked open from the inside. Huh. Both men froze, staring at Lin Yuan, who looked harmless, their brains momentarily short-circuiting. Gentlemen, is there something you need? Lin Yuan asked politely, as if greeting old friends. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from confusion to ferocity in an instant. Kid, hand over your supplies obediently. Otherwise, what happens next? The tall man hadn't finished speaking when Lin Yuan pulled out a crossbow. Cold sweat trickled down the tall man's forehead. He had underestimated the situation. He didn't expect this kid to have such a deadly weapon. Just as the man planned to say something to ease the tension, Lin Yuan's finger squeezed the trigger. Whoosh. The arrow shot out like lightning, easily piercing through the man's shoulder and pinning his strong body against the wall. Ah! A piercing scream escaped the tall man's throat as he clutched the arrow in his shoulder, wailing in pain. The short man, holding the fire extinguisher, was dumbfounded. He never dreamed Lin Yuan could shoot the arrow so casually, not even bothering to say a word. Taking advantage of the short man's shock, Lin Yuan loaded another arrow and aimed at him. Wait. We're actually here to deliver supplies to you. We were just joking earlier. In a panic, the short man started talking nonsense. Lin Yuan wasn't foolish. He had received 9 years of compulsory education and didn't leave the other party any face. He sneered. Where are the supplies? Hearing this question, the short man's mind went blank. They had no supplies at all. They had just entered the downstairs couple's home and found nothing. If it weren't for the woman being somewhat attractive, relieving their pent-up frustration for half a month, this trip would have been a complete waste. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had no intention of killing them. To be precise, he didn't even have the thought of killing anyone in his mind. Get lost. If I see you two again, it won't just be your shoulder that gets shot. After saying that, Lin Yuan pulled the arrow out of the tall man's shoulder, making him shiver in pain. With only 2 arrows, if he ran out, there would be no way to replenish his ammunition. Thank you. Being ordinary citizens. The 2 men were only resorting to robbery out of desperation, and seeing Lin Yuan let them go, they surprisingly thanked him. However, Lin Yuan ignored them, turned back into the room, and locked the security door again. It wasn't until the footsteps in the hallway faded away that Lin Yuan relaxed his guard, collapsing onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Yet, the hand that held the crossbow was still trembling. This was the first time he had drawn blood, and he was incredibly nervous. Only after finishing the cigarette did Lin Yuan regain his composure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for following his heart, not bowing down to evil forces, and earning another chance to spin the wheel. Without thinking, Lin Yuan clicked no. From this incident, he realized that reserving one chance to spin the roulette for self-preservation was the best decision he had ever made. Otherwise, he would have already joined the guy downstairs in the flood. What Lin Yuan and the 2 men didn't notice was that everything that happened between them was being watched by a pair of eyes in the darkness. Chapter 6. The kindness of a surgeon after the fierce struggle, hunger soon followed. Lin Yuan opened the kitchen door and sighed. He somewhat regretted why he had bought so much fresh food. The chicken wings and steak had turned from pink to black, and the vegetables were drooping lifelessly. With the gas and electricity gone, he really didn't know how to cook these ingredients into something edible. He couldn't eat them raw, could he? Although there's an old saying that when you're starving, you can eat anything, he clearly hadn't reached that point yet. He opened a bag of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water, and he started eating them dry. Surprisingly, eating them this way, with just the flavor packet, actually tasted pretty good. He quickly finished the noodles, and as he looked out at the pouring rain, he couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, his mind recalled an encyclopedia he had read before. It seemed that 3 billion years ago, the Earth had experienced such a heavy rain that lasted for 2 million years, marking the beginning of the dinosaur era. If this continued, he didn't dare to think further. People were already starting to die, and soon the hot temperature and corpses would breed all sorts of bacteria and viruses. The apocalypse seemed to have truly begun. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lin Yuan was lost in thought, there was another knock at the door, but this time, the knocking was clearly polite. To be safe, Lin Yuan loaded his arrow and approached the door, whispering, "Who is it?" "Hello, young man. I'm the building manager. The property management just sent someone with a message. The relevant departments have begun rescue operations. Before the rescue personnel arrive, we must work together to survive this heavy rain. So I thought we could gather everyone to discuss countermeasures. Outside the door was an older woman speaking in a thick dialect from Linjiang City, leaving Lin Yuan momentarily stunned. However, Lin Yuan still understood a few keywords like rescue and discussing countermeasures. But he didn't think that a few people gathering together could come up with a way to deal with the heavy rain. He immediately refused, saying, "No need, please leave." "Hey, young man, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but could you have a bit of collective spirit?" Seeing Lin Yuan not giving her any face, Aunt May immediately became anxious. But Lin Yuan had already returned to his bedroom and lay down, ignoring her shouting outside, without any response. After a while, Aunt May seemed to have shouted herself hoarse before she left, cursing under her breath. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that by evening. She had gathered most of the people in the building in the hallway on the 18th floor. I say everyone. There are a total of 4 rooms on the 18th floor, 2 of which are occupied and 2 are empty. But with so many of us, we definitely can't all fit. So I suggest we open all 4 doors, connecting the rooms and the hallway, which would increase the area and make it spacious for us to stay here. Good idea. This way, if something happens, we can take care of each other. But Aunt May, 1801 and 1802 are occupied. Do those people want to eat in the same pot with us? That's simple. I'll go talk to them nicely. I believe the people in our building are all high-quality individuals, and they will definitely agree. When Aunt May said this, she deliberately shouted towards Lin Yuan's room at 1801, raising her voice a few decibels, clearly saying it for him to hear. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in the living room, thinking, these fools. Gathering together makes it easier to have problems. Not to mention whether the distribution of supplies can satisfy everyone. Just one person among this group getting sick would make everyone else unlucky. He had seen people courting death, but he had never seen anyone courting death like this. Knock, knock, knock. Sure enough, the door to his room was knocked on again. Aunt May shouted, "Young man, you should have heard what we just said. If we unite, we can definitely overcome this heavy rain." "Yeah, buddy, open the door to let some air in. It's too stuffy in this hallway. I can barely breathe." "Buddy, are you listening?" Some people were knocking on Lin Yuan's door, while others had come to the door of 1802, similarly persuading her with kind words. The room at 1802 was occupied by a girl who seemed to have been starving for quite a few days. Unable to withstand the persistent persuasion from outside, she finally opened the door and stepped out. "Wow, she's a beauty. I know her. She seems to work at our Linjiang City Central Hospital as a surgeon." Named Wenqing. A surgeon? Hearing the girl's identity, everyone's eyes lit up. In the apocalypse, a surgeon is incredibly valuable. If anyone has an injury or a headache, they would definitely need her help. "Xiaowen, do you have any supplies at home?" Aunt May, seeing Wenqing come out, immediately squeezed through the crowd and enthusiastically asked, grabbing Wenqing's hand. Wenqing hesitated for a moment but nodded, taking out 2 packs of compressed biscuits from her room. "Aunt May, this is all I have. Only this." Everyone looked at the 2 bags of compressed biscuits, swallowing involuntarily. Although these biscuits were not valued in normal times, in this apocalypse without water and electricity, they were a rare good thing. Obviously, Aunt May didn't believe that Wenqing only had 2 packs of compressed biscuits. With a glint in her eye, she smiled and said, 2 packs of compressed biscuits. That's great. Xiao you put these in the box first, and we'll distribute them together later." "Okay." The boy called Xiao Yu was named Wu Yu, and his aunt was none other than the present Aunt May, Wu Mei. Aunt May's husband died early, and her son worked far away all year round, leaving her to live alone in the community. Usually it was fine. She often gossiped with the old ladies in the community about whose daughter-in-law was acting up under the sun. But in this heavy rain apocalypse, the only person she could trust was her nephew. Seeing Wu Yu put the compressed biscuits in the box, Aunt May smiled and said, "Xiaowen, aren't you going to invite Aunt May to your house for a visit?" Wenqing clearly didn't want strangers in her home, but with so many pairs of eyes watching her, she felt a bit scared. After hesitating for a long time, she could only nod and invite Aunt May into her room. "You guys wait outside. Also, some people go call the young man from 1801. I saw him moving in several times before. He definitely has instant noodles and compressed biscuits at home. It had only been half a month. He was living alone, so he must have plenty of supplies." Hearing there were instant noodles, everyone's eyes lit up. Instant noodles are great, compared to compressed biscuits that taste like nothing. Having a bowl of steaming instant noodles would definitely bring overwhelming happiness. Immediately, everyone couldn't be bothered to get close to Wenqing and rushed to knock on Lin Yuan's door. Chapter 7. Do you still think it's a toy? Xiaowen. It's not that Aunt is criticizing you, but hoarding supplies is not right. Aunt May wandered around Wenqing's room. Although she didn't find any food, she discovered a first aid kit and antiviral medicine. In fact, these were things Wenqing had hoarded over the years as a doctor, not specifically prepared for the coming heavy rain. Aunt May, I still want to explain, Wenqing said, but unexpectedly. Aunt May raised her hand and gestured to Wu Yu outside the door, saying, Xiao Yu, take these things away too. Xiaowen. And isn't trying to take your things. You know this heavy rain came too suddenly, and these usually inconspicuous items are really hard to come by. Just leave them here with Aunt, and if anyone needs them, Aunt will send them over. Oh, you don't need to say that. Aunt isn't afraid of hard work. Running errands for you young people will give you more time to rest. You are the hope of the country's future. Listening to Aunt May's words, Wenqing rolled her eyes in her heart, fully embodying the meaning of shameless. But unfortunately, there were too many people, and Wenqing was afraid that as a weak girl, she would suffer losses, so she could only swallow her anger and let Wu Yu take her medicine away. Seeing that there were really no supplies left to scavenge from Wenqing's home, Aunt May's eyes lit up, and she pushed Wu Yu in front of her. Xiaowen, my nephew is quite good-looking, right? He is a top student from Linjiang University. You young people also have common topics to discuss. Why don't you let him keep you company here? It's not safe for a girl like you to be alone. If Aunt May's previous actions made Wenqing feel disgusted, her current behavior made her feel repulsed. Forcing a match? To put it bluntly, Wu Yu was not even as tall as herself. Wenqing was 170 centimeters tall, even barefoot, with a tall, curvy figure and a delicate oval face. Before the apocalypse, she must have been the white moonlight of countless people. Looking at Wu Yu, he had a frail appearance, was short, and walked unsteadily, with a sallow complexion and heavy dark circles under his eyes. At first glance, it was clear that he didn't have a good life, and had probably spent too much time watching Japanese anime. With that appearance, he was called quite good-looking? Did she misunderstand the term? Just when Wenqing didn't know what to do, Lin Yuan, who was hiding in his room, finally couldn't hold back anymore. After all, there were so many people on Aunt May's side, and it wouldn't be long before they would break down his security door. Rather than wait for that, Lin Yuan decided it was better to go out himself. However, he wouldn't just give away supplies for no reason. Lin Yuan first stuffed instant noodles, water, and some medicine into his travel bag, then tied it to the handle with a bedsheet. His travel bag was not only large, but also made of waterproof material, so even in heavy rain, it wouldn't get wet right away. Lin Yuan pushed open the window and was about to hang the bag on the windowsill when he discovered a completely naked female corpse hanging from the opposite window. It looked like the woman had been dead for a long time. Though the distance between the buildings was not far, the heavy rain obscured the view, and he couldn't see the cause of the woman's death. It seems that the situation in the opposite building is not ideal either. Sighing, Lin Yuan knew that people's daily disguises were slowly being revealed. After hanging all the supplies outside the window, Lin Yuan pulled the curtains shut, then loaded the steel balls into the crossbow before finally opening the room door. The door opened quickly. The door opened. Everyone was planning to charge in, but they didn't expect the door lock to click at that moment, and the room door slowly opened. Upon seeing the supplies inside Lin Yuan's room, everyone gasped in surprise. Although the food didn't look great, it was still meat, and they hadn't had meat for many days. Meat, it's meat. And there's alcohol. My God. This kid actually has so many supplies at home. Aunt May, who was originally trying to matchmake her nephew and Wenqing, couldn't sit still after hearing the commotion. And without even greeting the two, she pushed the door and headed towards Lin Yuan's house. Like the others, Aunt May's eyes lit up when she saw the supplies in Lin Yuan's home. Oh, young man, you really are our lucky star, Aunt May said, clapping her hands as she approached the chicken wings and steak. Aunt May opened a package of chicken wings, sniffed it close to her nose to ensure there was no sour smell, and then broke into a smile. Lin Yuan snickered, watching Aunt May's expression, and slowly sat down on the sofa in the living room. Let's talk. Talk about what? Aunt May was taken aback, looking at the smile on Lin Yuan's face gradually freeze. Did this kid really think that just because he said a few nice words, he had the capital to negotiate with her? She knew there was a whole building of people behind her, and a single spit from each person could drown Lin Yuan. Young man, this is a special time. You better have some sense of collective awareness and consciousness, or else. At this point, two middle-aged men rolled up their sleeves and walked over to Aunt May's side, their threatening intentions obvious. Lin Yuan had already known that Aunt May wanted to take advantage of him. He had overheard her conversation with Wenqing next door. Wenqing was kind-hearted and had agreed to Aunt May's unreasonable demands, but Lin Yuan wouldn't. Bang! Lin Yuan slammed the crossbow onto the coffee table and lit a cigarette. Can we talk now? Upon seeing the crossbow Lin Yuan had pulled out, several people's faces immediately stiffened. Ha ha! Aunt May forced a laugh and swallowed hard before softening her tone. Young man, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. We don't mean any harm. We just want to centralize the management of everyone's supplies for rational distribution so that we can all survive this storm. Is that so? Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said, why should I give you my stuff? Are you sticking a label on me? This is also a helpless situation. Do you want to watch everyone starve to death? We are all neighbors. Leaving a line for future connections might be useful. You might need our help someday. Aunt May's expression changed. Although Lin Yuan had the crossbow, thinking of the supplies in Lin Yuan's hands, she really didn't want to give up. Future connections? Sorry, you're too old. I don't want anything to do with you in the future. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. It was the first time he encountered someone standing on a moral high ground trying to gain benefits by condemning others. How could this person be so shameless? Although Aunt May was older, she could still understand the implication in Lin Yuan's words. Her expression darkened, and just as she was about to get angry, her gaze fell on the crossbow in front of Lin Yuan. Due to the intimidation of the crossbow, Aunt May could only stabilize her tone with Lin Yuan. Speak. What do you want in order to hand over your supplies to us? How about you go die? If you're dead, I might still pity them. Lin Yuan was too lazy to waste words with the old woman in front of him. Give them supplies? Even if the author agreed, the readers wouldn't. Kid, are you really thinking that we are afraid of your crossbow with so many of us here? Before Aunt May could speak, a middle-aged man couldn't hold back and pointed at Lin Yuan, cursing loudly. Let's not talk about whether that toy in your hand is fake or not. Even if it's real, you can't monopolize so many supplies. Exactly. Hand over the supplies in your hands. Lin Yuan raised his eyelids and looked at the man, his eyes suddenly growing cold at that moment. What do you want? The man swallowed hard and involuntarily took a step back. But Lin Yuan's hand had already touched the grip of the crossbow. The crossbow was raised, the trigger was pulled, and it all happened in one smooth motion. Bang! The steel ball shot out and instantly embedded itself into the man's forehead. The man's pupils instantly widened, and he couldn't believe until his death that Lin Yuan had just killed him with one shot. With a thud, the man fell to the ground, blood slowly oozing out from the bullet hole in his forehead. Upon seeing this scene, some timid people screamed after a brief moment of shock, and even some women had already rushed out the door, clutching the walls in the hallway and vomiting wildly. Watching the crowd's reaction, Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly. They were just a rabble, untrained, and when disaster struck, they all fled for their lives. Now, do you still think this is a toy? Chapter 8. Braised pork can food good kid. I don't believe you won't need us at some point. We're leaving. Aunt May was at a loss. Lin Yuan had a weapon that could threaten her life. Although they were numerous, no one wanted to take a hit. However, when she gave up, Lin Yuan became even more aggressive. He raised the crossbow and coldly smiled at Aunt May. Did I say you could leave? What do you want? Aunt May's eyelids twitched, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan's crossbow. Agree to my conditions, or you won't get out of room 1801. Trust me, I'm not trying to scare you. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette. Although he felt a little anxious inside, he at least appeared calm on the surface. You speak, Aunt May said, looking at Lin Yuan. Her tone serious. For both of them, it was a psychological game. Whoever showed weakness first would lose. You do your thing, I'll do mine. We are unrelated. Don't try to challenge my bottom line. This man is the next. Fine. Aunt May gritted her teeth and could only agree temporarily. But she was already formulating a plan in her mind. After returning, she would find a way to incite these people, and then from time to time, someone would come to harass Lin Yuan, trying to exhaust the steel balls in his hands. Once his steel balls were depleted, it would be his time to be crushed to dust. Also, you people can only go up to the 17th floor. I'm a light sleeper and afraid of noise. You all being on the 18th floor will affect my sleep quality. Kid, are you forcing us to death? As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, before Aunt May could respond, someone in the crowd was unhappy again, and not just him. The faces of the others also showed anger. Everyone, listen up. Let us see if this kid is talking nonsense. He actually wants to drive us all to the 17th floor. The man was also afraid of Lin Yuan's crossbow and quickly shouted at the surrounding people, as he understood the principle that the law does not punish the crowd. Bang! His calculations were ultimately wrong. Lin Yuan was not a soft-hearted person. The moment the man's words fell, a steel ball shot out directly from the barrel, this time embedding itself in the man's heart. Ah! The man screamed, clutching the spot where he was hit, and fell down. Blood gushed out from the man's chest. It seemed he had hit a major artery, causing a rupture and massive bleeding. In an instant, the previously noisy room fell silent. The 18th floor and the 17th floor are only one level apart, which won't cause much impact. I still have plenty of these steel balls. Do you want to give it a try? The crowd immediately shrank back. Give it a try? With what? No one wanted to be the chosen one, especially in the paralyzed medical system of Linjiang City. Well, since you all have no objections, you can leave now. By the way, remember to take those two with you. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. The once rebellious individuals transformed into obedient children, exiting the 18th floor under Lin Yuan's watchful eye. With a bang, Lin Yuan relocked the door and breathed a sigh of relief. The steel ball had embedded itself in the man's body, and in such a stifling environment. Unless that foolish girl next door intervened, even if he didn't die, he would definitely face infection and sepsis. However, today's farce served as a reminder for Lin Yuan that his time was running out. It wouldn't be long before, under the pressure of hunger and death, the deterrent effect of the steel balls would diminish, and those people would come back to exploit him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for following his heart, completing the negotiation with the 7th floor administrator, and gaining one chance to spin the roulette. Hearing the system's prompt in his consciousness, Lin Yuan felt a bit calmer. Although the Apocalypse roulette system could only provide him with some basic supplies for now, it was enough for him to survive in the current situation. Retrieving the supplies tied to the window, Lin Yuan sat on the bed, looking at the Apocalypse roulette in front of him. He now had two chances to spin the roulette, one for self-preservation, and the other he decisively pressed the button for. Why hold back? Enjoy it while you can. The roulette began to spin rapidly the moment Lin Yuan pressed the button, and soon the pointer stopped at an area labeled braised pork canned food. Wow! Braised pork canned food. Why didn't he think to store canned goods when he was gathering supplies? These things are not only portable, but also easy to store. Looking at the entire box of braised pork cans that suddenly appeared on the coffee table, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to open one, with trembling hands from excitement. As the braised pork entered his mouth, happiness was fully realized at that moment. Lin Yuan savored the meat flavor in his mouth and couldn't help but open a bottle of beer. A perfect match. Who would have thought that in this apocalyptic downpour, someone could drink beer and eat braised pork in a room? Just as Lin Yuan was about to take another bite, there was a loud banging on the door, accompanied by a woman's cry for help. Help, help me. He wants to rape me. Is it that woman next door? Although Lin Yuan had never seen her, he recognized her voice from her earlier conversation with Aunt May. She seemed to have a kind heart. But in the apocalypse, kindness is the rarest thing. The corridor outside was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything through the peephole. The overwhelming darkness made Lin Yuan abandon the idea of opening the door, and his hand, which had been resting on the doorknob, retreated. Should he help? Lin Yuan frowned. What if this woman was setting him up with Aunt May and the others? Even if he had a crossbow, it wouldn't help him. Just then, a tearing sound came from outside, followed by a man's angry voice. Stupid woman, I gave you face. My aunt said you belong to me, and I must take you down tonight. If you cooperate, you might get a pack of compressed biscuits. If you don't, I'll have to let you experience the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. From their conversation, Lin Yuan realized the identities of the people outside. One was the neighbor Wenqing, and the other was Aunt May's nephew, a boy named Wu Yu. Although Wu Yu was shorter than Wenqing, in a real fight, height wouldn't necessarily give him an advantage. It seemed Wenqing's head was being forcefully pressed against her own security door by Wu Yu, making a dull thud sound. I know you're in there. Please help me. Wenqing's hands were constantly banging on Lin Yuan's security door, her voice filled with a crying tone that was utterly desperate. Initially, Lin Yuan didn't want to get involved, but the sound of Wenqing's head banging against the door was driving him mad. With a bang, Lin Yuan pulled open the security door, unexpectedly causing both Wenqing and Wu Yu to stumble and fall to the ground. Wenqing let out a muffled grunt, not caring about the pain in her knee, and quickly said to Lin Yuan, Please help me. He wants to rape me. Wenqing was already in tears, looking at Lin Yuan as if he were her last lifeline, desperately trying to reach out to him. But Lin Yuan's next words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on her head. Why should I save you? Chapter 9 Adults are talking. Kids shouldn't interrupt. Or rather, what benefit do I get from saving you? Lin Yuan was a very pragmatic person. He needed to determine whether Wenqing could provide him with any value and whether that value would outweigh the consequences of offending Aunt May. Aunt May was not someone to be trifled with, and offending her would lead to a lot of trouble. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the despair in Wenqing's eyes was instantly replaced with hope. She knew exactly what she was good at and hurriedly said, "I'm a doctor. Given the current climate conditions, I can treat you." That's the very sentence Lin Yuan was waiting for. Although he had stored some medicine, he had no idea how to combine them for the best effect. Having a family doctor around would be helpful. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan extended his middle finger. 2 conditions. Agree to them, and I'll save you. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Wu Yu's expression turned fierce when he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to intervene. My aunt is the building manager. Everyone listens to her. If you offend me, you won't have a good outcome. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan kicked him in the rear, causing him to yelp in pain and scramble to his feet from Wenqing. Adults are talking. When is it your turn to interrupt? Lin Yuan's statement was not without merit. Wu Yu was still in college, while he and Wenqing had already graduated, so calling him a kid was actually accurate. Wu Yu was about to curse Lin Yuan when the crossbow with the steel ball pressed against his head. Feeling the cold metal on his forehead, Wu Yu swallowed hard, realizing the person standing in front of him was not someone to mess with. First, you will be my personal doctor. Without my permission, you cannot treat anyone else. Second, your activities must remain within my sight. If you need to go out or to other floors, you must report to me. Lin Yuan looked at Wenqing and said in a calm tone. He wasn't interested in Wenqing's looks. In the apocalypse, he couldn't fully trust anyone except his parents. Anyone could be bought off and turn against him. I agree. Wenqing was a sensible woman. She knew that being with Wu Yu or Lin Yuan would lead to similar outcomes, but compared to Wu Yu's despicable means, she preferred Lin Yuan's straightforward approach. All right. From now on, you belong to me. After Lin Yuan said this assertively, he pressed the crossbow against Wu Yu's head. Buddy, will you choose to leave or get your head blown off? Leave. I'll leave. Wu Yu quickly raised his hands, showing Lin Yuan a smile that looked worse than crying. Get out of here, and don't let me see you again. Lin Yuan waved his hand, watching Wu Yu retreat before relocking the door. Looking at the slightly deformed security door in front of him, Lin Yuan frowned. He had to find a way to reinforce it. In the past 2 days, it felt like the door had become a target. Anyone passing by would bang on it a couple of times. Even if it were made of high-grade steel, it wouldn't hold up. For others, reinforcing a door in such a harsh environment would be unrealistic, but Lin Yuan was different. He had the Apocalypse Roulette system, and based on the results of his last 2 draws, he seemed to have figured out a pattern. It appeared that the system would give him items related to what he desired. Although the final items might differ from his expectations, their functions were usually quite similar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for following his heart, completing the conditional negotiation with Wenqing, and successfully rescuing her. The system adds a reward, granting 2 additional spins of the roulette. He had unexpectedly gained 2 spins at once, plus the one he had saved earlier, giving him a total of 3 chances. The more spins he had, the greater his chances of surviving in the apocalypse. The only downside was the system's randomness, which might let him down at crucial moments. Sitting back on the sofa, Lin Yuan ignored Wenqing, taking a swig of beer and enjoying a can of braised pork. Braised pork? Wenqing stared at the food in Lin Yuan's hands and on the table, her eyes widening. No wonder Aunt May and the others were so desperate to break through this door. It turned out Lin Yuan had hidden goods. Although Wenqing was a highly educated beauty, after so many days of hunger, she couldn't help but swallow when she saw the braised pork. Gulp! In the silent room, the sound of Wenqing swallowing was unusually clear. Realizing her loss of composure, her face flushed. But the intense hunger in her stomach forced her to put aside her pride and look at Lin Yuan, saying, Can you share a bite with me? Why? Lin Yuan didn't even glance at Wenqing, continuing to eat his braised pork. For the first time, Wenqing lost confidence in her attractiveness. Usually, in the hospital, outstanding men would line up to pursue her, but now, wanting just a can of food, she found herself rejected. I'm hungry, Wenqing pouted, sounding pitiful. Hiss. Lin Yuan wiped the grease from his mouth, lit a cigarette, and looked at Wenqing. There are plenty of hungry people. I can't just give food to anyone who's hungry, can I? You. Lin Yuan's words left Wenqing speechless. Indeed, he didn't know her anything, and he had just saved her, so it was reasonable not to give her food. Wenqing stomped her foot in frustration and turned to return to her room. Stop. Have you already forgotten the 2 things you promised me earlier? Lin Yuan stood up and blocked her path. You have to report to me wherever you go. Yes. Wenqing had never encountered such an unreasonable person. She said irritably, "Is it okay for me to go back to my own house?" "No," Lin Yuan replied casually, which immediately infuriated Wenqing. "Can I go back to my own house?" "No," Lin Yuan stated firmly. "I want to go back." Originally, Wenqing had been thinking about how to repay Lin Yuan for saving her life, but seeing his attitude, she was so angry that she was about to push the door to leave. Just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, Lin Yuan's voice floated from behind her. "If you dare to open that door, I'll kill you." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wenqing was so furious that she almost turned around to curse him as a lunatic, but then she noticed Lin Yuan's hand crossbow aimed at her head. Her mind went blank, and the fire in her belly was instantly doused with cold water. The person in front of her was not joking. She had seen Lin Yuan shoot an arrow through a man's shoulder with her own eyes. Left with no choice, Wenqing squatted down, hugging her legs and crying. Chapter 10. Apocalypse Supplies Gift Pack. However, Lin Yuan was indifferent to Wenqing's cries. After extinguishing his cigarette, he pointed to the guest room and said, "That room is yours. Don't even think about sneaking away while I'm asleep. You know better than I do how those people outside feel about you." After finishing, Lin Yuan pushed the door and returned to his bedroom. It wasn't that he was heartless. He was merely demonstrating to Wenqing that crying wouldn't solve any problems in the apocalypse. By now, he understood that the storm was far more complicated than he had imagined. Even living on the 18th floor, there would come a day when he couldn't hold out. He had to maximize his chances to spin the apocalypse roulette within the limited time he had. The water level outside continued to rise, and more corpses were floating on the surface. But not all of these were merely starved to death. Many had become victims of humanity. Seeing Lin Yuan leave, Wenqing abandoned her thoughts of leaving the room. As he said, the group of people outside was watching her closely, and if she wasn't careful, they would capture and control her. Although Lin Yuan's attitude toward her was cold, he didn't intend to harm her. Wenqing gritted her teeth, stood up, wiped her tears, and started cleaning up the trash in the living room. After about 2 hours of hard work, the living room, which had been messed up by Lin Yuan, became tidy again. There was still water in the rooftop reservoir, so Wenqing used a basin to collect some, cleaned the floor with a cloth, and made a few simple water collection buckets using curtains and mineral water bottles, hanging them outside the window. Satisfied, she finally sat back on the sofa. But just as she settled down, a strong wave of hunger made her vision go dark. If it weren't for the sofa back supporting her body, she might have fallen to the floor. After returning to his room, Lin Yuan didn't go to sleep, but started the roulette again. He originally wanted a sturdy iron door to replace the security door, but this time, the roulette didn't land on anything related to doors. Instead, it stopped on the Apocalypse Supplies Gift Pack. Apocalypse Supplies Gift Pack? Lin Yuan was taken aback. This gift was different from the previous ones and felt like opening a blind box. He didn't know what was inside the Apocalypse Supplies Gift Pack. At that moment, various vegetables and meats appeared in Lin Yuan's bedroom, along with a camping stove for outdoor cooking. The camping stove was a great item. It could be fitted with a gas canister, which would last about 2 hours. The reason he had stored so many supplies, only to watch them rot in the end, was that he had no gas or electricity to cook them. Now, with the camping stove, all his problems were solved. If only the system had its own consciousness. Lin Yuan would definitely give it a good knock to get it to provide him with more food. Lin Yuan walked out of his room, looking at Wenqing, who was slumped over on the sofa from hunger, and slowly said, "Not bad." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wenqing instantly perked up. "Right? I'm not just a surgeon. I'm also good at housework." At that moment, Wenqing looked like a little girl waiting for praise, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yuan. "Can you cook?" "Yes." Wenqing nodded eagerly, but then her enthusiasm deflated. "But there's no gas or electricity right now, so I can't make anything. Come to my bedroom for a moment." Lin Yuan said to Wenqing and turned back to his bedroom. Go to his bedroom? That's not good. Wenqing's heart skipped a beat. Was she about to step from the dragon's den into the tiger's lair? But the protests from her stomach grew louder, and she felt that if she didn't eat something soon, she might really die here. Forget it, just let him have his way. Although he seems heartless, at least he hasn't forced me. And besides, in the apocalypse, I need to find a reliable person to protect me to survive. Wenqing gently persuaded herself in her heart and timidly walked into Lin Yuan's bedroom. But as soon as she entered, Wenqing was dumbfounded. "Where did you get all these supplies?" Wenqing hurriedly ran to a plastic bag and opened it to find fresh pork tenderloin. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I'll provide you with supplies and cooking equipment. So let's cook a few signature dishes and eat together." Lin Yuan certainly couldn't tell anyone about the apocalypse roulette system if it got out. He might not even see the sun the next day. Cooking equipment? What cooking equipment? Before Wenqing could react, she saw Lin Yuan bringing over the camping stove, even taking out 2 gas canisters. This can be used to cook, right? Yes. Wenqing's eyes instantly lit up. She looked Lin Yuan up and down, marveling. You really bring me so many surprises, as if you were prepared in advance. As if? No, he was actually prepared long ago. It's just that the time since his rebirth was too short and he didn't have much money, so he couldn't prepare many things. The main reason was that he thought the heavy rain would last at most half a month. But he didn't expect it to go on for nearly a month now. If I had known, I should have taken out a loan to buy supplies, after all. Whether I pay it back or not is another matter. But there was no point in saying if now. Being able to have the apocalypse roulette system. He was already very satisfied. You sit here and wait. I'll make 2 of my signature dishes for you. With that, Wenqing moved the supplies to the coffee table in the living room and started to get busy. Lin Yuan didn't close the bedroom door, half lying on the bed. He watched Wenqing busying herself. If only it weren't the apocalypse, how nice it would be to have such a capable and virtuous wife. After a long day of work, he could come home, lie on the sofa, and wait for delicious food to be served. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, in room 1702 on the 17th floor, Aunt May and Wu Yu flaunted the collected supplies before Wu Yu finally spoke about the events that had transpired with Lin Yuan. After hearing this, Aunt May's face darkened. It's him again. Xiao Yu, don't worry. He won't be arrogant for long. In the end, we'll take care of him. And that little vixen will be at your mercy. Thank you, Aunt. Wu Yu was also blinded by hatred. Hearing Aunt May's words, she was sure there was a way to deal with Lin Yuan. As long as she could take revenge, she would do anything. But Aunt, will the relevant departments really send rescue personnel to save us? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Wu Yu looked at the water that had already reached the 6th floor and felt a wave of fear. Sigh. What I said was just to stabilize everyone's emotions and to obtain the supplies in their hands. Now the relevant departments can't even take care of themselves. Who will come to look after us common folks? Of course, this was just a matter of time. Once they finished dealing with the issues above, they would surely organize a rescue. So we must utilize the resources in this building to survive until the last moment. Chapter 11. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding, so that was it. No wonder Aunt summoned everyone to hand in their supplies. They were still waiting desperately for supplies and rescue, unaware that the supplies had already fallen into their hands. A sinister smile appeared on Wu Yu's face, one so terrifying that even she didn't realize it. Now our goal is to find a way to snatch the supplies from that couple upstairs and drive them out. No, Aunt, we need to drive Lin Yuan out. The woman is mine. That works. The two exchanged a smile, both seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. In this environment, driving Lin Yuan out would undoubtedly spell his doom, but neither of their mindsets changed. This was the effect they wanted. On the other side, in the fire escape, 2 men quietly approached. One was short, while the other only swung one arm as he walked. Damn it, my wound has already gotten infected. That kid on the 18th floor is really ruthless. Don't worry, big brother. When I was up on the 18th floor with everyone, I heard that kid lives next to a surgeon. With her around, you'll be fine. Yeah, once I'm healed, the first thing I'll do is kill that bastard. The two arrived at the 18th floor, peered around, and finding the corridor dark and empty, they quietly approached the door of 1802. It smells so good, big brother. Damn, I can smell it too. That bastard next door must be cooking. While these people are starving, he's enjoying himself at home. The tall man cursed, wishing he could flay Lin Yuan alive. The two looked at Lin Yuan's security door with longing, wishing they could move in there themselves. Big brother, the door is locked. How do we get in? The short man asked, lowering his voice. Break it down. Use the fire axe to smash the door. The tall man handed the fire axe to the short man. No matter what, we have to drag that doctor out today to treat my wound. Of course, if the girl is as beautiful as you say, I wouldn't mind giving her a project worth over 100 million. As he spoke, a lewd smile appeared on the tall man's lips. As expected of big brother. Once you're done playing, can I have a turn? The short man also wore a lewd smile, recalling the surgeon's stunning beauty, far superior to the little woman downstairs. That can be arranged. The sound insulation in the Sakura International building wasn't very good. When the two sneaked up, Wenqing noticed them and carefully crept to the door to listen. She initially thought they were coming to deal with Lin Yuan, so she wanted to eavesdrop for information to report back to him in exchange for the next meal. But after hearing their conversation, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Thank goodness she wasn't home right now. Otherwise, she would have a hard time escaping misfortune today. Bang! With a loud crash, the intruders had started to use the fire axe on her security door. Wenqing was startled and stepped back, slipping and falling. "Ah!" she cried out. But just as she fell, her body landed against a solid chest. "Be careful." Lin Yuan's voice came from behind her, calming her heart a bit. "Now do you understand why I didn't want you to leave this room?" Lin Yuan helplessly kicked aside the clutter on the floor. "Your value as a surgeon in this apocalypse is as important as supplies. These people will definitely try to control you. And with so many men living in this building, you know better than I do what will happen if you get controlled." Wenqing fell silent. She indeed understood the terrible fate of falling into the hands of these demons. Turning around, she looked up at Lin Yuan and whispered a thank you. Although Wenqing was tall among women, Lin Yuan still towered over her, and the two were now standing close together, one looking up and the other looking down, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Wenqing's face flushed, and she hurriedly broke away from Lin Yuan's embrace, reaching up to smooth her hair, speaking in a shy tone. I'll go cook." Lin Yuan didn't force Wenqing. While he enjoyed holding her, he needed to deal with the two troubles outside. He reloaded the arrows into the crossbow and gently opened the door a crack. In the quiet hallway, the creaking sound of the door should have been noticed immediately. But unfortunately, the short man's loud banging on the door drowned out any chance of hearing it. Seeing that it was only the two of them, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Out of caution, he didn't open the door wide, instead keeping a gap just wide enough for his crossbow to fit through. One hand was on the doorknob while the other held the crossbow against his arm. Whoosh! The trigger was pulled, and the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, accurately hitting the short man. The short man, who had been vigorously hacking at the anti-theft door lock, froze in place and let out a scream that startled the tall man next to him. "What the hell are you doing?" The tall man, furious, slapped the short man across the face. However, compared to the pain in his rear, this slap was nothing. The short man covered his backside with one hand and pointed towards Lin Yuan with the other. He shot me in the butt." "What?" The tall man was taken aback. Upon hearing the words crossbow, his eyelids twitched, and he quickly turned to look behind him. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yuan had already loaded another bolt into the crossbow and looked at the tall man, saying, "So, what brings you two here to deliver supplies?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the muscles on the tall man's face twitched twice, but he still mustered the courage to say, "Bro, we weren't looking for trouble with you. Why are you meddling in our affairs?" "Meddling? Didn't your buddy tell you that the woman living in 1802 is my girlfriend?" "My girlfriend?" Hearing these three words, both the people outside and inside were stunned. When did she become his girlfriend? I didn't know." The short man turned pale and quickly explained to the tall man. "Big brother, I really didn't know that Doctor was this guy's girlfriend. I'll settle this with you later." The tall man shot a fierce glare at the short man, quickly forcing a smile and whispering to Lin Yuan, "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We'll leave right now and definitely won't disturb you two anymore." Seeing the tall man take charge, Lin Yuan aimed the crossbow back at the short man. "I'm leaving too, I won't come back." Following the old saying, "Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes," the short man quickly raised his hands and forced a smile at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan aimed the crossbow at the short man's backside, and the reason was already clear. The short man shivered, but under the threat of the crossbow, he gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow that was stuck in his rear, yelping in pain. Seeing this, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Put it on the ground and get lost." Yes. The two raised their hands, watching Lin Yuan's movements as they retreated to the fire escape door. Only after they had completely disappeared did Lin Yuan relax his guard, push the door open, and go out to retrieve the arrows. After all, the ammunition provided by the system was too scarce. He had already lost one steel ball, and if he didn't use it sparingly, he would run out sooner or later. He knew that the only reason he was safe now was because of the crossbow. Once the protection of the crossbow was gone, his anti-theft door wouldn't last a minute before someone dismantled it. Just as Lin Yuan bent down to pick up the arrows, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the dark corridor and knocked him to the ground. Crap! Lin Yuan's heart sank. Despite all his precautions, he had still fallen into someone's trap. At the moment he was knocked down, Lin Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the crossbow, twisting around to hit the person's head, while his legs kicked out, not knowing where they landed. The person let out a muffled grunt and loosened their grip on Lin Yuan's hand. How dare you ambush me? Lin Yuan rolled over and quickly got up, delivering a series of kicks to the man on the ground. However, the man had no intention of giving up. He shook his body and lunged at Lin Yuan again. The commotion outside attracted Wenqing's attention inside the room, and she hurriedly turned off the stove and ran out with a spatula. Upon seeing Lin Yuan wrestling with a man, Wenqing immediately approached them without hesitation, swinging the spatula at the man's head. The spatula in Wenqing's hand was made of stainless steel and freshly taken from the pot. It hit the man hard, causing him to let out a scream and loosen his grip. Lin Yuan, ignoring his own pain, scrambled to his feet, picked up the fallen arrows, and mounted the man. How dare you hit me? With a swift motion, the sharp arrowhead pierced directly into the man's eye, causing him to lose all resistance as he rolled around, clutching his eye in pain. I'll teach you not to ambush me. Lin Yuan was furious, pulling out the arrow and stabbing it into the man's face again. Watching Lin Yuan go wild, Wenqing was also startled, momentarily forgetting to intervene, simply standing by and watching in a daze. It wasn't until the man beneath him stopped moving entirely that Lin Yuan collapsed to the side, gasping for breath. Due to the darkness in the corridor, Lin Yuan had no idea how many times he had stabbed the man or where he had stabbed him. Hey, come over and help me up. Lin Yuan struggled to sit up from the ground, reaching out his hand and calling to Wenqing. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Wenqing finally regained her senses and hurried over to help him up. After helping Lin Yuan back to his feet, Wenqing bent down to check the man's neck. After a moment, she stood up and said to Lin Yuan, "He's dead." Dead? Lin Yuan shuddered, a wave of nausea washing over him. However, with Wenqing still there, he gritted his teeth and swallowed back the bile that was about to rise, coldly saying, he deserved to die. After saying this, Lin Yuan turned to head back to his place, but the slight tremble in his voice betrayed the turmoil in his heart. After all, it was his first time killing someone, and he felt some resistance deep down. But Wenqing was different, having been a surgeon for many years. Although it was also her first time witnessing a murder, she had seen many corpses before and quickly grabbed Lin Yuan's hand, saying, "We need to deal with the body. Typically, in this temperature and humidity, it will start to decompose within 48 hours, and after 35 days, it will emit a noticeable foul smell. If you don't want our home to be filled with the stench of decay every day, it's best to help me dispose of it." Lin Yuan looked at Wenqing in surprise. As expected of a surgeon, most women would have been scared stiff by such a scene. And even he had lost his basic ability to think. Yet, Wenqing was still able to analyze the situation clearly, which made Lin Yuan admire her. For the first time, he felt that keeping this woman by his side might not be a mistake. All right. After saying this, Lin Yuan put the crossbow away in the room, only taking one arrow for self-defense. After locking the door, he and Wenqing dragged the man's body into the fire escape. The two struggled mightily, finally managing to toss the man's body down through the gap in the stairs before returning to the room. Phew. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, his body going soft as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Just as he was about to sit down on the sofa, Wenqing reminded him, "You better clean the blood off yourself. We don't know what infectious diseases these people might have, and if you catch something, it could be troublesome." Good point. Lin Yuan gratefully glanced at Wenqing and hurried into the bathroom to wash off the blood. Due to the power outage, the water from the showerhead was icy cold. But luckily the temperature wasn't too low at this time, or he would have caught a chill. After thoroughly washing away the blood, Lin Yuan emerged from the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. To his surprise, Wenqing had not only prepared a meal but was also playing with his crossbow. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he rushed over to her and snatched the crossbow away. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuan looked down at Wenqing, trying to read something from her face. It seemed that she had become more familiar with him, as Wenqing was no longer as restrained as at the beginning, and didn't even care about the cut on her finger from when Lin Yuan had grabbed it. Instead, she put her finger in her mouth and sucked on it a few times. "Your arrows and crossbow are stained with that person's blood. I've cleaned them for you." Hearing Wenqing's words, Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He quietly looked at Wenqing and made a decision. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her finger out of her mouth. "You." Wenqing stared blankly at Lin Yuan, wanting to say something, but he interrupted, "Come with me." Without waiting for her agreement, Lin Yuan took her hand and led her into the bedroom. Chapter 13. The Hand with the Scalpel. Lin Yuan, wait a minute. As Wenqing was being pulled into the bedroom, she struggled and said, "Lin Yuan, isn't this moving a bit too fast?" "I'm not ready." Hearing her words, Lin Yuan nearly stumbled and fell. What was going on? He had just heard Wenqing, a surgeon, mention the possibility of infectious diseases in that blood. and he had thought to help her out with the medicines he had prepared, but now it seemed she had misunderstood. However, a playful thought suddenly crossed Lin Yuan's mind, and he smirked, tightening his grip a little as he dragged Wenqing directly to the edge of the bed. Sit. Wenqing's face flushed, and images of traditional gender roles flashed through her mind. Take off your clothes, Lin Yuan said in a commanding tone. Wenqing's face turned even redder. Although she was no longer inexperienced, it was still her first time, and she felt a bit nervous. But thinking about how she would have to rely on Lin Yuan to survive in the apocalypse, she was afraid that if she offended him, she might be kicked out and her fate would be worse than it was now. A fierce internal struggle ensued in Wenqing's heart. On one hand, she didn't want to casually give her most precious thing to someone she had only known for a week, but on the other hand, she didn't want to face the harshness of the apocalypse alone. After struggling for a while, Wenqing made one of the most significant decisions of her life. She would do as he said. Lin Yuan appeared to be younger than her, but there was that saying about older women being more valuable. Even if she was several years older, she could just embrace him more. She appreciated that Lin Yuan could maintain his composure in the apocalypse. On the surface, he seemed reliable. Being by his side greatly increased her chances of survival. With this in mind, Wenqing closed her eyes and slowly took off her outer jacket, but her trembling eyebrows revealed that she was a bit flustered. Her fair skin exposed to the air was like a delicate flower, fragile and soft. Beneath her shoulders hung a pair of endowments that caught Lin Yuan's attention. According to incomplete statistics, this kind of natural endowment only accounted for 5% of the female population, a blessing from heaven. Below that, her toned waist showed that Wenqing paid attention to body management. It seemed that she felt Lin Yuan's slightly aggressive gaze, and her face became a bit hot. How about we wash up? Sure. Aren't we going to the bathroom? No need. There's water here. Ding. Congratulations, host, for following your heart, clearing the accumulated magazine of 27 years, and successfully obtaining Wenqing's true heart. The system adds a reward, 2 chances to spin the wheel. Detected that the host already has 4 chances to spin the wheel. Would you like to use them? No. With a snap, the lighter's flame lit up the dark room as Lin Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Wenqing leaned slightly against Lin Yuan, her slender hand brushing against his firm chest. After all, he was an athlete, and this bit of muscle was impressive. However, what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that a hand that could wield a scalpel could also hold a gun. Lin Yuan, have you been planning this for a long time? Now that she was Lin Yuan's, Wenqing's tone became more confident. She wanted to ask him when he had developed an interest in her, just like those other girls. Honestly, I haven't. Lin Yuan sat up and smiled. Still denying it? Wenqing pouted, her lips almost at a height to hang a kettle. She stole a glance at Lin Yuan. This straight guy wouldn't really not comfort her, would he? However, Wenqing was destined to be disappointed. Lin Yuan had no intention of comforting her at all, and instead began rummaging through a broken travel bag by the bedside. Hey, at least come and comfort me. As Wenqing pouted, she felt her face burning, and even the tips of her ears were slightly heated. Usually, when her friends spoke in high-pitched voices, she was the first to burst out laughing, but now that it was her turn, she felt too embarrassed to look Lin Yuan in the eye. Wait, I'm busy. Lin Yuan shook off the ash from his cigarette and pulled out a large bag of medicine from the travel bag, opening it to rummage through. Wenqing curiously leaned closer to Lin Yuan and couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did you get so many medicines?" Even as a doctor, she didn't have this much stock. After all, no one expected the heavy rain to last this long. Aside from drug dealers or private clinics, no one would buy so many medicines to stock up at home. The most anyone would have is a bit of ibuprofen and cephalosporins. You didn't know this heavy rain would last long, did you? Wenqing suddenly thought of a possibility, looking up at Lin Yuan in surprise. No, not really. Lin Yuan was taken aback. It's no wonder women have such strong instincts. However, he couldn't reveal that he was a reborn person and the secret of the apocalypse wheel to Wenqing, not even if she was his woman. The identity of being a reborn person wasn't very useful, but saying it out loud seemed absurd. Moreover, the apocalypse wheel system was his only reliance to survive in this world. It was his biggest trump card. If it leaked, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Aren't you a surgeon? Come help me see which medicines can treat your wounds. You didn't bring me to the bedroom just to treat my wounds, did you? Wenqing was smart and quickly understood Lin Yuan's implication, but she still held on to a glimmer of hope, fantasizing that Lin Yuan brought her to the bedroom for something more intimate. After all, if Lin Yuan admitted it, she could shift all the responsibility onto him and avoid the pangs of conscience. But if he didn't admit it, Wouldn't that mean she was the one with unhealthy thoughts? Well, that was the initial thought, but then I just couldn't hold back. How embarrassing. Wenqing felt her face burning even more, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She should have clarified what Lin Yuan intended before proceeding with her actions. Now, it seemed that he had no such intentions, while she had rushed to offer herself. Wenqing jumped off the bed, frustrated, and before Lin Yuan could react, she pounced on him and bit his shoulder. Ouch. This girl really bites. Seeing Lin Yuan wince in pain, Wenqing stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. The dish is getting cold. I'll go heat it up. Watching Wenqing flee in a panic, Lin Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Eating the meal she made was going to be quite a challenge. Chapter 14. The way to survive. The aroma of the food filled the room again, just like Wenqing herself. Lin Yuan, dressed and leaving the bedroom, gave Wenqing a thumbs up. I now believe you can really cook. Wenqing didn't just reheat the cooled food in the steamer. She returned to the pot to cook again. Some dishes will taste better this way, preventing the flavors from flowing back into the condensate and causing them to spoil. Come and eat while it's hot. After reheating the food, Wenqing quickly started serving. Lin Yuan also became interested and surprisingly took out a bottle of red wine from the side, pouring it into a decanter to breathe. You really know how to enjoy life. If that group of people outside knew they could have 4 hot dishes and red wine here, I wonder if they would try to squeeze into your house at all costs. Wenqing lightly brushed her skirt with her hands and sat gracefully opposite Lin Yuan. They would. Lin Yuan answered without hesitation. They will eventually break in, so we must take control of this building before they lose their sanity. Do you have any ideas? Wenqing, chewing her food, mumbled in response. She was too hungry, despite wanting to appear dignified in front of Lin Yuan. The remaining bit of dignity could hardly withstand the onslaught of delicious food. Not at the moment. Lin Yuan's thought was just a fleeting idea, and there wasn't a well-thought-out plan. However, this situation reminded him that staying cooped up in this small place would eventually lead to being killed by that group outside. The moment their supplies run out would be his death. Don't be fooled by the fact that he had a crossbow. Those people still didn't dare to act openly, but when death really loomed over them, those 2 arrows and steel balls would eventually run out. After dinner, Lin Yuan lay on the bed, constantly pondering how to deal with that group outside. It was definitely unrealistic to kill them all. He knew his own limits. The best way was to cultivate a group of trusted subordinates. However, he didn't know much about the people in this building, so he called out to Wenqing, who was busy washing dishes in the kitchen. Wenqing, come here for a moment. What's up? Wenqing wiped her hands on her clothes and leaned against the door frame in the bedroom. How long have you lived in this building? Almost 2 years, right? Wenqing looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. Why do you ask this? Are there any strong fighters or small-time thugs in your building? The kind that would dare to risk their lives? You want to recruit them? Wenqing quickly guessed Lin Yuan's intention. Smart. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, sat up from the bed, and looked at Wenqing. I just thought about it. Right now, we have only 2 ways to survive. One is to eliminate them all. But this method is a bit difficult to execute. At least the 2 of us alone are not enough. The second way is to build our own force. But forming a force has high requirements for people. My target is those single, strong young men, preferably those who can usually mix in, or those with tough personalities. First, such people don't have families, which can reduce our resource expenditure. Second, although these people were marginalized in the past, they are invaluable in the apocalypse. Lin Yuan expressed his analysis, and to be honest, having someone to discuss matters within the apocalypse felt pretty good. However, they had spent too little time together, and he wasn't sure if Wenqing would betray him. Human nature is the most complex, and therefore the most difficult to see through. There are indeed such people. Wenqing put her finger on her lower lip, thought for a moment, and said, There's a guy named Wang Dachui on the 6th floor. I heard he used to work at a meat processing plant, and is quite tough. There was someone who messed with him in the community before, and they got beaten up pretty badly. In the end, Uncle Mao had to step in to control the situation, otherwise, the person who provoked him would have had to meet his great-grandmother. Hiss. Hearing Wenqing say this, Lin Yuan became interested in the person named Wang Dachui. However, ever since the flood came in, it was unclear whether Wang Dachui was still on the 6th floor. Wenqing shrugged. No one would stay put and wait to die, except for those of us living on the 18th floor. At least it can be determined that he is still in this building. Lin Yuan shrugged and said affirmatively, even if it means searching every apartment, we have to find Wang Dachui. Lin Yuan looked at the increasingly severe leaking window, and the tension in his heart tightened again. Sooner or later, this window would be blown open by the heavy rain, and that would be the end for everyone. unless he could find a means of transportation above water before the 18th floor flooded or a rescue team arrived in time to save them. I'm not someone who is willing to leave my life to fate. Sighing, Lin Yuan lay back down and closed his eyes. In a daze, Lin Yuan felt a warm body crawl into his bed. It must be winching, and Lin Yuan didn't pay attention, falling back asleep. This time, Lin Yuan didn't sleep soundly. Perhaps it was because there was another person beside him. He dreamed that Aunt May was chasing him with a kitchen knife, forcing him to jump out of the window into the flood. He couldn't see which floor it was, but the suffocating sensation was exceptionally clear. Waking up suddenly, he found that Winching had covered his mouth and nose with the quilt. Did you have a nightmare? Lin Yuan looked at Winching, who had her brows furrowed, sighed, and covered her with the quilt again, then got up and dressed. He planned to go out for a while and bring back some clothes for Winching from next door. Women are different from men, especially when it comes to intimate clothing. If they don't change frequently, all sorts of problems will come knocking. He didn't want his cheap girlfriend to turn into a biological mother. Lin Yuan left Winching a note to prevent her from getting up and not finding him and impulsively pushing the door out. After settling everything, Lin Yuan took his crossbow and opened the security door. Creak. With a crisp sound from the hinge, Lin Yuan cautiously poked his head out. Having learned from past experiences, he was now careful even when opening the door. The previous man hadn't been holding any weapons, but if anyone had a kitchen knife, who knows who would be the one tossed from the 18th floor. Locking the security door, Lin Yuan headed toward the fire escape. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a strange collision sound startled Lin Yuan, who had just stepped out, causing him to shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Who? Lin Yuan pulled out an arrow from his backpack for self-defense and loaded a steel ball before walking toward the direction of the sound. As the sound grew clearer, Lin Yuan arrived at the elevator. The sound was coming from inside the elevator. Lin Yuan curiously leaned closer to the elevator. Logically speaking, it had been more than half a month since the heavy rain began on August 23rd, and it was about a week since the entire city lost power. It was impossible for anyone to survive in the cramped elevator for a week. Could it be a ghost? Chapter 15 Sube Namo Amitba, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jade Emperor. And Queen Mother, bless me. Lin Yuan silently recited a calming mantra in his heart, although he didn't know if that was how Lao Jun would chant it. Bang bang. Two more dull thuds echoed in the silent corridor, sounding particularly clear. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and cautiously approached the elevator, asking, "Are you a person or a ghost?" Nonsense, of course, I'm a person. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the person in the elevator seemed to grasp onto the last straw for survival, quickly saying, "No, buddy, my tone wasn't very good just now. Can you help me get out? Help you out? How can I help you?" Lin Yuan originally didn't want to help. After all, prying open the elevator door by hand was too dangerous, and his 9 years of compulsory education didn't allow him to do that. But then he thought, isn't this a good opportunity to win people's hearts? A life-saving grace combined with resource support. Even if someone had a heart of iron, they would still be moved, right? You from the outside, I from the inside. Let us pry it together. I'm stuck between the 17th and 18th floors. Don't worry, buddy. As long as you can save me, I'll recognize you as my big brother. Okay, I can give it a try. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he placed his hands on the gap of the elevator door. However, the gap in the elevator door was very small, and it was basically unrealistic for him to try to get his fingers in. After much effort, the two finally managed to pry open a small crack, but it was pitch black inside the elevator, and he couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. Come on, buddy, put in a bit more effort. The person inside saw a glimmer of hope and urged Lin Yuan, "Don't rush me. I know I need to put in more effort." Fortunately, Lin Yuan was well-fed and had some strength. If he were like others who were starving all day, he wouldn't even be able to pry open a security door, let alone an elevator door. However, prying open a crack was much simpler. With a point to leverage, it was easier to exert force. To be honest, Lin Yuan was somewhat impressed with the guy inside the elevator. To survive for such a long time in such a dark and cramped space, his will to live must be incredibly strong. With both hands holding the left side of the door and his right foot pushing against the right side, they exerted force together, and with a click, the elevator door was actually opened. As soon as the elevator door opened, a strong stench hit them. This guy must have done his business inside. Just as the elevator door opened, a strong arm reached out. "Buddy, pull me out." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan grabbed the person's hand and pulled him out of the elevator with all his might. Good grief. This guy smelled like he had been soaking in a cesspool for a week. The stench was embedded in his body. Ah, It feels so good to be alive. As soon as he crawled out of the elevator, the man sat on the ground, gasping for breath. After a few minutes, he took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it to Lin Yuan. Thanks, buddy. I'm Su Bei. What's your name? I don't have a name, Lin Yuan replied, taking a step back to create distance, not knowing if this guy might suddenly turn violent. As for the cigarette Su Bei offered, Lin Yuan didn't take it. It wasn't that he didn't want to smoke, but he was afraid to. Who knew if the cigarette had anything mixed in? No, I mean, what's your name? Su Bei chuckled lightly, clearly aware that Lin Yuan was wary of him, and then took a puff of the cigarette. Lin Yuan. After confirming that Su Bei had no intention of attacking, Lin Yuan relaxed his guard a little. How did you end up in the elevator? I had no choice. I came to visit a friend, but unexpectedly, it started pouring heavily. As the rain got worse, and even the first floor was flooded, we had no choice but to run to the top floor, hoping to escape this disaster. But unexpectedly, the power went out, and we got trapped in the elevator. Luckily, we had prepared some supplies while running, which allowed us to survive in the elevator for so long. Su Bei sighed, as if recalling something terrifying, his fingers holding the cigarette slightly trembling. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan nodded. They were relatively lucky. Without supplies, and with poor ventilation in the elevator, they wouldn't have been able to last 7 days. All right, let's get your friend out. Lin Yuan didn't want to linger in one place for too long and hurriedly wanted to rescue Su Bei's friend. But at that moment, Su Bei suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on Lin Yuan's shoulder. No need, he's already dead. What? Lin Yuan's expression changed, and his heart sank. From the beginning, he felt that Su Bei was not a good person, and hearing this only solidified his thoughts. With a sudden shrug, Lin Yuan broke free from Su Bei's hand and warily looked at him. How did he die? Su Bei, however, smiled nonchalantly. We were supposed to escape together. But this guy, having nothing better to do, wanted to snatch supplies from me. You tell me, could I let him live? By the end, Su Bei's smile took on a strange quality in Lin Yuan's eyes. Is the truth really like this? Lin Yuan knew that there were definitely things he didn't know between them, and things Su Bei was unwilling to share. However, he had found someone he could potentially recruit. Someone who could turn on their own friends was exactly the kind of person Lin Yuan needed. Of course, whether he could be used by Lin Yuan would depend on Su Bei's later behavior. Su Bei, the flood outside has already reached the 7th floor. You can't leave now. Lin Yuan first informed him of the situation outside, and then added, the situation in this building is complex. If possible, you can work for me, and I can provide you with survival supplies. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Su Bei sneered. You don't mean you want me to follow you, do you? You saved me. As a reward, I can do one thing for you. But if you want to control me continuously, I'm sorry, I don't agree to that deal. This Su Bei clearly was not a good person. It wouldn't be easy to control him, but in this building, Lin Yuan held what he needed most, food. Compared to the supplies from Aunt May, his food was fresher and more diverse. As the saying goes, milk is a mother. And he didn't believe Su Bei wouldn't eventually come to him for help. All right, since you have this attitude, I don't think we need to continue discussing. Of course, if you change your mind later and want to work with me, come to 1801 to find me. Lin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time and turned to head toward the fire escape. Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, Su Bei fell into silence. After a long time, he extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand and walked into the darkness, believing that with his abilities, he could survive in this building. Chapter 16. Mutual testing in the darkness. On the 18th floor, only 2 of the 4 units were occupied. One was his, and the other was Wenqing's. As for the other 2 units, Aunt May originally intended to merge the entire floor, but later, under Lin Yuan's pressure, she retreated to the 17th floor. Therefore, he only needed to search the floors below the 17th. Scouting buildings is the most fundamental survival skill in the apocalypse. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't believe that he was the only one scouting. Aunt May had probably already scouted the whole floor, but her purpose was different from his. She was searching for supplies to improve her chances of survival in the apocalypse. As for Lin Yuan, his main goal was to build his own team, so his scouting would be a bit easier than Aunt May's. As he descended the stairs, Lin Yuan tried to control his footsteps to make no sound, his right hand resting on the handle of his crossbow. Although the darkness cloaked him in a shroud that concealed his presence, it also granted other hunters the ability to hide in the dark. He had to remain vigilant at all times to prevent anyone from jumping out from behind him. It wasn't just about whether he could fight back. The mere fright could give him a heart attack. The 17th floor corridor was as dark as the floor he lived on. Aunt May hadn't forced everyone to stay on the 17th floor, It seemed she wasn't foolish. This was his first time going downstairs. Contrary to his expectations, the ostensibly righteous Aunt May did not take in the owners from various floors, but instead drove them down to lower floors. It made sense. How could such a cunning and crafty person not understand the dangers of people gathering together? After pausing at the fire escape door for a while, Lin Yuan did not enter the 17th floor but headed toward the 16th. One of the 4 rooms on the 17th floor must belong to Aunt May. If he were unlucky and knocked on her door, his plans would be exposed. It wasn't that he was afraid of her, but Aunt May's influence was certainly greater than his at the moment. She might find Wang Dachui before he could. As for why Lin Yuan was sure that Wang Dachui had not colluded with Aunt May, it was because when Aunt May led people into his house that day, Wang Dachui was not present. If he had been there, he certainly wouldn't have hidden among the crowd. A person with that kind of personality would always be the loudest wherever they went. Just when Lin Yuan was about to continue down the stairs, a sudden creaking sound broke the silence in the 17th floor hallway. Someone was coming out. Lin Yuan quickly hid behind the fire door, gripping his crossbow tightly, holding his breath to listen carefully to the sounds in the corridor. Footsteps began to echo. The sound of footsteps was particularly jarring in the quiet hallway. Cold sweat started to slide down Lin Yuan's scalp, judging by the sounds. The other party Henti closed the security door and was instead walking step by step towards him. As the footsteps grew closer, Lin Yuan's chest began to rise and fall violently. If the person wasn't he coming for him, that would be fine. After all, the fire escape was the only way to connect the upper and lower floors of the building, so walking this way didn't necessarily mean they were looking for him. But Lin Yuan held the worst assumption. He had just exposed himself, and the other party might have seen him through the peephole and was now heading straight for him. Closer, even closer. Lin Yuan bit his lower lip and raised the crossbow in front of him. He was perfectly hidden behind the fire door. If the other party dared to suddenly pop their head out to scare him, he would definitely not hesitate to fire a steel ball at them. How Lin Yuan wished he had a flashlight right now. At least a beam of light in the darkness could dispel a lot of fear. If he could go back later, he would definitely ask Wen Qing if she had a flashlight. Just as Lin Yuan was lost in thought, the footsteps suddenly stopped. But through the fire door, he could hear the other party's breathing right next to him. They had arrived at his side. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the darkness, gripping the edge of the door, almost scaring Lin Yuan to death. It was a slender hand with long nails painted red. My goodness! At this late hour, a hand with red nail polish suddenly appearing and gripping the door's edge was quite a mental shock for Lin Yuan. Damn it, it's now or never. Lin Yuan raised his crossbow, just about to spring out from behind the door and give them a barrage of steel balls when the other party spoke first. I mean you no harm. Please do not hurt me. The other party was a woman, and from her demeanor, she seemed to be a clever one. Just as Lin Yuan had thought, she had seen him through the peephole, and her gripping the door was not to scare him, but to confirm his location. Since women generally have less strength and the fire door is heavy, she couldn't control the force perfectly to avoid making the door creak while checking if someone was behind it. So she used her hand to grip the door edge and gently pushed the door with her body, and upon sensing that someone was indeed behind the door, she lowered her voice to inform Lin Yuan that she meant no harm. Of course, as for why this woman didn't just come over to confirm directly, but chose to test him this way, it was evident she suspected he might have a weapon, and rushing forward could lead to unnecessary violence. You walk to the right, stay away from me. Lin Yuan wasn't stupid. Who knew if this person was with Aunt May? All right, I'll do as you say. The woman followed Lin Yuan's instructions and moved to the opposite side of where he was hiding before speaking. I've done as you asked. You can come out now. Hearing the woman's voice, Lin Yuan stepped out from behind the door, but he still aimed the crossbow at her head. It was only after seeing that the woman was wearing a light nightgown that he finally relaxed. After all, this outfit was unlikely to conceal any weapons. He stepped closer to the woman and asked, "What is your name? What do you want from me?" The woman slowly raised both hands, signaling that she had no weapons. Before saying, "Brother, my name is Zhu Hui, and I'm your downstairs neighbor. I have no choice but to seek your help. I want you to help me get revenge." Revenge? Your downstairs neighbor? Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something and pointed the crossbow at her, saying, "Oh, so you're the brave one charging for love." Lin Yuan had a vivid memory of this woman when he was desperately trying to survive. That couple downstairs was still fighting for love amidst the howling storm, and because of that, he had been burning with rage all night, waking up the next day feeling like he had been hit with a bat. Zhu Huijuan's face turned red at the mention, but soon her eyes became even redder. "Yes, it's me." Saying this, Zhu Huiwan suddenly knelt in front of Lin Yuan. Brother, please help me. As long as you are willing to help me, I will do anything for you. I, Zhu Huiwan, will repay your kindness for the rest of my life, even if it means being a servant. Chapter 17, Room 1603, Being a Servant? To be honest, he didn't lack for servants. If he were to rally his current supplies and shout, "Who wants to follow me?" he believed a large number of followers would come. That was not what he wanted. In a post-apocalyptic world, having too many people in control was not a good thing. What he needed were elite soldiers. Tell me your value. Lin Yuan gestured for Zhu Huiwan to follow him upstairs and asked in a low voice. He didn't want to talk business under Aunt May's nose. As long as I can get my revenge, I am willing to do anything. Revenge? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He understood what Zhu Huiwan needed help with. You want me to help you get revenge for your boyfriend? He is my husband. Zhu Huiwan emphasized the term husband instead of boyfriend when mentioning this matter. It was clear that she truly cared for the man who had been pushed down the stairs. We met in school and have been in a 10-year-long relationship. Overcoming many external factors, we finally had a small home in Linjiang City. We planned to have a baby this year, but unexpectedly this happened. That day, those two beasts broke in. They insulted me in front of my husband and pushed him out of the window. I hate this storm. I hate those two people. But my power is too weak. I need someone to help me. As long as you can help me get revenge, I can do anything for you, even my body. Zhu Huijuan's voice grew more and more agitated, and her volume rose uncontrollably. Lin Yuan pressed his hands down to signal her to calm down. I deeply sympathize with your plight, but I have no interest in your body. After a pause, Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and said, I can help you, but not by directly killing them. What do you mean? Zhu Huiwan looked up, her previously ignited hopes dimming slightly. Don't you want to personally take revenge on your enemies? Do you have a plan? Just follow what I say first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for following their heart and reaching a deal with Zhu Huiwan, recruiting one member for the Apocalypse survival team, and earning one chance to spin the wheel. Congratulations to the host for receiving one wheel spin chance as a reward, current balance 5. Would you like to use the wheel spin? No. After sending Zhu Huiwan away, Lin Yuan quickly headed to the 16th floor. His primary task was still to find Wang Dachui and quickly assemble his Apocalypse survival team. Now he had 3 suitable candidates, Su Bei, Wang Dachui, and Zhu Huiwan. These 3 individuals were all alone and shared a common trait. They were tough. Among these 3, Lin Yuan valued Zhu Huiwan the most at this moment. All she had was her anger and hatred. As long as she could handle the tasks he assigned, she would definitely become a sharp weapon for him in the Apocalypse. Normally, these 3 would be the hardest types to control. No one would want to negotiate with such people. However, in the Apocalypse, as long as he could provide them with enough food to survive, he could have them obediently working for him. Lin Yuan pondered as he arrived at the 16th floor. To his surprise, there weren't many people here either. It seemed that the entire building's residents had formed a pyramid-like survival pattern. Those with more resources lived higher up, while those with fewer resources lived lower down. If Lin Yuan's thoughts were correct, then the 10th floor would definitely be where the majority of people lived. And the floor that Aunt May initially mentioned opening up should also be the 10th floor. As for why it wasn't the 8th or 9th floor, it was simple. The flood had already reached the 7th floor and would soon spread to the 9th. Even if they were to starve to death here without resources, they wouldn't compromise by living in such a dangerous place. Just as Lin Yuan was about to knock on doors one by one, he noticed the slightly ajar security door of room 1603. In this situation, it was unlikely that the resident had simply forgotten to close the door. There was only one possibility. Something had happened here. With that in mind, Lin Yuan took an arrow from his backpack and quietly approached the door of 1603. When he reached the entrance, he found the inside unusually quiet. Could it be that no one was home? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. Although the supplies he had on hand were enough for him and winching to survive, if they were to add more people, it would become a bit strained. Therefore, during his sweep of the building, he would try to gather as many useful supplies as possible to ensure he had enough resources to support the team he was about to build. Lin Yuan reached out and gently pulled open the security door, gripping the arrow tightly in his other hand, ready to strike if anyone dared to jump out at him. With a creaking sound from the rusty hinges, he slowly opened the security door and, after confirming there were no ambushes or traps at the entrance, quickly stepped inside. He gently closed the door behind him and surveyed the room, a strong scent of perfume catching his attention. How much did they spray? Lin Yuan sniffed, his nose itching. The layout of the room was quite similar to the one he rented on the 18th floor, and he quickly made his way to the kitchen. The kitchen was a crucial area for storing supplies. Generally, people would immediately put their resources in the kitchen or refrigerator after acquiring them. It was a double-door refrigerator. Lin Yuan smacked his lips. Such a refrigerator would cost at least a few thousand. From the furniture and appliances in the room, it was evident that this family had been living a comfortable life. However, just as he pulled the refrigerator door open slightly, a horrible stench quickly invaded his nostrils, hitting him like a hammer and almost causing him to faint on the spot. What the hell is that smell? After a few dry heaves, Lin Yuan stepped back 2 paces and used the arrow to pry open the refrigerator door, but what he saw next made him shudder. Inside the refrigerator was a man's head. Due to the lack of electricity, the man's head had severely decomposed, with many parts already turned to bone, and it was covered in a mass of maggots. No wonder the stench was so overpowering. I'm really unlucky. Just walking into a room, and I stumble upon a murder scene. Under the cloud of the apocalypse, the crime rate had skyrocketed. Although the visual shock of the scene was immense, it was within the range of what Lin Yuan could accept. Unexpectedly, a small mouse scurried into the room. Just as Lin Yuan was about to close the refrigerator door, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. The hair on his body stood on end, and he tightened his grip on the arrow, stabbing backward without even looking. No matter who you are, I'll shoot first and ask questions later. But the opponent was quick to react. As Lin Yuan made his move, the person had already stepped back, wielding a table leg in his hand, swinging it towards Lin Yuan's stomach. Bang! Lin Yuan let out a grunt, clutching his stomach as he fell to the ground. Just as he was frantically trying to get up, the person behind him began grinding their teeth ominously. Chapter 18. The Crazy Owner of 1603. Oh no! Is this old guy going to eat me? Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine as he saw the table leg coming down toward him again. He quickly rolled to the side to avoid the blow. Bam! The ground echoed with a dull thud, indicating a significant force, nearly causing the old guy to lose his grip on the stick. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan steadied himself and quickly got back up, kicking toward the man's stomach. He had never practiced martial arts and fought wildly, but he understood one thing: focus on one spot and hit hard. As he tackled the man down, Lin Yuan raised the arrow and aimed for the man's head. After 3 strikes, the man could only curl up and wail. I let you sneak attack me. I let you hit me with a stick. Lin Yuan didn't stab the man again. He still had questions for him, so he switched to using his fists, beating the man until he lost the ability to move, lying on the ground with his cries diminishing. In combat with these people, Lin Yuan's greatest advantage was that he could stay full. Both his stamina and strength remained at their peak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan rolled off the man and asked, "Are you done?" Yeah. The man's voice was hoarse, likely due to dehydration. Lin Yuan stood up and sat down on the sofa, gasping for breath. Now tell me, what is the situation on your floor? He didn't want to inquire about the head in the refrigerator. He mainly wanted to confirm his suspicions about what had happened to the building's residents after they left their homes. You're the young man from 1801. The man covered his head and struggled to get up, but his lack of strength caused him to fall back to the ground. However, having adapted to the darkness, he recognized Lin Yuan as the young man he had seen in 1801. Yeah, Lin Yuan acknowledged with a slight hum. I was tricked by Aunt May. The man cursed, unable to help but say, according to what she originally said, we were all supposed to live on the 17th floor together. But she claimed it was too crowded and could spread diseases. So she made us return to our own rooms and wait for her to redistribute the supplies and deliver them one by one. Everyone didn't really mind living separately. After all, everyone wanted their own private space, and what she said made sense, so we all agreed. But how long has it been? Not only have we not seen the redistributed supplies, we haven't even seen a single biscuit delivered. Some residents were frustrated and wanted to confront her, but it turned out that only part of them had received supplies. Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but interject. You were abandoned. Yeah. Although the man was reluctant to admit it, he had to accept the truth. I'm 45 this year. Years of driving a taxi have caused issues with my lumbar and cervical spine. Since last year, my lumbar spine has been compressing the nerves in my legs, causing pain in my right foot that makes it hard to walk. It's probably for this reason that I ended up on her blacklist. As for the head in the refrigerator, I lured another resident with a similar situation over, killed him, and put him inside. Why did you kill him? Do you have a grudge, or did he have supplies you wanted to take for yourself? Since they were already on the topic, Lin Yuan followed up with a question. No. The man denied Lin Yuan's assumption, chuckling before continuing. Of course, it was to eat his flesh. Damn. Lin Yuan felt his stomach churn, almost vomiting up the meal when she had cooked. Then you really deserve to die. Lin Yuan felt he had learned enough and was too lazy to waste more time with the man, directly pulling out the crossbow from his bag. I don't want to die. It seems that the man didn't notice Lin Yuan's movements because the room was too dark, and he continued to laugh, saying, I have to survive. My wife and children are still waiting to go home. The man's emotions fluctuated for a moment, but his tone became somewhat deranged. I have to live until the rain stops and drive to pick them up. Lin Yuan paused for a moment with the crossbow raised, staring at the man in front of him, and asked, Where are your wife and children? They? The man's laughter turned sharp all of a sudden. They're right under your ass. At that moment, like a tiger descending from the mountain, the man lunged at Lin Yuan with a roar. Damn it! As soon as the man said this, Lin Yuan felt a buzzing in his scalp. He raised his crossbow and aimed it at the man's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! The steel ball shot out from the crossbow and embedded itself in the man's head. At such a close range, the power of the steel ball was unimaginable, and the man's skull was instantly shattered. His body fell to the ground like a pile of rotten meat, twitching a couple of times before going still. Although Lin Yuan's legs felt a bit weak, he didn't dare to sit down after hearing the man's words. He quickly stood up and lifted the sofa cushion. The man's sofa had a wooden frame structure with a large space underneath. When he lifted the cushion, he immediately saw two corpses hidden beneath the sofa. No wonder the room smelled so strong. It must have been to cover up the stench from under the sofa. As for why he didn't close the door tightly, Lin Yuan thought it must be because the man couldn't stand the overpowering smell of perfume. What a beast. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Who would have thought this man cruelly killed his lover and child just to satisfy his own hunger? After the man died, Lin Yuan searched the entire room and found some useful items. A wolf Fong flashlight, several unopened packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water, and some tissue paper that came as a gift with fuel. Lin Yuan opened the window, and the heavy rain poured in, making it hard for him to keep his eyes open. After adapting to the rain hitting him, Lin Yuan looked down at the street below and felt a sense of living on the sea. The main road was completely invisible due to the rain. Everything was shrouded in mist, and the once vibrant city was now engulfed in endless darkness, making one feel a chill. He threw all the bodies out of the window, and after much effort, managed to lock the window again, and the pungent smell in the room faded somewhat. If it weren't for the fear of leaving these 3 corpses to fester and breed plague, Lin Yuan really didn't want to touch them. Let us leave it at this for today. He put the wolf Fong flashlight and compressed biscuits into his backpack and dragged 2 packs of mineral water out of room 1603. Little did he know that as soon as he left the door of room 1603, several pairs of eyes in the dark were fixated on his back, filled with greed, doubt, and Chapter 19. Scented candles. Lin Yuan dragged his weary body back home, and as soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of food. Looking at the dishes covered by a plate on the table, he suddenly felt that having a woman in the house was really nice. Back already? Wenxing, who didn't know when she had woken up, peeked out upon hearing the knocking, but upon seeing the blood on Lin Yuan, she let out a gasp. Are you hurt? No, it's someone else's blood. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and as he stepped into the room, his tense nerves relaxed. He casually took off his coat and quickly walked into the bathroom to wash up. In the bathroom, there was a black plastic bag, probably for Wenxing's physiological needs. Since the flood overflowed, the water in the toilet had been uncontrollably backing up, filling the house with a foul odor. To maintain a normal life, Lin Yuan directly turned off the water valve of the toilet and sealed it with tape. After cleaning the blood off, Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, and Wenxing had already flipped over the plate. I must say, Wenxing's cooking skills were quite good. Whether it was spicy stir-fried meat or dompa pork, both were textbook examples. However, after witnessing that man's perversion in room 1603, he really couldn't muster any interest in meat and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. What's wrong with you? Wenxing was startled by Lin Yuan's actions and hurriedly followed him. It's nothing. Out of pride, Lin Yuan didn't reveal his condition and, after a while, changed the subject, saying, I have an idea. Why don't we move the supplies to your place? After all, I just rented this room, and I haven't had a chance to buy many daily necessities. When he said this, Lin Yuan intentionally glanced at the black garbage bag on the floor. He had come in such a rush that he even forgot to buy a trash can, considering that Wenxing was a girl and that many things were inconvenient. Wenxing's face flushed, and she pouted, glancing out the window. It should have been done long ago. After they finished eating, taking advantage of the quiet night, they moved most of the supplies into 1802, leaving only a small portion in the original room. Why not move everything over? Are you planning to go back and live there? Wenxing wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Lin Yuan. That's not it. I have other uses for those things over there. In short, Lin Yuan left that small portion of supplies there specifically for Su Bei. He was certain that Su Bei would come back to find him because this building had already formed its own solidified circles, making it hard to accept outsiders in a situation of scarce resources. Furthermore, he didn't want Su Bei and others living in his house, especially before figuring out their backgrounds. All right, it's your stuff, you call the shots. Wenqing returned to her room, and her mood visibly stabilized. Lin Yuan looked around and had to admit that a girl's room was much cleaner and tidier than most men's. Of course, this was also because he hadn't been to other girls' homes. Make yourself at home, don't be polite. Although Wenqing was a new generation lesbian in the 21st century, she still had some traditional views, believing that since she and Lin Yuan had already established a de facto relationship, it was equivalent to confirming their bond. I didn't plan to be polite with you either. Lin Yuan smiled, found a comfortable spot on the sofa, and lit a cigarette. Seeing that Lin Yuan wasn't as restrained as she imagined, Wenqing began to organize the supplies. Lin Yuan lay on the sofa, carefully recalling the things he had seen outside today. The entire building had completely spiraled out of control, and the other buildings were no better. The evil in human nature was beginning to show. When a person could cruelly kill their beloved ones, they were hardly different from beasts. Remembering the scene of fighting with the man, Lin Yuan felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his skin. His strength was still too weak. At a critical moment, he even forgot that he had a crossbow in hand. If the weapon in the man's hands had been a kitchen knife instead of a table leg, it could have been him lying in a pool of blood. He needed to train. Although Lin Yuan had a background in sports, after starting work, he had only maintained running every day and hadn't done any specialized strength training, making him feel awkward in a fight now. He had to set up a special training plan for strength and speed to ensure he had the ability to survive in this apocalyptic world. Realizing this, Lin Yuan stubbed out his cigarette and got up to approach Wenqing. He had touched Wenqing's abdominal muscles and was sure that she must exercise regularly. A person who often works out would definitely have professional equipment at home. Wenqing, do you have any exercise equipment here? Wenqing was still busy tidying up when she heard Lin Yuan's words and instinctively replied, yes, what do you need? As Lin Yuan guessed, she usually paid great attention to her body management, so she had most of the fitness equipment. She led Lin Yuan to the guest room. And as soon as the door opened, he was stunned. One had to admit that Wenqing's self-discipline and perseverance made Lin Yuan admire her. At least she was better than him, a sports student. There were a treadmill, dumbbells, and a roller, jump ropes, and so on, indicating she had put in considerable effort in this area. Are you planning to work out? Wenqing smiled at Lin Yuan. That's a good suggestion. With enough resources and being able to eat and drink well at every meal, effective training can enhance survival chances in this environment. Wenqing was a smart person and quickly guessed Lin Yuan's intentions. Exactly. Lin Yuan took out a paper and pen from his backpack. With these tools, he could completely formulate his special training plan. Seeing Lin Yuan pick up the pen, Wenqing hurriedly said, wait a minute. Saying this, she went out and surprisingly came back with a candle, lighting it. You actually have such a good thing. The moment the flame illuminated, Lin Yuan felt the whole world brighten up. I bought it before but hadn't used it. Wenqing placed a whole box of candles in front of Lin Yuan. They were indeed scented candles. The candles were shaped like roses, soft pink, and emitted a faint fragrance when lit. I didn't expect you to have this hobby. Lin Yuan teased. Don't use your evil thoughts to think of me. Wenqing rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan, confirming that all men are the same. Sometimes, a single surgery takes 70 or 80 hours, and some even over 100. If I don't relax well after work, I definitely suffer from nervous exhaustion. I didn't say anything, so why are you explaining yourself? Chapter 20. Making a simple Molotov cocktail. Wenqing finally realized Lin Yuan was joking about her and turned away angrily, no longer paying attention to him. Seeing Wenqing like this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. If he could go back to a month ago, he would be overjoyed to have such a girlfriend by his side, willing to sacrifice 10 years of his life for her. However, to be honest, a month ago, Wenqing probably wouldn't even have glanced at him. After placing the candle on the coffee table, Lin Yuan began to formulate his training plan. The upper body strength training mainly focused on dumbbell bench presses and shoulder presses, with pull-ups and static stretches as supplements. Due to space limitations, speed training would mainly consist of quick jump rope and fast arm swings. Lower body strength training would primarily focus on squats and deadlifts, with Bulgarian split squats as a supplement. Wenqing watched as Lin Yuan wrote the training projects on paper, covering her mouth in shock and saying, You actually understand these? No kidding. I used to be on the school sports team. Lin Yuan tore the paper from the notebook and stuck it on the security door. So, are you working in a sports-related profession? No. Lin Yuan had originally planned to tell Wenxing about his past stories, but at that moment, a rustling sound came from outside the door. Is someone there? Lin Yuan and Wenxing exchanged glances and simultaneously made a shushing gesture. Wenxing's room was right next to Lin Yuan's, and through the peephole, she could see directly outside his door. Lin Yuan tiptoed to the door and cautiously looked through the peephole. Although the corridor was dark, he could vaguely see 3 figures lurking at his door. Lin Yuan pressed his ear against the door and indeed heard the conversation of the 3 outside. Old Zhang, are you skilled enough? One of them asked the person standing in front. Don't worry, I've been in the lock-picking business for many years and have never failed. Not to mention a security door, I can even open a safe for you. That's good. If this job goes well, Aunt May will give us a box of instant noodles. But are you sure you want to kill someone for a box of noodles? The young man called Old Zhang hesitated, still having a shred of conscience, feeling a bit reluctant about the unfortunate person in the house. What are you afraid of? The world is so chaotic now. Even if we kill someone, we can just toss them into the flood, and who would know? Even if Uncle Had investigates after the heavy rain, there would be no evidence. Right? I've never tried what it feels like to kill someone. Hearing the conversation outside, Lin Yuan's anger surged. Fortunately, he had moved today. Otherwise, these 3 might have succeeded. Damn! Lin Yuan quickly pulled out his crossbow and loaded the steel balls. There were still 18 steel balls left, which was enough to deal with these 3. Just as the 3 were about to sneak in and pick the lock, Lin Yuan swiftly opened the door and shouted at them. What are you 3 doing? Lin Yuan's shout came at just the right moment. The 3 were startled and screamed, with Old Zhang sitting down on the ground in shock, unable to utter a word. It's that kid Aunt May wants. One of the burly men recognized Lin Yuan and shouted, then pulled out a fruit knife and lunged at him. But unfortunately for him, within 7 steps, the crossbow was unbeatable. Bang! Lin Yuan quickly pulled the trigger, and the steel ball hit the man right between the eyebrows. With a thud, the man fell to the ground, sliding half a meter before stopping. Blood began to gush from his forehead, quickly forming a pool beneath him. Damn, get him! The other 2, driven by hunger, thought that even if they retreated in shame, they would starve to death. So it was better to fight Lin Yuan for a chance at survival. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Yuan's determination and the power of the crossbow. Bang! Bang! With 2 more shots, Old Zhang and the other man weakened and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuan gathered the 3 bodies, planning to drag them into the fire escape to dispose of them, when suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs. Quick, there's a fight upstairs, hurry. Damn! Lin Yuan cursed inwardly and quickly retreated into his room, slamming the door shut. Peering through the peephole, he saw a group of people rushing up to the 17th floor, kicking and punching his door. Some even managed to find a pointed object and aimed it at the peephole, trying to stab through it. Clearly, he was betting that Lin Yuan was watching them through the peephole. If he was right, that stab would pop Lin Yuan's eyeball. What a ruthless method. Lin Yuan felt a surge of anger, wishing he could slaughter all these people. Just as he was about to open the door and confront them, a gentle hand pulled him back. No need. Wenxing shook her head, looking at Lin Yuan and saying, there are too many of them. You only have this few steel balls. It's not enough to fight back. Do you have a good plan? Lin Yuan looked at Wenxing, frowning. He still had some supplies in his room, and he felt a bit reluctant to let those people break in. Watch me. Wenxing quickly brought a glass bottle from the kitchen, one of those commonly seen for holding medication during 4 drips. As a doctor, it was not unusual for her to have these at home. After getting the container, Wenxing took a pair of shoes from the shoe cabinet and removed the hemp shoelaces from them. Finally, she opened a bottle of alcohol, poured it into the container, and stuffed the hemp shoelaces inside. After soaking for a few seconds, Wenxing used a lighter to ignite the hemp shoelaces. Watching the light-colored flames gradually burn, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Is this a Molotov cocktail? Exactly. Using this to burn those people outside is much better than wasting your bullets. While speaking, Wenxing handed the Molotov cocktail to Lin Yuan. I have many more of these bottles here. I'll make a few more and burn them to death. Indeed, one must not provoke small-minded people and women. This girl looks soft and weak, but her words and actions are much harsher than his. Before long, Wenxing handed over several more Molotov cocktails and said, that should be enough. Good. Lin Yuan nodded and quickly opened the door to look outside. The action of opening the door was somewhat exaggerated, startling everyone, but after they reacted, several of them showed sinister smiles. No wonder no one came out after banging on the door for so long. It turns out you were here. Are you looking for me? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, hands behind his back, the rising temperature giving him considerable confidence. At that moment, a young man at the forefront suddenly stepped forward and glared at Lin Yuan, saying ominously, "Kid, if you kneel in front of me and bow 3 times and hand over your supplies, I might let you go." Chapter 21. People on the water bowing is out of the question, but I can give you something hot to try. Lin Yuan grinned, exposing 2 rows of white teeth. Hot? What hot? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to investigate further, Lin Yuan suddenly pulled out a burning bottle from behind him. Oh no. The group's reaction was quick, but it couldn't match Lin Yuan's hand as he threw the Molotov cocktail over. Bang! The moment the Molotov cocktail made contact with the ground, flames spread instantly. Everyone screamed in horror as flames quickly engulfed them. Wenqing hurriedly poked her head out of the room, handing Molotov cocktails to Lin Yuan one by one. Is this enough? If not, I have more. Seeing Wenqing's playful demeanor, Lin Yuan smiled as he accepted the Molotov cocktails and tossed them at everyone one by one. Not enough. Let's treat them to a big meal. All right. The dialogue from Lin Yuan's side was overheard by everyone, and they scrambled toward the fire escape. Watching them roll and crawl, Lin Yuan and Wenqing couldn't help but laugh. Is that it? On the 17th floor, Aunt May watched the group rolling and crawling down the stairs, their bodies still on fire, and her face turned as dark as a pot bottom. With so many of you, you can't even handle 2 young men? Do you still want to eat? You. This was the first time everyone had been scolded like subordinates, and just as they were about to resist, 6 or 7 young men appeared behind Aunt May, each holding knives they didn't know where they had gotten them from, making them panic. Seeing this, the leading young man's attitude immediately softened. Aunt May, give us another chance. We promise we can take down that kid upstairs. Fine, I'll give you another chance, Aunt May said, a wicked smile appearing on her face. But you can forget about your meal. Upon hearing this, the young man's face immediately twisted into a bitter melon expression. However, due to Aunt May's power, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Let's go. The young man waved to those behind him and then left downstairs. After everyone had left in disarray, Aunt May turned to the young man behind her and said, Zhang Heng, has Wang Dachui agreed to cooperate? No. The youth called Zhang Heng's expression darkened. There are only 3 of them, but they are all desperados. Our people have never come out after going in. Truly stubborn, Aunt May's expression also darkened. Send someone to communicate again. If they still don't agree, we'll have to eliminate them. All right, I'll arrange it. Zhang Heng nodded and turned to disappear into the darkness. Lin Yuan, how do you find my plan? As soon as Lin Yuan returned to the room, Wenqing approached him, speaking as if to take credit. Not bad. How do you want me to reward you? Through their time together over the past few days, Wenqing had gradually gained Lin Yuan's trust. Seeing the beauty take the initiative, Lin Yuan didn't hold back and wrapped his arms around Wenqing's slender waist. How about? Before he could finish, Wenqing's red lips unexpectedly came closer. And only then did Lin Yuan realize that she had put on light makeup. After a passionate moment, the two embraced and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Yuan looked at the still sleeping Wenqing and gently patted her snow-white bottom before getting up to dress. As usual, the outside was still a gray haze. He didn't know how far the rescue mission had developed. At least from his perspective, the outside looked no different from a month ago, still eerily silent. The windows had become increasingly leaky. This building wouldn't last much longer. In just a few days, the water level had risen to the 8th floor. It wouldn't be long before the building would be swept away by the flood. He also wondered how his parents were doing. If they had really gone up the mountain as they said, given the current water level, they shouldn't be in much danger of flooding. But the main issue was survival supplies. In an apocalyptic environment, besides facing natural disasters, the more pressing concern was the scarcity of resources and the wickedness of human nature. Lin Yuan's goal wasn't too grand. The only thing he needed to do now was find Wang Dachui and persuade him to join his team. The team didn't need to be too large. 4 or 5 people would suffice. He could find a way to lead them out later. If there were too many people, considering the current system level, it would be a pipe dream to get them all out. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted as he caught sight of someone floating on the flood through the window. A living person. Unfortunately, due to the heavy rain, he couldn't see what the person was on. The person was constantly fishing in the water, and after a moment, they indeed managed to retrieve a bag. It must have been swept over by the flood from somewhere else. Upon opening the bag, it seemed they had discovered some rare treasure. Raising their hands in celebration and paddling towards Building 5, Lin Yuan knew that this scene was not just witnessed by him. Many people in the community had seen it. He believed it wouldn't be long before many similar individuals appeared, paddling makeshift rafts to salvage supplies that had been washed away. This person's actions also reminded Lin Yuan that he could make such a makeshift raft, but he wasn't looking to search for supplies. He was waiting to escape this cage of a trapped beast. In his home, the only furniture that could be used to make a simple raft was the solid wood table or an air mattress. However, as Lin Yuan glanced around, he found that Wenqing's home didn't have either. It seemed he would have to go outside to search. Nowadays, furniture designed to cater to young people's tastes is mostly made of particle board, which is dense and will sink immediately when thrown in water. Forget about being a raft. It would be better suited as pipe material. Lin Yuan, what are you thinking about? Wenqing tiptoed and wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's shoulders. Awake? Lin Yuan turned his back and gently pinched Wenqing's bottom. Your hands are still so unruly. Wenqing lightly huffed and swatted Lin Yuan's hand away. But Lin Yuan smiled and said, what do you know? A so-called expert said that frequently patting your girlfriend's bottom is good for your health. Which expert did you hear that from? Wenqing rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan and quickly added, don't change the subject. What were you looking at by the window? You looked so engrossed. Were you peeking at other girls? I wasn't. Seeing Wenqing's curiosity, Lin Yuan pointed at the window. Just now, someone made a simple raft and was fishing for supplies on the flood, and they actually caught something. You mean there are food items washed over by the flood? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. At least those individually packaged snacks can float on the water. Chapter 22. Lin Yuan's scheme right. Why didn't I think of that before? Wenqing clapped her hands warmly and quickly leaned against the window to look outside. She wanted to see with her own eyes how the person Lin Yuan mentioned was navigating through the heavy rain and flood. If the danger level was low, they could imitate him. Clang. A faint sound caught Lin Yuan's attention. The sound was very small, like the noise of a metal zipper hitting the glass. Lin Yuan initially didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just Wenqing's clothes brushing against the glass. But when his gaze fell on Wenqing, his smile suddenly froze. Wenqing was wearing a nightgown. Or would there be a zipper on her chest? Almost at the instant this thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, a shadow fell from the sky, and a large face suddenly appeared in front of Wenqing and Lin Yuan. Ah! Wenqing's scream shattered the quiet room. But it was quickly drowned out by the sound of the torrential rain. Along with Wenqing's scream came the sound of a heavy object striking the glass and the shattering of the glass. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Wenqing's waist and fell backward. Plop! The back of Lin Yuan's head hit the ground, and darkness engulfed him. He almost fainted. Wenqing was a bit better. With Lin Yuan acting as a meat shield, she only suffered some shock. The intruder was clearly prepared. He had a rope tied around his waist, and after smashing the glass with a hammer, he swung in and jumped directly inside. Although the glass left several cuts on him, he seemed completely unaffected, gripping the hammer tightly as he lunged at Wenqing. Wenqing gasped and quickly scrambled to her feet, trying to run back, but then remembered Lin Yuan on the floor and turned back to grab him. You hurry and go back to the bedroom. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yuan also caught his breath, pushed Wenqing away, and rolled aside. Bang! The hammer struck the ground, instantly smashing the floor tiles to pieces. Seeing this, Lin Yuan realized the intruder was out to kill him, and his anger flared up. The way the intruder jumped straight down from the rooftop to enter his room suggested he had scouted out Lin Yuan's location beforehand. But how did he know Lin Yuan was standing by the window? If it was the occupants of the opposite building who informed him, that was impossible. Although the distance between the buildings wasn't great, with the heavy rain, it was clearly impossible to see the gestures or messages from the opposite side. But if it wasn't them, the vertical face of the Sakura International building had no protrusions, and aside from seeing the water that flooded up to the 8th floor, he couldn't see the rooms above or below. But in the current situation, he couldn't calm down to think. Just a few seconds later, the intruder swung the hammer at him again. Lin Yuan now understood the downside of having his room tidied up. He couldn't find a suitable weapon to grab. The coffee table was completely bare, not even a cup. Watching the intruder charge at him, Lin Yuan could only awkwardly circle around the sofa. Wenqing watched anxiously, wanting to help but not knowing how to intervene. The intruder's intent was very clear, to eliminate Lin Yuan first. As long as Lin Yuan was dead, she would be like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Kid, you have guts. Don't run. The man, wearing a hooded outfit and a tight raincoat, spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, illuminating the room. Yang Wenchao. With the flash of lightning, Wenqing recognized the man's face and gasped. You know him? Lin Yuan frowned. For some reason, hearing Wenqing recognize another man made him feel a tinge of wariness. He's the security guard of our community, named Yang Wenqiao. His uncle is Yang Bo, the security manager here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan understood. A connection? Huh? Who would have thought that even being a security guard required connections these days? I don't recall offending you. Why are you targeting me? Lin Yuan felt a hint of disdain rising in his heart. But the most important thing right now was to determine the intruder's motive. Hee. Yang Wenqiao let out a strange laugh, sounding particularly eerie against the backdrop of the pouring rain and lightning. Wenqing shivered and quickly grabbed Lin Yuan's arm, her trembling hands revealing her current fear. Who wouldn't be scared if someone suddenly burst through the window with a hammer, swinging it wildly? Yang Wenqiao twisted his neck and raised the hammer toward Lin Yuan, saying, Kid, I was right next to you when you moved in. I suspected you when I saw you bringing so many supplies upstairs. Luckily, I was clever and quietly checked your apartment number. I didn't expect to actually catch you. Did you know about the apocalypse from the heavy rain all along? Lin Yuan did not respond immediately to Yang Wenqiao. Instead, he reached out and patted Wenqing's hand, deliberately lowering his voice. Go, get the crossbow from the bedroom. Lin Yuan usually kept his crossbow by the bed, as to why he didn't place it on the nightstand. He was worried that if someone was up to no good that night, the crossbow might accidentally go off and shoot him in the head, which would be quite the predicament. You. Wenqing rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Lin Yuan, could you at least lower your voice? What's the difference between lowering your voice and not lowering it? Yang Wenqiao heard every word. However, since Lin Yuan had already mentioned the crossbow, Wenqing had no way out. If she didn't get the crossbow first, they would both be finished. Crossbow? Yang Wenqiao's eyes widened at the mention of it. No wonder Lin Yuan had managed to survive for so long in 1802. It turned out he was armed. Seeing Yang Wenqiao momentarily stunned, Wenqing quickly ran to the bedroom. In this situation, whoever got the crossbow first would have the upper hand. Indeed, the moment Yang Wenqiao saw Wenqing running, he immediately swung his hammer and chased after her. However, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. This was the effect he wanted. He wasn't stupid. He mentioned the crossbow for Yang Wenqiao to hear. And his sole purpose in doing so was to use Wenqing as bait to divert Yang Wenqiao's attention away from him. Although this move was somewhat underhanded, he had no choice but to resort to such tactics to survive. The moment Yang Wenqiao moved, Lin Yuan also sprang into action. He stepped on the coffee table and leaped into the air, aiming to tackle Yang Wenqiao from behind. As long as he could bring Yang Wenqiao down from behind, he was confident he could overpower him. But Yang Wenqiao was too fast. Before Lin Yuan could leap onto him, he had already moved out of Lin Yuan's reach. Thud. Lin Yuan crashed onto the floor, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Damn it! Lin Yuan cursed loudly, disregarding the pain in his face as he quickly reached for Yang Wenqiao's ankle. Luckily, he reacted quickly, the moment he hit the ground. He reached for Yang Wenqiao's ankle. If he had been even a second late, his hand would have missed. Chapter 23. Fierce battle with his ankle caught, Yang Wenqiao stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and turned around with a furious glare. Let go. Let go? Why should I? Lin Yuan was determined to hold on to Yang Wenqiao. As long as he could keep his grip until Wenqing brought the crossbow, this guy was as good as dead. Seeing that Lin Yuan wouldn't let go, Yang Wenqiao turned around and kicked at Lin Yuan's head. But at that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly reached out with his left hand and grabbed Yang Wenqiao's other ankle. Lin Daiyu pulling up the willow. Lin Yuan was burning with anger. After taking 2 kicks to the head, his head was buzzing. Without a second thought, he exerted all his strength to flip Yang Wenqiao onto the ground. Just then, Wenqing pushed the door open, already holding Lin Yuan's crossbow. Shoot him. Lin Yuan took advantage of Yang Wenqiao's moment of falling to the ground, got up and pounced on him, gripping the opponent's neck tightly. However, Yang Wenqiao was not an easy target. Despite having a close encounter with the floor, he still unleashed an incredible potential in the face of death. He grabbed Lin Yuan's hair with one hand, and they became entangled. Shoot! Lin Yuan shouted, startling Wenqing. Although Wenqing usually appeared very wise. Just like the first time with Lin Yuan, she found it impossible to break through her moral boundaries. It was only now that Lin Yuan realized that Yang Wenqiao could be a security guard not just because of connections, but also because he had some real strength. If he had been a weak man, he would probably have been killed by Yang Wenqiao by now. Shoot him. How do I shoot? Wenqing's hands trembled as she held the crossbow, watching the two rolling on the ground. For a moment, she didn't know how to aim. Because of his position on top, Yang Wenchao held Lin Yuan's hair with one hand and punched him in the head with the other, making Lin Yuan see stars. How do I shoot? Lin Yuan's nose was almost crooked from the anger, and he yelled, "Wait for the right moment, and fill him up." Seeing that Lin Yuan was about to lose his grip, Wenqing didn't dare to ask any more questions. She gritted her teeth and stepped forward, pulling the trigger based on her instinct. Bang! The steel ball shot out, and Lin Yuan instinctively felt a sharp pain on his face, after which the hand gripping his hair loosened. Phew! Luckily, it didn't miss. Not daring to be complacent, Lin Yuan broke free from Yang Wenchao's grasp, picked up a hammer that had fallen nearby, and smashed it down onto Yang Wenchao's head. Damn! Damn! It wasn't until Yang Wenchao's skull shattered, and red and white mixed fluids flowed everywhere, that Lin Yuan finally stopped his actions, rolled off Yang Wenchao's body, and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Yuan, are you okay? Wenqing quickly put the crossbow aside, ran to Lin Yuan's side, and helped him onto the sofa. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of successfully killing the invader Yang Wenchao, earning 1 spin of the wheel. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 1 spin of the wheel. Current balance 6. Would you like to use the spin? No. Lin Yuan took a while to recover, feeling like his heart was about to explode. He didn't have time to pay attention to the system and gulped down a large mouthful of mineral water, which made him feel a bit better. I'm fine. Lin Yuan felt dizzy but still gritted his teeth and stood up. Throw his body out. I'll go next door to change a window. Without a window, it wouldn't be long before the whole room would be soaked. And then they'd be living in a water curtain cave on Flower Fruit Mountain without the abilities of the Monkey King, bound to fall sooner or later. Okay. You've worked hard. Wenqing knew she couldn't handle such tasks and didn't show off. After jointly throwing Yang Wenchao's body out with Lin Yuan, she took the initiative to clean up the house. Be careful, hurry back. Wenqing handed the crossbow to Lin Yuan and tiptoed to give him a kiss. Okay. Lin Yuan patted Wenqing's head, took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and then bravely left the room. Although he found a Wolf Fong flashlight, the batteries were dead, so he had no choice but to light an aromatic candle. Surprisingly, the warm glow illuminated the hallway, allowing Lin Yuan to see that the originally white hallway walls were now charred black from the Molotov cocktails he had thrown earlier. If this weren't the apocalypse, the property management would have skinned him alive. Using the firelight, Lin Yuan carefully surveyed his surroundings, and just as he was about to take out his keys to unlock the door, his pupils slightly constricted. At his feet were groups of disordered black footprints, left by the group from earlier. But what had been explainable black footprints suddenly made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle and goosebumps appeared all over his body. If he remembered correctly, those people he had set on fire had run toward the fire escape at the moment of ignition, and the fire escape was behind him. Yet, the several groups of footprints extended into the darkness in front of him. Unless those people were insane, there was no way they would run into their own demise. Lin Yuan's hand that was about to insert the key abruptly stopped, and he turned and ran. Damn, that kid found me. Sure enough, a curse came from the end of the darkness, and in the next second, chaotic footsteps rushed toward him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of seeing through Yang Bo's scheme, earning 1 spin of the wheel. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 1 spin of the wheel. Current balance 7. Would you like to use the spin? No. He had already gained 7 spins of the wheel, but there was no time to use them now. From the sound of the footsteps, there were at least 4 or 5 people, and they were moving quickly. He didn't have time to get back inside his house. Lin Yuan raised the crossbow and shot at the young man in the lead. The moment he shot, it pierced through the young man's head, knocking him down like a bowling pin. But the crossbow had its pros and cons. He had to keep a distance from these people to ensure his safety. If he got too close, he might only get off 1 shot before being swarmed and taken down. At that point, even if he had a gun, he would be out of luck. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan quickly dashed into the fire escape, leaped onto the stainless steel handrail of the stairs, and slid down its smooth surface. Hiss! The moment his feet hit the ground, Lin Yuan winced and jumped a couple of times, as the move that had worked wonders in his childhood now felt painfully abrasive, possibly due to a change in tactics. Seeing that the pursuers were close behind, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to raise the crossbow again and shot once more. One of the unlucky ones let out a scream. Although he only hit the shoulder, he still fell off the handrail and knocked his head against the wall, knocking himself out. Lin Yuan didn't have time to finish him off and quickly ran toward the 16th floor. The 17th floor was Aunt May's territory, and if he dared to go there, she would surely take his life. Chapter 24. Do you think you can kill 5 people at once? When Lin Yuan reached the 16th floor, he turned and shot again, hitting another young man in the shoulder. That young man screamed and instantly followed in the footsteps of the previous one. From the beginning until now, he had taken down 3 people, but there were still 5 left. Damn! Lin Yuan cursed loudly. This group of bastards was really persistent. Their determination to follow him was stronger than those who fawned over women. If those fawning idiots had this kind of drive, what goddess couldn't they win over? But just as he stepped onto the 16th floor, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't closed the door to room 1603 when he left. He could easily hide inside and shoot through the peephole. Yes, using the peephole, the previous actions of those bastards reminded him of this. Although he was about to become a complete beast himself. As for why he didn't continue running downstairs, it was simple. In this pitch-black darkness, the farther he ran, the faster he would die. But when he reached the door of room 1603, a bucket of cold water instantly extinguished all his hopes. The door to 1603 had been closed by some kind-hearted person. Damn! Lin Yuan frantically twisted the doorknob, but no matter how hard he tried, the door wouldn't open for him. Run? Why aren't you running now? Weren't you pretty fast? At that moment, a mocking voice echoed in the darkness. Shortly after, 5 men slowly emerged from the shadows, appearing in his line of sight. Each of them held a weapon, and 2 even had gleaming kitchen knives. Lin Yuan didn't say much, slowly picking up the crossbow and aiming at the 5 people in front of him. As long as they dared to take another step forward, he would immediately and unhesitatingly shoot a steel ball into one of their heads. Yang Bo chuckled a couple of times and patted the young man blocking him. Huzi, don't worry, as long as you take this steel ball for us, your wife and children will safely survive the apocalypse. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder this group was so devoted to following Yang Bo, even willing to act as a meat shield for him. It turned out he had leverage over them. Although people in the apocalypse were like beasts, there were still some, like the young man named Huzi, who had not completely lost their conscience. However, such people rarely made it past the 2nd episode in TV dramas, as their conscience could easily be exploited and turned into a dagger against them. Brother Yang, I entrust my wife and children to you. Huzi's words also proved his determination. Yang Bo squeezed Huzi's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, once we take care of this kid, the woman in his room will be mine. As for your wife and children, I guarantee with my integrity that no one will dare to lay a finger on them. Good. Huzi took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yuan. Kid, do you think your steel balls can kill all 5 of us at once? Lin Yuan didn't speak, but he felt a chill in his heart. The worst-case scenario had already occurred. He indeed had no way to take down all 5 people at once. At such a close distance, while killing the first person, the others would rush in and pin him down, leaving him with no way out but death. However, at this point, complaining and regretting were useless. A fierce look surfaced in Lin Yuan's eyes. He could only kill 1 to settle the score, and if he killed 2, it would be a profit. What are you waiting for? Move, Yang Bo shouted, gripping the kitchen knife tightly and giving Huzi a push. As he saw the other side rushing towards him, Lin Yuan raised the crossbow and shot at the opponent's head. Since he wanted to be Yang Bo's support, he would fulfill his wish. Bang! The steel ball shot into the opponent's chest, and just as he said, the other 4 quickly pounced on him. Go! Lin Yuan didn't have time to pull the trigger again. One of the young men grabbed his wrist while another kicked him in the stomach. Pain! Lin Yuan gasped, his whole body curling up like a shrimp. In a fight, he was still a rookie and couldn't possibly be a match for these security guards in their 30s. These guards had received professional training before taking their posts, unlike the old men guarding community entrances. Yang Bo laughed loudly at the sight. Lin Yuan, with his right hand restrained, was like a toothless tiger. However, he had his eyes on Lin Yuan's crossbow and rushed to grab it. This crossbow couldn't fall into anyone else's hands, not even those of his brothers nearby. He knew how their relationships were formed. If the crossbow ended up with them, who would be the boss was uncertain. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from behind Yang Bo, grabbing his hair, while another hand with a glinting dagger emerged and swiftly slashed Yang Bo's throat. Aha! Yang Bo's eyes bulged, and he covered his slashed neck with both hands, making strange sounds. The 2 young men beside him hadn't reacted to what was happening before they were knocked to the ground by this person with punches and kicks. What's going on? The 2 young men, Huzi and another, who were fiercely attacking Lin Yuan, were stunned by the noise behind them. As they turned around, Huzi was met with a size 44 foot. With a bang, Huzi screamed and flew 2 tiles away, clutching his broken nose and howling, with his left hand free. Lin Yuan punched the other young man hard and kicked him in the stomach. This young man was clearly stunned by Huzi's sudden flight and forgot to resist, allowing Lin Yuan to land 2 punches before he finally let go. The moment Lin Yuan's right hand was freed, he pressed the crossbow against the opponent's forehead and forcefully pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood splattered all over Lin Yuan's face, bringing back a bit of his lost sanity. The 2 young men, seeing Yang Bo dead, immediately lost the will to fight and scrambled towards the fire escape, leaving only Huzi lying on the tiles, covering his nose and howling. He knew he could only howl a couple more times. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and, in that moment of mental relaxation, slid down against the wall, sitting on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, picked up a half-burned cigarette from the ground, and lit it again with a lighter. The pain eased a little under the stimulation of nicotine. After calming down, Lin Yuan finally looked up at the person in front of him and smiled. "What brought you here?" The person in front of him was none other than Su Bei, whom he had saved in the elevator earlier. However, Lin Yuan didn't expect Su Bei to be so skilled. He looked like a martial artist, which explained his courage to venture into the darkness alone. Chapter 25, The Paper on the Ground. Looking for a bite to eat, Su Bei replied interestingly, neither making Lin Yuan feel awkward nor failing to convey his intention. Haha. Lin Yuan smiled and reached out to Su Bei. "Could you give me a hand?" Su Bei nodded and grabbed Lin Yuan's hand, pulling him up. "What to do with this guy?" Su Bei glanced at Huzi on the ground and asked. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Huzi, whose face showed despair. "Do you really think that entrusting your wife and children to an unrelated person guarantees their safety? I can tell you bluntly that as soon as you die, Yang Bo will kill your child and take your wife." Lin Yuan continued, "Unless your wife is very ugly." Although Lin Yuan's words were harsh, they were the truth. His child was still young and had no value in the apocalypse, and if his wife was beautiful, the worst case would be that she became a plaything for these beasts. If she was ugly, the only outcome awaiting her would be death. After all, to Yang Bo, these 2 were nothing more than moving food consumption machines, of no use whatsoever. Lin Yuan's words struck Huzi's heart like a thunderbolt. This man, standing at 1.7 meters tall, suddenly collapsed on the ground, sobbing. Looking at the broken Huzi, Lin Yuan beckoned to Su Bei. "Let's go. He won't cause any more trouble." "Wait." Just as Lin Yuan turned to leave, Huzi suddenly shouted at him, "Brother, big brother, I know I was wrong. Can I beg you to save my wife and children? If you're willing to save them, I'm willing to work for you. Whether it's killing, arson, or robbery, whatever you say, I'll do." Lin Yuan and Su Bei both stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Huzi. Su Bei glanced at Huzi, then at the silent Lin Yuan, not saying much. He was waiting for Lin Yuan's decision. Lin Yuan knew that if he nodded in agreement, it would mean adding 3 burdens, as neither Huzi nor his wife and child could offer him any help. After a moment, Lin Yuan's cold voice echoed in the dark corridor. "I'm not a savior. Your wife and children's survival has nothing to do with me." After saying that, Lin Yuan took Su Bei and headed for the 18th floor, leaving only this sentence echoing in Huzi's ears. Watching Lin Yuan's back, despair filled Huzi's eyes. Moments later, he suddenly sprang up from the ground and quickly walked into the darkness. No one is helping him. He can only save himself. Living day by day with his wife and children. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of recruiting the Apocalypse Survival Team member Su Bei. Current Apocalypse Survival Team members. 2. Gained 1 spin of the wheel. Congratulations to the host for receiving a wheel spin reward of 1. Current balance, 8. Do you want to use the wheel spin? No. Lin Yuan brought Su Bei to the door of room 1801, took out a key from his pocket, and handed it to him, saying, "You will stay in this room for now. There are supplies I prepared for you inside. There are a total of 3 bedrooms. You can choose any one." "Oh, looks like I'm still number 1. Su Bei smiled, took the key from Lin Yuan's hand, and opened the door to the room. "I have to say, you should really change this security door. It's deformed. There's nothing I can do. The people in this building would love to see me dead and divide my supplies." Lin Yuan shrugged. Su Bei nodded. In recent times, he had heard some stories about Lin Yuan, and as he said, almost everyone wanted him dead. "But don't worry, since I'm here. This door will definitely be changed." As he said this, Su Bei's gaze fell on the door of room 1804 across the hall. "You can do that?" "Of course. What can I do?" Su Bei smiled and said to Lin Yuan, "Do you have a toolbox at home?" "I don't, but I'll ask my partner if she does." Lin Yuan knocked on the door of room 1802. After a while, a cautious voice came from inside the room. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Yuan." The person inside the room, Wen Qing, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice. For some reason, ever since Lin Yuan left, she had been feeling anxious and restless. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was back, and her heart felt a little more at ease. But when she opened the door and saw Lin Yuan's bruised eyes and bloodied face, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What happened to you? Why do you always come back looking so disheveled?" "It's nothing." Lin Yuan didn't want to talk about it, quickly saying, "Does your family have a toolbox? This friend needs to use it." "Friend?" Wenqing peeked her head out to take a look, and upon seeing Su Bei, she politely nodded. "Let me introduce. This is my girlfriend Wenqing, and this is Su Bei." "Hello." Su Bei naturally nodded at Wenqing and gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, you're really lucky. Your girlfriend is really beautiful." "Thank you." Everyone likes to be complimented, and Wenqing was no exception, hearing Su Bei praise her. She quickly smiled and nodded. "Are you going to change the security door?" Wenqing blinked her big eyes at Lin Yuan. "Do you need a candle?" Yes. I have to say, talking to a smart woman like Wenqing is a breeze." Soon, Wenqing brought out a toolbox and a lit candle from the room. "Ta-ta." Su Bei took the toolbox, spat twice into his palm, and got to work. I have to say, Su Bei's skills are pretty good. In no time, he had the security door taken down. The two apartments were unoccupied and had accumulated a layer of dust inside. Lin Yuan raised his hand to close a window and returned to his own room to replace the window that Yang Wenchao had smashed. I can only say that Wenqing's mind is quite useful. She took the opportunity of the broken window to fill 2 large basins with water. Although the rainwater looked a bit murky, it was still usable after filtering. Once Su Bei replaced the security door and put the original lock back on, Lin Yuan finally handed the key to him. "There are supplies in the room. Rest early, and I'll call you at night." "Okay." Although Su Bei was skilled, he wasn't a machine. After so many days of hunger, his body had reached its limit. After saying goodbye to Lin Yuan, he returned to his room and began to feast. "What happened when you went out today?" Wenqing looked at Lin Yuan nervously after he returned to the room, as he always came back covered in injuries, making her feel a sense of insecurity. "I ran into Yang Bo and a few security guards and had a fight with them." "It's fine. Yang Bo is dead." Lin Yuan lay on the sofa, enjoying Wenqing treating his wounds while murmuring, "Be more careful when you go out in the future. The owners in this building see you as a thorn in their side." After Wenqing finished treating Lin Yuan's wounds, she turned to the cabinet and handed him a dirty piece of paper. "What is this?" Lin Yuan was taken aback but still reached out to take the paper. "You'll know when you see it. I found it on the ground at the door after you left." Wenqing gestured for Lin Yuan to check it himself, but there was a hint of seriousness in her expression. Lin Yuan opened the paper, and upon seeing its contents, his brows furrowed. Not long after, his brows slowly relaxed, and he smiled. "So it's her. Do you know the person who sent this paper?" Chapter 26. Block the door. She's also a friend of ours." Lin Yuan set the paper on fire with the candle flame, and a plume of black smoke rose slowly. The firelight illuminated the entire room. After eating a bit, Lin Yuan patted Wenqing and said, "Let's sleep." Wenqing's face flushed. This young man was really full of energy. He had just come back from a ruckus and was ready for more. Just as Wenqing, blushing, climbed into bed, Lin Yuan didn't get on top of her as usual but instead held her close. "Does he want something different today?" Wenqing turned onto her side and slowly lifted her long, fair leg. But at that moment, a steady breathing sound came from behind. "Is he asleep?" Wenqing was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Yuan. In the dark, she couldn't see his full face clearly but could feel his warm breath. Feeling Lin Yuan's warm breath, Wenqing's heart felt warm. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could see Lin Yuan's face clearly. Looking at his profile so close, Wenqing couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. Originally, she and Lin Yuan should have been from 2 different worlds, but now they were sleeping on the same bed. Her ideal type was someone handsome and wealthy, but now she had given herself to a younger brother. Although he was younger, he was able to give her a strong sense of security. The more Wenqing thought about it, the more she liked it, and she snuggled closer into Lin Yuan's embrace, greedily enjoying his warmth. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, it was already night. The fatigue from the day had vanished, and apart from feeling sore all over, he didn't feel anything else. Seeing Wenqing still fast asleep beside him, Lin Yuan got up and went to the window, lighting a cigarette. It had been almost a month since the heavy rain began. He wondered how his parents were doing far away in the mountain village. Lin Yuan took his phone out of his pocket. Although it had long run out of battery, he couldn't bear to throw it away, thinking that when the signal base station was restored in the future, he could still contact those he wanted to reach. and those who wanted to contact him could also find him. Sighing, Lin Yuan put the phone away and opened the apocalypse wheel. He now had 8 spins of the wheel available, and he wondered what kind of changes these 8 spins would bring him. Just as he was thinking, Lin Yuan clicked the button to spin the wheel. He originally thought that after spinning the wheel, it would land on what he needed according to his inner thoughts. But after the last spin, he realized that it wasn't as straightforward as he thought. The wheel could also yield some useless items, like canned braised pork, which, although satisfied his current cravings, he didn't lack food, and he wasn't at the point of starving to death if he missed a meal. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, a line of red prompts appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. Detected that the host currently has 8 chances to spin the wheel. Collecting 10 chances will grant a 10 consecutive draw opportunity, which guarantees a top-tier item, increasing survival probability in the apocalypse. Is the host sure to consume the current chances to spin the wheel? Upon seeing this prompt, Lin Yuan dropped the cigarette he was holding, and it burned his thigh, making him grimace in pain. Reluctant to waste it, Lin Yuan picked up the cigarette, and put it back in his mouth. Then shifted his gaze back to the small text. 10 consecutive draws? It can be done this way? What on earth is a top-tier item? Could it be the higher the level of the wheel indicated when binding it, the more valuable the gifts? If it is true that he can get a top-tier item with a 100% guarantee from the 10 consecutive draws, then the items he has drawn so far should only be tiered, and the next level would be tiered, and so on. Understanding this, Lin Yuan instinctively clicked on no. Since he could get a top-tier hidden item with a 100% guarantee, it would be better to save such a valuable opportunity. After canceling the apocalypse wheel, Lin Yuan packed his backpack and quickly walked out of his house. Knock, knock, knock. The door of room 1801 opened, and Su Bei, rubbing his sleepy eyes, looked at Lin Yuan. What is up? Going out to do something? Let us talk inside. Lin Yuan was not polite and stepped straight into Su Bei's room, sharing his plan with him. Wang Daju? Su Bei shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of this person, but he still smiled and said, "Since you are sure, then let's do it. If that guy doesn't agree, we'll beat him until he does." In the apocalypse, there are many ways to solve problems, but the simplest one is undoubtedly with fists. In a world where order is unbalanced, having a strong fist is the hard truth. But do you know where he is? Although Su Bei acted recklessly, it didn't mean he was brainless. If they couldn't locate Wang Daju, searching layer by layer would be somewhat unrealistic. No one knew what the group outside had turned into. Carelessly moving between floors could easily fall into their trap. I didn't know before, but I know now. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers and said to Su Bei, "Let us go and check it out." The two exchanged smiles and quickly left room 1801. With a target in mind, Lin Yuan's actions became simpler. He headed straight for the 14th floor, where the person he wanted was. Meanwhile, on the 14th floor, the once silent hallway had become particularly lively. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Daju, you still have time to come out now. It's just that Mei Yi thinks highly of you and wants you to join us. Otherwise, do you think you'd have survived until now? Zhang Heng blocked the door of room 1402 with a group of people. For several consecutive days, he had sent people to try to persuade Wang Daju. After all, within the entire community, Wang Daju's combat power was well known, so both sides wanted him to join. However, every time he sent someone, they either returned with injuries or never returned at all, which caused Zhang Heng to lose his last shred of patience. Today, if Wang Daju was unwilling to cooperate with them, then he should never think about cooperating again. For them, anything they couldn't obtain would ultimately be destroyed. Zhang Heng, you don't have to come scare me. If you have the guts, try breaking in. I want to see how many of you can go back. Wang Daju's disdainful voice came from inside the room. Since the downpour began, he had gathered quite a few brothers. But these kinds of people usually didn't stockpile food at home. They relied on eating out, leading to many starving to death during this apocalypse. Originally, Wang Daju planned to go out and seize some supplies, but unexpectedly, Mei Yi had organized the homeowners first. With his strength alone, he could only huddle in this room with his subordinates. Actually, Wang Daju had considered cooperating with Mei Yi, but the negotiations in the early stages did not go smoothly because Mei Yi was only interested in Wang Daju and only willing to provide food for one person. Although Wang Daju was a social outcast, he was very loyal and could not abandon the few brothers behind him to enjoy himself alone. Thus, after both sides fell through, there were several conflicts. Chapter 27. Seizing the opportunity. Although Wang Daju had strong personal combat power, he couldn't withstand the incompetence of his teammates. And with several days of not having enough to eat, they lacked the strength to fight back. In no time, they were taken down by Zhang Heng's people, and several brothers were even killed while trying to cover his escape. The enmity between the two began from that moment. Originally, Wang Dezhu planned to come back and sweep through the nearby homeowners to see if he could scavenge some food to resist Zhang Heng. But who would have thought that the other party would not even give him a chance to go out, even specifically arranging people to guard outside his door. As long as he dared to come out, he would definitely be caught. The first day or two was fine, but as time went on, they understood Zhang Heng's intentions. The reason the other party did not break down the door but kept guarding outside was mainly to cut off their food supply, severing their last hope of survival. Thus, Wang Dazhu and the few remaining brothers discussed and decided to charge out and fight with their lives. But fate seemed unwilling to favor them. Just as Zhang Heng was about to give Wang Dazhu one last chance, he caught Wang Dazhu, who was fighting fiercely, off guard. If it weren't for two younger brothers risking their lives to escort Wang Dazhu back to the room, he might have completely fallen into Zhang Heng's hands this time. Inside the room, Wang Dazhu's eyes were red. He swore that if he survived this time, he would seize the opportunity to smash Zhang Heng's head. Wang Dazhu, I'll give you one last minute to think. If you open the door, we'll be friends drinking and eating meat. If you insist on resisting, don't blame us for breaking in. Hearing Zhang Heng's voice outside, the last three brothers beside Wang Dazhu also became anxious. Big brother, no, just compromise with him. At least you still have a chance to live. Yeah, boss, as long as the Green Mountains are there, you don't have to worry about not having firewood. To do what? To be their running dog? Wang Dazhu lit a cigarette, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He had thought about accepting their offer. But thinking of his dead brothers, he couldn't make up his mind. He could survive, but what about the brothers who had died? They had all come to him, believing that following him was their best hope of survival. But now it was better that not only did it not increase their survival rate in the apocalypse, but they actually died at the hands of Zhang Heng's group. Taking a deep breath and exhaling smoke, Wang Dazhu shouted outside, "No need to work hard, Zhang Heng. If you have the guts, just break the door down. If I don't crush your eggs, I want to be called Wang Dazhu." Damn. Zhang Heng spat on the ground and waved his hand to the brothers behind him, saying, "Smash it. Break this security door down." I don't believe that once I pull out his tongue, he can still be so tough. After receiving Zhang Heng's affirmation, several young men holding fire axes and hammers stepped forward, rolled up their sleeves, and started smashing the security door lock. Wang Dazhu took 2 steps back, pulled out a kitchen knife from behind, and coldly stared at the security door. He knew that this security door had already been visited by Zhang Heng's group many times. And seeing the door frame about to fall off, he knew it definitely wouldn't hold up this time. Lin Yuan and Su Bei had just reached the 16th floor when they heard the intense banging on the door coming from downstairs. Are they fighting? Su Bei drew out his dagger, cautiously looking toward the hallway of the 16th floor. Not yet, judging by this sound. It should be hammering on the door. Lin Yuan shook his head and quickly lowered his voice. The sound is coming from downstairs. But looking at it, Wang Dazhui and his group shouldn't last much longer. As they spoke, the two reached the 15th floor. After confirming that there was no danger on the 15th floor, they quickly descended to the 14th floor. The further down they went, the louder the sound of the door being smashed became, just as they peeked their heads out from the fire escape. Wang Dazhui's security door finally couldn't take it anymore and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Damn it! With the door down, both sides quickly engaged in a scuffle. Although Wang Dazhui was outnumbered, he was still fierce and faced with a young man charging at him. He slashed out with a knife. Ah! The young man let out a scream as a large gash appeared on his face. It was clear that he was a coward who didn't even know how to fight, just there to support Zhang Heng. However, as time passed, Wang Dazhui's disadvantage began to show. The 3 brothers beside him had been pinned to the ground, leaving him to resist alone, but he had already been stabbed 3 times. Blood gushing out. What to do? Su Bei and Lin Yuan hid in the shadows, watching the 2 groups fighting in the hallway. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan looked at Su Bei and asked, "Are you confident in dealing with several at the same time? One-on-one, none of them are my match. I can hold off multiple opponents for about 15 or 16 minutes. All right, you go distract them, and I'll go save Wang Dazhui." Lin Yuan didn't dare to be overly ambitious. In terms of combat power, he really wasn't as good as Su Bei, so it was best for Su Bei to attract the opponent's attention. If he went, by the time he reached Wang Dazhui, he would probably already be beaten to the ground. Okay, Su Bei nodded, and Lin Yuan saw no sign of panic on his face. Lighting a cigarette, Su Bei swaggered out, addressing a young man who was slacking off in the back. "Hey bro, huh? The young man was taken aback, turning around to respond, but was immediately met with Su Bei's knife slicing across his throat. Huh. The young man clutched his bleeding neck and collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before going still. The muffled sound drew the attention of several other young men nearby, who quickly turned to look at Su Bei. One young man with a sinister look in his eyes regarded Su Bei with a hint of confusion, feeling that this person looked somewhat unfamiliar. Who are you? Before he could finish the question, Su Bei's fist slammed into his jaw. With a crack, the young man's teeth collided together, biting down on his tongue that had slipped out while speaking. Ah! The scream pierced the darkness. The sinister young man rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his mouth, causing Lin Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows, to shiver. Fortunately, Su Bei was on his side. If that punch had landed on him, just thinking about it made him feel sour. Damn it, get him! The remaining young men reacted, realizing that this guy was here to pick a fight, and they immediately rolled up their sleeves and rushed at Su Bei. Seeing Su Bei engage with the opponents, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated, grabbing his crossbow and charging into the room. Chapter 28. Do you want to bet on the bullets in my gun? As soon as Lin Yuan burst into room 1402, he saw the middle-aged man being beaten mercilessly by the crowd. Judging by the current situation, there was no doubt that this man was Wang Dachui, whom Wenqing had mentioned to him. He had imagined countless scenarios for their first meeting, but never had he expected it to be so pathetic. At this moment, Wang Dachui was being beaten to the point where he couldn't open his eyes, his hands covering his head as he lay on the ground taking blows, his body bruised all over. However, with Lin Yuan's intrusion, the actions of the crowd momentarily paused. Lin Yuan. Others might not recognize him, but Zhang Heng did, as they were colleagues. However, their relationship in the company was not harmonious. Zhang Heng. Lin Yuan had seen these two characters on a note, but he never connected them to his nemesis, Zhang Heng. Their relationship was quite intricate. They started working at the same company on the same day and ended their internships to become full-time employees on the same day. Since then, they had been in constant competition, not only at work, but also in life, even over women. Speaking of which, they both had their eyes on the same woman, Zhu Yin. Although her name wasn't impressive, her looks could easily score an 82, and the remaining 18 points required deeper exploration. However, in this era, everything was too realistic. Even undying romance needed financial stability to be perfectly realized, while Lin Yuan was just a kid from a rural area. Forget about undying romance. He couldn't even afford cosmetics without installments. Thus, when Zhu Yin saw Lin Yuan's meager assets, she turned around and got into Zhang Heng's car. Of course, Zhu Yin did leave Lin Yuan with a bit of dignity by giving him a good guy card. Since then, Lin Yuan had been at a disadvantage in his rivalry with Zhang Heng until this storm began, which washed away his humiliation. He had thought he would never meet this bastard Zhang Heng again in his life, but fate had brought them together once more. It felt like running into a familiar face in the apocalypse was akin to meeting a relative, and both of them had red eyes. Lin Yuan, Zhang Heng. Their back and forth surprised the younger brothers around them, leaving them puzzled. What's going on? Did the boss meet a fellow townsman? Just as they were about to stop their actions to avoid interrupting Zhang Heng's reunion, Lin Yuan raised his crossbow without hesitation. Damn it, Zhang Heng. It's time to settle old and new scores. Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger, and the steel ball shot out rapidly towards Zhang Heng's chest. Unfortunately, there was a young man standing just a body length away from Zhang Heng, who had already sensed that Lin Yuan was up to no good. As soon as Lin Yuan raised the crossbow, he grabbed the young man next to him and pulled him in front of himself. Uft. The steel ball pierced through the unfortunate guy's body. The unlucky fellow was momentarily stunned, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Zhang Heng, still holding onto the unlucky guy, slightly tilted his head and looked at Lin Yuan, saying, I didn't expect that the person Mei Yi wanted to deal with would be you. I didn't expect that Mei Yi's lackey would be you. Lin Yuan aimed his crossbow at Zhang Heng's head and shouted at the surrounding younger brothers, everyone, stop. However, the younger brothers around them ignored him, and after his shout, they continued their scuffles. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and one of the young men beside Zhang Heng fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Yuan got lucky, hitting the opponent right between the eyes. Blood sprayed out from the young man's forehead, splattering the nearby younger brothers. Ah! Someone in the crowd screamed, and everyone finally stopped to look at the fallen figure. Hiss. The sound of people taking a sharp breath filled the room. Only now did they realize that Lin Yuan was holding a weapon with significant lethality. It wasn't that they were blind. The darkness had obscured their vision, and the matte black finish of Lin Yuan's crossbow blended into the darkness, making it hard to distinguish. "Everyone, stop." Zhang Heng's deep voice echoed behind the corpse. He was genuinely afraid that the person who just had their head blown off was him. And then he turned to Lin Yuan, saying, "Lin Yuan, calm down, let's talk this over. This group of people follows Aunt May every day, ensuring they have enough to eat and wear, so they don't have to worry about food. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't really stick their necks out to die." Lin Yuan smirked, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, which looked somewhat pale and eerie under the moonlight reflected from the window. "Want to talk?" Lin Yuan took 2 steps toward Zhang Heng, but the bow and crossbow still pointed at the center of his forehead. If there was even a hint of abnormality from Zhang Heng, he would definitely pull the trigger without hesitation. "Throw down your weapons and supplies, and get out of the 14th floor." Lin Yuan's words changed the expressions of everyone present. Put down weapons and supplies. In this day and age, these 2 things are much more valuable than women. Asking them to throw them away is like asking for their lives. "Lin Yuan, don't get too excited. We can talk slowly. Just put down your bow and crossbow first." Zhang Heng was genuinely afraid that this kid would suddenly twitch his finger and shoot him, so he hurriedly wanted to calm Lin Yuan's mindset. "Don't give me that useless talk. Just say whether you're throwing them down or not. Don't you bully people too much." Zhang Heng was not made of mud. Besides, even a mud person would still have some fire in them. Seeing Lin Yuan's aggressive stance, he directly spoke up. "I don't believe that the bullets in your little broken bow and crossbow can kill all of us. In the end, it's still you who will die, just like when you and I robbed Zhu Yan back then." Lin Yuan sneered. He knew Zhang Heng was trying to provoke him to lose his rationality. However, he didn't know that after this period of time, he had long lost all feelings for that woman, Zhu Yan. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would love to show off Wen Qing in front of Zhang Heng. After all, this was the Zhu Yan version. With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Heng and said, "Do you also want to take a gamble on whether my gun has bullets or not?" To be honest. Zhang Heng didn't dare to gamble, but he couldn't bear to throw all these weapons and supplies to Lin Yuan, not only because these supplies were very difficult to gather, but also because he didn't want to lose to Lin Yuan deep down. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, a voice suddenly came from the door. "Su Bei." "Hey." Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Su Bei, who was holding a burning bottle in his hand. Su Bei grinned. "Let me show you a treasure." Chapter 29. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whoosh. The Molotov cocktail was thrown in a parabolic arc towards the crowd and shattered on the ground. Flames quickly spread, and screams filled the air. "Damn, this kid is setting fire. Quick, run." Su Bei pulled out another Molotov cocktail from behind and threw it at Zhang Heng and the others. The flames grew larger, and Zhang Heng shot a resentful glance at Lin Yuan, then turned to the few people beside him and said, "Just do as he says. Put down the supplies and weapons, and let's go." Seeing their leader had spoken, everyone could only put their weapons and supplies on the ground and slowly raise their hands as they walked outside. However, when Zhang Heng was exiting the room, he kept a watchful eye, having his little brothers surround him so that Lin Yuan couldn't shoot him from any angle. As he passed by Su Bei, Zhang Heng paused. "Brother, you were ruthless this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Anytime you want." Su Bei shrugged, treating Zhang Heng's threat as nonsense. If there were too many people around him, he could take the guy down on the spot. Once Zhang Heng and the others left, Lin Yuan finally sighed in relief and slowly put down the bow and crossbow. "Where did you get the Molotov cocktails?" Lin Yuan asked, looking at the surrounding flames. "Of course, it was me." Su Bei didn't speak, but Wen Qing suddenly leaned over and smiled at Lin Yuan. "How did you come out?" Lin Yuan didn't feel happy. Instead, his brows furrowed tightly. This woman, could it be that after receiving more kindness from him recently, she had forgotten her own surname? Yes, indeed. Wen Qing was different from ordinary women. She was smart and sensible, knowing when to do what to ask, and what not to ask. But even if she was good, if it was something he couldn't control, it would be meaningless. He couldn't keep an uncontrollable factor by his side. If the timeline were extended, and he really developed feelings for Wen Qing, she would become a weakness that others could use to control him. Wen Qing had initially hoped to receive Lin Yuan's praise, but when she got closer and saw Lin Yuan's frown, her heart sank. Those memories she desperately wanted to forget began to replay in her mind. She was just a woman whom Lin Yuan had saved on a whim. Being able to live beside him was merely a transaction. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Wen Qing lowered her head, her voice filled with grievance. "What?" Seeing this scene, Su Bei almost popped his eyes out. "What a model of our generation. If he had such a beautiful girlfriend, he'd be pampering her to death. How could he treat her like this? Wang Dazue was also stunned. So this was what the legendary Sigma man was like. Just once. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Wang Dazue. Su Bei also walked over. He didn't want to interfere in family matters. So he casually pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. This time, Lin Yuan didn't refuse. After taking the cigarette and lighting it, he looked at Wang Dazue and said in a low voice, "We can save you, but we can also kill you." Wang Dazue was a smart man. He took a deep breath and nodded. "Let's hear your conditions." His brothers were all dead, and he was alone now. With only one wish in his heart, to kill Zhang Heng and Aunt Mei. "Do my bidding." Lin Yuan took a puff of smoke and quietly waited for the other party's response. He believed Wang Dazue would make the right choice. Good. Sure enough. Wang Dazue nodded in agreement without a hint of hesitation. Now it was Lin Yuan and Su Bei's turn to be stunned. He agreed just like that? Something strange must be going on. He didn't rush to welcome this new member's addition, just as he was about to probe the other party's background. He heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of recruiting Doomsday Survival Team member Wang Dazue. Current Doomsday Survival Team members, 3, obtained 1 chance to spin the wheel. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 spin reward. Current balance, 9. Do you want to use the spin? No. There was only 1 chance left for a 10 consecutive draw, unless it was a matter of life and death. It was impossible to waste a chance on the Doomsday Wheel. Steadying his mind, Lin Yuan stood up and extended his hand to Wang Dazue, smiling. "Welcome to my team." Huh? Su Bei and Wenqing both looked at Lin Yuan in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. Why? They knew that Lin Yuan's momentary hesitation represented something. Even they had doubts after seeing Wang Dazue's decisive agreement. He didn't believe Lin Yuan couldn't see through it. Previously, Lin Yuan indeed shared the same thoughts as them. Even if he temporarily accepted Wang Dazue, it was impossible for him to let him move into room 1801. However, the system wouldn't make mistakes. Since he had already received the system's prompt, it indicated that at least up to this point, Wang Dazue had no ulterior motives. This was also another use of the system. Wang Dazue was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Yuan would really accept him. He reached out and grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. And as he was pulled up by him, he also locked eyes with Lin Yuan. Being able to survive in this building until now, and even form his own team should indicate that he was not a foolish person. Both of them had their own agendas, but neither spoke first. "Want to smoke?" Su Bei pulled out a cigarette from the pack and handed it to Wang Dazue, casually tossing the empty pack on the ground. Wang Dazue took the cigarette, leaned close to the curtain, took a couple of puffs, and the tip was ignited. Whew! As he gasped for breath, the wounds on his body were pulled, causing him to grimace in pain. After a moment of silence, Wang Dazue could no longer hold back and looked at Lin Yuan, saying, "Don't you want to know why I agreed so quickly?" Upon hearing Wang Dazue's words, Lin Yuan smiled. He got up, walked past Wang Dazue, opened the window in the room, and let the rainwater be swept in by the fierce wind, extinguishing the fire inside. Standing by the window, Lin Yuan's hair was tousled by the wind. "Go ahead," he said. Su Bei was taken aback, almost dropping the cigarette in his hand. It turned out this guy hadn't guessed the other party's motives at all, yet he had been acting so pretentious. If it weren't for his decision to follow Lin Yuan, he would have wanted to pin him down and give him a beating. It's simple. I want to see Mei Yi and Zhang Heng dead. Given Wang Dazue's character, being able to say this meant he was utterly filled with hatred for Mei Yi and Zhang Heng. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I believe you can provide me with this opportunity, Wang Dazue said seriously, looking at Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan turned around, revealing a meaningful smile, casually tossing the cigarette but behind him and reaching out his hand to Wang Dazue again. "We have a common goal." Crack! A purple lightning bolt split the night sky. Thunder rumbled, and rain poured down, marking the complete unveiling of the apocalypse. The two hands clasped tightly together in the lightning, both displaying the same smile. Chapter 30. Follow-up plan in room 1801. The four of them looked at the pile of supplies and weapons on the floor, their smiles barely contained. They had really hit the jackpot this time. The three men surrounded a Huangala cigarette, their eyes bursting with fervor. "There really are some squirrels among us who like to hoard food. This stuff is much harder to come by than food," Su Bei swallowed, directing his gaze at Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, how do we divide it? You decide." Wang Dazue also focused his attention on Lin Yuan, asking for little. Even if he got just 1 box, he would be satisfied. Lin Yuan tore open the entire packaging of the cigarettes, revealing only 9 boxes left inside. Then took 3 boxes for each of them and laughed. How else to divide it? Split evenly. This left Su Bei and Wang Dachui both stunned. Split evenly. Wasn't that a bit inappropriate? However, if they were to pretend and return the cigarettes to Lin Yuan, keeping just 1 box for themselves, these 2 old smokers genuinely couldn't do it. All right, stop dragging this out like a woman. Pack it up. If you lose it, you're on your own. Lin Yuan packed his 3 boxes of cigarettes into his backpack, stood up, and looked at the 3 of them. Let's talk about the next plan. Plan? What plan? Su Bei and Wang Dachui were both taken aback. They didn't even know how many people or weapons the other side had. So what plan could there be? Lin Yuan. With just the 2 or 3 of us, it's unrealistic to think we can fight back. Su Bei was the first to stand up in disagreement. With your bow and my skills, we could last at most 10 minutes, and we don't even know how many of them there are. If we're not careful, their people could surround us 3 or 4 times. Yeah, I fell into Zhang Heng's hands this time because of that. Wang Dachui quickly chimed in. What if I said I could estimate their numbers? Seeing the 2 eager to oppose him, Lin Yuan stood up with a smile. He didn't blame them. Not just Su Bei and Wang Dachui, but even he himself wouldn't agree to such a risky plan without knowing this information. Currently, Mei Yi and Zhang Heng were on the 17th floor, and only about 10 people could respond quickly. The rest mostly lived on the 16th floor or lower. The only threats to us were those on the 15th floor and above. The rest, Lin Yuan sneered, were just a bunch of old, weak, sick, or disabled people. Just like the tall and short man who ambushed him at the beginning, he probably died of tetanus by now. Linjiang City is not like a county town. Most people who can stay home to watch children are elderly folks brought over from their hometowns. Young people are busy, some are on business trips. Others are working in different cities. Not all residents are fully occupied. After excluding that portion of people, the ones who can fight are only those on the 15th floor and above. Those living below the 15th floor are either elderly watching children, kids, women, or some weak men. As for why the distribution is so orderly, it's because, as he had suspected early on, Mei Yi had constructed this building into a pyramid model. Excluding the 18th floor where he lived, the 17th floor is the top of the pyramid, where she and her trusted confidants, including Wu Yu and Zhang Hong, reside. All the supplies she scavenged from the owners are stored in room 1704, which they had turned into a warehouse. This is mainly because room 1704 faces north, making it cooler, and some food can still be preserved. The 16th and 15th floors are allocated to strong men aged 30 to 40. This group serves as the second tier of combat power and is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Of course, this excludes residents who never joined them, like the taxi driver in room 1603. Going further down, apart from those like Wang Dachui who refused to join them, the rest are mostly elderly and children who lack combat ability. The elderly, women, and weak men can help collect rainwater and filter it into usable water, while those kids are like sinners exiled to the frontier, left to fend for themselves. As for why they don't just eliminate all these children, there are 2 reasons. One is that they Haven T becomes so deranged as to reach that level. Neglecting them and actively killing are 2 different concepts. And the psychological burden on people is vastly different. The second reason is simpler and more direct. It's just because they can preserve them. Watching Lin Yuan speak so confidently, Su Bei and Wang Dachui's eyes nearly bulged out. Why? They were just 2 men with 1 brain, with only 24 hours in a day. Why could he know so much? All right, put away those expressions of admiration. I'm not interested in men. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wenqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle from the side. Since you know so much, I'm now interested in your plan. Su Bei lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Let's hear your plan. First, we destroy their granary and ruin their supplies. Once they start having internal strife, that's when we act. First, set fire to the 15th floor to block support from those below the 16th floor. As for the rest, eliminating an old lady is not a difficult task. This plan was only a rough outline in Lin Yuan's mind. He still needed to sort out the details. At this moment, Su Bei raised a question. Since 1704 is their granary, they will definitely assign people to guard it in shifts, not just one. To take action against the granary, saying it is easier than doing it, if we really want to implement this plan. We must consider how to destroy their granary in the first step. Exactly. Wang Dachui nodded in agreement with Su Bei's viewpoint. The 1704 point must be well planned. But Lin Yuan waved his hand and smiled. No need. I already have a strategy to deal with it. What? The 2 perked up their ears and looked at Lin Yuan. However, he had no intention of revealing this plan. simply leaving them with one sentence before taking Wenqing out of room 1801. It's simple, wait. Back at his door, Lin Yuan did not speak to Wenqing. Tossing his backpack and coat aside and lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, Wenqing lit a candle, watching Lin Yuan's expressionless face, pouting in grievance. She was just trying to help. She hadn't done anything wrong to him, so why wasn't he talking to her now? However, she was afraid that she might push Lin Yuan too hard and get kicked out. Gritting her teeth, she could only squat down beside Lin Yuan and called out in a somewhat spoiled tone, "Lin Yuan, please don't be angry. I was wrong, okay?" Chapter 31. Sending guests. Hey, just acknowledge me, please. Seeing that Lin Yuan remained unmoved, Wenqing hugged him affectionately. How about we try the positions you like tonight? The spoiled tactic didn't work, so she thought of the farming strategy. She had to make Lin Yuan speak for things to change. Lin Yuan was pretending to sleep, but he couldn't help but laugh at Wenqing's words, feeling both angry and amused. Do you think I was joking when I talked to you before? His expression was serious as he sat up and looked at Wenqing. Repeat the conditions I mentioned before. I can only be your private doctor. I can't treat anyone else without your permission. I can only move within your line of sight, and I can't go out without your permission, though not entirely accurate. It was close enough. I'm not trying to restrict your freedom. Do you know how dangerous it is to come from the 16th floor to the 14th floor to find me? Although Wenqing had helped a lot today, Lin Yuan still wanted to teach her a lesson. Rules were rules. If he set rules that could be easily broken with a little spoiled behavior, it would be better not to set them at all. The cost of everyone being fine is that they all end up together. I'm just worried about you, Wenqing said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, but she still wanted to argue a bit. You should worry about yourself. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. After a scolding, the anger in his heart had mostly subsided. She was his woman after all, and being too harsh wasn't good. All right. Since I said it was only allowed once, let's leave it at that. Seeing Lin Yuan relent, Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. At least she wouldn't be kicked out. Lin Yuan, are you confident about destroying Aunt May's granary? Lin Yuan nodded. Wenqing was different from Su Bei and Wang Dachui. She had passed the test and was completely trustworthy after Lin Yuan's observation over time. As for Su Bei and Wang Dachui, they still needed to be assessed. After all, the system's prompt only referred to the present tense, not the future tense. No one could guarantee that these two wouldn't change their minds in the future. Do you remember the paper you gave me? I remember. Wenqing nodded. Although she hadn't looked at the content on the paper, Lin Yuan's reaction indicated that this rescue mission for Wang Dachui was highly related to the content on it. She will help us arrange it. All we need to do now is find a sturdy rope to ensure I can land smoothly on the 17th floor. Are you trying to? Lin Yuan made a shushing gesture at Wenqing. No one knew how good the sound insulation of this broken building was. They weren't sure if this volume of conversation would be heard downstairs. Wenqing instantly understood, stood up, and said, "Then I'll go cook for you. You should rest for a while." Okay. Lin Yuan comfortably lay on the sofa, and soon the sound of clattering came from the kitchen. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Seeing Wenqing was busy, Lin Yuan got up and went to the door. Who is it? To ensure that no trouble was lurking outside, Lin Yuan cautiously asked, but received no response. Could it be Aunt May's people again? These people wouldn't give up until they got themselves killed. The last time they forcibly broke a window was still fresh in his memory. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Wenqing might have become fodder in the flood. Who's outside? Lin Yuan confirmed again. If he continued to get no response, there was absolutely no way he would open the door. Still no response. Lin Yuan frowned and planned to ignore the knocking, but unexpectedly, a soft and weak female voice slowly sounded. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan? Do you have a moment? Lin Yuan paused, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Logically, there shouldn't be any women above the 15th floor. Could you give me some food? Food. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This woman was quite bold, coming to ask for food out of nowhere, as if he was a charity organization. No. After saying that, Lin Yuan turned to leave. Wait, don't go. I can exchange information for food. Hearing Lin Yuan's decisive refusal, the woman outside panicked and hurriedly offered her bargaining chip. Information? Lin Yuan paused and continued to ask. What information? Could you let me in first? I was seen by their people when I came upstairs, and they'll probably come to catch me soon. The woman's voice trembled slightly, sounding genuine. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan slowly opened the door. Outside was a woman who looked about 27 or 28, with a pitiful appearance that was quite endearing. Come in. Lin Yuan concealed the crossbow behind him. If anything dangerous jumped out from behind her, he would definitely give them a steel beam without hesitation. Thank you. The woman first thanked Lin Yuan and stepped into the room. Lin Yuan closed the door and started to examine her again. The woman was dressed in a suit, black stockings hugging her full thighs. For some reason, she was drenched all over, looking as if she had just been fished out of a flood. Mr. Lin Yuan, my name is Tang Tian. Can I exchange some food for information? First, tell me your information, and I'll see if it's worth a meal. Lin Yuan wasn't a fool. If he gave her food and she started talking nonsense, wouldn't he be jeopardizing himself? Tang Tian hesitated, just as Lin Yuan didn't trust her. She wasn't too sure about him either. Lin Yuan, who came in, hearing the noise in the living room. Wenqing came out of the kitchen with a spatula. When she saw Tang Tian, who was soaked, she was momentarily stunned and then looked at Lin Yuan. Do you know her? No. Lin Yuan shook his head. Tang Tian didn't expect there to be someone else in the room, especially such a beautiful woman. She quickly adjusted her dress tightly against her skin and awkwardly said, Sister. Hello. I was wondering if I could exchange information for some food. According to normal logic, except for those in high society. The head of the household was usually the woman, so Tang Tian felt a bit nervous seeing Wenqing. Well, you can ask him. Wenqing pointed the spatula at Lin Yuan. She couldn't make that decision. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with Wenqing's reaction. He lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa, and smiled. You only have two choices now. Either tell me your information, and I'll see if it's useful to me, or you can open the door and leave. You. Tang Tian stomped her foot in frustration. This Lin Yuan was indeed rude, even if she didn't have information. Shouldn't he be a bit more gentlemanly and proactive upon seeing a pitiful girl? Wenqing, send her away. Chapter 32. Friends of old friends. Tang Tian was completely speechless. How did she end up meeting such a low-level man? Don't rush me out. My best friend is Zhu Huiwan. She sent me here. Seeing Wenqing approaching her with the spatula, Tang Tian instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. Wait, you say you're a friend of Zhu Huiwan? Lin Yuan squinted his eyes. The name Zhu Huiwan had better be mentioned as little as possible, and the fact that this woman could pinpoint his location confirmed the feasibility of that statement. How could it be fake? Seeing Lin Yuan soften a bit, Tang Tian relaxed and said, The information I have was also sent by my best friend. She said that if I told you this, it would at least be worth a meal. Seeing Lin Yuan react so strongly to the mention of Zhu Huiwan, Wenqing understood there must be an unusual relationship between them. She bit her lip and returned to the kitchen, leaving the living room for Lin Yuan and Tang Tian. Just a meal. Go ahead. Lin Yuan sat down again and gestured for Tang Tian to sit on the stool opposite him. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Yuan finally speak, a smile appeared on Tang Tian's face. My best friend asked me to tell you that at midnight tonight, there will be an operation. That's it. Lin Yuan was taken aback, extinguishing the cigarette but in the ashtray. Yeah, that's it. Tang Tian nodded confidently. She said as long as I deliver this message to you, you'd understand the meaning behind it. I've completed my task now, can I eat? Lin Yuan looked at Tang Tian in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, but you'll have to wait a bit. The food is still on the stove. No problem, I have plenty of time. Tang Tian obediently sat in the chair, but her eyes were scanning the room back and forth. Lin Yuan ignored her. After all, there was another woman in the house, which could lead to trouble. Standing up, Lin Yuan walked to the windowsill and lit another cigarette. The window was leaking badly, and the windowsill was already filled with rainwater. Lin Yuan opened the virtual panel to check the number of spins left on the doomsday roulette. Only one more spin was needed to complete 10 consecutive draws. He wondered if he could draw a means of transportation for the sea. As long as he got a yacht, he could save their lives. Closing the virtual panel again, Lin Yuan walked into the kitchen and approached Wenqing from behind. Finished chatting? How's the food? Lin Yuan did not answer Wenqing and instead asked about the food. It's almost ready. You're not really going to let her eat here, are you? Wenqing felt a bit displeased. After all, she was a woman, and her sixth sense told her that Tang Tian was not a good person and might just be a flirtatious troublemaker. If Lin Yuan was captivated by this woman, it was uncertain how many days she could stay in this house. Lin Yuan nodded and wrapped an arm around Wenqing's waist. You're not getting jealous, are you? Go away. You're the one who is jealous. Exposed. Wenqing playfully swatted away Lin Yuan's hand. Be careful not to be mesmerized by a vixen and end up doing all the work for her. That can't happen. You should know my situation best now. Lin Yuan did not stop his actions because Wenqing pushed his hand away. Instead, he became even more reckless. Just understand. She's a friend of an old acquaintance. Humph. Wenqing did not resist anymore. Feeling Lin Yuan's hand, she frowned and asked, How long do you plan to keep her here? Why not keep her here indefinitely? Humph. Wenqing stepped on Lin Yuan's foot causing him to grimace in pain. It turned out that all men were the same. When Lin Yuan walked out of the kitchen, Tang Tian's body tensed up again. Lin Gu, it's not because of me that you and your sister-in-law are fighting, right? It's fine, don't coddle her. Lin Yuan took a piece of bread from the shelf, took a few casual bites, and stood up to walk towards the door. By the way, I'm going out to take care of something. You and Wenqing can eat at home. I've already told her, the other guest room is empty. You can tidy it up yourself. Lin Gu, where are you going? Seeing Lin Yuan about to leave, Tang Tian quickly stood up from her stool but gasped as she did, covering her skirt, though the view beneath it was still exposed to Lin Yuan's sight. Green tea bitch. Wenqing saw everything and cursed silently, scooping the food out of the pot. Cough, cough, don't pry into things you shouldn't tea. Don't you have nowhere to stay? Just stay here comfortably. Seeing Lin Yuan say this, Tang Tian lowered her head and softly said, then thank you, Lin Gu. Pushing open the door, Lin Yuan did not go downstairs but headed directly to Su Bei's side. Oh, Boss Lin, what brings you here? Su Bei and Wang Dachui were getting along quite well, one lying on the sofa and the other by the windowsill. With no electricity or internet, the two could only boast about the past, quickly building a rapport. How about a big score? Interested? Lin Yuan placed the crossbow on the table and lit a cigarette. The two, initially bored, immediately perked up and stood to look at Lin Yuan. Let us do it. Old Wang can stay home. Look at how beaten up you are. You wouldn't be of any help. Old Su, come with me for a trip. Lin Yuan waved to Su Bei, and just as he was about to get up, Wang Dachui was unhappy. Hey, Boss Lin, I don't like what you just said. Even though I got beaten up by that bastard Zhang Hong. It's just superficial wounds. Let me show you what I can do. Do you really think I'm just here to retire? Wang Dachui initially thought of building a cooperative relationship with Lin Yuan, using each other until they parted ways after the job was done. However, after entering room 1801 with Su Bei, he changed his mind. The supplies in this room, if rationed, could last him and Su Bei for 3 months. With such ample supplies, he would be foolish to consider parting ways. Seeing that Wang Dachui insisted on following, Lin Yuan did not refuse. Let us go, hurry up. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Bei was about to slam the security door shut, but Lin Yuan was quick, grabbing the edge of the door and signaling for silence. So mysterious? As Lin Yuan gently closed the door, trying to minimize the sound it made, their hearts involuntarily raced. This is too thrilling, right? Following Lin Yuan, the three of them stealthily entered the fire escape. At that moment, Lin Yuan pointed upstairs. The rooftop on the 18th floor was different from others. In other buildings, rooftops were just holes with half a ladder hanging on the wall, requiring someone to climb up and push open the cover on top to enter. In this building, the rooftop had an iron door, and one could reach it just by walking up the stairs. Chapter 33. Sister, it's time to eat. The three were crouched by the iron door. Lin Yuan pointed to the connection between the fire escape stairs on the 17th and 18th floors, and then pointed at Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui quickly understood, pulled out a kitchen knife from behind, and stealthily positioned himself behind the fire door. His task was simple. If there was a commotion, and someone from the 17th floor came up, he would take them all out without sparing anyone. Seeing Wang Dachui ready, Lin Yuan gestured to Su Bei, indicating that when he knocked on the door, whoever's head popped out first would get a cut on their neck, while others might not have the skills. Su Bei definitely could. After arranging these, Lin Yuan extended his hand and gently knocked on the iron door. In fact, he was also taking a risk. There were very few places to hide on the 18th floor. Rooms 1801 and 1802 were occupied, so they couldn't hide there, and rooms 1803 and 1804 were locked. After replacing the security door, Su Bei had put the original door back in place. Forcing the door open would definitely alert the two households. After eliminating these two households, the only places to hide were behind the fire door on the 17th floor or on the rooftop. However, he had to rule out the possibility of the rooftop first. Otherwise, if he guessed wrong, they could be attacked from both sides. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan slowed his knocking. After waiting for a long time without a response, he frowned. Could I be wrong? But if he thought about it, the exposure risk on the rooftop was the lowest. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave, the door lock suddenly made a soft clicking sound. Sure enough, someone. Lin Yuan and Su Bei's eyes lit up. At that moment, the heavy iron door was pulled open from the outside, and a beady-eyed head peeked around the door. You. Just as the person was about to speak, Su Bei's elbow clamped around their neck, and the dagger in their hand accurately pierced into their throat. Ugh! The man widened his eyes, struggling to escape from Su Bei's armpit, but his consciousness became increasingly blurred. ultimately dying in Su Bei's armpit. What are you dawdling about? A man's voice came from behind the door. There's someone else. Lin Yuan was taken aback, pulled out his crossbow, smashed open the iron door, and rushed in. Damn! The man was startled by Lin Yuan and was about to curse, but a steel ball directly shattered his eyeball. The intense pain caused the man to collapse instantly. Just as he was about to scream, Su Bei covered his mouth. To put it simply, they were just ordinary people, usually relying on the numbers to bully the few. But when it came to a real fight, they were no match for someone like Su Bei. At this moment, there were two men still on the rooftop. But they had been scared silly, allowing the rain to wash over them, trembling in the fierce wind. Some people, just witnessing a murder up close for the first time, were so frightened that they became like deflated balloons, losing all their capabilities. Lin Yuan and Su Bei acted simultaneously, their daggers and arrows piercing each other's hearts at the same time. Only when the pain hit did they snap back to reality, wanting to scream but finding they couldn't make a sound. In an atmosphere of extreme fear, it is easy for people to temporarily lose their voices. Lin Yuan and Su Bei took advantage of this, allowing them to eliminate these four people without alerting Aunt May downstairs. The torrential rain quickly drenched both of them. But Lin Yuan and Su Bei paid no mind, leaving the rooftop quickly without speaking. When they descended the stairs, Wang Dachui also breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the two to cooperate so well. He then lowered his voice and asked, back or down? Down. As the leader, Lin Yuan made the decision first and walked down slowly. Su Bei and Wang Dachui exchanged a glance and quickly followed Lin Yuan into the darkness. Sister, it's time to eat. After Lin Yuan left, Wenqing brought the cooked dishes to the coffee table. There were two exquisite small dishes, spicy stir-fried meat with chili and minced meat with vermicelli. The staple was fragrant white rice. Upon seeing these two small dishes and the white rice, Tang Tian's eyes widened. What kind of family conditions allowed them to eat two dishes and fresh white rice in the apocalypse? The aroma of the food stimulated her taste buds, causing her mouth to water. Tang Tian almost couldn't hold back and lunged at the table. Sister, do you always eat like this? She was still fantasizing that it was because of her arrival that Lin Yuan and Wenqing brought out such delicious food for her, and that it wasn't always like this. After all, at Aunt May's place, they mostly had instant noodles, and even the water for the noodles was filtered rainwater heated over a fire. This was only for those who behaved well. Those who performed poorly or contributed little could only eat moldy steamed buns. Yes, we always eat like this, Wenqing replied with a smile. What we have most here is food. Like these, many are prepackaged meals that can be heated and eaten directly. You even stocked up on prepackaged meals? A hint of envy and something deeper flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. Yes, but don't tell anyone else. It's just for us. Wenqing earnestly advised. Don't worry, sister. Tang Tian quickly nodded with a smile, barely able to contain herself, now only wanting to dig into the food. Don't you need to save some for Lingo? No need. When he comes back, I'll make him some more. We have plenty of these pre-packaged meals at home. Wenqing inadvertently revealed their family's stock to Tang Tian, making her feel more at ease staying there. After all, Lin Yuan had already instructed that she should be well taken care of since she was staying. All right, stop chatting and eat quickly. It will affect the taste if it gets cold. Okay. Tang Tian had long been unable to hold back, nodding repeatedly and scooping up the white rice in front of her, showing none of the demeanor of a lady. Delicious. I love it. Halfway through the meal, Tang Tian felt her eyelids growing heavy. However, for the delicious food she had finally managed to eat, she persisted until the end. After eating and drinking her fill, Wenqing looked at Tang Tian, who was already struggling to keep her eyes open, and smiled. Sister, are you full? Tang Tian felt warm all over, like a person wandering in the cold suddenly finding a stove. I'm full, sister. I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to rest now. All right, you go ahead. Wenqing smiled, giving off a caring older sister vibe. I'll clean up, then I'll trouble you, sister. Tang Tian stood up and headed towards the second bedroom Lin Yuan mentioned. But after just a couple of steps, everything went black, and she collapsed onto the floor. Seeing Tang Tian fall, Wenqing's smile instantly vanished. Eating like a pig. Only a fool would leave you at home. Chapter 34. 10 consecutive draws. Wenqing, as if dragging a dead pig, pulled Tang Tian into the second bedroom and tied her up in a big X on the bed with pre-prepared ropes. She hadn't expected that such a large dose of sleeping pills would last so long. It seemed that the limits of the human body still need to be explored in medicine. After doing all this, Wenqing clapped her hands and then turned around to throw the unfinished food into the trash can and wash the rice bowl clean. Due to often performing surgeries for extended periods, Wenqing always kept sleeping pills at home to take when she got home without feeling sleepy. As for why she went against Lin Yuan's wishes, she certainly didn't know. She just didn't understand why Lin Yuan wanted her to do this. When Lin Yuan entered the kitchen, it seemed he was flirting with her, but his hand had actually crossed over her chest and reached her neck. When he let go, he unintentionally brushed against the kitchen knife, making Wenqing understand that he didn't actually want to keep Tang Tian at home. Lin Yuan's last remark about her staying here made her consider the idea of drugging Tang Tian. Of course, she wouldn't directly get rid of Tang Tian, but would tie her up and wait for Lin Yuan to return to handle it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of seeing through Tang Tian's scheme, earning 1 spin of the roulette. Congratulations to the host for receiving a roulette reward of 1 spin. Current balance is 10, qualifying for a 10 consecutive draw. Would you like to use it? Yes. Lin Yuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Wenqing was indeed clever, and the system's prompt indicated she had succeeded. Staying in the fire escape. Lin Yuan couldn't help but initiate the 10 consecutive draws. He wanted to see what kind of items the high-level task would yield. As his finger pressed down, the Apocalypse Roulette, which hadn't been operated in a long time, spun rapidly at that moment. When the first item lit up, Lin Yuan's face darkened. Raft crafting kit. It was far from the yacht he had been longing for. But having something was better than nothing. At least he wouldn't have to waste time dismantling the bedboards. Next came the second item, survival gear set. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched a couple of times. This survival gear was probably just camouflage clothing or something similar since it was only a low-level item. The third item, tactical medical kit. This one was somewhat useful. He could give it to Wenqing when he returned. She could make better use of it than he could, as it would just be useless in his hands. The fourth item, wild contraceptive kit. What the hell? This system was surprisingly considerate, knowing that under the current conditions where the medical system was paralyzed, it wouldn't support the continuation of the lineage. By the time the ninth item appeared, Lin Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't drawn any handguns, automatic or semi-automatic assault rifles, or submachine guns. After all, these were the hard currency for survival in the apocalypse. He drew, and besides those mentioned earlier, the rest were various cans and water. Although there were quite a few, it was uncertain how long this building could hold up when the flood came. None of these supplies could be taken away. What a waste. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't be discovered by Mei Yi's people in the fire escape, he would have really wanted to pound his chest and let out a long sigh. The 10th item was about to be revealed, and Lin Yuan's heart jumped to his throat. If this item wasn't decent, he might really jump out of the window. Buzz. The moment the 10th item appeared on the virtual panel, Lin Yuan was stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the item bar. The item bar will be displayed on the virtual panel. The host can find items later in the virtual panel to store or retrieve items. The host only needs to drag the items into the item bar on the virtual panel. Ding! Detected that the host has activated the item bar function. The current drawn item will be allocated to the item bar with an initial item slot of 20 to increase the item bar space. The host needs to exchange for spins on the wheel. The item bar cannot store living things, but has a preservation function. The host need not worry about food spoiling due to environmental changes. Use it with confidence. An item bar. This is a good thing. Although it was his first time encountering something like this, it probably functioned similarly to the storage bags in cultivation novels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the item bar function, gaining 1 spin on the wheel. Current spins on the wheel. 1. Does the host want to use it? No. Seeing the items he just drew in his item bar, those useless food and water now had a purpose for him. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that a single type of substance in the item bar only occupied 1 slot, for example, under the icon for mineral water. There were 3 small words, 600. This meant he currently had a total of 600 bottles of mineral water. If he guessed correctly, this item bar should be a type of task item. What a gain. After activating the item bar function, it somewhat made up for Lin Yuan's regret of not drawing firearms. The wheel continued to spin without any sign of stopping, and Lin Yuan hurriedly pressed the stop button. The next second, the originally fast spinning wheel began to slow down. At the same time, another system prompt appeared in Lin Yuan's consciousness. Ding! Because the host is using the 10 consecutive draw function for the first time, an additional reward of a military dagger has been added. This is a good thing. The dagger felt heavy in his hand, with a long, sharp blade that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The blade had a blood groove design to enhance cutting and bleeding effects, giving a cold visual impact, while the guard was exquisitely carved with intricate patterns, adding an artistic feel. The black handle was made of faux leather material with a textured surface that was comfortable and non-slip to hold, reinforced with metal at both ends for durability. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with this military dagger and directly dragged it into the item bar via the panel. So convenient. Boss Lin, Boss Lin. Su Bei watched Lin Yuan grinning foolishly and hurriedly reminded him, "What are you doing? I've been calling you for ages." Hearing Su Bei's voice, Lin Yuan finally came to his senses. "Nothing, just thinking of something happy," he casually replied, quickly asking Su Bei, "So, what's going on the 17th floor?" "There's someone guarding the door of room 1704, and a fire barrel has been lit in the hallway. They must be warming up." Upon hearing Su Bei's words, Lin Yuan cautiously looked over. Sure enough, as he said, this group of people had already lit a fire barrel in the hallway, and the firelight barely dispelled the darkness throughout the corridor. "Boss Lin, what should we do?" Su Bei spread his hands. Now that the darkness they could hide in had been dispelled, they couldn't quietly enter the 17th floor corridor. "All right, you two hide. I'll lure them over." "How will you lure them?" Chapter 35. Counterattack. I have my methods. Lin Yuan chuckled and quietly peeked out, his eyes fixed on those people warming themselves by the fire. These guys were clearly out to collect rainwater, drenched from head to toe, and were only wearing shorts as they sat around the fire barrel. Their clothes were also hung on the furnace with a rope, indicating they had no spare clothes to change into. There was no doubt that these people were from the lower floors. When the flood came, they had no time to take spare clothes. And in this temperature, being wet every day, naturally, no one was willing to take out their clothes for them. Damn it, who knows when this rain will stop? If it keeps up like this, I'm going to go crazy. Sigh. Mei said the rescue team would come, but who knows when. If they don't come soon, I really can't hold on any longer. Rescue team? Don't think about it. Even if there is a rescue team, with such a large city, they have to search little by little. In this extreme weather, they can't possibly use planes. Our community is in a remote location. By the time they search here, the flowers will have wilted. What should we do, Sai? A few people sat around the fire barrel, their words filled with despair. Just then, the man sitting by the fire barrel, facing the fire escape, suddenly froze, his eyes bulging, and the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes were visibly spreading. He opened his mouth and pointed behind the few people, but for a long time, he couldn't utter a word. "Damn, what are you doing? Don't scare us in the middle of the night." The others felt a chill down their spines and their scalp tingling. One of the men seemed to realize something and mechanically turned his head, just in time to see a face with a strange smile peeking from the fire escape. "Ah!" The man screamed, almost scaring the others to death. The group quickly turned around but found nothing behind them, not even a hair. "Damn. Are you two trying to scare us?" At this critical moment, being pranked felt really unpleasant. The man who first noticed Lin Yuan's face quickly defended. No. There really was a face over there, staring at us without blinking, and that smile was just too scary. "Yes, I swear, I also saw that face." Another man earnestly added. Seeing that they didn't seem to be lying, one of the bolder men stood up and said, "Maybe it's just a kid from some floor playing tricks. Let's go check it out." Hearing his words, the others calmed down and realized. Only a child would be that bored. What adult would do something like this? "Let's go check it out. If I catch that little brat, I'm going to drag him out and give him a beating." Hee. Listening to this man's words, the others showed lewd smiles. What he said wasn't wrong. Isn't it a common practice in the island nation for children to pay with their flesh? They were just learning from the teacher's educational methods. Hearing the footsteps of the group getting closer, Lin Yuan sneered in his heart. They had indeed taken the bait. He first gave a signal to Su Bei and Wang Dachui, who were hiding behind the door, while he sat on the stairs, one hand resting on his face, wearing the previous eerie smile. "Oh my God! Damn!" A chorus of exclamations burst from their throats when they saw Lin Yuan, the veins on their foreheads bulging, revealing their tense emotions. "Kid, what the hell are you doing sitting here?" The boldest man pointed at Lin Yuan and began to curse. But as he cursed, they realized something was off. From beginning to end, Lin Yuan didn't respond, still maintaining that eerie smile as he sat on the stairs, as if he were dead. "Zhangge, this kid seems a bit off." The man who first discovered Lin Yuan was quite timid, stuttering as he spoke. "Damn it. Who cares if it's right or wrong? Let's get him." The group rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Lin Yuan, ready to let him taste what a fist the size of a pot feels like. But when several of them entered the fire escape, the originally open fire door quietly closed. The few of them were startled and hurriedly turned around, only to see a gleaming kitchen knife and a dagger rushing towards them. A few of them were just ordinary workers before the apocalypse, having never seen much of the world and lacking strong mental fortitude. When they turned around and saw the knife and dagger, their minds went blank. Blood blossomed. 2 men fell to the ground in response, while a steel ball had already drilled into the back of the heads of the other 2 men. Bang! The 2 men fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 people remained from the original 8. But they had no weapons. Going barehanded against the 3 of them, even with Viagra, they wouldn't be that fierce. "You're that kid from the 18th floor." The man finally reacted, realizing that everything was a story Lin Yuan had fabricated to scare them and lure them in. Damn. The bravest man among them cursed. He could guess with his toes that the other side was well prepared. Recognized? Lin Yuan raised his head, staring directly at the 3, his smile becoming even more sinister. "Damn it, this kid is a psycho, let's fight." Just when Aunt May wanted to get rid of this kid, we happened to run into him. It's like heaven opened its eyes. Yeah. If we take this kid's head back, we might get a good meal. Under the temptation of food. The fear in the eyes of the 3 gradually gave way to madness. Just as the 3 were about to pounce, a dagger pierced through the neck of the last person. The other 2 were startled by this scene, their rationality slightly returning, but just as they turned around, they happened to see Wang Dachui swinging the machete in his hand towards the last person. Flash! The moment the sharp blade cut through the skin, flesh and blood flipped out like a blooming rose. The person struck by Wang Dachui covered his face, and his scream pierced the darkness of the corridor. Zhang Heng and the others in the room were startled by the scream and rushed out the door to see what was happening. But when they saw the few people who had disappeared around the fire barrel, they instantly understood. Something's wrong. In the fire escape. They didn't even bother to put on clothes, grabbing their weapons and charging towards the fire escape. But the heavy fire door had already been wedged shut from the inside by Su Bei with a rolling pin. No matter how hard they slammed the door, there were no signs of it opening. The screams from the fire door grew quieter, and Zhang Heng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He could guess with his heels that the people on the other side were Lin Yuan. Chapter 36. Not a dog, but a wolf after a long time. The heavy fire door creaked open slowly. Zhang Heng, who had been slamming the door, quickly raised his hand and involuntarily stepped back. He knew Lin Yuan had a crossbow. If he rushed in recklessly, his head might explode. Creak. The fire door fully opened. But the darkness where one couldn't see their fingers made Zhang Heng and the others' hearts rise to their throats. The girls accompanying Zhang Heng widened their beautiful eyes. And at that moment, a round object suddenly rolled out from the darkness, stopping at their feet. When the few of them saw what the round object was, several girls screamed immediately. It was a head. A man's head with blood-red pupils staring. Damn. Zhang Heng was also quite scared, although he had killed before. He really couldn't bring himself to chop off a person's head like that. Lin Yuan, I know it's you. Steadying his nerves, Zhang Heng forced back his trembling voice and shouted into the dark corridor. Zhu Huiyuan is in our hands. If you want her to live, come out alone. Zhang Heng had a bargaining chip, which was Zhu Huiyuan. That's right, Zhu Huiyuan had been exposed. Being an ordinary person, her counter-surveillance capability was pitifully weak. The note Lin Yuan received at the beginning was information provided by Zhu Huiyuan. With her resentment towards the tall man and her clever mind, she was soon noticed by Aunt May, who wanted to keep her around to serve Wu Yu during leisure time and to seduce Lin Yuan at other times. As long as Zhu Huiyuan, this flirtatious woman, could successfully seduce Lin Yuan, killing him and taking his supplies would almost be a done deal. But Aunt May didn't expect that Zhu Huiyuan had already formed a cooperative relationship with Lin Yuan. She even gathered a lot of information while being around Aunt May. Zhu Huiyuan not only provided Lin Yuan with the situation of the entire building, but also informed him about the grain depot in 1704. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's plan to destroy the grain depot and cut off Aunt May's retreat was proposed by Zhu Huiyuan first. Zhu Huiyuan originally planned to secretly unlock the glass lock while fetching food for Aunt May, and as long as Lin Yuan dared to slide down the 18th floor with a rope, he could quietly enter the grain depot and set it on fire. By the time Aunt May and the others discovered it, the fire would have already burned the food nearly completely. Even if some supplies were salvaged, it wouldn't be enough for these people to share. At that time, Zhang Heng and Aunt May would definitely have disagreements, and without Zhang Heng's help, this old fox would be useless no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve. In the face of absolute power, scheming is the least useful. Lin Yuan also recognized Zhu Huiyuan's plan. Just when he was searching the building for ropes, Tang Tian appeared in front of him. Lin Yuan, being cautious, Didn't he believe her immediately upon seeing her, even when she mentioned Zhu Huizhuan's name? However, at that time, Lin Yuan didn't have enough evidence to prove Tang Tian's allegiance, so he pretended to get up to smoke, pulling up the virtual panel to check his Apocalypse team members. Upon confirming that the number of team members was down by 1, he realized that Zhu Huizhuan was in trouble. This led to the act he later performed with Wen Qing. As for why he didn't just eliminate Tang Tian directly, it was because he wanted to see how much this woman knew about Aunt May's secrets. Lin Yuan came out to create an opportunity for Wen Qing to act. He wasn't sure how deep Tang Tian's schemes went. If he were present, she might become wary. Secondly, it was to deal with the few people on the rooftop. He guessed that Aunt May wouldn't send just one woman over. She must have planned to let Tang Tian secretly open the security door after they all relaxed their guard, letting Zhang Heng's people in. In that case, by the time he and Wen Qing reacted, they would likely have already been controlled by the other side. Such meticulous thinking. Indeed, one cannot see the evil in a person's heart during peaceful times. Only when everyone sheds their disguise can one truly know what kind of monsters they are. As for why he wanted to go downstairs, it was actually to attract Zhang Heng and the others' attention while conveying the news of Tang Tian's capture to them, letting them know that they had figured out Aunt May's secret. In this situation, whoever panicked would lose. Oh, that woman. In the darkness, Lin Yuan's voice echoed softly. I'm really sorry, Zhang Heng. That woman is just my dog. If you want her, I can give her to you. But Tang Tian is your dog, right? You. Zhang Heng didn't understand why Lin Yuan had become the way he was now. The old Lin Yuan was just a dog that wagged its tail around Zhu Yin, completely clueless except when he was being assigned tasks by her. Like a fat house cat that only knew how to beg for affection from its owner. If thrown into the wild, he wouldn't stand a chance of survival. But now, Lin Yuan felt to Zhang Heng like a cunning wolf, a hungry wolf ready to open its bloody jaws and bite him. He didn't know what method Lin Yuan had used to tame Wang Dezhu, who he couldn't even persuade with 3 visits to his humble abode. And with the mysterious Su Bei, their team had become unbreakable. Sure enough, wolves are social animals. Lin Yuan, I don't believe you're that kind of person. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, trying to use verbal persuasion to coax Lin Yuan out of hiding. As long as Lin Yuan came out for Zhu Huizhuan, he was willing to risk the lives of the people behind him to pin Lin Yuan to the ground and rub his face in it. I know you're a very kind-hearted person. I promise you, if you come out, I'll return Zhu Huizhuan to you. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, darkness fell silent again. Have you thought it over? The corner of Zhang Heng's mouth curled into a cold smile. It was clearly an act. He had always believed in the saying that it's easier to change a river's course than a person's nature. That dog who only knew how to wag his tail around the goddess would always remain a dog. He couldn't become a human or a true spirit. Just when Zhang Heng thought his emotional appeal could have some effect, a bottle engulfed in flames was thrown at his forehead. Initially, Zhang Heng didn't react. But when the bottle smashed against his head and shattered at his feet, his smile instantly froze. Damn, another Molotov cocktail. Zhang Heng had suffered quite a bit from that firebomb. He still had a blister on his leg. Watching the flames quickly ignite around him, everyone gasped and tried to stomp them out. In the darkness, the sound of a lighter clicking repeatedly filled the air, followed by several more Molotov cocktails being thrown out. Damn it, Brother Zhang, rush in and kill him. I can't take it anymore. The younger brother standing next to Zhang Heng was immediately furious. A large patch of black fur was missing from his head, burned by Lin Yuan earlier. You go. Zhang Heng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. The younger brother hesitated at his words, then revealed an awkward smile. Forget it. Those steel balls hurt quite a bit. Zhang Heng shot him an exasperated glance, just as he was about to retreat with the others when Lin Yuan's voice came from the darkness. Zhang Heng, are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Can't you understand that I said Zhu Huizhuan is a dog? Chapter 37. No principle violations allowed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for following their heart and making a decision that makes them feel good. Successfully indulged once, received a reward of 1 roulette spin. Congratulations to the host for receiving a roulette spin reward of 1. Current number of spins, 2. Would you like to use a roulette spin? No. Lin Yuan was currently enjoying himself. He had no time to spin the roulette. You. Zhang Heng's nose nearly crinkled in anger. He nearly charged in to punch Lin Yuan. But the thought of the crossbow in Lin Yuan's hand quelled that impulse. Looking at the dark corridor, Zhang Heng felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. He couldn't understand why the previously weak Lin Yuan had become so insane, as if he had contracted rabies. Lin Yuan and the others stayed in the darkness. Seeing that Zhang Heng had not moved for a long while, they made a retreat gesture to Su Bei and Wang Dezhu, and then quietly retreated to the 18th floor. Zhang Heng was still cursing into the darkness, but after shouting until his face turned red and his neck thick, he still received no response from Lin Yuan. Brother, it seems like he has left. The young man's words ignited Zhang Heng's anger. Bang! He kicked the young man in the butt, shouting, "Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't know he left." After saying this, Zhang Heng didn't even bother with his group of younger brothers and turned to walk toward the room. He was furious with Lin Yuan and needed to go back to vent. In room 1801, the three opened beers and clinked them together. Ha ha ha, that was hilarious. Did you see the look on Zhang Heng's face? It was like he had eaten a fly. Wang Dezhu felt exceptionally pleased, downing a bottle of beer in one go. When that head was thrown, his face turned green. Su Bei also laughed along. Although he had no conflict with Zhang Heng, he couldn't help but harbor resentment since both Lin Yuan and Wang Dezhu hated him to the core. Lin Yuan also tilted his head back, finishing half a bottle of beer, and said with a smile, "Now that the person is gone, if we want to deal with Aunt May, we can only start with Wu Yu." Wu Yu? That's Aunt May's nephew, right? Wang Dezhu was taken aback, then grinned. That kid is easy to handle. He looks so weak, I could take him down with one hand. However, he seems to rarely leave his house, so it won't be easy for us to catch him. If we force our way in, we might not be able to bring him out smoothly. I don't believe he won't leave that door for his whole life. Lin Yuan sneered, raising his beer bottle and downing it in one go. He still had leverage. There was Tang Tian. If she didn't know Wu Yu's daily routine, they could have her seduce him. With Wu Yu's nature, he would definitely take the bait. Putting the beer bottle down on the coffee table, Lin Yuan stood up and said to the two, "You guys keep drinking. I'm heading back." "Boss Lin, is that all you're drinking?" Wang Dezhu had originally wanted to celebrate properly, but Lin Yuan's sudden desire to leave after just one bottle was disappointing. "Hey, he's a family man, unlike you. A single guy," Su Bei teased, taking a sip of his beer. Lin Yuan paused slightly, turning back to show them a bright smile. "Yeah, don't eavesdrop later." After saying that, Lin Yuan left. As he pushed open the door to room 1802, Wenqing walked over in a thin gauzy outfit, cautiously looking at Lin Yuan. She didn't know if she had misunderstood Lin Yuan's intentions. After all, before leaving, Lin Yuan hadn't clearly expressed that he wanted to deal with Tang Tian. Seeing her partially exposed figure, Lin Yuan swallowed hard. "You little vixen." Hearing Lin Yuan's compliment, Wenqing's heart raced uncontrollably, without any inner lining. She felt the cold air coming in through the door seep into her body. Lin Yuan scooped Wenqing up and kicked open the bedroom door, tossing her onto the bed. Wenqing bit her red lip, her eyes hazy. We should sleep." The two were awakened by Tang Tian's startled scream. Lin Yuan got up, stretched, and put on a clean outfit. Wenqing quietly placed Lin Yuan's discarded clothes into a basin. "You go ahead, no principal violations allowed." Wenqing pinched him, her tone somewhat threatening. Lin Yuan slapped her perky backside, not expecting his hand to shake from the impact. Sure enough, women who understand body management have skin that is tight and elastic. "Wait for me in the room." After saying that, Lin Yuan quickly left the master bedroom. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he'd really be drained dry. Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, Wenqing covered the spot where he had slapped her, a smile creeping onto her lips, warmly pushing open the door to the secondary bedroom. When Tang Tian saw Lin Yuan appear, her beautiful eyes widened, and her body instinctively struggled. Unfortunately, her mouth was stuffed with socks by Wenqing, and she could only make muffled sounds. Lin Yuan reached out and pulled the socks from her mouth, and only then did Tang Tian take a deep breath. Gasping for air, "Lin Gu, quick, save me, Sister Wenqing wants to harm me." Tang Tian still didn't know that the matter had been exposed and thought that Wenqing was just jealous because she had forced her way into their lives. Oh, Lin Yuan didn't expect Tang Tian to directly accuse him first, and immediately smiled, his hand also reaching up to her. Tang Tian looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief, opened her mouth as if to say something, but Lin Yuan suddenly increased the pressure in his hand. "It hurts. Lighter." Tang Tian glared at Lin Yuan and quickly said, "Lin Yuan Gage, let me go. I am yours. Do whatever you want, okay?" Being bound in such a humiliating way left Tang Tian with not a shred of security. She hated this feeling. However, after hearing her words, Lin Yuan not only did not respond but also, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a military dagger from somewhere and pressed it against her neck. Feeling the coldness on her neck, a hint of fear flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. But she still forced a smile and said, "Lin Yuan Gage, what's wrong with you?" Don't you like it? Lin Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. If it were any other man in this building, he would probably be captivated by Tang Tian's words. But Lin Yuan was different. Stop acting. I know your purpose for coming here. By the way, the few friends outside your door have already been thrown downstairs to take a shower. If you don't want to shower, I advise you to behave. Chapter 38. Doomsday Roulette Upgrade. Obtain special reward you. Tang Tian didn't expect Lin Yuan to see through her plan. Her originally sweet voice abruptly stopped and gradually turned cold. How did you find out? Since you walked in. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to waste words with her and directly threw out the main topic. Do you want to live? The blade of the military dagger pressed against her skin, causing a stinging pain, as if liquid was about to drip out. Tang Tian swallowed hard and nodded gently, fearing that too much movement would cause the dagger to cut her neck. Do you know Wu? I do. Tang Tian originally wanted to say something to provoke Lin Yuan, but upon meeting his gaze, a sense of death enveloped her. What time does he usually come out? Tang Tian was about to speak, but suddenly shut her mouth as if she had thought of something terrifying. Okay. Just like feeling exposed after taking off her pants, Lin Yuan put away the dagger and turned to walk out. Just as he reached the door, Lin Yuan suddenly turned back to Tang Tian and said, by the way, the two single men next door haven't tasted a woman's flavor in a long time. I don't want to kill you right now, but you have no value to me, so you'll just have to relieve my two buddies. Oh right. They are both rough men and don't understand what it means to cherish a woman. Wait. Seeing that Lin Yuan was serious, Tang Tian shivered all over. No woman is not afraid of being toyed with, especially in front of two rough old men. I can tell you we use activity time and range. And I can help you deal with Aunt May, but there's a prerequisite. Speak. On the surface, Lin Yuan appeared calm, but inside he was extremely annoyed. This woman wanted to negotiate with him the moment she grasped a little leverage, thinking she was clever. Let me live and feed me. Tang Tian simply couldn't forget the feeling of spicy stir-fried meat dancing on her tongue, combined with that bowl of fragrant white rice. She would rather die in this room than give that up. Is it that simple? It really is that simple. Tang Tian nodded. This was something Lin Yuan said. If anyone else had said it, she would have definitely laughed at them. What do you mean it's that simple? Many people can't even afford to eat right now, okay? Many can only get a small bag of compressed biscuits a week, having to cut off small pieces to eat, and drink water to fill their stomachs. There aren't many who can have white rice and 2 dishes in a meal. Deal. Lin Yuan quickly brought up the virtual panel, and under Tang Tian's confused gaze, he activated the Doomsday Roulette. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a voice recorder. The gift has been stored in the item column. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Doomsday Roulette level upgraded to level 2. Special reward. Obedient water. What kind of obedient water is this? Lin Yuan shuddered, almost overturning the makeup table in the next room. Looking at the obedient water lying in the item column, he almost took it out and threw it out the window. But when his hand lingered on the item column where the obedient water was, a brief description made him reconsider. This obedient water is not the same as others. It is a drug from the year 3025 that can effectively control the nerves of the user without causing side effects like arousal, amnesia, or drowsiness. A legitimate type of mind control drug, referred to as a genuine product. What a genuine product. It turns out his perspective was too narrow. Lin Yuan glanced at Tang Tian in front of him, then at the obedient water in the item column, and a smile crept onto his lips. Isn't this just a pillow scent when you're sleepy? Lin Yuan had been thinking about how to torture Tang Tian, but with this treasure, she would have to obediently spill everything. With that in mind, Lin Yuan cut the ropes binding Tang Tian with the dagger and smiled. Now that you're being so cooperative, you don't need to suffer, right? Lin Yuan turned and walked to the living room, casually took out a bottle of mineral water from the item column, opened it, added a drop of obedient water, tightened the cap, and shook it up. Drink some water. I have several questions to ask you. Lin Yuan tossed the mineral water to Tang Tian. Tang Tian caught the mineral water, sat on the edge of the bed, opened the cap, and took a few sips before saying, you can ask, but you have to ensure my safety. If I reveal these things, Aunt May will kill me. You don't have to worry. They won't dare to act against me for a while. Lin Yuan nodded, agreeing to Tang Tian's condition. Right now, Aunt May's people indeed wouldn't dare to casually break into the 18th floor, but they wouldn't hold out much longer. Once the last shred of their sense of security disappears, they will ignore the threat of bows and crossbows. Even if there are only 4 of them now, even if there were 40, they wouldn't necessarily be able to take on 100 rabid dogs. What is Wu Yu's activity time and range? Lin Yuan asked his first question. After confronting Aunt May for so many days, he realized that she had numerous tricks up her sleeve, and when it came to cunning, he might not be her match. Moreover, Aunt May held a large number of residents, and if a real fight broke out, the few people on his side would absolutely become garbage in the apocalypse. Now, he needed to take down Aunt May, and he had only one move: attack her mind, break her will, and defeat her without a fight. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he raised his head to look at the puzzled Tang Tian. Lin Ge, what did you just say? Nothing. I was just mumbling. Lin Yuan smiled casually. Aunt May's only weakness was Wu Yu. As long as this impotent man was controlled, she would inevitably lose her composure. At that time, using this voice recorder as a fuse, before the last shred of reason of these lunatics was consumed, he would make them defect to his camp, winning the game without a fight. Lin Ge, Wu Yu goes to a woman on the 14th floor every 3 days, escorted by a few of Zhang Heng's men. That woman is called Gao Yuan. She was a technician at Huaxiao Yangzi, and her skills are very good, considered a top performer. After the apocalypse broke out, that woman quickly took Wu Yu down using her advantages. Then why doesn't she live in a room on the 15th floor or higher? Or why doesn't she move directly into Wu Yu's room? Lin Yuan didn't expect such a character to exist in this building and quickly asked, because Aunt May disagreed. She thought Gao Yuan was unclean. She kept thinking about Sister Wenqing, wanting Wu Yu to take down Sister Wenqing. After the rescue team brought them to a safe place, she wanted Sister Wenqing to have a child for the Wu family to continue the family line. Damn, this old woman still dares to covet his woman. Lin Yuan's heart added another reason to kill her. Do you know what room that woman is in? When Lin Yuan asked this, he clearly noticed a change in Tang Tian's expression. It first became dull, but quickly returned to normal. Is this the effect of the obedience water? Chapter 39. Universal Key. Brother Lin, she is in room 1403. Tang Tian spoke without any dullness, as if nothing was wrong, which made Lin Yuan doubt whether the obedience water had really worked. Should we test it? Lin Yuan cleared his throat. His face flushed as he said to Tang Tian, can you check your innerwear? Tang Tian was momentarily stunned, but under Lin Yuan's gaze, she actually grabbed the hem of her top and lifted it in an extremely alluring manner. What are you doing? Just as Lin Yuan was about to exclaim, a voice from behind came at the right moment. It was Wenqing. Pervert. No, I think you misunderstood me. Looking at Wenqing's eyes, Lin Yuan suddenly felt guilty as if caught in bed, clearing his throat and hurriedly saying, can you give me a chance to explain? Wenqing rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan, arms crossed. Go on, let me see if you can find a reasonable explanation for this. Lin Yuan scratched his head. He initially thought of making up some excuse, but after meeting Wenqing's wise gaze, he gave up on that idea. Then, Lin Yuan revealed the whole story about feeding Tang Tian the obedience water. And you say you're not a pervert? What posture can't I satisfy you with? You still come out to pick wildflowers. Why? Am I lacking in any way compared to her? The innate competitive nature of women made Wenqing quite angry, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Yuan, looking adorably furious. No, you misunderstood. My obedience water is not what you think. It's not a stimulant, but rather. Forget it, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Lin Yuan awkwardly touched his nose. He couldn't just say this was a potion from the future, right? Not to mention Wenqing. Even he himself wouldn't believe it. Just keep acting. Be careful of getting sick. Wenqing huffed lightly and turned to walk towards the living room. She didn't want to be a light bulb while others were doing their business. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling like he was making things worse. So he simply said to Tang Tian, put your clothes down. All right, Brother Lin. Tang Tian obediently followed the instruction and put her clothes down. Seeing that the obedience water was indeed effective, Lin Yuan's mouth curled into a smug smile. With this treasure, he suddenly had a plan to deal with Zhang Hong. But the premise was to find a way to make him drink the obedience water. Okay, you stay at home and wait for me. If you get hungry, ask Sister Wenqing for something to eat. Listen to her, and don't open the door to anyone on your own. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I will get along well with Sister Wenqing. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the living room, he saw Wenqing sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, sulking alone. Lin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head and smiled at Wenqing. Why are you still angry? Look, I didn't do anything. Who knows? Wenqing replied irritably. Indeed. When a woman is angry, it is the hardest to coax. If guys have a falling out, at most they drink a bit and wash their feet. Then they're back to being fine. But if a woman is angry, without gifts or cosmetics, it's really hard to sort it out in a short time. Didn't you notice that from the time you left the second bedroom to when I came out, it has been 2 minutes? Lin Yuan still tried to argue. Are you that short now? Damn. Lin Yuan's face instantly darkened. A man can be poor or ugly, but he absolutely cannot be called short. That's unacceptable. Lin Yuan got angry and slammed the door as he left the room. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. And it wasn't until the huge noise startled Wenqing that she snapped back to reality. Did I go a bit too far? Or maybe Lin Yuan never explicitly told her that she was his girlfriend. Perhaps in his eyes, she was just a moving tool for his desires. Wenqing's heart became entangled again, her arms hugging her knees, trying to curl up as much as possible, retreating to the corner of the sofa. In the spacious room, it seemed that only this corner truly belonged to her. Tang Tian looked at Wenqing curled up in the corner and slowly walked over, her red lips parted. Sister, he cares about you. When Wenqing lifted her head, her face was already tear-streaked. Even though Tang Tian was a woman, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Who would want to see such a beautiful and delicate woman cry? Why do you say that? Don't you think I would become an obstacle for both of you? I don't think so. Tang Tian sat beside Wenqing, casually handing her a tissue. I think Lin Yuan has always held you in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't avoid me. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness. In fact, he could do anything to me, and just now when he spoke, I found that I genuinely didn't want to refuse him. Genuinely didn't want to refuse? Wenqing quickly caught on to this point, her eyes flashing with surprise. Could it really be the effect of the obedience water? But after so many years of studying medicine, she had never heard of a drug that could make someone obey 100. Even those psychotropic drugs couldn't do that. After Lin Yuan left the room, his anger had mostly subsided. He didn't disturb Su Bei and Wang Dachui, but chose to come alone to the fire escape. However, when Lin Yuan arrived at the fire door, he found that it was already closed. After pushing it a couple of times, he heard the sound of chains rattling outside. Damn, it's been locked from the inside. Where did Zhang Heng get this chain from? Who has nothing to do at home and keeps a chain? Bang bang. Lin Yuan kicked twice. The loud thuds echoed throughout the corridor, but the fire door showed no sign of opening. This is bad. According to Tang Tian's description, tonight is the third day. If he can't get out tonight, he'll have to wait another 3 days to catch Wu Yu. He doesn't have that many 3 days to wait. Right now, the roulette only has one chance left. It's time to use it. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan quickly opened the virtual panel and spun the roulette. During the spinning, Lin Yuan kept silently chanting, chainsaw, chainsaw. When the roulette finally stopped, the pointer landed on an option that left Lin Yuan utterly astonished. Universal key. The chain binding the fire door had gaps. As long as he could reach his hand through the gap, there was a way to unlock the chain's lock. Let us do it. Lin Yuan first peered through the gap to check the 17th floor corridor, seeing no one nearby. He quickly took a round log from his item inventory to prop it in the gap of the fire door. At the same time, his hand stealthily reached out, aiming for the lock. Chapter 40. I won't move to avoid making too much noise with the chain that might alert anyone in the corridor. Lin Yuan moved very lightly. When his hand finally touched the lock, cold sweat drenched his back. This is it. Lin Yuan shielded the lock with one hand to prevent slipping and causing the lock core to shift, then took out the universal key from his item inventory. There are 5 universal keys in total, corresponding to 5 types of lock holes: flat, cylindrical, semicircular, cross, and star shapes. Lin Yuan changed his fingers and used his thumb to touch the position of the keyhole. After feeling around the straight keyhole for a moment, a stream of liquid surprisingly flowed out. Hiss, it turned out to be a new lock that had just been oiled. After confirming the position, Lin Yuan selected the corresponding flat key and slowly reached out. He did not insert it directly because he was unsure how deep the keyhole was. If the length was mismatched, it could easily make a noise due to excessive force. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan first rubbed the key back and forth along the edge of the keyhole several times to ensure that the oil was fully coated on the key, then carefully inserted it. When the key reached the deepest part of the lock cylinder, Lin Yuan stopped pushing upwards and began to turn it. Click! With a soft sound, the lock was indeed opened. The universal key given by Brother Tongzi was really powerful. So, if a lock can't be opened, it doesn't necessarily mean there's something wrong with the lock. If the key is highly compatible, any lock can be easily opened. After removing the padlock, Lin Yuan did not discard it. He carefully pushed the door open to exit the fire escape and then relocked the door. Now that he had a key to come and go freely, he no longer had to worry about not being able to return home. As long as he wasn't discovered by the guys on the 17th floor, he could kidnap Wu Yu without raising anyone's suspicion. Lin Yuan looked down the hallway. and the once-burning fire barrel had been extinguished, restoring the usual silence in the hallway. However, he did not stay on the 17th floor for long and quickly made his way to the 14th floor. Upon reaching the hallway of the 14th floor, Lin Yuan was taken aback. It was his first time on the 14th floor, and unlike the floors above the 15th, this floor was filled with people. Perhaps due to the cramped space and the number of people, the entire hallway was permeated with the smell of sweat. After all, as the old saying goes, heaven above and hell below. They were dying of cold up there, while down here it was overcrowded, with an average of 2 square tiles per person. If anyone's foot crossed the line, it could risk being stepped on and broken. Lin Yuan took out a dagger from his inventory and walked into the crowd with it held in reverse. He had to be constantly cautious and observe his surroundings to prevent anyone from suddenly standing up and harming him. However, most of the people on the 14th floor were women and elderly, along with some men who looked weak. It was no wonder Aunt May would leave them here. He wouldn't want them either. Such people only waste resources and can't do anything. Fortunately, the people here did not recognize Lin Yuan. Even if a few occasionally looked up at him, they quickly lowered their heads. No one wanted to invite trouble upon themselves, pretending not to see. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan gently knocked on the door of room 1403. At that moment, an old lady behind him suddenly spoke up. Young man, you need to be careful at such times. Don't wait until you're worn out and the flood comes, then you won't be able to escape. The old lady's sudden words startled Lin Yuan, and after calming himself, he smiled and approached her, reaching out to touch her face full of wrinkles. Auntie, you've worked hard. You should rest well. His voice drew the attention of a weak-looking man nearby, who slightly opened his eyes. But thinking Lin Yuan was a relative of the old lady, he did not suspect anything and closed his eyes to sleep again. After confirming that the weak man was asleep, Lin Yuan turned back to the old lady with a smile. All right, young man, you go about your business. Just as she spoke halfway, the old lady suddenly widened her eyes and trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yuan had already plunged the dagger into her neck, but since he had one hand over her mouth, she couldn't let out a single sound of help and completely took her last breath. Releasing the old lady, Lin Yuan reached out to close her eyes. Rest in peace. In such a harsh apocalypse, it's better to be freed early than to struggle to survive. Lin Yuan felt a bit guilty in his heart. After all, this old lady was innocent. But to complete the plan to control Wu Yu, this old lady had to die. Unlike the weak man nearby, who looked like he could sleep until dawn, this old lady had been awake and showed no signs of drowsiness. If he had entered room 1403 first, and Wu Yu arrived with people, and the old lady casually said something useless, his whereabouts would have been exposed. Better safe than sorry. Lin Yuan stood up and returned to the door of room 1403, gently knocking on it. Inside, there was a rustling sound, followed by a very charming voice coming from behind the door. Brother Yu, why did you come so early tonight? Hearing the voice getting closer, Lin Yuan quickly hid in the blind spot of the peephole. He needed to wait until Gao Yuan opened the door. Sure enough, Gao Yuan did not see anyone in the peephole, but she didn't think much of it, assuming it was Wu Yu playing hide and seek with her. So annoying. Gao Yuan's delicate voice rang out again as the handle of the security door slowly turned. Creak. The door opened a crack. Just as Gao Yuan curiously leaned out to check where Wu Yu was, a hand suddenly grabbed the security door. Ah! Gao Yuan exclaimed. Just as she was about to raise her voice, a glinting dagger was already pressed against her neck. Get inside. Okay, don't kill me. Gao Yuan raised her hands, backing away while looking at Lin Yuan with pleading eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had become almost immune to such looks. He closed the security door and, to prevent Gao Yuan from doing anything funny, locked her upper body while pressing the dagger against her carotid artery. Sit down. He gestured for her to sit by the sofa. Terrified, Gao Yuan could only comply with Lin Yuan's words. Brother, please don't kill me. I'll agree to whatever you want. Agree to anything? Lin Yuan smiled, taking out a crossbow from his backpack and pointing it at Gao Yuan's head as he slowly sat down on the other side. Don't move. If you dare to move, I'll shoot you. Brother, I won't move. You move, Gao Yuan said, already too scared to speak properly, raising her hands in a pitiful manner. She was genuinely afraid that if Lin Yuan lost his temper, he would shoot her in the head. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, looking around to confirm that there was no one else in the room before turning to Gao Yuan and asking, Do you know Wu Yu? Chapter 41. Meeting Gao Yuan Wu Yu? I know. With the crossbow pointed at her forehead, Gao Yuan stammered as she spoke. At the same time, she felt a bit relieved, glad that he wasn't here to find her. I want to deal with him. The simple 4 words left Gao Yuan dumbfounded. Seeing that she was silent, Lin Yuan nudged her with the crossbow, causing her to shiver again. Brother, I really don't know. Are you his brother? Are you the top or the bottom? What the hell, top or bottom? Lin Yuan was so angry he almost laughed. Are you out of your mind? I'm saying I want to kill him, not do him. Understand? No wonder they say Chinese culture is profound. This time, Gao Yuan finally reacted and quickly said, Do you need my help? Of course. What else would I come here for? It was true that people are better than others, and goods must be compared. Communicating with Wenqing wasn't so difficult, but talking to this woman made him feel like he wanted to chew her up and feed her. After a couple of exchanges, Gao Yuan realized that this brother had a bad temper and quickly said, Brother, just tell me what you need, and I'll cooperate. Seeing that she finally got the hint, Lin Yuan spoke. I heard you will come here to grind iron in the early hours. Is there a way to keep him steady? Or can you directly help me knock him out? Yes. At this point, Gao Yuan no longer hid it and quickly said, I used to work for someone. So I have some props here. Saying this, Gao Yuan ran to the side and brought back a box of scented candles. It seemed that those who liked this kind of thing were all the same. She lit the candle, and the darkness was gradually dispelled by the light of the flame. Gao Yuan finally saw Lin Yuan's appearance and couldn't help but be startled. Earlier, based on Lin Yuan's words and actions, she felt that he must be at least 35 or older. But upon closer inspection, he turned out to be a young man in his late 20s. Is there a place to hide in this room? I won't go in. Just wait for you to deal with him, and I'll take him away directly. In fact, Gao Yuan had long been unable to stand Wu Yu. If it weren't for the need to fill her stomach, she wouldn't have to lower herself to satisfy his twisted demands every time. If Lin Yuan could take care of him, it would solve one of her headaches. Handsome, may I ask how to address you? Gao Yuan placed her hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder. After seeing Lin Yuan's spirit, Gao Yuan guessed that he probably didn't worry about food and drink every day. If she could shake off Wu Yu and cling to Lin Yuan, perhaps she could also live a carefree life. Lin Yuan. You are Lin Yuan? Gao Yuan exclaimed, not expecting that the person in front of her was the one Wu Yu often murmured about after getting drunk. You know me? Lin Yuan also didn't expect that he was so famous that even people on the 14th floor had heard of him. Gao Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she began to knead Lin Yuan's shoulders with both hands. It was as if she wanted to showcase her value in the shortest time possible, just like preparing for an interview at a top company. It must be said that Gao Yuan's technique was really good. He had indeed been exhausted lately, and just a gentle knead made his shoulders feel incredibly sore. No wonder Wu Yu was so infatuated with this woman. Wu Yu often mentioned you when he was with me, but he didn't say anything good. Rather, he talked about wanting to kill you. Do you have a grudge against Wu Yu? Why do they target you like this? Gao Yuan couldn't understand why Wu Yu hated Lin Yuan so deeply. I stole the woman he had his eyes on, and I hold the hope for their survival in my hands. Lin Yuan didn't hide it and directly spoke the truth. Gao Yuan's hands moved lower, her voice becoming soft and tender as if it could drip water. Bro, do you want to try my technique? I used to be the top performer. Sure. No one is a fool. Naturally, they want to enjoy themselves. If Wu Yu knew that his second woman was still serving someone else, he would probably die of anger. Seeing Lin Yuan agree, Gao Yuan's technique began to change continuously on Lin Yuan's body. The massage lasted nearly an hour, and just as Gao Yuan's hands ventured into Lin Yuan's lower body, he held her wrist down. No need for that here. Gao Yuan's face turned slightly awkward. She knew Lin Yuan might think she was dirty, so she reluctantly pulled her hand back. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Lin Yuan and Gao Yuan exchanged glances and quickly got up to hide in the second bedroom. Gao Yuan stood up, twisting her snake-like waist to the door and whispered, Who is it? She knew who it was outside, but still pretended to be cautious. Yuan, it's me, Wu Yu. Upon hearing Wu Yu's voice, a clear look of disgust flashed across Gao Yuan's face. But it was just a moment. She quickly hid the disgust from her face. Since she had found a new big tree to rely on, this old tree could be chopped down. With a creak, the security door opened. The moment Wu Yu saw Gao Yuan, he directly pounced on her, grabbing her face and kissing her wildly. I missed you so much. Gao Yuan turned her head aside, allowing Wu Yu to mess around with her. The three young men who accompanied Wu Yu outside exchanged disdainful glances at this scene. However, due to Wu Yu's aunt controlling their food sources, they had to swallow their anger and slowly close the security door. This is garbage. After closing the door, one of the young men spat on the ground and cursed viciously. In my opinion, we might as well kill him. Let's go back and tell Brother Hung. I think Brother Hung has been unhappy with this guy for a long time. Exactly. We don't know why Brother Hung is afraid of that old woman. But if we just take care of her, we can keep the supplies for ourselves. That would be great. The two continued to wait for Wu Yu to finish while complaining. The idea of killing Wu Yu and Aunt May was not the first time it had come up. But for some reason, Zhang Heng always disagreed, even saying that anyone who disrespected Aunt May would be killed. At first, these young men, led by Zhang Heng, were not convinced and secretly spread rumors that Zhang Heng was involved with Aunt May. But after a few young men who had been gossiping were caught by Zhang Heng and had their tongues cut out and thrown into the flood, the rumors finally ceased. I heard Aunt May has a relative working in the rescue team, and they've already made contact. Is Brother Hung listening to Aunt May because of that? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the two others who had been chatting froze in place. Is it related to the rescue team? A thought arose in the minds of the three, and they exchanged glances. It should be. Otherwise, they couldn't think of any reason why Zhang Heng would be so devoted to working for Aunt May. The three stopped talking, each pondering their own thoughts. In the room, Wu Yu was eager to undress, but Gao Yuan impatiently said, "I'm not feeling well today. I don't want to do it." Not feeling well? The excitement on Wu Yu's face vanished, and he glared at Gao Yuan fiercely. "I'll give you one more chance to say that again." Gao Yuan relied on Lin Yuan being in the room this time and did not comply. Instead, she pushed Wu Yu away and said, "I'm not feeling well. I don't want to do it." Slap. A resounding slap landed on Gao Yuan's face. Wu Yu glared at her maliciously. "You filthy bitch. It's your honor that I want to play with you. Do you think anyone else treats you like a person? If it weren't for me, that group outside would have long since had you." Gao Yuan didn't expect that after serving Wu Yu for so many days, she would only receive a slap and some insults in return. Covering her face, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Cry, cry, that's all you know how to do," Wu Yu said as he climbed onto Gao Yuan, crazily tearing at her clothes. Lin Yuan, hiding in the second bedroom, had a face full of black lines. "Their essay saying about this, right? Oh, right. Big chest, no brains. Why provoke Wu Yu for no reason? It would be better to go along with him and make a surprise attack when the opportunity arose." Just then, a loud bang from outside startled Lin Yuan. Immediately following were Wu Yu's screams and the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Not good. Something's happened. Lin Yuan quickly gripped his dagger and rushed out. In the glow of the firelight, a splash of bright red on the corner of the coffee table was particularly eye-catching. "Ah, I didn't mean to. Wu Yu sat on the ground, retreating while muttering. Under the visual impact of the bright red, the fire of desire in Wu Yu's heart was instantly extinguished, and he deflated completely. "You killed her." Lin Yuan's voice suddenly sounded behind Wu Yu, scaring him so much that he almost fell to the ground. "Lin Yuan, is that you?" Originally, Wu Yu planned to kill to silence her, but upon seeing that it was Lin Yuan holding a dagger behind him, his face turned as white as a sheet. He knew he was finished. "Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan." Wu Yu was kneeling on the ground, constantly kowtowing while shouting his name. "Lin Yuan, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. By the way, I can help you deal with my aunt. Haven't you always wanted to deal with her? Now I'm the only one who can get close to her. As long as you let me go, I'll help you take care of her." In order to save his life, Wu Yu brought out his last bargaining chip. Of course, if Lin Yuan let him go, whether or not to kill Aunt May would no longer be his decision. First, let's save his own life. What a wimp. Lin Yuan looked at Wu Yu, who was kneeling at his feet like a dog, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. From another perspective, Aunt May was actually very good to Wu Yu. At least she didn't despise him as a burden. If it were him, Lin Yuan, with such a pig teammate, he would have thrown him into the flood long ago. What is the point of keeping such a person around? For the new year? However, according to Wu Yu, he was indeed the only one who could approach Aunt May now, but he wouldn't easily believe the other party. Lin Yuan took out a bottle of mineral water, opened the cap, added some seasoning, and then threw it to Wu Yu, saying, "Drink this, and I'll let you go." "Okay, I'll drink it. Don't say it's just a bottle of water. Even if it's a bottle of urine, as long as I can live, I'll drink it without hesitation." He gulped down the entire bottle of mineral water in one breath, let out a burp, and quickly looked at Lin Yuan, saying, "Lin Yuan, I'm done drinking. Can I leave now?" "Leave? It's not that easy." Lin Yuan sneered, then said, "I just said that if you drink the mineral water, I'll let you go. But I never said you could leave." "You." Wu Yu suddenly felt a surge of anger at being toyed with, but unfortunately, facing the shiny dagger in Lin Yuan's hand, he really didn't have the courage to risk his life. Just as Lin Yuan said, he was just a weak man. Having been in a relationship with his right hand since he was 14, And now it had been 10 years, his body was already depleted. To put it in Gao Yuan's words, apart from getting her all sticky with drool, he couldn't do anything else. If he really fought with Lin Yuan, who was a sports major, he would probably be pressed to the ground in one round. Stop talking nonsense, do as I say, or I'll stab you to death. Looking at Lin Yuan's fierce expression, Wu Yu nodded vigorously. Brother, you say? Call your 3 dogs outside in here, and deal with them. Wu Yu wanted to refuse at first, but the words turned into, all right. What the hell, what am I saying? Wu Yu wished he could slap himself twice. How could he fight those 3 people outside? But his body didn't listen to him at all, and he got up and walked towards the security door. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to slip back into the second bedroom and retrieved a crossbow from his inventory. Now there were only 4 steel balls left. After killing these 3 people, there would only be 1 left. He didn't know when he would be able to draw another steel ball to replenish the ammunition for the crossbow. This brother was good, but sometimes he really needed luck. A person with a dark face couldn't control it at all. Just then, a system prompt suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for controlling the key character Wu Yu, gaining 1 chance to spin the roulette. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 chance to spin the roulette. Current roulette spins. 1. Do you want to use it? No. It's the same old routine. Leaving 1 chance to save his life. Although it requires luck to save his life at a critical moment, what if he becomes a lucky king? Click. The security door was opened by Wu Yu, and the 3 people outside were momentarily stunned, but soon they understood. Although this time was shorter than before. Seeing this kid looking so weak made sense. It was just a pity for the beauty in the room. It always ended before it even started. You 3 come in for a moment. Wu Yu waved to the 3 young men, causing them to be taken aback. What for? We're not picking up your broken shoes. We don't have that kink. The 3 shook their heads repeatedly, even if the person inside was the Emperor of Smoke. Just thinking about being involved with this kid made them lose interest. No, you'll know once you come in, Wu Yu said with a dark face, opening the security door and leaning against it, signaling the 3 to come in. Although the 3 were extremely reluctant, they had to comply with Wu Yu's orders and slowly walked into the room. Chapter 43. It's time to end this, what the hell. As soon as the 3 entered the room, they were startled by Gao Yuan lying on the ground. You did this? One of the young men turned to look at Wu Yu, somewhat unable to believe that this coward could commit murder. Wu Yu didn't say anything, appearing as if he was stunned. Seeing Wu Yu's attitude, which seemed incapable of even producing a sound, the 3 young men surrounded him. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. She could have been with me, but she had to be with such a coward. Yeah, if it were me, I wouldn't want to let such a big chance go. Look at her face, she has a handprint on it. The 3 spoke with sarcasm towards Wu Yu, discussing the unconscious Gao Yuan, completely unaware that Wu Yu had already picked up a chair and was approaching them. Hey, young Master Wu, are you planning to? One of the young men turned around, intending to make another joke, but unexpectedly, Wu Yu swung the chair and smashed it down. Crack! The young man let out a miserable scream, immediately clutching his head and lying on the ground wailing. The other 2 young men were startled and quickly turned around to look at the wailing young man on the ground, feeling a surge of anger. Damn it! We were just sent by Zhang Heng to protect Wu Yu, not to be his dogs. There's no need to take this. The 2 exchanged glances and rolled up their sleeves, rushing towards Wu Yu. At first, Wu Yu could still fend them off a bit, but as time went on, he ended up being pinned to the ground and rubbed against it. Wu Yu wailed in pain on the ground, only able to cover his head with both hands, begging for mercy. Looking at Wu Yu's cowardly appearance, the young man who had been hit with the chair was even more furious, quickly getting up from the ground and delivering a fierce kick to his backside. Damn it, I'll let you hit me, let you hit me, let you. Lin Yuan, hidden in the shadows, saw Wu Yu getting beaten to the point where he was gasping for breath, and then aimed the crossbow at the 3. The distance between them was no more than 40 meters, just within the maximum damage range of the crossbow. Bang bang. 2 shots, instant kills. Almost at the moment the crossbow fired, the 2 young men fell to the ground. The remaining young man was startled by the sudden situation and quickly turned around, only to find Lin Yuan had appeared behind him without him noticing. Swoosh. The dagger swiftly cut his throat. Blood splattered. The young man clutched his neck, looking at Lin Yuan in terror, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately collapsed to the ground, dying in a pool of blood. He killed someone. Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Yuan. He didn't understand why Lin Yuan dared to kill without hesitation. Didn't he fear retribution? Get up. Lin Yuan reached out and slapped Wu Yu twice on the face, only to see this kid actually crying with snot and tears. You really have no future. Lin Yuan couldn't take it anymore, then said, you can go now. Think of a way to assassinate Aunt May for me. And bring her head back. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wu Yu shivered all over, but still nodded and said, okay, Brother Lin. This obedient water really was useful. After watching Wu Yu leave, Lin Yuan reached out and touched Gao Yuan's nose. Still alive. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan decided to carry her on his back. After all, she had acted according to his request, and if he were to leave her here unattended, he would feel guilty. Carrying Gao Yuan back to the 18th floor, he took a special glance at the corridor as they passed the 17th floor, and to his surprise, no one came out. It seemed that Zhang Heng had concluded that he was trapped on the 18th floor. With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan returned to room 1802. He didn't know what method Tang Tian used, but when Lin Yuan entered the room, Wenqing was chatting and laughing with her. Upon seeing Lin Yuan return, the two who were originally joking suddenly froze. Seeing Lin Yuan carrying a woman covered in blood, Wenqing quickly approached. Lin Yuan, she got hurt because of me. Is there any hope to save her? Lin Yuan gently laid Gao Yuan on the ground and turned to Tang Tian, saying, come here. I have something to tell you. Brother Lin, what is it? Tang Tian walked up to Lin Yuan, obediently waiting for his instructions. You go back to Aunt May's side, and when you have the chance, help me record some things. As he spoke, Lin Yuan handed her the recording pen he had drawn. Also, take these supplies with you, and say you snuck them out while we were asleep. Okay. Although she knew it was very dangerous, after drinking the obedient water, she did not refuse and hurriedly took a box of supplies and headed outside. Ah, wait. What? Tang Tian turned her head, somewhat surprised, looking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Wenqing and asked, do you still have the powdered sleeping pills you made? Yes. Do you need them? Wenqing casually asked while tending to Gao Yuan's wounds. Wrap a bit in toilet paper for her. When you go down later, the fire door between the 17th and 18th floors will be locked. So try to call someone to open it for you. If they suspect anything, just say you used the sleeping pills to knock us out and that these supplies were snuck out. Okay. Tang Tian nodded and quickly asked, Brother Lin, is there anything else you want to remind me about? If you have the chance, help me check on Zhu Huiyuan and see if she is dead. Okay. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Tang Tian put the powdered sleeping pills that Wenqing handed her into her pocket and turned around to leave the room. However, a hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Is that all the reminders? Be careful and come back alive. Just as she was about to close the door, she heard Lin Yuan's gentle voice. Tang Tian trembled all over, raised her head to look at Lin Yuan, meeting his sharp gaze. Tang Tian smiled, a heartfelt smile. Are you really willing to let a girl take risks for you? Wenqing asked Lin Yuan, honestly feeling a bit reluctant. Although it was because of the obedient water, they had at least spent a short time together. What does it matter if I'm reluctant? I need to get something that will make all the owners of the building change their minds, and the only opportunities are with Tang Tian and Wu Yu. Wu Yu? Are you going out to deal with him? Yeah, but I'm not confident in that guy's abilities, so it's better to send Tang Tian. As long as we get the evidence to sway the owners, and then have Wu Yu kill Aunt May, everyone in this unit will have to rely on us to survive. It's time to end the fighting in this building. Chapter 44. New roommate, aren't you afraid Tang Tian won't come back? You know Aunt May is not to be underestimated. Wenqing looked up at Lin Yuan. She had finally found someone she could talk to about her feelings, and under the influence of the obedient water, she didn't have to worry about betrayal. If she lost this connection, she'd have to face loneliness in the cold room again. If she doesn't come back, then she doesn't. In the apocalypse, some people will never return. Sima Qian once said, everyone will eventually die, some lighter than a feather, some heavier than a mountain. Enough, enough. I don't want to hear your preaching. Wenqing knew that if given a choice, Lin Yuan wouldn't let Tang Tian take the risk either. But now they had to control Aunt May and seize the initiative in this building, which required sacrifices. After treating Gao Yuan's wound, Wenqing stood up and said to Lin Yuan, what do you want to do with her? Lin Yuan smiled and pointed to the room next door, like those two. Just move in there. That's fine. I don't really like her staying in our room anyway. Wenqing had a deep-seated aversion to high-class escorts like Gao Yuan. Of course, this wasn't professional discrimination. After all, they also earned a living with their hands. I'll call them. Lin Yuan first went to the fire escape, relieved to find that Tang Tian had already left. It seemed she had successfully infiltrated the other side. Returning to the door of room 1801, Lin Yuan knocked. Su Bei and Wang Dachui were inside, bored, staring at the ceiling. When they saw Lin Yuan, They quickly said, "What's up, Boss Lin? Going out for a stroll?" "No, we'll stay here for a couple of days. I'm here to introduce you to a new roommate." "New roommate?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, both of their expressions immediately showed rejection. In this situation, they were really reluctant to live under the same roof with someone unfamiliar. After all, people like Su Bei and Wang Dachui, who could get along well at first sight, were few and far between. But out of respect for Lin Yuan, they didn't directly refuse. At worst, they could wait a while and mention to Lin Yuan that it was inappropriate, then kick the person out. "Where is she?" Su Bei looked behind Lin Yuan, but didn't see anyone. Lin Yuan smiled and waved his hand. "This new roommate is quite special, so I need both of you to invite her." Upon hearing this, the two felt even more disgusted. Did he think he was something special, like a celestial being? He needed two people to personally invite her. Such a big shot. I need to see who she really is. Su Bei chuckled and quickly walked out the door. Wang Dachui followed closely behind. Although he felt grateful to Lin Yuan, he was somewhat averse to encountering such a roommate. Lin Yuan shrugged indifferently. How they handled their relationships was their business. If they couldn't even manage their relationships, they didn't need to survive in the apocalypse. They might as well go back to the countryside and raise children. "Is my sister-in-law home?" "Open the door. I want to see my new roommate." Su Bei knocked on the door, treating Wen Qing with respect, especially after hearing that she was a surgeon, which made him even more respectful. After all, in such an environment, who didn't have a headache or injury? Building a good relationship with Wen Qing could lead to rescue opportunities. With a click, the door was opened by Wen Qing, who shot Su Bei an annoyed look and said, "Can you be quieter? The patient needs to rest." "Patient? What patient?" Su Bei was taken aback, but still lowered his voice as per Wen Qing's request and walked into the room. Wang Dachui and Lin Yuan followed closely behind. But when they saw Gao Yuan lying on the sofa, their eyes widened in shock. "Wah, what? What?" The two stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. "Stop stuttering. Just say if you want this new roommate." "Yes." The two almost shouted in unison. "Are you kidding? We still need one more person to play cards. How could we not want her?" Moreover, Lin Yuan was always surrounded by beautiful women. How would he know the struggles of two big men? This is what it means to be a well-fed person who doesn't understand the hunger of the starving. Now that they had Gao Yuan, it could be considered adding a bit of spice to their monotonous lives. "If you want her, just stop talking and move her in quickly." Lin Yuan couldn't stand the poor expressions of the two, as if they had never seen a woman in their lives, completely forgetting their previous attitude of resistance. The two exchanged a glance, one raising their head while the other lifted a leg and dashed towards their room. As they ran, they continuously shouted thank you to Lin Yuan and Wen Qing. "I want to make it clear, if you're going to do that, it has to be with their consent, okay? Don't worry, Boss Lin, we are all good citizens." The two smiled at each other and with a bang, closed the door to room 1801. Watching their eager expressions, Lin Yuan was unsure if handing Gao Yuan over to them was the right decision. Back in his room, Lin Yuan smiled at Wen Qing and asked, "Are you not angry anymore?" "Humph, what would I be angry about? I'm not angry at all." Seeing Wen Qing's lips pouting like they could hold a urinal, Lin Yuan couldn't help but poke her red lips with his finger. "Then I'll make it up to you. Get away." Wen Qing saw the mischievous smile on Lin Yuan's face and quickly pushed him away, rushing into the bedroom. Whether it was because she was in a hurry or on purpose, the bedroom door was left slightly ajar. Lin Yuan chuckled. Closing the bedroom door was such a simple task, he would take care of it. Days slipped by peacefully. And Wen Qing didn't know where Lin Yuan had gotten the supplies, but for the past few days, aside from dealing with the cycle of life and death, she had been lying in bed, only getting up occasionally. Sometimes she even suspected that this guy was an eternal motion machine. How could he never seem to tire? Until the morning of the fourth day, when a knock on the door broke the routine. "Boss Lin, my roommate is awake. Doesn't he believe us? Wants to meet you." Su Bei's voice came from outside. "Okay." Lin Yuan got up, dressed, and gave Wen Qing a few instructions before stepping out. He switched on a wolf-tooth flashlight. He now had two, one from cleaning the building earlier and one from a lottery draw. With a source of light, Lin Yuan felt a rush of excitement. It had been a long time since he had seen bright light. "Damn, where did you find this treasure?" Seeing the wolf-tooth flashlight in Lin Yuan's hand, Su Bei was taken aback. "Found it." Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, his gaze fell to the ground. Another note? With Zhu Huiwan currently unaccounted for, it couldn't have come from her. The only possibility was that it was delivered by Tang Tian or Wu Yu. However, he had been too busy handling matters to think of this. "What's this?" Su Bei leaned in curiously as Lin Yuan picked up a piece of paper. Chapter 45. Action. Aunt May has been controlled. Evidence has been obtained. Action can commence. Just a short line of text made Su Bei's pupils widen in shock. Aunt May has been controlled? When did this happen? Su Bei looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes full of astonishment. He felt as if he had just taken a nap. And in that time, Lin Yuan had already resolved everything? What do you plan to do next? Su Bei asked Lin Yuan, increasingly realizing that he couldn't see through this young man. Burn the grain store, draw all the owners out. Good. You're skilled, come with me. And let Wang Dachui provide support outside. Lin Yuan quickly devised a battle plan and returned to the room to explain things to Wenqing. In truth, he didn't need to tell Wenqing all this, as she wouldn't be participating in the operation, but for some reason, he felt the need to explain before leaving, in case he wouldn't return. When will we act? Su Bei nodded. It was best for the two of them to sneak in together since it wasn't a direct confrontation, where the chances of winning were nearly zero. Midnight. You need to be careful. This operation is different from before, and you may have to confront Zhang Heng directly. Wenqing looked at Lin Yuan with some concern. Although they would have to face this eventually, she hadn't expected it to come so soon. Don't worry, Zhang Heng and his people can't deal with me. Don't forget I still have my crossbow. Lin Yuan smiled at Wenqing, but didn't tell her that he only had one steel ball left. He didn't want her to worry unnecessarily at home. Well, you say that, but you still need to be cautious. Come back alive. I want to wait until the apocalypse is over to have a child with you. Wenqing's face turned slightly red, since she was already Lin Yuan's. After this disaster, she would marry him and have a child. A child? Lin Yuan was a bit taken aback. To be honest, that part wasn't in his plans. However, a smile crept onto his face as he said, we don't have to wait for the apocalypse to end. We can do it now. Wenqing exclaimed, quickly patting Lin Yuan's shoulder with both hands. Not now. How can we have a baby in this environment? There is not even a hospital. No baby. No baby. We'll just practice first. Boss Lin, how will I support you? Wang Dachui looked at Lin Yuan, somewhat dissatisfied that he wasn't included in the operation but only allowed to provide support. Although he knew he wasn't as skilled as Su Bei, the feeling of being underestimated still made him uncomfortable. Your task is far more challenging than ours. Lin Yuan had anticipated that Wang Dachui's personality would lead him to ask such questions and had already thought of a response. Challenging. How so? Are you afraid of dying? Just 4 simple words made Wang Dachui's pupils shrink. No one isn't afraid of death, despite Wang Dachui's fierceness. He was still a person. But for the sake of his pride, he gritted his teeth and said, Die? With the rain pouring like this outside. I should have died long ago. Now living another day is a gain. What is there to be afraid of? Good. With that said, I'm relieved. Lin Yuan patted Wang Dachui on the shoulder. The reason I say your task is challenging is that you need to block the support from below the 17th floor. You know our target this time is the 17th floor, and aside from Aunt May and Zhang Heng, there are only some core lackeys left. Below the 17th floor. There are still many owners following Aunt May. Your main task is to block them, but remember not to engage in physical conflict unless absolutely necessary. What? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wang Dachui even suspected there was something wrong with his ears. Block them and not fight? What kind of task is that? Impossible, brother. Wang Dachui didn't understand why Lin Yuan was being so unreliable this time. But since he had helped him at a critical moment, he didn't want to directly confront him. He could only explain patiently, there are so many of them. If we can't fight, what do you expect me to do? Just take hits? I can't take that. Don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. Seeing that Wang Dachui was impatient, Lin Yuan immediately continued. Wait until we sneak in. Tang Tian will come looking for you amidst the chaos. He has evidence of Aunt May deceiving these owners. All you need to do is maintain order among the owners and show them the evidence. Like this? Wang Dachui looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. Boss Lin, I don't think I've offended you. You can't set me up. Don't worry, the apocalypse is long, and we still need to fight side by side. After the battle plan was set, Lin Yuan took Su Bei and headed towards the 17th floor. Damn it! Su Bei pushed against the fire door. And upon seeing the chain, his face immediately changed. These old bastards actually locked the door. Wang Dachui also came over, his face as dark as a pot bottom. The entire building 7 only had the fire escape to connect upstairs and downstairs, and now that even the only fire escape was locked, how were they supposed to play? Wang Dachui pushed the door a couple more times, then said to Lin Yuan, No way, this lock is too sturdy, even if we ram it. We might not break it open. Don't move. I have a way. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed Wang Dachui. If he kept this up, they wouldn't be sneaking in but fighting instead. Following the method from last time, Lin Yuan easily opened the door. All right, if you have this. I'd even suspect you're in cahoots with them. Su Bei quickly gave a thumbs up as he watched Lin Yuan easily unlock the fire door. If I can't solve even this small problem, then there's no need for me to compete with Aunt May. Lin Yuan smiled indifferently. This time he was determined to take down Aunt May and her group. Let's go? Lin Yuan gripped the dagger in his hand and swiftly walked into the darkness of the 17th floor. It seemed that due to the locked fire door, Zhang Heng and the others hadn't arranged for anyone to keep watch, and the entire 17th floor was eerily quiet, just like the layout of the 18th floor. Lin Yuan wasn't sure which room Aunt May was in or where Zhang Heng was staying. Just as he was about to try his luck, the door to room 1703 suddenly opened. Lin Yuan was startled and instinctively wanted to swing the dagger to end the life of whoever was inside. But when the face appeared from the darkness, he let out a sigh of relief. Tang Tian? Brother Lin, come in quickly. Since delivering the note to Lin Yuan the night before last, Tang Tian had been waiting at the door of this room every day. Just now, she had heard a series of faint footsteps and knew that the person she was waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 46. Aunt May's fury. Lin Yuan waved at Su Bei, and the two quickly rushed into the room. Phew. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Tang Tian, asking, how did it go? Did you succeed? Yes. Tang Tian nodded with a smile, then said, this time it was really thanks to Wu Yu. He handled both the recording and controlling Aunt May himself. Is that so? Tang Tian's words surprised Lin Yuan. He didn't expect the least likely person to become the most successful one. All right, where's Wu Yu? Lin Yuan glanced around and then asked. He seems to have gone to Zhang Heng's room. Lin Yuan's heart sank. An uncontrollable feeling rose within him. I heard Zhang Heng called him over to ask something, but I'm not sure what. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded and then looked toward the living room. Where's Aunt May? Also, have you seen Zhu Huiwan? No. Tang Tian waved at Lin Yuan and then walked toward the master bedroom. If she's still alive, she should be in Zhang Heng's room. Room 1701 is Zhang Heng's room. I've been to the other three, but not his. After saying this, Tang Tian arrived at the door of the master bedroom and pushed it open. Aunt May was right there. Originally tied up on the bed, Aunt May became agitated upon seeing Tang Tian enter. But in the next moment, a beam of flashlight shone in from outside, hitting her face. Under the strong light, she could hardly open her eyes and could only close them while mumbling. Lin Yuan directed the flashlight away, while Su Bei stepped forward to remove the rag from Aunt May's mouth. Tang Tian, you filthy bitch, worthless trash. I can't believe I trusted you so much, and you actually hooked up with Wu Yu to harm me. Aunt May cursed loudly, using many words that couldn't be learned in 9 years of compulsory education, making even the two big men, Su Bei and Lin Yuan, feel uncomfortable. But when Aunt May's gaze turned toward the bedroom door, her foul language suddenly stopped. It was as if she saw a fierce ghost crawling up from hell. With a scream, she hurriedly tried to escape. Unfortunately, her hands and feet were tied behind her back, and it was quite difficult even to move off the bed. Lin Yuan, how did you get here? Aunt May screamed at Lin Yuan. The person she dreamed of eliminating was now standing right in front of her, and she couldn't even manage something as simple as calling for help. Fear immediately enveloped Aunt May, and her once plump body began to tremble uncontrollably. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of controlling Aunt May, earning 1 spin of the wheel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 spin of the wheel. Current spins, 2. Would you like to use it? No. Now that Aunt May was already controlled in this place, and the recording was in hand, Lin Yuan didn't have anything he needed urgently. Lin Yuan reached out toward Tang Tian, who understood and took a recording pen from her pocket, placing it in Lin Yuan's palm. Old hag, didn't he expect it, did you? I'm back. But this time, it's not you negotiating with me. Lin Yuan smiled as he approached Aunt May and placed his hand on her shoulder. Do you know? I missed you so much. Saying this, Lin Yuan slowly pressed the switch on the recording pin, and Aunt May's disgusting voice gradually became clearer amidst the crackling sound of electricity. Auntie, it's been so many days. Why hasn't the rescue team come yet? The recording began with Wu Yu's voice, and his first question piqued Lin Yuan's interest. Now the flood has already reached the 10th floor. If it rises 7 more floors, they'll have to change positions. If we can get news from the rescue team, maybe they can be saved. But the second sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Yuan, chilling him to the bone. It seems something has happened. According to the information he gave me at the beginning, he could reach us within 10 days at the latest, but now it has been over 10 days. And there's still no sign. Something must have happened on the way. At this point, Aunt May sighed and then slowly said, "But you don't have to worry. I've ordered Zhang Heng to start collecting solid wood furniture tomorrow. Once the flood reaches the 17th floor, we'll basically be ready. At that time, as long as we find a couple of people who can row a boat, who could stop us from leaving?" As expected of Auntie. Even thinking ahead about the escape route, Wu Yu flattered Aunt May with a few compliments, and she was already feeling dizzy from the praise. "Of course, you still have a lot to learn. But Auntie, there's one thing I don't quite understand." Wu Yu, seeing that Aunt May had no suspicion, quickly asked the question that was also in Lin Yuan's mind. "Why does Zhang Heng, who is so fierce, always listen to you?" Haha. In the recording, Aunt May laughed maniacally, like a madwoman in a mental hospital, emitting a creepy laugh. "Because even the fiercest people are afraid of death. I told him that the fastest rescue team would come over on a yacht, and there are only 3 spots left. One for me, one for you. And the last one I decide. So that's how it is." "Yes," Aunt May said confidently. "The more powerful a person is, the more they fear death. Zhang Heng is no exception. As long as I can control him, it's equivalent to controlling more than half of the people in this building. The remaining ones only need simple food as a trade, and they obediently work for us. This way, we ensure our safety in this building and can manage things hierarchically, gaining the best treatment without exerting any effort." The recording ended here, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Aunt May was truly deep in her schemes. But the saddest one might not be him, but Zhang Heng. This guy probably never dreamed that the rescue yacht he fantasized about every day was just a fabricated lie by this old lady. Even if he waited here at Sakura International for a lifetime, he would never get it. After listening to the recording in Lin Yuan's hand, Aunt May's expression grew increasingly ferocious. Lin Yuan, how do you have this thing? Why?" Aunt May never expected that in such an environment, someone would have a recording pen, and despite being very cautious, it turned out to be her most beloved nephew who betrayed her. Seeing her situation deteriorate, Aunt May gradually fell into despair after roaring for a while. She raised her head to look at Lin Yuan and forced a smile. "Young man, you won, really impressive. But before I die, can you promise me one thing?" Chapter 47. A tragic family. Absolutely not. Lin Yuan decisively rejected Aunt May's request. There is no connection between the two of them, so why would he agree to the other's request? I knew it. After a bout of madness, Aunt May also became quiet, as if she realized the situation she was about to face, sneering slightly. "Go ahead and kill me." "Kill you? That seems a bit too easy for you." Lin Yuan turned his back and looked towards the security door. "I want you to see with your own eyes what kind of fury will erupt from those homeowners you deceived." After saying this, Lin Yuan stood up and walked out directly. "Let's go meet Zhang Heng." Su Bei chuckled, pulled out a dagger from his lower back, and quickly followed Lin Yuan out. Tang Tian glanced at Aunt May and also hurried out after Lin Yuan. With her being tied up so securely, even if a celestial being came down, she wouldn't be able to escape. Just as they reached the door, Tang Tian quickly shouted at Lin Yuan, "Brother Lin, the security door is tightly shut. How do you plan to get in?" "I have my ways, you don't need to worry about that. You take the recording pen and go to the fire escape to find Wang Dachui. Help him handle the homeowner's issues." "Okay, Brother Lin." Although curious about how Lin Yuan would open the door, under the influence of obedience, she quickly walked towards the fire escape. After Tang Tian left, Su Bei leaned closer to Lin Yuan. "Boss Lin, that key of yours can't open this door too, can it? That key won't work." Lin Yuan waved his hand. "But this key should work." "Huh." Su Bei watched as Lin Yuan took out another key, his eyes growing wide. "When did you get that key? I'm really impressed. Is your pocket that of Doraemon?" "It's a secret." Lin Yuan tossed 2 words to Su Bei and slowly inserted the key into the keyhole. Click. As the door opened, seductive music wafted out from inside. The male voice was low, the female voice high, melodious and lingering. Hearing the intense situation in the room, Su Bei chuckled and whispered to Lin Yuan, "Even when facing death, they're still thinking about doing things between men and women. What a carefree spirit." He probably doesn't even know that Aunt May has already been controlled. But with Wu Yu in the room, how could he possibly go through with it? Could it be a live broadcast? TSK, this kid can't be a pervert, right? The two whispered to each other as they followed the sound to the master bedroom door. As they got closer, the noise inside grew louder, stimulating Lin Yuan and Su Bei's auditory nerves. "Damn it, this bastard is making me all fired up." Su Bei scratched his crotch and cursed. What kind of godly life is he living, damn? Oh, speaking of which, I almost forgot. You were looking for me to say that Gao Yuan woke up, right? Oh, that's right. As soon as she woke up, she cried and shouted for you, as if we had some contagious disease. Su Bei smiled helplessly. Of course. Which girl would react like that when she opens her eyes and sees two big men she's never met before? Lin Yuan chuckled. Once this matter is resolved, you go back and cultivate your feelings with her. With your image, it shouldn't be hard to win her over. I hope so. But I'm afraid if I go back late, that Wang Dachui kid will get there first. Su Bei tightened his grip on the dagger and smiled at Lin Yuan. We agreed. If that Wang Dachui kid manages to charm Gao Yuan, you have to find me another one. I'm not used to sharing the same hole with someone else. Just then, at the most intense moment inside, Lin Yuan kicked the bedroom door open. The wooden door of the bedroom couldn't be compared to the security door. With one kick, the wooden door flew open with a bang and slammed against the wall. Damn. The sudden appearance startled the two people on the bed. Who the hell? Zhang Heng was about to curse, but didn't expect to see the face he wanted to kill the most. Lin Yuan. Oh, Zhang Heng. You really have good taste. Looking at the naked Zhang Heng and another woman, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. The woman covered her body with her hands and screamed in shock, but there was no blanket on the bed, so she could only curl up and use her legs and hands to shield her most critical parts. How did you get in here? Zhang Heng was trying to grab his clothes while speaking to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan waved his hand at the woman, and she immediately understood, quickly covering herself and running outside. Come back. If you dare run, I'll break your legs. Seeing the woman about to escape, Zhang Heng immediately shouted angrily, scaring the woman so much that she stopped in her tracks, unsure whether to leave or stay, and she could only squat on the ground and start crying. Su Bei was soft-hearted. Seeing the woman crying like that, he immediately walked over and picked up a piece of clothing from the ground to put on her. Let's go. He doesn't dare to do anything to you, and he can't do anything to you. Woo-woo. The woman lifted her head, half believing, half doubting. She had indeed had enough of this kind of life. She had just graduated not long ago and was working as a cashier in a cake shop, had a boyfriend of 3 years, and healthy parents. She had planned to visit her boyfriend's family this year and discuss engagement, but unexpectedly, the apocalypse broke out, and her boyfriend was trapped in another city on a business trip. Fortunately, she was living with her parents, and they had stocked up on a lot of food at home. With her mother's cooking skills, making noodles, dumplings, and other flour dishes was completely fine. But everything came to a halt the day Zhang Heng and his men swept through the buildings. To be honest, she was quite pretty, especially her snow-white skin, delicate as mutton fat jade, as if it could be punctured with the slightest touch. Seeing how beautiful the woman was, Zhang Heng immediately had ulterior motives and reached out to drag her to the bedroom. Her parents naturally disagreed and immediately fought with Zhang Heng, but they couldn't withstand the numbers on Zhang Heng's side. In just a few moments, her father was captured. Zhang Heng and his beasts humiliated the mother and daughter in front of her father, forcing him to bite his tongue to death, and after using her mother, Zhang Heng turned and threw her into the flood. That night, the screams continued until dawn. The woman originally thought she would go with her parents, but unexpectedly, she was forcibly stopped by Zhang Heng. Under the care of so many big men, she couldn't even commit suicide. Hearing Su Bei's voice, the woman finally couldn't hold back any longer, and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 48. The deeper the love, the deeper the penetration. Crying won't solve anything. Get up first. Su Bei helped the woman up and quickly walked in front of Zhang Heng, punching him squarely in the face. You're really a scumbag. Zhang Heng was knocked to the ground by Su Bei's punch, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that Su Bei had put all his strength into that punch. Heh, I really admire your courage, daring to come here and make trouble with me. Just as Zhang Heng finished speaking, several people crashed through the door. These were all residents of the 17th floor, Zhang Heng's most capable subordinates. Seeing each of them wielding kitchen knives, rolling pins, and other weapons, Lin Yuan and Su Bei exchanged determined glances. Let's do this. The two rushed towards the 6 men, one on the left and one on the right. The 6 young men were enraged when they saw Lin Yuan and Su Bei daring to attack them, shouting profanities and swinging their weapons at the two. But Su Bei's skills were not something they could handle. In no time, he knocked one of them to the ground. Lin Yuan was also venting his anger. Although they were outnumbered, with his ruthless fighting style, he managed to make them retreat step by step. You, hurry downstairs to get more people. Zhang Heng didn't expect Su Bei to be so strong, and he quickly shouted at the young man closest to the door. The young man was scared at this moment and ran out the door without saying a word. Seeing that Su Bei and Lin Yuan had no intention of chasing after him, Zhang Heng felt relieved. As long as he could gather his people and those owners. Even if they had the ability to cause chaos, they would still be buried here. After dealing with the 4 people, Su Bei walked confidently up to Zhang Heng. He didn't choose to help Lin Yuan. He wanted to establish himself in the apocalypse, and besides having a good brain, he also needed to have physical capability. If he had to step in after just taking down 2, then he really misjudged the person. As Su Bei approached him, a hint of panic flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. Bro, don't hit me, let's talk it out. Although Zhang Heng was arrogant, his brothers were his confidants. Now that the people downstairs hadn't come up yet, and those upstairs had already been taken down, he was still a person and was afraid of getting beaten up. Who's your bro? Su Bei grinned, revealing 2 rows of teeth, grabbed Zhang Heng's hair, and punched him. On the other side, Lin Yuan was getting angrier as he fought. Just a moment ago, he was hit in the stomach by someone nearby, almost causing him to vomit his stomach acid. Damn you! Lin Yuan cursed loudly, ran a couple of steps, and crashed into the opponent, sending him flipping backward. At the moment he knocked the opponent down, Lin Yuan raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it toward the opponent's face without hesitation. Slish! A warm liquid splattered all over his face, blocking part of his vision. But at this moment, Lin Yuan had completely lost his rationality. He continued to stab the opponent's face. Initially, the man pinned beneath Lin Yuan was still struggling and screaming, but as the number of stabs increased, his movements became weaker. The young man nearby was so shocked by this scene that he dropped his knife with a clatter. This noise caught Lin Yuan's attention, and he turned his head like a wolf that had just finished eating, his eyes glowing with a faint green light. Gulp! The young man swallowed and was about to run, but how could prey targeted by a beast easily escape? Lin Yuan reversed his grip on the dagger, charged forward, jumped, and slashed down diagonally from the young man's back. Flish! The young man cried out in pain, falling to the ground, flailing as if he had been electrocuted. He tried to cover the wound made by the dagger with his hands, but his short arms couldn't reach his back. Lin Yuan had no intention of letting him go. He stepped forward and placed a foot on the young man's face. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Save those sob stories for your boss. With a swift motion, the knife fell and blood splattered. When Lin Yuan came to Zhang Heng with the dripping dagger, this guy was already beaten into a pulp by Su Bei. Is it done? Su Bei glanced at Lin Yuan, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid really has a knack for killing. He killed 2 people in a row without even blinking, showing no reaction at all. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been vomiting uncontrollably. Yeah, it's done. Lin Yuan casually tore off a bed sheet to wipe the blood off his face, clearing his vision a bit before looking up at Zhang Heng. Didn't expect us to meet so soon. Zhang Heng, at this moment, was so beaten that he couldn't speak. His eyes wide open, staring at Lin Yuan. He was confused about why his people hadn't come up yet. How long had it been? Even if they were asleep, they shouldn't take this long to open a door, right? Zhang Heng, I used to not argue with you, but you really think of yourself as someone important? Huh, you think I actually like that bitch Zhu Yan? Lin Yuan said this, but he still felt a little hurt inside. After all, Zhu Yan was the first woman he had liked, but back then, he was foolish enough to lower himself to please a woman who wouldn't even give him a chance. Living a second life. He understood that to be valued by others, you must first value yourself. Otherwise, you are just a spare tire that can be replaced at any time, only appearing when there are no other options available, and never able to tighten all 6 bolts. Zhang Heng forced a smile, but it seemed to hurt his facial wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. He wanted to argue with Lin Yuan, but he opened his mouth only to swallow back the words. His face hurt too much to say anything. Lin Yuan didn't press him, instead shouting to the woman who was still crying nearby, "Hey, come here." At first, the woman didn't realize Lin Yuan was calling her. She froze for a moment, then looked up just as their eyes met, causing her to shiver in fear. Bro, don't kill me, bro. Although the woman didn't want to live anymore, she didn't want to die at Lin Yuan's hands. She wanted to avenge her deceased parents. Heh. Lin Yuan chuckled twice and tossed the dagger at the woman's feet. Here's your chance, kill him. After saying that, Lin Yuan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and looked up at Zhang Heng. Didn't you say this guy harmed your parents? Now is your chance to take revenge yourself. Show me how deep your love for your parents is. The deeper you love them, the deeper this knife will go. Chapter 49. Flash flood. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the woman was taken aback, but after hesitating for a moment, she picked up the dagger at her feet. She walked forward trembling, each step a struggle between reason and hatred. Hurry up, what are you hesitating for? Lin Yuan shouted sternly, startling the woman. But her gaze became more determined. You can't stand firm unless you're ruthless. Lin Yuan was now teaching her the survival rules of the apocalypse. If she couldn't even kill her enemy, then she shouldn't think about revenge and might as well jump off the 17th floor. Su Bei stood by, holding Zhang Heng, looking like he was enjoying the show. He understood Lin Yuan's thoughts, so he didn't stop him. No, you can't kill me. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth against the pain in his face and shouted at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, it's not too late to let me go now. When my brothers come up, you'll be in big trouble. Let me go now, and we can pretend nothing happened. How about that? Are you trying to fool me? Lin Yuan sneered internally. Ever since he first encountered Zhang Heng in the apocalypse, their enmity had been established, and it was time to settle both old and new scores. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue using clumsy provocation to entice the woman to kill Zhang Heng, a cold prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of subverting the owner, gaining 1 spin of the roulette. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 spin of the roulette. Current spins available. 3. Would you like to use it? No. As soon as Lin Yuan's finger touched the no on the virtual panel, the roulette began to spin rapidly. What the hell? Lin Yuan widened his eyes and double-checked that he had indeed clicked no. Yes, that's right. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, while the woman thought he was talking to her and stopped in her tracks. Bro, what did you say? In her eyes, Lin Yuan now resembled a vengeful ghost risen from the underworld, swallowing hard as she awaited his response. It's nothing. Nothing at all. You all continue. Don't mind me. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned and quickly smiled at the woman. However, his smile, which he thought was warm, appeared particularly terrifying to her. Gulp. The woman swallowed again, her hand holding the dagger, trembling slightly. What kind of person is this, able to chat so casually in such a situation? However, Lin Yuan said it was okay to continue, so she didn't dare to stop, like she had mustered up her courage. She closed her eyes and charged in front of Zhang Heng, stabbing down with a knife. Oh. Zhang Heng let out a miserable scream and immediately started cursing loudly. You cheap woman. Stinky bitch. How dare you stab me? Just wait. But before Zhang Heng could finish his sentence, Su Bei slapped him across the face. Shut up. Do you have a say in this? You. Zhang Heng glared angrily, feeling a sense of defeat like a tiger that had fallen to the ground being bullied by dogs. But he also knew that he was now at the mercy of others, and if he continued to argue, he might really die here. Huh? Didn't die? Su Bei was somewhat surprised and quickly looked down, immediately feeling a headache. Damn it, this knife didn't even hit his heart, but instead stabbed into his stomach. Can he die from this? Lin Yuan was also amused by the situation, but he had no time to deal with these people right now. He quickly reached out to tap the virtual panel. This system couldn't malfunction. It was his only means of survival in the apocalypse. After frantically tapping a few times, the virtual panel suddenly popped up a line of small text. System upgrading. Please do not touch randomly. Damn it. Lin Yuan cursed, abruptly sitting up from the bed. The woman was startled by Lin Yuan's action, thinking she had done something wrong or not well enough, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground. Brother, it's my first time killing someone. I'm not very skilled. Please give me another chance. You. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He wasn't blaming the woman. After all, everyone has their first time. The more familiar you are, the more skilled you become. But just as he was about to explain, the entire building shook violently, causing Lin Yuan to stumble and fall to the ground. Not just Lin Yuan, but also Su Bei and the others around him fell to the ground. The building continued to shake violently without stopping, even shaking more intensely. Damn it. Lin Yuan quickly got up from the ground, under the pressure of death. He couldn't care less about the system that was still upgrading and hurriedly ran to the window, throwing it open. Upon seeing the flood rushing in from outside, his face changed drastically. Damn it. It's the flash flood from the nearby Extinction mountain, causing the water to become extremely turbulent. Plus, the foundation of this building has been soaked in water for a long time, and now the whole building can't hold up. Lin Yuan quickly made a judgment, but he found that his strength was so insignificant in the face of nature that he couldn't find a way to cope. Su Bei's face also changed upon hearing this. He quickly got up from the ground and rushed to the window. After seeing the situation outside, he immediately said to Lin Yuan based on his experience, "Don't panic. The flood below is flowing. The surface tension has weakened. Let's stay calmly in the room for now. If the whole building can't withstand the impact of the flood and starts tilting, When we're about 5 meters from the water surface, we jump down. Is it really safe? Lin Yuan gasped. He had seen similar videos before. If you jump down without the water's tension being eliminated, it's like falling directly to the ground. And you would instantly be smashed to pieces. Trust me. Su Bei patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. This kid was still too young. He hadn't experienced much. So when he encountered something he didn't understand, he would still be flustered. Seeing Su Bei so confident, Lin Yuan also relaxed, but when he turned around, he suddenly realized that Zhang Heng was gone. Damn it, where's Zhang Heng? Lin Yuan quickly looked at the woman and asked. The woman had already been scared silly by the earlier shaking, and she couldn't keep track of Zhang Heng. She quickly shook her head and cried, I don't know. I don't want to die. Forget it. Let's not make it hard for her. Su Bei saw how pitiful the woman was crying and quickly advised Lin Yuan. In this situation, she can't maintain her composure. Sigh. Lin Yuan sighed. He was so close to taking out that bastard Zhang Heng, but unexpectedly, he let him escape. However, Su Bei's words reminded Lin Yuan that a normal woman couldn't withstand such torment. He quickly picked up the dagger from the ground and said to Su Bei, You go help Wang Dazue stabilize the situation. I'll go find Wenqing. Wenqing was probably already scared stiff in her room. She was a surgeon, but that didn't mean her psychological quality was strong. Chapter 50. We're going home just now, after receiving the system prompt. Wang Dazue should have finished playing the recording for those homeowners, and it had a similar effect to what he had imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten the chance to spin the wheel. Although Zhang Heng had run away, it was just a small episode, without the support of the homeowners. No matter how powerful Zhang Heng was, he was just one person and posed no threat to him anymore. But just as Lin Yuan was about to leave the room, there was suddenly a loud banging sound coming from the guest room door. Who? Lin Yuan was already in a bad mood, and upon hearing the banging, he kicked the door. With a bang, the door was kicked open, and behind the door, Wu Yu was knocked off balance by Lin Yuan's kick, landing in a dog-eat-dog position on the ground. Whoa. Wu Yu had tape over his mouth. No wonder he couldn't make a sound. He must have been terrified by the violent shaking of the stairs, which caused him to recklessly bang on the door. Lin Yuan reached out and tore the tape off Wu Yu's mouth. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze fell on the corner of the room. There lay a woman. The death was quite tragic. Zhu Huiwan, Lin Yuan murmured, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, and an uncontrollable anger surged in his heart. Zhu Huiwan died because of him, suffering inhuman torture before her death. Lin Yuan slowly walked to Zhu Huijuan's side, gently closing her vacant eyes, then opened the guest room window and pushed her whole body out. Go, my enemy. I will help you take revenge. These two warriors who charged for love ultimately perished in this torrential rain and flood. After dealing with Zhu Huiwan, Lin Yuan quickly walked out without saying a word. Watching Lin Yuan's back, Su Bei was somewhat surprised but didn't say anything. Everyone has their secrets, and so does he. As long as this secret doesn't endanger the lives of those around him, that's enough. Lin Yuan quickly rushed to the 18th floor, without saying a word, directly using the key to open the door of 1802. In the darkness, a soft body suddenly lunged at him, throwing itself into Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan. You scared me to death. Wenqing had mustered up the courage several times to rush out to find Lin Yuan. But when she thought of how angry he had been the last time she left the house without permission, she hesitated and withdrew her foot. Feeling the trembling body in his arms, Lin Yuan didn't say anything, just gently patted her back. After a long silence, Lin Yuan slowly spoke. Don't be afraid. I won't leave you behind. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Wenqing trembled all over but inexplicably felt at ease. It's okay, we're going home. Although the building was still shaking, the intensity had decreased significantly, indicating that this flash flood had been withstood. But next time, the building might not be able to hold up. Even so, Lin Yuan still held Wenqing's hand and moved to the position closest to the window, ready to jump out as soon as the building started tilting or collapsing. After the door closed, Wenqing took a moment to catch her breath before asking Lin Yuan what he had been doing outside. Lin Yuan had never told Wenqing about what he did when he went out before, but this time, he wanted to tell her. He then recounted everything that had happened after he left, and upon hearing about the dangers, Wenqing gasped repeatedly, as if she were experiencing the darkness of that moment herself. Do you go out to do such dangerous things every time? Wenqing didn't expect that Lin Yuan had already unknowingly controlled Mei Yi, Tang Tian, Wu Yu, and almost caught Zhang Heng, all without mentioning it to her. Well, it's not exactly dangerous. If we want to survive in this building, we must take the initiative. Otherwise, if Mei Yi breaks through first, we might have already been drained dry by this group of vampires. Lin Yuan explained very objectively, and now Wenqing calmed down. She was a wise woman, and after listening to Lin Yuan's analysis, she agreed completely. But Lin Yuan, can you take me with you wherever you go in the future? I swear I won't hold you back. Wenqing didn't want to stay at home every time. She knew nothing about the world outside the door, only knowing to eat, drink, and sleep every day. Life was very dull and boring. And most importantly, she was afraid that if Lin Yuan got hurt outside, he wouldn't know the most basic emergency measures and would miss the best rescue time. Although the hope was slim, she still wanted to try. To Wenqing's surprise, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate this time and directly nodded in agreement. Okay, from now on, wherever I go, I'll take you with me. Seeing the tragic situation of Zhu Huiwan today, Lin Yuan understood that in such living conditions, it was unsafe to place people anywhere. In other words, if he wasn't home, those people would want to break in, and Wenqing would be a lamb to the slaughter, with no chance of resistance. Really? Really? After finally calming Wenqing down, a voice from outside interrupted, Su Bei's voice. Boss Lin, everyone has gathered. Are you not going to say a few words? Let's go take a look together. Lin Yuan took Wenqing's hand. Since he had promised the other party, he would definitely do it. Wenqing really liked the feeling of being held by Lin Yuan. It gave her a sense of security compared to being alone in a dark room. Pushing open the door, Lin Yuan looked at Su Bei and said, let's go. Su Bei glanced at Wenqing in surprise but didn't ask anything. He just turned and led Lin Yuan to the 17th floor. Sure enough, the entire 17th floor was already filled with people. Even the hallway was crowded. But even so, it was still far fewer than the day when they gathered on the 18th floor to unite with Mei to seize their supplies. Most of those people had died in this disaster. Lin Yuan held Wenqing's hand and stood by the fire door on the 18th floor, remaining cautious, fearing these people might go mad with hunger and pounce on them to eat them. With so many people, even if Su Bei was strong, he couldn't possibly fight them all off. Lin Yuan didn't speak, but surveyed the owners around him, waiting for them to speak first. After all, the first person to speak would definitely be wrong. Lin Yuan, I'm really sorry. We were misled by Mei Yi and helped her deal with you. A woman in her 30s stepped forward from the crowd. Although she still felt a twinge of fear inside, it was a primal instinct. Lin Yuan, if it comes to it, you can hit us a few times to vent your anger. We definitely won't fight back or curse you. Chapter 51. How to survive Lin Yuan. As long as you don't drive us away or let us die, anything is fine. Yes, Lin Yuan, please have mercy. We don't want to die. Watching these owners who had previously spoken coldly to him, and even picked up knives and sticks to confront him, now kneeling and begging him, Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. If he had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Moreover, he couldn't support so many people. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. As soon as he spoke, everyone hurriedly closed their mouths. Now all the resources were in Lin Yuan's hands. If they wanted to survive, they had to obey his orders. First of all, let's talk about the first thing. Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with Su Bei, and trembling Mei was pulled out of the room by Su Bei. Damn it. Upon seeing Mei, the crowd instantly erupted in anger. It's this old woman. Not only did she deceive us, but she also abused us every day. If it weren't for Mei relying on Zhang Heng's power, she would have been torn apart by these owners long ago. Now, seeing Mei being dragged out like a little chicken, the crowd's fury could no longer be contained, and they hurled the most insulting words at her. Hearing these filthy words, Mei trembled even more. At this moment, she finally understood what fear meant. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world, and even if she had the chance to do it all over again, she would still do it. After all, by deceiving Zhang Heng, she had survived for nearly a month. Otherwise, this old lady would have died before the apocalypse even began. Lin Yuan gestured for silence, and the crowd's passionate speeches gradually subsided. Mei, I'm sure you know them better than I do. Wang Dachui and Tang Tian have already told you what she said. Now, if anyone wants to come forward to kill her or do something to her, step forward. The knife is right here. Lin Yuan took out a dagger from his pocket and stabbed it directly into Mei Yi's thigh. Immediately, the hallway echoed with Mei Yi's shrill screams. I'll do it. A young man who had previously hung around Zhang Heng stepped forward. He wished he could skin Mei Yi and Zhang Heng alive. It was these two who had made a fool of him, and sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt like he was staring at Zhang Heng's donkey face. The young man gripped the dagger's handle, forcefully pulled it out of Mei Yi's leg, and after examining her, he didn't directly stab her like Lin Yuan, but instead forcefully made a cut on Mei Yi's body. Rip! due to the temperature of around 26 to 27 degrees. Everyone was already dressed lightly, and after being cut, she was left with only one piece of clothing. But it wasn't over. The young man then pulled down Mei's pants, completely exposing her shriveled and ugly body to the crowd. Ugh! Seeing this scene, everyone hurriedly covered their eyes, afraid of seeing something strange. So disgusting. Don't look. Close your eyes. Mei immediately began to wail in pain, but now her hands and feet were tied, and she couldn't break free. She could only let these people's gazes sweep across her, stripping her of her last shred of dignity. Please don't look. I beg you. Don't look. Mei cried out in despair. Lin Yuan's gaze, however, fell on the young man. Is this what it means to kill a person without bloodshed? Quite interesting. What's your name? Lin Yuan casually asked. The young man seemed to grasp something and quickly replied, Brother Lin, my name is Yun Mingjie. I have trained in combat for 3 years and currently work as a coach at a gym, specializing in short-distance sprints and strength training. In just a few sentences, the young man laid out all his advantages to Lin Yuan. What a talent! With solid physical quality and a clear mind. It was indeed a waste for him to follow Zhang Heng. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan took out a bottle of mineral water and a can of braised meat from his inventory. From today on, you work for me. Seeing the can of braised meat and the mineral water Lin Yuan took out, Yun Mingjie's eyes lit up. This is meat. How long has it been since he had a bite of meat? Before he even opened it, saliva was flooding his mouth. After repeatedly thanking Lin Yuan, Yun Mingjie ran into the room to start feasting. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Yun Mingjie was a talent and could stay by his side to work. But he still needed to drink water and stay obedient. He didn't trust people's hearts. It could change just like the weather forecast. How tempting. Watching Yun Mingjie get a can of braised pork, the other homeowners couldn't help but swallow their saliva. So tempting, too tempting. They were all the same. Aside from the first few days of the heavy rain when they could eat some meat, they had been eating damp compressed biscuits and instant noodles, and their stomachs had been protesting for more than half a month. With Yun Mingjie as an example, everyone no longer resisted and lined up to stab Aunt Mei's ugly body with Lin Yuan's knife. At first, Aunt Mei could still let out a few cries. But by the 4th and 5th stabs, she couldn't withstand the excruciating pain and fainted. Lin Yuan didn't bother with these people anymore and didn't issue any rewards either. The crowd was confused but didn't dare to ask, having to patiently wait for everyone to vent their frustrations on Aunt Mei, whether children or the elderly. Lin Yuan didn't spare anyone. One child was only 6 years old and was dragged by Lin Yuan to stab Aunt Mei's belly. He didn't know when the end of the world would end, but if he wanted to see that day, he had to learn how to survive in it. Until the last person finished stabbing, Lin Yuan looked at the crowd with satisfaction, while Aunt Mei had long since died after the first few stabs. Revenge had been taken. Now it was time to discuss how to survive. Lin Yuan looked at the crowd, and his tone became serious. I believe you all felt it just now. This building won't hold for long. The rescue team hasn't arrived yet, and we can't rely on others for hope. We must save ourselves. How do we save ourselves? Some homeowners couldn't help but ask. The heavy rain outside showed no signs of stopping. Going out was certain death. Staying in the building. They could at least survive for some time. What if the rescue team came? Exactly. If the rescue team doesn't dare to come, how can we save ourselves? I'm not going out. If you want to go, go yourself. I'm over 60. How can I survive if you make me go out? Chapter 52. Grouping. I'm not planning to take all of you out. Lin Yuan interrupted the crowd and pointed to room 1704 behind him. Now you will split into 2 teams. The team on my left is for those willing to come with me. I will take full responsibility for your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, but that doesn't mean I will support you. I will assign tasks accordingly. The team on my right is for those who wish to stay in this building. I will allocate some food and water to you, but whether you survive afterwards depends on yourselves. Let's be clear. After this distribution of supplies, we will be ordinary neighbors. If you provoke me, Aunt Mei will be your fate. All right, let's start splitting into teams. You have 3 minutes to decide. Soon, the teams were formed, and Lin Yuan was surprised to see that most people stood on the right side. It seemed they still held great hope for the rescue team. People in today's society had lived in a greenhouse for too long and had long lost their spirit of adventure. As soon as they heard they had to go out in the heavy rain, they instantly became turtles retreating into their shells. Lin Yuan had Wang Dachui distribute some supplies to them and then sent everyone back. Of course, as they were leaving, Lin Yuan added a requirement. They could not choose the rooms on the 18th floor, as he wanted to reserve those for those willing to follow him. After the homeowners from the right team left, Lin Yuan looked at the remaining people. After counting carefully, he found that there were 7 of Zhang Heng's former subordinates among them. Aside from Yun Mingjie, he didn't value the others, but their choice to stay was still a considerable labor force. There were also 11 people aged around 30 to 40, 5 men and 6 women, which could be considered the middle force. There were 3 elderly and 3 children. Although Lin Yuan didn't want them in his heart, he had to take responsibility for the boast he made, and besides, the elderly and children could play a surprising role at critical moments. It just depended on how they were used. We now have a total of 32 people. To be honest, if we don't find a way to generate resources, our food and water will be completely consumed in less than half a month. If we want to survive, we must do something. Therefore, I will assign tasks to ensure that everyone has something to do and can earn corresponding rewards through their labor. One thing to note, the rewards I speak of are food, water, and some daily necessities. I've said my piece. Do you have any objections? If you have objections, it's not too late to withdraw now, but once I assign the teams, anyone who wants to withdraw will have to give their life to me. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he crossed his arms and waited for the crowd's response. This time, no one withdrew, like Lin Yuan. They were the type of people who didn't want to rely on others for hope. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, they preferred to seek other opportunities. I'm not leaving. I want to work with Lin Yuan. I don't believe we can't survive without the rescue team. Me too. I never relied on them anyway. And I certainly don't now. Let's do it. It's just going out in the rain. I've been soaked plenty of times before. The crowd echoed in agreement, expressing their opinions. Lin Yuan pressed his hands down and smiled. Very good. It won't be long before you realize your choice was correct. Su Bei, Wenqing, Wang Dachui, and I will form a group, focusing on Building 7 and going north and south to search for supplies. Don't miss anything inside the building. Yun Mingjie, you take your 7 people and form a security team for Building 7. Any outsiders found will be killed without leaving any survivors. Tang Tian, Gao Yuan, you 2 will be in charge of logistics, taking care of the 3 grandmas and the children. Your main tasks will be filtering water sources and distributing supplies, mainly led by Tang Tian, with others helping to pass things. The remaining 11 people will be responsible for collecting solid wood furniture and air mattresses from the rooms. Working on making simple watercraft. Don't make a whole one at once. Do it separately to avoid being taken all at once. Just then, a woman suddenly spoke up. Do we need to collect these things from our 18th floor? All the rooms downstairs too, Lin Yuan replied. What if they refuse? Kill them. Seeing Lin Yuan's decisive answer, everyone quickly shut their mouths. He was simply a madman. No wonder Aunt May had died at his hands. There are a total of 4 groups. If anyone has questions or doesn't understand, feel free to come to room 1801, and I will communicate with them individually. When Lin Yuan said the last 2 words, his tone suddenly became heavier, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Individual communication? They feared that once the conversation was over, there would be no chance to walk out of room 1801. Since there are no problems, let's disperse. Everyone return to your rooms to rest. Wang Dachui, you distribute the supplies first. Everyone should eat well tonight so that we have the strength to work tomorrow. Yes. Back on the 18th floor, Lin Yuan first took Wenqing to room 1801. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Gao Yuan trembling in fear. Gao Yuan jumped up from the sofa as soon as she saw Lin Yuan, ready to rush into his arms, but met with Wenqing's knife-like gaze, causing her outstretched foot to retract. No wonder he wasn't interested in her. It turned out he had such a beautiful girlfriend. This is my brother Su Bei. He's a good person. Lin Yuan smiled widely and then pulled Wenqing away from the room. Gao Yuan and Su Bei exchanged glances. Was that it? How about we grab a chicken together? Su Bei asked awkwardly, pulling out a vacuum-sealed roast chicken from his backpack. Hey bro, let's talk about the chicken, not the chicken. Let's keep it civil. Looking at the roast chicken that Su Bei took out, Gao Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself. After returning to the room, Wenqing kindly helped Lin Yuan take off his coat, and then asked, how are we going to go out tomorrow? She didn't expect that Lin Yuan really wanted to take her with him. After being cooped up in the room for so long, she felt like she was going to get depressed. Although it was dangerous outside, at least she could see the scenery outside. I have a way. Lin Yuan smiled at Wenqing, and then said, you go ahead and cook, I'll prepare a bit. Okay. Seeing Lin Yuan's confident demeanor, Wenqing didn't ask any more questions. She changed into her loungewear and went into the kitchen, clattering and busying herself. Lin Yuan couldn't wait to open the virtual panel. When he took out the mineral water and the braised pork canned food from the inventory earlier, he found that the Doomsday Roulette system had been upgraded. He was eager to see what treasures this system upgrade would bring him. Chapter 53. Obtaining the task system. Lin Yuan reached out to touch the virtual panel, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade of the Doomsday Roulette system. The current roulette level is level. Canceling the reward for following one's heart and opening the task system. Ding. Please note, the host will trigger specific system tasks during the journey in the apocalypse. Completing tasks will grant corresponding roulette spin rewards. If a special task is triggered and completed, it may yield corresponding special task rewards. As a system update compensation, the system will provide you with 100 steel balls and 10 arrows. Please check. Open the task system? Lin Yuan was taken aback, and indeed saw the taskbar prompt on the virtual panel, but no tasks had been triggered yet. The taskbar was completely blank. This meant that even if he followed his heart now, he couldn't obtain corresponding task rewards, but the achievement system should still be there. Lin Yuan searched around and saw the achievement system in the achievements he had completed, but apart from his completed achievements, the rest of the achievement slots were locked with virtual iron chains, and he couldn't see the hidden content. The system's difficulty has increased. Lin Yuan shook his head. Although the system's difficulty had been updated, he remembered being reminded when he first got the system that the higher the system level, the higher the corresponding rewards would be. Perhaps he could get a gun or even higher level items. After checking the inventory and confirming that the rewards of steel balls and arrows had been credited, Lin Yuan closed the virtual panel. He had only 3 chances left, and with the increased difficulty, he had to use them sparingly. Let's see how to use the task system first. If the difficulty isn't as great as I imagined, I can consider saving up for a 10-spin draw. Having thought this through, Lin Yuan stopped hesitating and took out the raft-making kit and wilderness survival gear from the inventory. These 2 items were useful for tomorrow's mission. It would be a waste not to utilize them. He opened the raft-making kit, and logs filled the living room instantly. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a level normal task. Make a raft. Use the raft-making kit to complete the raft's construction, and upon completion, you will receive roulette spin chances. Is it starting already? Lin Yuan suddenly felt relieved. With the system tasks, he seemed to have a clearer goal. This feature shouldn't be as useless as he imagined. Let's get started. Lin Yuan carefully studied the blueprint, then attempted to assemble it. Assembling the raft wasn't difficult. He just needed to arrange the logs properly and tie them securely with ropes. Moreover, the blueprint clearly marked the tying positions and methods. Besides needing some effort, the difficulty wasn't very high. Hearing the noise coming from the living room, Wenqing curiously walked over. Huh? Where did you get this from? Wenqing exclaimed and hurried over. Sure, I found this while I was out before. Don't tell anyone. Although Wenqing had already gained Lin Yuan's absolute trust, he still didn't want to reveal anything about the Doomsday Roulette. So mysterious? Wenqing blinked her eyes and didn't ask further. Instead, she rolled up her sleeves, wanting to join in the raft making. Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and didn't stop her. No need. I'm making soup for you to replenish. You've been a bit tired lately. While Lin Yuan was busy tying the logs, he smiled and said, What do you mean by that? Both aspects. Wenqing gave Lin Yuan a flirtatious look. Hee hee. Then I should really replenish. You're getting better at this. It feels like you could lift me up. Go away, always joking around. Wenqing originally intended to help, but seeing Lin Yuan's playful expression, she turned and returned to the kitchen. How could there be such a person, climbing up as soon as he got a stick? However, she forgot that she was also the type to climb up with a stick. After much effort, Lin Yuan finally completed the raft assembly and then collapsed onto the sofa, feeling too lazy to move. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the level normal task. Make a raft. You have gained 1 roulette spin chance. Current roulette spin chances, 4. Do you want to use it? No. Wenqing came out of the kitchen with the food. Upon seeing the raft, she couldn't help but exclaim, Wow. It's so big. This raft could easily carry all 4 of them. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and smiled proudly. It's not bigger than me. Hurry up and eat. Wenqing set the food on the coffee table, but suddenly thought of a crucial question. Lin Yuan, this raft is so big. How are we going to get it out? Are you planning to break our window and push it down from the 18th floor? Of course not. Lin Yuan took a sip of chicken soup from the bowl and casually said, I have a way to get it out, so you don't need to worry. Also, wear clothes that won't soak through tomorrow. I don't want my partner being stared at by others. Oh, got it. Although Wenqing answered reluctantly, she was actually quite happy. At least it proved that Lin Yuan cared about her and didn't see her as just a means of exchange. After dinner, Wen Qing was in charge of washing the dishes while Lin Yuan directly dragged the raft into the inventory. After doing all this, Lin Yuan opened the wilderness survival gear bag and was somewhat surprised to find 2 sets of camouflage clothing inside, one large and one small. Does the system default to 1 male and 1 female? Lin Yuan found it a bit strange and tossed the camouflage clothing onto the sofa before looking inside again. Tactical gloves, boots, a military folding knife, a nail gun, and 2 flashlights, along with 2 packs of spare batteries. These level items are already quite decent. Lin Yuan picked up the nail gun, which was filled with a small bucket of nails. Saving some would be enough for a period of time. After Wen Qing finished washing the dishes, she walked out. As soon as she turned around and saw so many items next to Lin Yuan, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Where did you get all this from? Why don't you try it on first? Lin Yuan didn't respond directly, but placed the small-sized tactical camouflage clothing and boots in front of Wen Qing. Okay. Wen Qing picked up the clothes and walked towards the bedroom, but just as she turned around, she saw Lin Yuan following her. Her cheeks flushed. And Wen Qing murmured softly, "Why are you coming in while I'm changing?" "Me?" Lin Yuan chuckled. "I need to see how good the quality of these clothes is. I don't want you to squat and have them rip and expose your backside." Chapter 54. The girl with a tragic death. It took the 2 of them over an hour to fuss over 1 piece of clothing before they finally took it off. Drenched in sweat. Not bad. The quality of the clothes is great. Lin Yuan panted and lit a cigarette, praising it. Wen Qing lay on the bed, beads of sweat rolling down her snow-white skin. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, she rolled her eyes. If she had known, she wouldn't have added goji berries to the soup. Who could have known? Lin Yuan sat at the head of the bed, one hand holding a cigarette and the other playing with something. Just as the 2 were flirting, a group of unexpected guests arrived at their building. 4 men paddled a wooden door and reached the window in the 12th floor hallway, knocking forcefully with a stick, causing the glass to shatter. The 4 men exchanged glances, and a sinister smile spread across their faces. "Let's see what kind of surprises these little lambs can bring us," the leader said, flipping over and climbing through the window. The other 3 men chuckled and followed suit, entering the hallway in the same manner. One must admit, people's creativity is quite rich. After Lin Yuan stated that those willing to stay in the building would not go above the 16th floor, they restructured the entire 12th to 15th floors, mostly by tearing down doors or breaking down non-load-bearing walls to create larger rooms, living in a communal lifestyle. They wanted stability, hoping to wait for a rescue team to bring them a glimmer of hope. At that moment, a girl who looked around 24 or 25 stood up from the crowd and walked quickly outside. Due to the rooms being connected, people had reserved 1 room on each floor as a bathroom for their biological needs. Accompanied by the grumbling of her stomach, the girl's pace quickened. Finally, arriving at the modified bathroom, she hurriedly pulled down her pants and the tension on her face eased somewhat. In the silent hallway, only the sound of soft gasps echoed. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, startling the girl. Due to limited conditions, the bathroom was unisex. She hugged her shoulders, praying that the person outside was not there to use the restroom. The footsteps grew closer, and when they became clear, they abruptly stopped. Oh no, the person was indeed there to use the bathroom. Just as the girl felt a bit at a loss, the doorknob suddenly turned down. Click! The girl's heart tightened. In her haste, she had forgotten to lock the door. Without time to wipe herself, she quickly stood up and pressed against the door. There's someone in here. Originally, she thought that after shouting this, the person outside would take the hint and leave. But to her surprise, a tremendous force suddenly pushed against the door, sending her tumbling out. 4 men entered. She had never seen them in the building before. She opened her mouth to scream, but one of the men covered her mouth. "Don't scream, or it will cost you your life." A sharp dagger pressed against the girl's pale neck, causing her cry for help to die in her throat. The expressions of the 4 men instantly turned sinister upon seeing the trembling girl. "Hey, this little chick isn't bad looking, much better than those old hags in our building. Look at those thighs, that butt, top-notch, really top-notch." The 4 shared a knowing smile and gently closed the bathroom door. Yun Mingjie was startled awake by a knocking sound. Hearing the urgent knocks, he quickly got up to open the door. When he saw Lu Hongtao, who worked with him under Zhang Hong, he frowned. "What's going on? It's late at night." "Brother Jie, something bad has happened. Someone is dead." Lu Hongtao ran in a panic, having just finished drinking with Yun Mingjie and a few others. He had gone to the 12th floor looking for a woman, thinking he would have some fun, but in the time it took to use the bathroom, he stumbled upon such a situation. Initially, he thought it was someone from the 12th floor who had killed her and didn't want to get involved. But upon seeing the state of the girl's corpse, he gasped. The girl's death was extremely tragic. Her clothes were torn and scattered, her body covered in burn scars. Though her facial expression had frozen, it was still extremely twisted, making it hard to imagine the pain she endured before dying. The fatal wound was a gaping knife cut on her neck, with fresh blood splattered all over the walls, proving the brutality of the act. One swift slash to her throat. Lu Hongtao never considered himself a good person, but compared to these individuals, his own misdeeds felt like childish play. Moreover, he was certain that only those above the 16th floor, like Lin Yuan, or outsiders could commit such a heinous act. Connecting the dots, Lu Hongtao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly rushed toward Yun Mingjie's room. As the security team leader, his first directive was to ensure that they reported any incidents up the chain. A dead person? Isn't it normal to die in this world? Yun Mingjie still hadn't grasped the severity of the situation and stretched lazily, saying, "Just throw the body out the window. I don't want to deal with any infectious diseases in the building." "No, Brother Jia." Seeing Yun Mingjie about to go back to bed, Lu Hongtao quickly grabbed him. "Brother Jia, that woman was murdered." "Murdered?" Yun Mingjie paused, sensing a hint of unease. "Let's go, take me to see." Yun Mingjie grabbed a rolling pin from the room and quickly followed Lu Hongtao to the 12th floor. Throughout the journey, Yun Mingjie felt increasingly anxious. When he arrived at the bathroom on the 12th floor, it was already crowded with people. Someone had lit a makeshift oil lamp inside, dispelling the darkness of the room. "Make way, everyone, make way. Yun Mingjie is here." Feeling a bit more confident, Lu Hongtao hurriedly pushed the crowd aside, clearing a path for Yun Mingjie. Yun Mingjie frowned, took a deep breath, and quickly made his way through the crowd. But when he saw the state of the girl's body, he gasped and cold sweat trickled down his temples. He forced himself to suppress the feeling of nausea and crouched down to carefully examine the wounds on the girl's body. When he saw the knife wound on her neck, his legs suddenly felt weak. Having studied close combat fighting, he knew just how much force was needed for that kind of cut. Yun Mingjie turned around and shouted at Lu Hongtao, "Quick! Go to the 18th floor and get Lin Yuan." Chapter 55. Searching for the killer, all right, I'm on it. Lu Hongtao responded hurriedly and dashed toward the 18th floor. "Everyone, don't move," Yun Mingjie shouted sternly, his gaze fixed on the crowd. He wanted to identify anyone who didn't belong in the building. However, when Yun Mingjie was appointed as the security team leader, they had already left, so they were unaware of his identity. Seeing this kid barking orders in front of them, some men grew disgruntled. "Who are you to say we can't move? Yeah, sitting still is for turtles. This kid might be insulting us. I reckon this kid is the murderer." Now he asked, just trying to shift the blame. Hearing the discussion, Yun Mingjie's expression darkened. He didn't have Lin Yuan's abilities, but he wasn't a coward either. If he couldn't handle these people in front of him, then he might as well give up. Watching the crowd continue to chatter, Yun Mingjie grabbed the nearest young man and executed a swift throw, slamming him to the ground. "Oh," the man cried out, pointing at Yun Mingjie. "What gives you the right to hit me?" "Because my fist is harder than yours." Without hesitation, Yun Mingjie swung the rolling pin at the man. Bang, bang, bang. A series of pig slaughtering sounds echoed in the corridor, and the people who had been making a ruckus around also quieted down, their faces showing fear as they looked at the scene before them. Moments later, when the man's screams completely faded away, Yun Mingjie slowly stopped his actions, pointed his stick at the surrounding people, and spat. "Come on, let's see who still wants to get beaten." These people were all rightists without any guts, only thinking about waiting for rescue in this building. Seeing Yun Mingjie acting recklessly, they all became afraid, closing their mouths and not daring to speak. Phew. Yun Mingjie felt relieved seeing that he had intimidated these people. Fortunately, they were all scared. If anything went wrong, he would be too embarrassed to continue being the security captain for Lin Yuan. Yun Mingjie walked to the restroom door, casually pulled over a stool, and sat down. He looked at the homeowners in front of him and said, "Not letting you move around is to avoid disturbing the scene. I called Lin Yuan because his girlfriend is a doctor and can determine some things from the girl's body. If I don't look for her, should I look for you? Who among you can do that? If anyone can, come here." Yun Mingjie lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, "Since you chose comfort, just stay in your rooms honestly and don't wander around. With your abilities, if you encounter someone ruthless, this will be your fate." Seeing that the crowd was silent, Yun Mingjie softened his tone a bit. He had already spoken and fought. He couldn't just kill all these people, right? Yes, no one was managing them now. But that didn't mean he, as an intellectual who had received 9 years of compulsory education, could kill these homeowners without blinking. He couldn't do that. Nor could he carry out such acts. All right, let's not waste time here. You all think back and see if there have been any unfamiliar faces in the building recently. The crowd calmed down at this point and shook their heads after recalling for a moment. Strange. Yun Mingjie was stunned, as the crowd's reaction didn't seem fake. Logically, there should be more residents below the 16th floor than those above it. If it was someone from another floor, they could only have entered from the 12th floor of their building, and it was impossible not to be noticed. Unless they could turn invisible. But that was nonsense. If someone could turn invisible, the list of the Huruan-rich list would have been reshuffled long ago. Just as Yun Mingjie was pondering this, Lin Yuan and the others finally arrived, following Lu Hongtao. What is going on? Lin Yuan's voice rang out, and the surrounding homeowners instinctively parted to give him a path. Brother Lin, come and take a look. I feel this girl wasn't killed by someone from here. Yun Mingjie quickly stepped aside to make way. Lin Yuan quickly walked to the girl's side, and upon seeing her injuries, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a normal task. Find the murderer. The girl's death is not a suicide, and the murderer still exists in the building. The host needs to find the murderer to complete the task and receive a reward for the roulette spin. Hiss. Lin Yuan gasped, looking back at the crowd and asked, has anyone discovered any unfamiliar people in the building recently? The crowd shook their heads. And one woman in her 30s suddenly raised her hand, trembling, and said, I was about to sleep just now, and I vaguely heard the sound of glass breaking. I suspect they just entered the building. Where? Take me to see. Lin Yuan quickly went to the woman and instructed Yun Mingjie, gather everyone together. Don't let them have another opportunity. Focus on protecting the women. Okay. Yun Mingjie nodded and quickly addressed the crowd. Everyone, come with me. This time, with Lin Yuan leading. The homeowners obediently followed Yun Mingjie without causing any trouble. Lu Hongtao also wanted to follow Yun Mingjie, but was suddenly called back by Lin Yuan. You go to the 18th floor again and find Su Bei and Wang Dachui. He had observed the wounds on the girl's neck. Obviously, these people were not only ruthless but also skilled, and he wasn't sure he could handle it. With Su Bei's help, they might have a better chance. All right. Lu Hongtao nodded and quickly ran back to the 18th floor. Let's go. The woman led Lin Yuan toward her bed, which wasn't too far away due to being on the 12th floor. Is this where you heard the sound? Lin Yuan estimated the distance of the woman's bed from the fire escape. At this distance, it was indeed possible to hear the sound of breaking glass, meaning these people must have broken into the 12th floor window. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan turned on his Wolf Fong flashlight, intending to check the broken window for any clues. As soon as the flashlight lit up, the woman felt a bit more at ease. Wait a moment. I'll get something for self-defense. The woman bent down, her curvy figure positioned in Lin Yuan's line of sight, but at this moment, she had completely forgotten about modesty, even neglecting to pull down her skirt, exposing everything to Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan turned his head to the side, not looking at the woman's exposed figure. He understood that she was intentionally trying to seduce him. In such a situation, just surviving was already commendable, causing any thoughts of seduction to be suppressed by the obsession to stay alive. The woman found a wooden stick and quickly gripped it tightly, as if this was her last straw for salvation. Phew. Sighing in relief, the woman straightened up to look at Lin Yuan, but the next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. A scream escaped from the woman's throat. Chapter 56. Attack. Along with the woman's scream, the hairs on Lin Yuan's body stood on end. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan grabbed the flashlight and dove into the woman's arms, rolling to the other side of the bed with her. Just as they rolled out, Lin Yuan clearly heard a sound whizzing past them. Damn! Lin Yuan didn't expect the other party to be so bold. He quickly turned the flashlight back on and shone it into the assailant's eyes. Under the bright light, the attacker paused, and without saying a word, Lin Yuan snatched the stick from the woman's hand and swung it toward the attacker's head. Bang! The man howled, covering his head and collapsing to the ground. Lin Yuan put all his strength into that swing. Whoever he hit would be dazed. Seeing the man fall, Lin Yuan picked up the stick again and aimed for the attacker's head. However, the man's reaction startled Lin Yuan. He endured the pain in his head, kicked up, and landed a blow directly in Lin Yuan's stomach, with such force that it pushed him back. With that moment of respite, the man scrambled to his feet, but instead of coming back to fight Lin Yuan, he turned and disappeared into the darkness. Don't run. Lin Yuan wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. He tossed the stick to the woman and took out a crossbow loaded with steel balls from his inventory. The opponent was too dangerous. He was no match for close combat. However, when Lin Yuan chased after him, he found that the man had already vanished into the darkness. Damn, Lin Yuan cursed, putting the crossbow back in his inventory and returning to the woman's side. The other party is a dangerous person. I'll take you out first. Let us go? Oh, okay. The woman clearly hadn't yet recovered from her earlier fright. When Lin Yuan called her, she dazedly nodded. Rejoining the main group, Yun Mingjie quickly approached. Brother Lin, how is it? Lin Yuan signaled for the woman to go back first, then pulled Yun Mingjie aside and said in a deep voice, it's a bit troublesome. It's already confirmed that the other party came in through the 12th floor window, but they are quite skilled. You fought with him? Yun Mingjie was taken aback and quickly looked Lin Yuan up and down. But he let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Yuan had no external injuries. Is that person very powerful? Well, if we confront him head-on, I'm not his match. Lin Yuan did not hide this. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Should I accompany you? If the two of us can't handle one person, that would be a bit exaggerated. Yun Mingjie thought for a moment and said, if we can't win 2 against 1, then that person's strength is indeed a bit exaggerated. Besides, I've trained in combat and have been working out, so I shouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Although Lin Yuan hasn't systematically learned combat, he does have a crossbow in hand. If he can take a surprise shot from the dark, no matter how powerful that person is, he would still have to pay with his life. After saying that, Yun Mingjie was about to grab a stick, but Lin Yuan suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. No. There is more than one person on the other side. Huh. Yun Mingjie was taken aback, his actions halted. Not just one person? That makes it more difficult. But if you manage to escape from several of them, we might still have a chance to win. If it really doesn't work, we can call my brothers to overpower them with numbers. However, Lin Yuan waved his hand and did not respond to Yun Mingjie. Instead, he sat down on the side and lit a cigarette. Although there was not just one person on the other side, there definitely wouldn't be too many. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to find the main culprit. As for why he could sense that there were multiple people, it was simple. He had already encountered one of them, but the mission system did not prompt that it was completed, which meant that the man he had just seen was not the murderer of the girl, but that there was someone else. This made things more complicated, as he did not know how many people were lurking in this building. Moreover, if a group of people went looking around loudly, the noise would inevitably affect their efficiency in finding the person. To protect the lives of the homeowners, they had to make sure everyone stayed concentrated here. The more people there were, the fewer opportunities the other side would have to act. He, along with Yun Mingjie, Su Bei, and Wang Dachui, would have to start a thorough search to root out all these nails. From this incident, Lin Yuan had also clearly identified the security management loopholes. The higher floors were somewhat better, but the lower floors needed to strengthen the rotation of guards to prevent such stealthy intrusions from happening again. Yun Mingjie, let's have our people coordinate with the homeowners from the right team to take turns on duty. You and I will start clearing the 12th floor and make sure to get rid of these nails. Okay, Brother Lin. Yun Mingjie turned around, initially planning to let Lu Hongtao keep watch here, but after searching among the crowd for a long time, he couldn't find Lu Hongtao. Brother Lin, why hasn't Lu Hongtao come back for so long? Lin Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. He might have run into trouble. Damn, what should we do? Yun Mingjie's expression changed. Lu Hongtao was quite capable among them. If he couldn't win, at least he could run, but he was worried that after confronting those people, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Forget it. Let's search from the bottom up, one household at a time. We should be able to find him. Lin Yuan couldn't just rush up to look for Lu Hongtao. That could easily cause them to miss hidden enemies lurking in some obscure corners. If Lu Hongtao was lucky, he hoped he could hold on until they arrived. All right. Yun Mingjie was also sensible and knew that what Lin Yuan said was the best course of action. Although he was anxious, he hid that anxiety deep inside and began searching around with Lin Yuan, focusing on the crowd. At the same time, Wenqing woke up from her dream, looking around and realizing she was still at home, which made her sigh in relief. Another nightmare? Recently, she had been having nightmares frequently. In her dreams, she was running barefoot in a pitch-black corridor, desperately trying to escape, while a man wielding a kitchen knife chased after her, shouting things like, "I'm going to kill you." She desperately tried to open the doors in the corridor, but none would budge. Huh, is something going to happen recently? Wenqing got up and went to the bathroom, splashing her face with filtered rainwater to wake herself up. Seeing that Lin Yuan was not in the room again made her heart clench. Although she had felt this way before when Lin Yuan went out, this time it was particularly strong. After drying her face, Wenqing put on the camouflage combat uniform that Lin Yuan had given her. She had to admit that Lin Yuan had a good eye for sizes. It fit her perfectly. After putting on her combat boots, Wenqing noticed Lin Yuan's tactical gloves and nail gun, which he hadn't had time to put away on the sofa, and quickly grabbed them. From a certain perspective, this nail gun felt tailor-made for her. It was just the right size to hold. Wenqing mimicked the action of firing the nail gun at an enemy, turning around in the room, but just then, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing came from outside the door. Chapter 57. Death approaches. The sudden footsteps startled Wenqing, and as she leaned in to look through the peephole, she suddenly remembered that it was pitch dark outside. What am I thinking? Wenqing chuckled self-deprecatingly and was about to pull back her gaze. However, at that moment, a bright light caught her attention. There's light? Wenqing instinctively paused for a second, but suddenly, an eye filled with bloodshot veins locked onto the peephole, staring directly at her. Ah! Wenqing was startled and instinctively fell to the ground. Outside the door, a piercing scream erupted, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Before long, the screams outside faded away, and Wenqing, gathering her courage, climbed back up to check the situation outside. But just as she leaned in to look through the peephole, a steel needle shot in from outside, barely a finger's distance from her pupil. Ah! Wenqing screamed and hurriedly ran toward the sofa, now that Lin Yuan was not there. This security door was her last line of defense. But because of her scream, the people outside were even more convinced that someone was inside the room. The security door handle began to twist furiously, and the door echoed with loud banging sounds. This frightened Wenqing greatly. She even regretted why she had to go and check. If they were going to die outside, what did it have to do with her? But there was no remedy for regret. The situation had already occurred, and she could only bear it alone. The people outside were evidently smarter than those who had tried to break in before, seeing that they couldn't force the door open. They shoved a steel needle through the gap and started banging the end of the needle with a fire axe from the corridor. Wenqing felt like an ant on a hot pan, truly scared, as the security door could not withstand such impacts. Lin Yuan, where are you? Wenqing tremblingly raised the nail gun, unsure if it could hold off the people outside. Just then, a crisp sound came from the door lock, and Wenqing's face turned pale. It's being pried open. An overwhelming fear enveloped her instantly, and the feeling of impending death made her tremble. Because candles were lit inside the room, a hand quietly reached in through the door gap, grasping the door edge in Wenqing's terrified gaze. Creak. The door emitted a piercing sound as a strong arm came into Wenqing's sight. Ah! Wenqing just let out a gasp, quickly covering her mouth. Glancing at the candles on the table, she hurriedly blew them out. In the moment the room fell into darkness, the person outside pushed the door open and walked in. The man frowned, but after just a few seconds, his brows relaxed. Hee hee, little kitty, I know you're inside. The man's voice was sharp, reminiscent of a eunuch from ancient times. Hearing his voice made Wenqing shiver, goosebumps instantly rising all over her body. She crouched behind the sofa, clutching the nail gun in her hands, her breathing becoming somewhat thick. Little kitty, don't let me catch you. If I do, hee hee. Wenqing squatted behind the sofa, listening as the footsteps drew closer, her heart racing. She had only one chance. If she couldn't take him down with one shot, she could easily guess how terrible her fate would be. The man walked to the coffee table, dipped his rough index finger into the wax on the table, which hadn't completely solidified, indicating that the candle had just been extinguished. He hadn't heard anyone leave, so that little kitty must be nearby. I found you. Ha. The man suddenly threw aside the cushion on the sofa, laughing maniacally. The sound startled Wenqing, causing her body to collide with the back of the sofa with a muffled thud. The man keenly caught that sound, climbing onto the sofa step by step, and then suddenly looked behind the sofa. Ha. I found you. Wenqing let out a sharp scream, pointing the nail gun at the man and firing repeatedly. The man clearly hadn't expected Wenqing to have such a weapon in her hands, and he was immediately hit in the face. The pain drove him completely mad. Enduring the agony, he swatted the nail gun out of Wenqing's hands. Wenqing wanted to take advantage of this moment to escape, but as she prepared to get up, she found her feet had gone numb. She couldn't move at all. The man, upon seeing Wenqing's appearance, felt his rage instantly replaced by lust. Reaching out to grab her, "You're quite the shooter. Now it's my turn." Wenqing's face turned pale, but suddenly, her pupils constricted as a bloodied man appeared violently behind him, holding a stool from his house. Bang! The stool accurately struck the man's head, causing him to black out and collapse onto the sofa. Lu Hongtao used the last of his strength to sit on the man's body, raising his fist and striking the man's face while yelling at Wenqing, "Run." Startled, Wenqing hurriedly scrambled up from the ground, her legs weak, using her hands and feet to crawl towards the door. Oh my god! As Wenqing crawled out the door, she startled Su Bei and Wang Dachui, who were coming up from the fire escape. At first, the two thought they had encountered something dirty. But upon seeing Wenqing on the ground, their expressions immediately changed. Are you okay? Su Bei helped Wenqing up, looking her up and down. I'm fine. You guys hurry inside and check. 2 men are fighting. 2 men? Initially, Su Bei thought Lin Yuan had gotten into a conflict inside and rushed in. But when he and Wang Dachui burst into the room, they found a bloodied man sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the doorway. Su Bei shivered and quickly pulled out a dagger, speaking in a low voice. Who are you? However, the man did not respond. Still staring blankly at him, or perhaps at what was behind him. Wang Dachui cursed under his breath but couldn't help glancing behind him. Meanwhile, Su Bei approached the man, testing for his breath with his hand, and immediately said, He's dead. You can come in. Hearing Su Bei's words, Wenqing and Wang Dachui finally entered. But upon seeing the corpse on the sofa, Wenqing quickly exclaimed, It's not him. This is the person who helped me earlier. The man who attacked me should still be in the room. What? Wang Dachui immediately became displeased, exchanged glances with Su Bei, and headed towards the bedroom. The room was small. As long as they guarded the entrance and searched inside, the man would definitely be unable to escape. Chapter 58. Informing the authorities, Su Bei signaled to Wang Dachui to guard the entrance and protect Wenqing, while he held the dagger in reverse grip and stepped towards the bedroom. The layout of the Sakura International rooms was quite unique. To enter the bedroom from the living room, one had to pass through a hallway. Wenqing's home was simply decorated, with just a few paintings hanging in the hallway. Just as Su Bei reached the bedroom door, he noticed a smear of blood on the doorknob, which immediately attracted his attention. He lightly touched it with his hand, confirmed it was human blood, and then forcefully pushed the door open. Careful, behind you. Wang Dachui and Wenqing were not nervous. Upon seeing Su Bei open the door, they saw the door to the secondary bedroom suddenly swing open, and a wooden stick swung down towards Su Bei's head. Bang! Su Bei let out a muffled groan, quickly turning around, but unexpectedly, the stick came down again, striking his wrist. Su Bei winced in pain, and the dagger slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Seeing Su Bei at a disadvantage, Wang Dachui grabbed a kitchen knife and swung it at the man. Despite being shot by the nail gun, the man showed no signs of slowing down. He kicked Su Bei in the chest, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters to crash into the bed, then quickly grabbed Wang Dachui's wrist and slammed him against the door. The moment Wang Dachui's nose made contact with the wooden door, he felt a rush of metallic sweetness flood his mouth. Damn it! A surge of anger welled up in Wang Dachui, and regardless of whether the man was behind him, he swung the knife backward. But the man had already anticipated his thoughts and distanced himself from Wang Dachui, causing the strike to miss. Cursing under his breath, Wang Dachui tightened his grip on the kitchen knife and lunged at the man again. The knife clashed against the man's wooden stick 3 times, but he couldn't break through the man's defense. The man sneered, and after blocking Wang Dachui's last strike, he delivered a swift kick to Wang Dachui's stomach. Wang Dachui let out a cry, feeling as if his insides had shifted, but he still managed to wrap his arms around the man's leg. Su Bei finally regained his composure, disregarding the dagger on the floor, and ran a couple of steps to slam a knee strike into the man's chest. This hit was not light. The man almost lost consciousness from the blow. Seeing this, Wang Dachui pulled on the man's leg with all his might, trying to set him up for a split. Su Bei, with a wicked grin, slid in and swiftly kicked the man's ankle. With a thud, the man fell into a split on the ground, but perhaps due to the suddenness of the move, he didn't adjust his posture properly, turning green as he sat down. A scream escaped his throat, and that impact likely ruined most of his chances. Even with the upper hand, the 2 men did not dare to relax their guard. Wang Dachui unleashed a series of punches to the man's chest, while Su Bei yanked down one of the paintings from the hallway and brought it crashing down onto the man's head. Bang! The unknown material of the painting got stuck around the man's neck, and that heavy blow seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Unable to withstand the beating from Su Bei and Wang Dachui any longer, the man rolled his eyes and fainted. When they saw the man finally stop moving, the 2 men ceased their attack, gasping for breath. Su Bei hurried back to the bedroom, picked up the dagger from the ground, and stabbed it into the man's chest. Thud! The blade went in and out, and the man's body convulsed violently twice before he finally took his last breath. Phew! The 2 collapsed to the ground, feeling as if all their strength had been stripped away. Wenqing stood there dumbfounded, The series of fights seemed exhausting to describe, but everything had happened in an instant. The teamwork of Wang Dachui and Su Bei left Wenqing in shock. She had only seen such scenes in Hong Kong action movies. Wenqing hurriedly took 2 bottles of mineral water from the kitchen and walked over to Su Bei and Wang Dachui. "You two have worked hard." Su Bei and Wang Dachui didn't stand on ceremony, each taking a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap, and gulping it down. Huh. Su Bei took a breath of cool air. As the mineral water entered his stomach, he finally felt some recovery of the fluids lost through his sweat glands. At this moment, Wang Dachui's hands were trembling, indicating that he had given his all in this fight. After a long while, Su Bei finally pushed himself up from the ground, looked at the corpse on the floor, and said to Wang Dachui, "This guy really can take a beating. Yeah, not only is he strong, but his body can also withstand hits very well. Definitely not something an ordinary person can do." Wang Dachui recalled the people he had fought over the years and realized that none of them could compare to the man in front of him. "Let's deal with the corpse first." Su Bei picked up the man's body and opened the window to throw it out directly. Wang Dachui also came to the living room, dragging Lu Hongtao's corpse to the window. Just as he was about to throw it down, Wenqing suddenly reacted. "Brother Wang, wait a minute. What's wrong?" Wang Dachui paused his actions, looking at Wenqing in confusion. "He didn't attack me just now. Instead, he helped me hold that man down. I wonder if he could be one of us." "What you said makes sense." Wang Dachui dropped the corpse on the ground and observed it carefully for a moment. "This guy has been beaten like this. If you don't look closely, you really can't tell. Lao Su, come over and take a look. Is this one of those guys who used to follow Zhang Heng?" Su Bei closed the window and walked over upon hearing Wang Dachui's words. After taking a couple of glances, Su Bei's expression suddenly changed. "Let's lift him out first. We need to find Lin Yuan. That kid is probably in trouble too." "What about me?" Wenqing was really unwilling to stay in the room. She had originally thought that besides Lin Yuan, this security door was the only thing that could give her a sense of safety, but after experiencing everything that had just happened, she realized that this security door felt as flimsy as paper. "You can come along too." Su Bei picked up the steel needle and fire axe from the ground and handed them to Wenqing. "Take them for self-defense." "No, I don't need them. I have this." Wenqing shook the nail gun in her hand, thinking that having her use the fire axe and steel needle to fight would be no different from sending her to her death. "Nail gun." Su Bei was taken aback and couldn't help but smile wryly. "That kid Lin Yuan really knows how to get good stuff. All right, since you have this, I won't give you the fire axe and steel needle." Turning around, Su Bei handed the steel needle to Wang Dachui and tucked the fire axe into his waist. "Old Wang, drag the corpse out. I'll go remind Gao Yuan. Let's head downstairs. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be the one Lin Yuan sent up to inform us." Chapter 59, 13th floor. Hearing Su Bei's analysis, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan was very mysterious to them, especially to Wenqing, who felt this more thoroughly. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had become the spiritual pillar for everyone, and even Su Bei, who was the most skilled among them, unconsciously thought so. After Wang Dachui dragged Lu Hongtao's corpse out, Su Bei knocked on the door of 1801. "No matter who knocks, don't open the door. Wang Dachui and I each have a key. If you feel scared, just go back to your bedroom and close the doors and windows." Okay. Through these past few days of interaction, Gao Yuan got along very well with Su Bei and Wang Dachui, especially with Su Bei, whom she particularly admired, as he could provide a greater sense of security than Wang Dachui. After closing the door again, Su Bei said to Wenqing and Wang Dachui, "We can't determine which floor Lin Yuan is on right now. The best method is to search layer by layer, and it should be a thorough search. Additionally, we need to be particularly cautious while searching. I'm worried that there is more than one intruder in the building." What Su Ge said makes sense, especially paying attention to the nooks and crannies during the process. Since we're starting a thorough search, we need to clear every corner. Wenqing agreed with Su Bei's idea and nodded, expressing her understanding. Wang Dachui was a rough man and didn't consider things as thoroughly as the two of them. He waved the kitchen knife in his hand and said, "Let's go and drag out all these dirty rats and kill them." Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie had searched the entire 12th floor, but still hadn't found the man who had escaped. During this time, they encountered a few people who knew Lin Yuan and took the initiative to greet him. Lin Yuan was not in the mood to chat with them and said in a deep voice, "Quickly go to the restroom. Everyone is gathering there. Something quite terrible has happened in the building." "What happened?" A greasy, overweight man, hugging his little girlfriend, asked eagerly. "There's no time to explain. Just go over there, and you'll know." Lin Yuan glanced at the fat man and noted that his attire suggested a decent family background. He was certain that the woman was not with him for his sake. However, in the current apocalyptic situation, all money had turned into scrap paper, serving no practical purpose at all. As for the numbers on the phone, they had no power, making them less useful than a fart. At least a fart still had a smell and sound. But Lin Yuan didn't have the time or interest to explain this to the seemingly innocent girl. All right, I got it. The greasy, overweight man casually responded to Lin Yuan, but did not head to the place Lin Yuan mentioned. Instead, he returned to his own room. Yun Mingjie became displeased when he saw that the fat man didn't take Lin Yuan seriously. He was about to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Lin Yuan, who pressed down on his shoulder. No need to go. Teaching a person 10 times might not work, but teaching a thing just once will. Okay, Brother Lin. After finishing their search, the two quickly headed to the 13th floor. This kind of search consumed a lot of their mental and physical energy, and they had to constantly pay attention to their surroundings to avoid being suddenly attacked. Most of the residents on the 13th floor had already gone to the 12th floor. Of course, Lin Yuan also knew that there were bound to be some stubborn residents unwilling to cooperate. Those people could only leave their lives to fate. No. Yun Mingjie suddenly raised his hand and said to Lin Yuan, "There's a smell of blood." At that moment, Lin Yuan also smelled the strong scent of blood, and immediately took out his crossbow from his inventory, using the beam of his wolf-tooth flashlight to scan the surroundings. Be careful. This floor might also be in trouble. The 13th floor, like the 12th floor, had been breached by the residents. They examined their surroundings, and their footsteps became lighter. Tap, 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 whoosh. At that moment, a shadow swiftly flashed in front of the two. Who? Lin Yuan quickly shone the flashlight at the shadow, but was always a step too late. The other party had already vanished into the darkness. Chase. Yun Mingjie stood up and wanted to pursue, but Lin Yuan held him back. Don't go. We don't know how many people there are. Acting rashly might fall into their trap. Anyway, we need to clear the building layer by layer, and we'll eventually run into them. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yun Mingjie thought they made sense and stopped. Brother Lin, could these people be residents from other floors? To ease the eerie silence around them, he tried to find a topic to discuss with Lin Yuan. Yeah, it's possible. Lin Yuan nodded, only giving a perfunctory response. All his attention was on the surroundings, fearing that hunters hiding in the darkness would suddenly attack. The two appeared calm, but the cold sweat on their foreheads revealed their current mental state. Seeing that Lin Yuan was unwilling to engage with him, Yun Mingjie could only close his mouth in disappointment. Lin Yuan continued to sweep the area with the flashlight, and when the beam illuminated a corner of the wall, their pupils suddenly contracted. There, two people gasped in surprise, but still mustered their courage to walk over. At that moment, a woman was curled up in the corner, similarly naked. Beneath her lay a pool of blood, flowing gently towards the feet of the two men. Damn, Yun Mingjie cursed softly, gently pushing the woman to check if she was still alive. However, to his surprise, with just a light push, the woman fell to the ground. Another one dead. In the instant the woman collapsed, Lin Yuan saw a shocking wound on her body, likely a laceration, and she must have died from excessive blood loss. It seemed this group had been in the building for some time. Just as Lin Yuan furrowed his brows in thought, a whoosh sound suddenly came from behind him. Lin Gu, be careful. Yun Mingjie reacted quickly, kicking Lin Yuan in the waist, propelling him half a meter away, while he himself was knocked to the ground by the sudden sound of something slicing through the air. Ah, damn. Yun Mingjie felt a tingling sensation in his right shoulder. Fortunately, when he kicked Lin Yuan, he had turned slightly, which caused the wooden stick that should have hit his head to strike his shoulder instead. Ignoring the tingling in his right arm, Yun Mingjie quickly got up. If he stayed on the ground any longer, he might never get up again. Lin Yuan also scrambled to his feet, hurriedly picking up the crossbow from the ground and aiming it at the attacker. However, the assailant was clearly targeting him. As soon as he raised the crossbow, the man's foot kicked at his wrist. The pain shot through Lin Yuan's wrist, causing him to involuntarily let go, and the crossbow flew out of his hands, crashing against the doorframe. Damn! Lin Yuan cursed, not expecting the attacker to be so skilled, his movements even rivaling Su Bei's. Just as he was about to get up and fight back, he noticed a fist the size of a sandbag rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. Chapter 60, Level Item, Strengthening Potion Bang. A series of dull thuds. Lin Yuan felt as if several birds were chirping incessantly above his head, and his vision was filled with stars. He tried to struggle and get up, but the attacker grabbed his collar and yanked him up. delivering a heavy punch to his left cheek. With a crash, Lin Yuan slammed against the ground and then the wall, his mouth and nose filled with the sweet metallic taste of blood. Damn it, he thought. Was this how that tiger beaten by Wu Song felt back in the day? The man let out a cold laugh, took a couple of steps to prepare a move against Lin Yuan, but unexpectedly, Yun Mingjie had recovered by then, using the nearby bed to jump up and hit the man on the head with a body slam. Bang! With a muffled thud, the man let out a scream and fell to the ground. Yun Mingjie was not much better off the moment his body slam hit the man's face. It felt like hitting a rock, causing him to lose his balance and crash down onto the ground. Bang! His face met the ground intimately, and Yun Mingjie let out an "oh" as he felt blood rushing from his nose. Lin Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, unable to watch. This kid probably practiced fighting when he was younger, but now he had long since turned into a softie. The three of them got up almost simultaneously. Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie exchanged a glance and moved to encircle the man. The opponent's combat power far exceeded theirs. If they couldn't work together to achieve greater than the sum of their parts, both of them might end up here today. Yun Mingjie limped to the man's back and jumped, quickly wrapping his arm around the man's neck. Lowering his center of gravity, Yun Mingjie intended to bring the man down. But to his surprise, the man's waist strength was beyond normal. Two long arms like baboons grabbed Yun Mingjie's hair, and with a throw, he sent Yun Mingjie crashing towards Lin Yuan. Damn! Lin Yuan had thought Yun Mingjie could take the man down, and he would follow up with a decisive kick. Now, Yun Mingjie was flying towards him, and he couldn't retract his foot in time. Thud! Lin Yuan's foot kicked Yun Mingjie's backside, nearly giving him the experience of a chicken flying and an egg breaking. Even so, Yun Mingjie still felt a sharp pain, rolling to the side while clutching his backside. Seeing that there was no one to obstruct him, the man didn't pursue Yun Mingjie, but instead turned to grab Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan's technique was lacking, he had trained in sports for many years, so his agility was still decent. He quickly took a step back to avoid the man's grab, and his right hand unintentionally opened the virtual panel. It was too dark around him, and he didn't know where the crossbow had fallen, rather than searching for it. He might as well activate the Doomsday Roulette to spin for a more suitable weapon. As for the dagger in his pocket, he didn't even have the desire to draw it. What a joke, he thought. He wouldn't stand a chance in close combat. And he didn't believe that having a little broken knife would pose any threat to this guy. Plus, he currently had 4 chances to spin the roulette. If he didn't use them now, would he save them for the new year? Ding. Detected that the host currently has 4 spins available. Do you wish to use them? Yes. Lin Yuan quickly stepped back 2 paces to widen the distance between himself and the man, then pressed his hand rapidly on the virtual panel. The system was good, but it had one flaw. It wasn't intelligent and couldn't be voice activated. If his hands were controlled by the enemy, the roulette would become a decoration. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan realized he must pay attention in the future. This might be the ant nest that could collapse the 1,000-mile dam. The roulette spun rapidly, and at that moment, a system notification sound that he had never heard before echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this notification, his eyes lit up, and a wave of joy washed over him. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The roulette will automatically eliminate worthless items. The moment the system's voice sounded, the slots began to turn black, entering a state where the pointer could not lock onto anything. With Lin Yuan's hand pressing down again, the pointer stopped at a slot labeled Strengthening Potion. Lin Yuan was taken aback, but the system's voice gave him no time to think. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level item, Strengthening Potion 1. The Strengthening Potion can enhance the physical attributes of the user, effective for 30 minutes. Please plan the usage time wisely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a level normal task, Kill the enhanced person. It has been detected that the individual you are currently facing is an enhanced person. Please act quickly to eliminate him to prevent further harm to innocent lives. Completing the task will provide a reward of roulette spins. Enhanced person? Hearing these 3 words, Lin Yuan was stunned. No wonder this guy was so difficult to deal with. He must have already taken the strengthening potion. However, he still had a question in his mind. Why could the opponent's strengthening potion last so long, while his only lasted a mere half hour? Did he look easy to bully? Or was there someone else with a system like him, but theirs was the genuine version, while his was just a rapid version? However, after understanding the opponent's background, Lin Yuan's feelings of inadequacy lessened significantly. After all, he was someone with a system too, yet he was getting beaten down like this. Where was his dignity? While thinking, Lin Yuan kept his distance from the man, preventing him from controlling him in the short term. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Yuan quickly took out the strengthening potion from his inventory. The container for the strengthening potion was a simple glass test tube, sealed with a wooden cork, and the liquid inside was purple, bubbling away. Unlike the impressive packaging he had imagined for the strengthening potion, this one didn't even have a trademark, a typical no-brand product. If it weren't for the fact that the system had never let him down, he would really be reluctant to drink this thing. But at the moment, he had no choice. The man found his weakness and directly pushed the bed between the two aside to prevent himself from continuing to circle around the bed. Hiki. The man looked at Lin Yuan, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. The anger he felt from being toyed with by Lin Yuan seemed to find an outlet, and he lunged forward in a quick step. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. He didn't have time to activate the second round. Without a word, Lin Yuan bit open the wooden cork and gulped down the 3-in-1 liquid from the glass test tube in one go. Afterwards, he smacked his lips. Not bad. A sweet and sour taste. The man had no idea what Lin Yuan had drunk, thinking he was just struggling before death. He raised his hand and grabbed Lin Yuan's neck, tearing at his collar and slamming him down onto the floor tiles. Chapter 61. No one at all bang. The floor tiles shattered, and Lin Yuan's head sank into the broken tiles. The shattered ground cut into the skin on his face, and blood slowly oozed out. But strangely, Lin Yuan felt no pain at all. In fact, he felt a surge of energy throughout his body. Hiki. The man grinned, grabbing Lin Yuan's head and preparing to slam it down again. Lin Yuan. Yun Mingjie shouted angrily, rushing over. Hold on. I'm coming. Slap. Just as Yun Mingjie shouted, Lin Yuan suddenly seized the man's wrist. Huh? The man was taken aback, his smile gradually freezing on his face. He felt as if a vice was gripping his wrist. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. What did you just drink? The man's tone was deep, but the slight tremor at the end of his sentence betrayed his inner turmoil. Drink your mother's thing? Crack. Lin Yuan exerted force, and the man's wrist made a sound of dislocation. The man's veins bulged as he howled, clutching his wrist and trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to question Lin Yuan, but the pain left him gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. Lin Yuan slowly released the man's wrist and stood up straight, looking down at him. Tell me, how did your bodies get enhanced? He was curious if there were others in the nearby buildings with a system like his. However, Lin Yuan's question was met with silence from the man. Not going to talk? Seeing the man stubbornly refusing to cooperate, Lin Yuan grabbed his head and slammed it against the floor tiles. Slap, slap, slap. After 3 consecutive hits, the man's face was instantly a bloody mess. But even so, all he could do was wail in agony. He didn't spit out a single useful piece of information. Yun Mingjie had now reached Lin Yuan's side, his face full of shock. He couldn't understand why Lin Yuan, who had just been beaten down without the power to fight back, suddenly seemed to have grown stronger. Still not talking? Lin Yuan yanked the man up like a dead pig and slammed him against the wall. Are you going to talk or not? The man was pressed against the wall, panting heavily. The blood flowing from his head blurred his vision, and a strong sense of dizziness spun in his mind. If Lin Yuan hadn't held him up against the wall, he probably would have collapsed on the floor. Hey, the man managed a cold laugh, using all his strength to say, you just kill me. Otherwise, when my brother arrives, it will be you who dies. Damn. Upon hearing the man's words, Yun Mingjie instantly became displeased. He had never seen someone so arrogant. Even after being beaten to a pulp, he was still talking nonsense. Immediately, Yun Mingjie kicked the man in the rear. Your brother? Call him here and let me see. Originally, Yun Mingjie thought that after venting, the man would be left mute. However, the moment his words fell, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. A dog relying on its master. Yun Mingjie was furious, looking around for a weapon to deal with him. But at that moment, Lin Yuan coldly said, Want to die? I'll make it happen. Lin Yuan quickly pulled out a dagger from his pocket, pressed one hand against the man's head, and with the other hand, reversed the grip on the dagger and plunged it directly into the man's temple. A splash of bright red blossomed in the darkness. The man's body convulsed violently twice, and then went silent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the ordinary task of killing an enhanced person, gaining 1 round of spins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a round of spins, current spins, for, do you want to use it? No. Huff. Lin Yuan released the man's body and turned to look at Yun Mingjie. Yun Mingjie was taken aback when he met Lin Yuan's gaze, his body shivering. What kind of gaze is that? He felt as if he was looking at a bloodthirsty lone wolf, the dark pupils particularly chilling in the night. Lin, brother Lin. Yun Mingjie swallowed hard, feeling that Lin Yuan could easily take him down next. These people's bodies have undergone special enhancements. Their combat power is not something you can compare to, and from what he just said, I deduced that there is an even stronger character infiltrating this building. Body enhancement? Yun Mingjie was momentarily stunned, feeling that his brain was not keeping up. It was becoming more and more like a scene from a movie. Is it like the thing you just drank? Yeah. Lin Yuan knew he couldn't hide it and didn't intend to. What I just drank was a strengthening potion I found while clearing the building. I initially thought it was a human prank, but I had no choice but to drink it, and unexpectedly, it actually worked. I see. Yun Mingjie nodded, half believing. Lin Yuan's words always gave him an unreal feeling, and upon closer reflection, they didn't hold up. But since Lin Yuan didn't want to explain, it was pointless to ask. He could only bury the question in his heart. Brother Lin, now that your body has been enhanced, slaughtering these guys will be as easy as killing chickens and dogs. It's our turn to hunt them now. The tension that had been building in Yun Mingjie finally relaxed. It's not that simple. Lin Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, we only have 30 minutes. Let us go upstairs. Huh, 30 minutes? Yun Mingjie looked at Lin Yuan's back as he went upstairs, his mouth twitching. Is the time really that short? 14th floor. Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie stood in the hallway, somewhat stunned. This floor had no strong smell of blood, nor was there any other unusual situation. Everything seemed quite ordinary. However, the more peaceful it was, the less certain they felt. It was as if the calm before a storm. Lin Yuan handed the wolf-tooth flashlight to Yun Mingjie while he furrowed his brows, pondering the situation with the enhanced people. The appearance of enhanced individuals in the community meant that having a system was not unique to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain where these enhanced people's potions came from, since the other side also had a system and had sent enhanced individuals to invade their building. It indicated that the enemy had gotten ahead of him. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed that from the moment these enhanced individuals appeared, it was no longer a struggle between individuals, but rather a battle between systems. Whoever's system was stronger, or rather, whose system could be upgraded to a higher level, would be able to consume the other. It seemed he needed to accelerate his progress. For the first time, Lin Yuan felt that time was running short. He had to quickly upgrade the Doomsday Roulette's level and get ahead of this group of people to ensure his own safety in the apocalypse, as well as the safety of his brothers. Brother Lin. Yun Mingjie's call brought Lin Yuan back to reality. What's wrong? This floor is completely empty. Empty. Not a single person? Lin Yuan frowned. The 12th floor only had residents from the 12th and 13th floors, so logically, there shouldn't be anyone on the 14th floor. Let us go up and take a look. Chapter 62. Tender speculations. 15th floor. As Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie just arrived, a scream startled them. Something happened. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed his dagger and tossed the crossbow to Yun Mingjie. Dealing with these enhanced individuals, Yun Mingjie's 3 years of martial arts training wouldn't be enough. Following the sound, they rushed through the darkness to the center of the corridor. In front of them, a woman was sitting on the ground, and beside her, a man was raising a chainsaw high above his head. Stop! Lin Yuan shouted and ran towards the man. However, the man seemed not to hear Lin Yuan's voice and, accompanied by the roar of the chainsaw, he aimed it at the woman's body. Screech! A fountain of blood shot into the sky, splattering Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie. The two didn't care about the blood covering them. Their steps halted the moment the woman's head fell. They were, after all, one step too late. Hee. The man, with his back to them, let out a series of strange laughs. Damn, he can't be a madman. Yun Mingjie cursed silently, feeling his legs weaken. But the fear in his heart was somewhat alleviated knowing Lin Yuan was by his side. The man turned around, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking somewhat terrifying under the dim moonlight. You actually came up. The man twisted his neck, speaking in a language the two couldn't understand. Probably a madman. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, and without hesitation lifted a nearby wooden bed to smash it at the man. The other party had a chainsaw. Charging in recklessly could lead to injury, and in the apocalypse, injury equated to a slow suicide. Without a sterile medical environment, even tenderness couldn't guarantee a 100 recovery. The man looked at the wooden bed thrown at him and raised the chainsaw to strike down forcefully. Creak! The wooden bed halted and shattered instantly. I'm going to chop you two into pieces. The man shrieked, raising the chainsaw and lunging towards them. Yun Mingjie's face turned pale. Raising the crossbow, and pulling the trigger at the man's body. Bang, bang, bang. Steel balls shot out from the crossbow, but after piercing the man's chest, they didn't even halt his advance. Lin Yuan raised his hand, signaling Yun Mingjie not to waste the steel balls, and said solemnly, "This guy has lost his sense of pain. Unless you can kill him with one shot, otherwise it's a waste of bullets. What should we do?" Yun Mingjie's voice trembled. If steel balls couldn't stop him, it might really require equal treatment to make the guy behave. "How's your aim?" Lin Yuan's sudden question stunned Yun Mingjie, who quickly nodded after a moment of reaction. 100-meter shooting instructor certified. I'll find a way to control him. You look for an opportunity to target his vital points. No problem. Yun Mingjie nodded eagerly. As long as he didn't let the man engage in a one-on-one fight with these monsters, he was confident he could hit the target while staying still. They got to work without hesitation. Lin Yuan glanced at the wooden bed beside him and picked it up again. He understood the principle that an inch longer is an inch stronger. The only weapon that could surpass the man's chainsaw at the moment was these wooden beds. "Let us go," Lin Yuan growled, bolstering his courage as he dragged the wooden bed toward the man. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Su Bei and the others, after their discussions, arrived on the 17th floor, only to be surprised by the stench of blood and decay permeating the air. What the hell is this smell? What are these bastards doing? Wang Dachui, after working for a while, hadn't produced anything and frowned angrily. Something must have happened, but strangely, we didn't hear any sound from upstairs. Su Bei furrowed his brows, carefully observing the surroundings. Without the Wolf Fong flashlight, they could only light scented candles to move forward. The weak flame barely illuminated the corridor, casting their shadows on the walls, making the atmosphere even more eerie. Su Bei and Wang Dachui, two big men, were somewhat okay, but Wenqing felt like cursing internally. She even regretted following the two out. If she had known it would be like this, she might as well have stayed with Gao Yuan in the room. As she pondered, Wenqing seemed to step on something round and rolled, almost falling to the ground. Her startled cry shocked Su Bei and Wang Dachui. Su Bei quickly shone the light toward Wenqing's feet, but when he saw what it was, his face turned pale. "What is that?" Wenqing muttered displeasedly, but as she leaned down, she saw a pale hand right under her feet. "Ah!" Wenqing screamed and quickly jumped away from the hand. Su Bei placed the candle directly on the ground and discovered it was actually a severed hand. "Whose hand is this?" Wenqing shivered at the sight of the severed hand. Although she was a surgeon, it didn't mean she wouldn't react when seeing a severed hand in the dark. Who would leave a hand here? It must have been chopped off by someone. Wang Dachui cursed silently and then said, "It's about as perverted as me." After all, he was someone who had chopped off other people's heads with a kitchen knife, so he wasn't afraid of this severed hand. Su Bei was even bolder, directly picking up the severed hand from the ground to examine it closely. After a moment, he placed the hand in front of Wenqing. "Dr. Wen, take a look here." Wenqing naturally resisted, but Su Bei wasn't someone who liked to joke. Seeing the seriousness on his face, she forced herself to look closer despite her discomfort. Was it smashed? Wang Dachui curiously leaned over. He didn't understand these things and couldn't tell what was wrong with the hand. "Look here." Wenqing turned the arm over, revealing a shocking scratch in front of the three. Is this a palm print?" Wang Dachui stared at the mark on the arm, astonished. The hand didn't seem to have been cut off for long, and the fingerprints were still so clear. Su Bei even compared his hand to the scratch and found that the severed hand was actually larger than his. "What is going on, Dr. Wen?" Wenqing paused, looking at Su Bei, and said, "Give me your hand." "Oh, okay." Su Bei didn't hesitate, quickly extending his left arm to Wenqing. In the astonished looks of the two, Wenqing grabbed Su Bei's forearm with one hand and held his bicep with the other. Seeing Wenqing's actions, the faces of the two changed instantly. "Dr. Wen, are you saying this arm was chopped off, but was ripped off?" Chapter 63. This person is huge. Yes, indeed. From the wound's tear, this arm was definitely ripped off. Wenqing nodded, returning the arm to Su Bei. "Damn, there can't be a monster in this building that can rip a person's arm off. How powerful must that be?" Wang Dachui clicked his tongue. If they encountered that guy, he and Su Bei together probably wouldn't be a match for him. For now, we don't know the identity of the other party, so let us not scare ourselves. Su Bei felt uncertain, but, to prevent shaking the morale, he kept a grim face. "Right, if it really comes to it. Lin Yuan has a crossbow, and Dr. Wen has a nail gun. When the time comes, we'll attack his vital points fiercely. I don't believe anyone can withstand that kind of torment. Whether it's a nail gun or a crossbow, They are both long-range lethal weapons. So far, neither the people in our building nor the few intruders have shown any long-range lethal weapons. If a fight breaks out, we would have some advantage. Sube thought naively. Of course, even he felt a bit uneasy saying this. Did the other side really not have long-range lethal weapons? Let's move forward a bit more. Maybe we'll encounter that pervert. The three of them cautiously walked forward, and with each step, they almost discovered human limbs. It seemed that the people on this floor had died in extremely tragic ways. I suddenly noticed something strange. Wang Dazue suddenly stopped and said to the two, "What's the matter?" Sube halted his steps, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and tossed it to Wang Dazue, quickly lighting one for himself. Under extreme fear, both their hearts and bodies were enduring varying degrees of torment. Bang! Wang Dazue lit his cigarette, and then slowly said, with such a big commotion happening downstairs, "Why can't we hear any noise at all on this floor?" As soon as Wang Dazue said this, Su Bei and Wenqing fell silent. Don't give me that excuse about the soundproofing of this room. I could hear Boss Lin and Dr. Wen clearly from the next bed. Wenqing's face turned red. She didn't expect that even at this moment, Wang Dazue would still tease her. Su Bei also chuckled and then said, "There's only one possibility. The people on the 17th floor didn't die at the same time. On the contrary, they should have been killed one by one. Can we count how many households lived on the 17th floor?" Su Bei remembered that Wang Dazue should have a record, but he didn't know if he had it on him. "The record is in the room. I remember glancing at it. At most there were 15 people. 15 people. Besides Yun Mingjie and the killed Lu Hongtao, there were still 13 others. Judging by the situation on the 17th floor, these 13 people are probably in grave danger. It's also possible that when the incident happened, some people weren't on this floor. After all, everyone gathered with their friends to drink after the day's events." Wang Dazue spoke up, saying that after Lin Yuan divided the left and right teams, he was the last to leave and was responsible for distributing supplies. He remembered that Zhang Heng's younger brothers had asked him for some beer, saying they wanted to gather in the evening. Drinking. Su Bei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized, "I know how they died." "You mean they weren't slaughtered after getting drunk, right?" Wang Dazue's expression stiffened. And then he said in a deep voice, "But that shouldn't be the case. They only took a case of beer, with so many big guys. How could they get so drunk they wouldn't even notice when someone came to kill them? Someone like Yun Mingjie couldn't possibly not handle a case of beer. Not everyone has your good drinking capacity." Su Bei patted Wang Dazue on the shoulder. "No matter what, the incident has already happened. Let us find Lin Yuan first." Okay. The three of them agreed and continued to walk into the darkness. On the other side, on the 15th floor, Lin Yuan was already engaged in a struggle with the Chainsaw Man. Because of the bone saw in the Chainsaw Man's hand, he didn't dare to rashly engage him in hand-to-hand combat and could only keep dodging the attacks while looking for an opportunity. At this moment, Yun Mingjie didn't know what to do. Holding the crossbow, he couldn't advance or retreat. The Chainsaw Man, seeing he couldn't take Lin Yuan down, became increasingly agitated, wildly swinging the chainsaw in his hand. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity and, as the Chainsaw Man raised his hand, rushed forward and kicked him in the stomach. Bang! With his enhanced physical strength, Lin Yuan's kick sent the Chainsaw Man flying. With a crash, the Chainsaw Man fell to the ground, and the chainsaw flew several meters away, scraping against the floor tiles. What sound was that? The three of them on the 17th floor were startled by the dull sound from downstairs. It sounded like a fight was breaking out. Wang Dazue listened carefully and said, "Could it be Lin Yuan?" "It's possible." Su Bei immediately reacted and hurriedly said to the others, "Let us go. We need to hurry over." Wenqing and Wang Dazue quickly followed Su Bei back to the fire escape. If it really was Lin Yuan downstairs, the odds would be greatly in their favor with the three of them teaming up. Be careful. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Su Bei. Because Wenqing and Wang Dazue were one step behind Su Bei, they quickly spotted the shadow and shouted a warning. But Su Bei didn't have time to react. Looking at the shape of the shadow, it seemed like a long rectangular object that hit Su Bei's stomach with a thud. A wave of intense pain hit him, and he was sent flying, crashing down to the ground along with Wenqing and Wang Dazue. "Old Su, are you okay?" Wang Dazue, having a better physique than Wenqing, quickly sat up and helped Su Bei up, seeing Wenqing groaning on the ground. "Do I look like I'm okay?" Although Wang Dazue was helping him, Su Bei's body was still hunched over like a shrimp. It hurt like hell. For a moment, he even had the illusion that his intestines had been knocked out. Wenqing also got up from the ground and pointed at the shadow that had suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "You guys look." This person is huge. Huh. Su Bei and Wang Dazue quickly looked up. Initially, they thought Wen Qing had used the wrong words. But upon seeing the newcomer, they were immediately stunned. Wen Qing was right. This person was indeed very big. How to describe it? Su Bei was 185 centimeters tall and had very solid muscles from being a former Special Forces soldier. But in front of this man, he looked like a chick. The man was at least 2 meters tall. Chapter 64. Like two chicks. Let us go, hurry. Su Bei covered his stomach, backing away while lowering his voice to the two behind him. From his years of military experience, he knew at first glance that this person was not someone they could defeat. Go. Where to go? The man grinned and stepped out of the shadow, dragging a long object with him. Upon seeing what the man was holding, the three of them couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't a table leg or a rolling pin, but a leg. Damn, these are truly a bunch of lunatics. Su Bei turned and ran, not even thinking of fighting back. But in their panic, the three of them ran in different directions. The leading man ignored Su Bei and Wang Dazue and chased after Wen Qing. This guy? Su Bei realized that the intruder seemed to be particularly interested in women, and the prettier the woman, the worse their fate would be. Wen Qing screamed. Don't be fooled by the man's size. He was also fast, taking 2 steps for every one of hers, and in the blink of an eye, he was already behind her. Just as the man reached out to grab Wen Qing, Su Bei and Wang Dazue exchanged determined glances, both seeing the resolve in each other's eyes. Let's do this. The two of them almost simultaneously stepped forward, rushing to the man's side and locking his ankles with their legs. The lower body, which should have been the weakest part of an ordinary person, felt like they were trying to lock a big tree when they exerted force. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't budge him. Hee. The man grinned, and in the terrified eyes of the two, he lifted them up as if they were little chicks. Such strength. Su Bei's pupils dilated, quickly employing a martial arts technique to break free from the man's control. Unfortunately, he was off the ground, unable to exert force with his calves and waist, and could only rely on his arm strength to forcibly twist the opponent's wrist. Su Bei exerted all his strength, but not to mention countering the hold. He couldn't even bend the opponent's wrist a bit. Bang! The man didn't seem in a hurry to kill the two. Instead, he casually tossed them against the wall like garbage. Oh shit! Wang Dachui felt as if his head had been hit with a blunt object, feeling dizzy all over as he struggled to lean against the wall to stand up. But at that moment, the man kicked out, landing a perfect kick on his butt. Wang Dachui felt as if his hemorrhoids, which had plagued him for over 20 years, had been kicked to the breaking point, and after the numbness, he was hit with an indescribable sharp pain. Crash! He fell to the ground, lying in a very humiliating position with his butt sticking up, his whole body twitching incessantly. Damn it, that guy is ruthless. Su Bei looked at Wang Dachui with a dark expression, but unexpectedly, the man had already turned his attention toward him. Walking step by step closer, it seemed the man had made up his mind to first deal with the two bothersome nuisances before considering harming Wen Qing. Su Bei, having lost his temper, shouted at Wen Qing, who was nearby. You run first. Wen Qing shivered at Su Bei's shout, but quickly reacted out of fear. Without a second thought, she took off running. She knew that staying there would only complicate things for the two of them, so it was better to make a quick escape. The man glanced at Wen Qing as she fled, but didn't pursue her, as if he had long considered this building her hunting ground. After all, Wen Qing couldn't escape outside, and as long as she remained in the building, it was only a matter of time before he found her. As for time, it didn't matter. He relished the feeling of the hunt. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, while the blood-soaked chainsaw man lay on the ground, his hands and feet severed by Lin Yuan's chainsaw. Perhaps due to the enhancement drug, the man didn't die immediately but lay in despair in the pool of blood, waiting for his life to come to an end. Kill me. The man glared with blood-red eyes, fixated on Lin Yuan. If looks could kill, Lin Yuan would probably be riddled with holes by now. Kill you? You might as well just wait here and die. Lin Yuan took a moment to catch his breath, trying to force himself to stand. But at that moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his heart. Lin Yuan clutched his chest, collapsing next to the chainsaw man with a thud. This pain wasn't like being cut or hit by a car. It struck deep within his heart, piercing his very soul. Lin Yuan curled up on the ground, the intense pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He tried to adjust his breathing, but the pain only intensified, to the point where he could barely maintain his breath. Lin Gu, are you okay? Yun Mingjia rushed over, shouting at Lin Yuan. He had been hiding in the shadows, watching Lin Yuan successfully take down the chainsaw man, and had planned to rush over to praise him. But before he could reach him, he saw Lin Yuan collapse on the ground. Host, please note, your enhancement time has ended. We look forward to your next experience. Has it ended? It wasn't until the system's voice faded from his mind that the pain in Lin Yuan's chest began to ease. Yun Mingjie carefully helped Lin Yuan up and supported him to a nearby bed. Lin Go, are you alright? Yun Mingjie thought Lin Yuan had been injured in the fight and hurriedly shone a flashlight at him. Don't shine that, I'm fine. As the pain dissipated, Lin Yuan finally recovered, sitting up and looking at Yun Mingjie. It's just the side effects of the enhancement drug. You need to rest. Yun Mingjie returned the crossbow and flashlight to Lin Yuan, speaking seriously. We still don't know what the side effects of this drug are. We should take a break for a while. Lin Yuan nodded, thinking it wouldn't be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. But if he suddenly suffered cardiac arrest and died, he would truly have nowhere to cry. He took out 2 cans from his inventory, handed one to Yun Mingjie, and then passed him a bottle of water. Let's eat something first. He was completely at ease with Yun Mingjie. After all, he had spiked the mineral water he gave him last time. Now, even if the whole world betrayed him, he trusted Yun Mingjie, Wu Yu, and Tang Tian completely. However, with Wu Yu, he only saw him as a pawn to deal with Aunt Mei. Now that Aunt Mei was dead, Wu Yu naturally lost his value. It was time to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 65, No Way to Escape. Run. This was the only thought in Su Bei's mind. He must not be caught by this man, or he would undoubtedly die. Moreover, through the previous battle, he had already realized who had severed that hand. With such great strength, it was not impossible to tear it off. Wang Dachui also understood that relying solely on their combined strength would not be enough to shake the opponent. The consequences of continuing to fight were already clear. The most important thing now was to regroup with Lin Yuan and then figure out a way to deal with this guy. The two of them almost simultaneously dashed toward the fire escape, fearing that if they slowed down even for a second, the opponent would catch them by the collar. "Want to run?" The man sneered, and with a stride, he was right behind them. Su Bei and Wang Dachui quickly fled into the fire escape, desperately slamming the fire door shut. Bang! As the fire door closed, although the surroundings became much darker, their hearts settled a bit. Still alive. Wang Dachui let out a sigh of relief, hurriedly bracing the steel needle against the fire door, finally feeling a bit more at ease. Bang bang. The fire door trembled violently, as if the man outside was forcefully banging on it. However, the heavy fire door could block everything. And seeing that the man couldn't push it open, they felt a bit more secure. That was too dangerous. At that moment, Wenxing emerged from the darkness. After fleeing, she had been hiding in the pitch-black corridor, honestly too scared to run far. Who knew if there were other intruders in the hallway? I don't know where these guys came from, but their combat power is terrifying. I've seen plenty of experts during my years in the military, but I've never encountered anyone like this before. He even gives me the feeling of being inhuman. Not human. The expressions of the two changed slightly. Su Bei's comment had a hint of insult in it. They give me a feeling more like beasts. Just as Su Bei finished speaking, there was a loud crash from behind. Seeing the growing horror in Wenxing's eyes, Su Bei quickly turned around only to witness a scene he would never forget. A hand had broken through the 10-centimeter-thick fire door, firmly gripping Wang Dachui's hair. Wang Dachui's eyes filled with terror, a scream escaping his throat. At that moment, on the 15th floor, Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie also heard the scream, jolting upright from the bed. It's Wang Dachui's voice. Lin Yuan looked up at the ceiling, quickly rushing upstairs. Wang Dachui was a great help to him. He could not afford to fall here. Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie rushed up to the 16th floor, just in time to see the scene unfolding in the fire escape. My God! Yun Mingjie was frozen in place upon seeing the arm breaking through the fire door. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly drew his dagger and lunged at the hand reaching out from the fire door. Stab! The dagger stabbed into the man's hand, and a spray of blood erupted instantly. The man on the other side of the door winced in pain and released Wang Dachui's hair. Damn! As soon as Wang Dachui sat on the ground, a wheel rolled over to Lin Yuan's side, gasping for breath. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted, and he quickly pulled Su Bei back while retreating. At the same time, the originally sturdy fire door suddenly flew over, and even though the three had retreated several steps, they were still knocked away by the fire door. Only Wenqing, who was at a greater distance, was not hit by the door. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission of finding the murderer, earning 1 spin of the roulette. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 spin of the roulette, current spins, 5. Do you want to use it? Yes. Lin Yuan chose yes without hesitation. If he didn't use the 5 spins now, when would he? The doomsday roulette spun rapidly, allowing Lin Yuan to create distance between himself and the man while keeping an eye on the man's movements and the pointer of the roulette. The man walked into the fire escape, and, upon seeing Lin Yuan and Yun Mingjie, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Kid, I smell the scent of companions on you. That's right, your 2 old buddies are already waiting for you downstairs. Lin Yuan sneered and tossed the crossbow to Yun Mingjie. It's yours now. Kill him. Yun Mingjie looked at the crossbow in his hand and nodded mechanically under the influence of the obedience water. Bang! The steel ball shot towards the man. But this man was even more exaggerated than the previous chainsaw guy. He suddenly lifted the fire door off the ground and swung it hard, actually blocking the steel ball. Damn. Useless. My body has been enhanced. Neither your strength nor speed can compare to me, so die. Saying this, the man exaggeratedly used the door as a dart and threw it at the group. Damn. The 5 quickly dodged to the side. The heavy fire door spun in the man's hands and whirled towards them, threatening to decapitate anyone it hit. The group scattered, narrowly avoiding this terrifying attack. What are you all making noise about outside? Just then, a shout came from a man with a bare upper body who pushed open the door to room 1601. However, when he saw Lin Yuan and the others, the anger on his face was gradually replaced by a flattering smile. Oh, it's Brother Lin. The man chuckled, unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Whoosh! A fire door swiftly swept across his neck, slicing through skin and flesh with a tearing sound. Blood sprayed 2 meters high from the man's neck, and his head, which was still attached moments ago, had already vanished. Ah! When Qing exclaimed in shock, she had never seen such a scene and screamed before bending over to vomit. Thud! A round head rolled to the feet of the group, and even in death, it still wore the flattering smile from when he saw Lin Yuan. Not only when Qing, but even Lin Yuan and the others felt uneasy all over. There's no way out. Lin Yuan glanced back. And with the fire escape being the only route up or down, the man blocked their only escape completely. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the level item, small knife. Lin Yuan looked at the small folding knife in his item bar, which looked like it could barely sharpen a pencil, and twitched his mouth. It turns out that after the Doomsday Roulette upgraded to level, it could still draw level items. Useless. Lin Yuan took the small knife from the item bar, didn't even look at it, and threw it underfoot. Such an item that took up space in the item bar and had no effect. He didn't even want to glance at it. Chapter 66. People die, birds fly to the sky. Lin Yuan, what do we do now? Wen Qing tightly gripped the nail gun, but she knew that this nail gun was completely ineffective against the man in front of them. Yet she still held it tightly because it was her only weapon for self-defense. I don't know what to do either. Lin Yuan cursed quietly and said seriously, why don't we just kill him? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the expressions of Su Bei and the others changed instantly. Before meeting Lin Yuan, they only thought about escaping, but after meeting him, it was as if they had found a backbone, and their eyes gradually became sharper. Let's do it. Su Bei twisted his neck and drew the dagger from his waist. Let's go. Wang Dachui spat and lit a cigarette. Wen Qing gripped her nail gun tightly. It seemed that because of Lin Yuan's decision, she suddenly felt fearless. Just you guys? The man looked at the 5 in front of him with a hint of disdain. The enhancement serum he injected was the strongest among the 4, and the other 3 together were no match for him. Although Lin Yuan and the others had dealt with the other 3, it didn't affect the man at all. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a level normal mission to kill the enhanced person. The host must complete the kill within 1 hour. Completion of the mission will earn 3 spins of the roulette. Failure will result in the host's death. Hiss. Although he had long known that failing the mission would lead to death, he did not expect the mission to be completed within 1 hour. Isn't that a bit too tight? Host, please note that the countdown has begun. Please complete the mission before the countdown ends. Never mind. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, gripped the dagger in reverse, and rushed towards the man. Su Bei and Wang Dachui saw Lin Yuan move and immediately followed suit, rushing towards the man from the left and right. Who? Yun Mingjie took a deep breath, muttering continuously. People die, birds fly to the sky. If I don't die, I'll live for thousands of years. Let us do it. After mumbling, Yun Mingjie aimed the crossbow at the man and fired. Although the steel ball wouldn't cause much damage, it would boost his morale. Let us go for it. Yun Mingjie gritted his teeth and charged forward. Bang! Lin Yuan was the first to reach the man, throwing a punch towards his abdomen. Unfortunately, his speed was somewhat lacking in front of the man, The punch did not land as intended, as the man's palm had already blocked it. Lin Yuan's heart sank, just as he was about to withdraw. The man quickly closed his fingers and grabbed Lin Yuan's fist tightly in his palm. Usually, Lin Yuan thought his hands were big enough, at least to wrap around Wen Qing's small hand, but unexpectedly, facing the man, he found himself at a disadvantage. The man grinned and pulled Lin Yuan forward. An irresistible force surged from his wrist, and no matter how unwilling Lin Yuan was, he was still yanked forward. In the next second, the man's fist, as large as a pot, was coming towards Lin Yuan's face. If that punch landed, his head would surely burst. At this critical moment, Su Bei finally arrived, and after a running start, delivered a flying kick right to the man's chest. Due to inertia, Su Bei's kick had great force, knocking the man back several steps and causing him to release Lin Yuan's hand. Damn! Lin Yuan shook his numb hand and lunged at the man's abdomen with the dagger. Bang! At the same time, Yun Mingjie fired again, the steel ball instantly embedding itself in the man's body, blood flowing from the wound. But the man acted as if he felt no pain, suddenly performing a backflip. Wang Dachui was the last to arrive, but as soon as he did, he came up behind the man, raised the kitchen knife in his hand, and swung it towards the man's neck. One strike to kill. He couldn't believe that a kitchen knife couldn't cut through his neck. Flash. The knife accurately struck the man's neck. Success. Lin Yuan and the others felt a great joy in their hearts. This knife had pierced into the neck, and the carotid artery must have been severed. Even if a great immortal descended, there would only be one way to die. However, Wang Dachui's expression turned grim, not to mention anything else. After the blade had sunk into the opponent's skin, not a single drop of blood had emerged. Something was wrong. Wang Dachui quickly released the knife, wanting to create distance between himself and the man. Unexpectedly, the man grabbed Wang Dachui by the collar and forcefully threw him towards Lin Yuan and the others. Damn! Seeing this, Lin Yuan cursed loudly. The system had not issued a completion prompt for the task, which meant that Wang Dachui's knife had not cut into the opponent's artery at all. With a bang, everyone was caught off guard and was directly knocked to the ground by Wang Dachui. Yun Mingjie took the opportunity to jump up and fired another steel ball at the man. Bang! This time, Yun Mingjie aimed for the man's head. After hearing the previous steel balls, he realized that this thing could not penetrate the man's skin to achieve the desired effect. It was like a dagger, only able to slice through his skin but not penetrate his muscles. So, he aimed for the man's weakest point, his head. Surely the man wouldn't have muscles on his head, right? As long as he could penetrate the man's head, he could achieve a lethal effect. However, his idea was good, but he forgot that the man's reaction speed was several times that of an ordinary person. The moment the steel ball was fired, the man made a move to protect himself, quickly raising his hand to block the steel ball. Due to the weakness of the muscle groups in his forearm, this time the steel ball quickly pierced through the man's arm. But because the arm absorbed some of the impact, the steel ball only left a shallow red mark on the man's face before falling to the ground. Are you all done? The man was not angry, looking at Lin Yuan and the others with an extremely strange voice. Now it's my turn. Whoosh. The man stepped forward and quickly rushed in front of Yun Mingjie. Yun Mingjie's face stiffened. Just as he was about to raise his hand to resist, the man's fist had already landed on his stomach. Bang! This punch almost made Yun Mingjie shit himself. He flew backward and crashed into the wall. Don't give him a chance. Lin Yuan and Su Bei attacked simultaneously. Su Bei threw a heavy punch at the man's chest. Although he knew this was futile, he still wanted to buy some time for Lin Yuan. Although he didn't even know why he wanted to buy time for Lin Yuan, he just said it. Lin Yuan quickly activated the Doomsday Roulette. He didn't believe that with 4 chances to spin the roulette, he couldn't get a useful item. Chapter 67 Weakness Potion. Detected that the host currently has 4 spins remaining on the roulette. Do you want to use it? Yes. Lin Yuan didn't care about the hard-earned spins he had left and quickly pressed the yes button. Strengthening potion, strengthening potion, strengthening potion. Lin Yuan watched the spinning roulette while silently chanting. Meanwhile, Su Bei and Wang Dachui had already been pinned to the ground and beaten by the man. At first, Su Bei could still resist a bit, but the disparity in strength was too great, and soon he was just lying on the ground taking hits. Wen Qing continuously used a nail gun to harass the man, but even when he was covered in nails, it didn't stop the man's movements. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained a level item, Monkey Rubber Band. Monkey? Monkey Rubber Band? Don't mess with me. What am I supposed to do with this rubber band? Make a slingshot and hit his window? Detected that the host currently has 3 spins remaining on the roulette. Do you want to use it? Yes. The roulette spun again, but Lin Yuan quickly snatched the crossbow from Yun Mingjia's hands to prevent Su Bei and Wang Dachui from being killed. He ran a few steps and slid directly to the man's side. Bang bang. Without saying a word, he shot 2 steel balls directly at the man. Hee, useless, useless. My skin has been strengthened too. Your steel balls are too weak to penetrate my body. The man laughed maniacally, reaching out to grab Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as he quickly opened his Wolf Fong flashlight and aimed it at the man's eyes. Although the man's body had been enhanced, his eyes remained the weakest spot. Under the strong light, he let out a terrible scream and instinctively closed his eyes. Now's the time. Lin Yuan and the others sprang into action, launching a barrage of attacks against the man. Bang bang bang. Various moves like crow sits on a plane. Tornado destroys parking lot, and Lin Daiyu pulls down the willow rushed at him, but the man didn't budge an inch. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a level item, Weakness Potion. The Weakness Potion can put the injector into a weakened state for 30 minutes. Please arrange the usage time reasonably. Good. Lin Yuan was overjoyed and quickly opened his inventory to take out the Weakness Potion. Unlike the Strengthening Potion, the container for the Weakness Potion was a syringe, complete with a needle used for injecting cows. Ding. The moment Lin Yuan took out the Weakness Potion, it even seemed like a cold light glinted off the needle in front of him. What is this? The 3 people desperately restraining the man looked at Lin Yuan pulling out a syringe and were momentarily stunned. At a time like this, why was he thinking of causing more trouble? However, Wenqing reacted at this moment, realizing that Lin Yuan must have seen that the 4 of them were no match for the opponent and wanted to break the rules. Pull down his pants. Wenqing didn't care about being flustered anymore and quickly shouted at Su Bei. Huh? Su Bei was startled but quickly understood Wenqing's meaning, although it felt a bit strange. Since the young girl didn't say anything, he, as a big man, naturally wouldn't say anything either. Fortunately, the man was wearing loose jeans secured with a belt. Su Bei forcefully pulled the buckle of the belt, and with a swish, the man's pants fell down. What's next? Su Bei asked anxiously. Take off his underwear. Wenqing couldn't care less about her embarrassment and said immediately. Just then, the man had already regained his vision and reached out to grab Su Bei. Wang Dachui, seeing this, stepped on Su Bei's head and pushed himself up. When the man reached out, he grabbed Wang Dachui by the collar instead. Damn! The man, in anger, threw Wang Dachui away, and with a bang, he crashed into the wall. Wang Dachui's vision went black, almost passing out. However, the few seconds that Wang Dachui bought became crucial. Without saying a word, Su Bei swiftly pulled down the man's underwear, but due to the close distance, the smell almost knocked him out. Wenqing didn't hesitate and shot at the man's groin. Although the man's body had been enhanced, it seemed that either the potion had not been fully developed or some other reason, his groin had not been enhanced. With this shot, blood gushed out, and the man let out an "oh" as he bent over, clutching his groin like a shrimp. Now's the time. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as he took an arrow step and rushed to the man's back. 1,000-year kill. The entire syringe of liquid was injected into the man's body. The moment the weakness potion was injected into the man's body, he cried out in pain and, disregarding his groin, immediately knelt on the ground, trembling all over. What did you inject me with? The man looked at Lin Yuan in horror, realizing that his strength was rapidly dissipating. Of course it's a good thing. Lin Yuan grinned, tossing the syringe aside and pulling out a dagger from his pocket. Aren't you quite tough? Aren't you able to take a beating? Want to have another go? Lin Yuan slowly walked in front of the man. The weakness potion should have taken effect by now. They had a full half an hour to interrogate this guy about where he got the enhancement potion. If he could find out the source of this enhancement potion, he could create an almost invincible team in the apocalypse. At that time, using these manpower and the resources provided by the system, he could easily build a shelter on the flood and establish his own order. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's eyes became excited. Proclaiming himself king? Lin Yuan grabbed the man's collar and said in a deep voice, "Where did you get the enhancement potion?" Besides Yun Mingjia, the others didn't know about the enhancement potion, and upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, they couldn't help but come closer. Lin Yuan, what is the enhancement potion? Wenqing, who had been in medicine for many years, had never heard of such a thing. It's a potion that can enhance a person's physical attributes, Lin Yuan explained. You don't need to rush to refute. There are many things in this world that are beyond common sense, just like how no one would expect the rain to continue for a month without stopping. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wenqing swallowed what she was about to say. Indeed, there were too many things in this world that had not come to light. and only those in the highest positions of power had the right to know about them. Seeing that Su Bei and Wang Dachui still couldn't understand, Yun Mingjie quickly stepped forward to confirm Lin Yuan's words. What Brother Lin said is true. I saw him drink a small bottle of liquid. And then he had the same power as these people. No, it was far beyond their power. Chapter 68. The news of the enhancement potion. There is actually such a magical thing. Su Bei quickly leaned in front of Lin Yuan, smiling as he extended his hand. Hey, Boss Lin, give me a bottle too. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and pointed at his own head, saying, If I had any left, do you think I would be crazy enough not to use it when dealing with him just now? That's true. Su Bei lit a cigarette and turned to the man. Do you have any of that stuff left? Haha, that's a secret of Building 8. If you want it, go find it yourself in Building 8. The man sneered at Su Bei. The enhancement potion was their capital for survival in Building 8. And there was no way he would tell Su Bei. Oh, I see. Su Bei nodded, casually taking a puff of his cigarette. What do you understand? The man was taken aback. He hadn't revealed any important information, and even if he disclosed which building he was from, it didn't matter. He would bet that as long as Lin Yuan and the others dared to go to Building 8, they would face certain death. I understand. You won't tell me anything unless I give you a little pressure. Su Bei sneered, turning around to pick up the syringe that Lin Yuan had thrown away. What are you going to do? If you have the guts, kill me. The man seemed unafraid of death, which surprised Lin Yuan. In this self-serving era, was there really someone who would die for loyalty? Kill you? That would be too easy for you. Su Bei returned to the man and grabbed his bangs. Lifting his face up, looking at the man's defiant expression, Su Bei couldn't help but laugh in anger. Without saying a word, he aimed the needle of the syringe at the man's eyeball and stabbed down directly. The intense pain made the man immediately convulse, struggling violently. But due to the effect of the enhancement potion wearing off, even just Yun Mingjie and Wang Dachui were enough to pin him firmly to the ground. Unable to move at all. I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Speak, and if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. As he spoke, Su Bei stepped aside, exposing Lin Yuan to the man's line of sight. This little brother of mine is quite ruthless. His methods are even crazier than mine. Lin Yuan knew that Su Bei was deliberately elevating his status. It had to be said that Su Bei understood human relationships. If he kept overshadowing Lin Yuan here, although Lin Yuan wouldn't show it, he would feel uncomfortable inside. However, this tactic completely resolved Lin Yuan's doubts and made him feel that Su Bei was someone he could deeply trust. Lin Yuan chuckled and quickly took out a pair of tweezers from his inventory. He had several pairs in the medical kit, so even if he wasted one, it wouldn't matter. Lin Yuan tossed the tweezers to Su Bei, and his smile became more sinister. Pinch his, you know what? What? As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the man suddenly raised his head. Kid, if you have the ability, just kill me. Torturing me, what kind of man is that? Man. Lin Yuan didn't take the bait. If such a clumsy provocation could work on him, he wouldn't have to survive in this apocalypse. Whether I'm a man or not is for my girlfriend to know. You really don't need to know. Old Su, pinch his, you know what? He got it. Su Bei didn't expect Lin Yuan to go this far. After fiddling with the tweezers for a while, he finally managed to grab that little worm. Lin Yuan turned to Wenqing. Make a fire. Let's treat our friend here to a good meal today. Saying this, Lin Yuan picked up the small knife he had just thrown away. This knife, you should recognize it, costs 50 cents each, not sharp. I don't know how many times it will take to cut through, so just bear with it. With that, Lin Yuan aimed the knife at the man's and stabbed down. Just as Lin Yuan had said, this knife was not sharp, so it merely broke the skin. But it made the man scream louder than when the needle had pierced his eye. I'll talk. Under the dual effects of pain and fear, the man immediately caved in, shouting, If you had done this sooner, it would have been over. Lin Yuan tossed the knife aside and clapped his hands. Where did you get the enhancement potion? He could have used the obedience water on this man, with just a drop. The other party would obediently divulge all the information he wanted. However, after being beaten so badly by this bastard, he felt it would be too cheap to let him go so easily. It was given by Shin Chunxing. Who is Shin Chunxing? Lin Yuan looked at the man, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Shin Chunxing? Wenqing suddenly exclaimed, quickly saying, Is it the Shin Chunxing from the Linjiang Biological Research Institute? Yes, it's him. Due to excessive blood loss, the man's voice became somewhat hoarse. He is the head of our Building 8, and this enhancement potion was also given to us by him. Wenqing nodded and then walked to Lin Yuan's side, saying, Lin Yuan, I was fortunate enough to study at their research institute for a couple of days. Their research topics include biological regeneration and gene recombination. So having such potions is within a reasonable range. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. This information was extremely important to them. Whoever obtains these enhancement potions can instantly replicate a batch of super soldiers. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a good thing? How many of these enhancement potions does Shin Chunqing have? I don't know. The man shook his head. Suddenly feeling Su Bei's gaze, he quickly said loudly, I really don't know. I only know that besides me, there are a total of 16 people like me, and we were all called to his room individually. We don't even know each other's identities. We only learned about each other's identities after receiving orders from Shin Chunqing. What does this Shin Chunqing want? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. If he didn't happen to have the system, if he hadn't gathered a group of skilled people like Su Bei beforehand, just these 4 individuals could directly take them all out. What exactly were they looking for here? Food? Or something else? Of course, they were looking for supplies. The man smiled slightly. Our building is quite special. Shin Chunqing has a particularly strong grip. Once the heavy rain started, he made everyone submit to him within 3 days. So there hasn't been a large-scale conflict in our building. Everyone has tacitly accepted Shin Chunqing's position as the leader. However, while we've reduced conflicts, the number of people is too large, and supplies are consumed very quickly. If we don't go out to search for supplies soon, Building 8 won't last long, even without an invasion from other buildings. Chapter 69, I am a person of my word. Brothers, I've said all I can say. Can you let me go now? The man felt he was on the verge of death and hurriedly begged for mercy. There's just one last question, and then we're done. Seeing Lin Yuan look at him, Su Bei quickly leaned in and asked, How are the people in your building distributed? Or rather, which floors do Shin Chunqing and the other enhanced individuals live on? The 17th floor, the man quickly replied without hesitation. We all live on the 17th floor. The 18th floor is only accessible to Shin Chunqing. There was a fool who thought Shin Chunqing was hiding supplies on the 18th floor and sneaked in, but unfortunately, he never came out again. Was Shin Chunqing inside when that fool sneaked in? No. Hiss, it seems like there are very dangerous things on the 18th floor. All right, I've finished my questions. Su Bei stood up and clapped his hands. The man's face brightened, thinking he could leave alive, and he hurriedly said, Let me go. He even had his escape planned. Once Lin Yuan and the others let him go, he would paddle his makeshift wooden raft made of wooden doors to a farther building. With his strength, he thought survival wouldn't be an issue, as long as he stayed as far away from buildings 7 and 8 as possible. Unfortunately, his thoughts were somewhat naive. And seeing that Wang Dachui and Yun Mingjie had no intention of letting him go, he became somewhat angry. What are you doing? I've told you everything I know. What are you doing? Let me go? When did I say I would let you go? Lin Yuan said with a sinister smile, playing with the dagger in his hand. Out of concern, he couldn't let such a hidden danger leave. Letting a tiger return to the mountain could lead to his own misfortune. He even regretted letting Zhang Heng escape. Previously, he thought this world was just an ordinary apocalypse, and even if Zhang Heng ran away, he wouldn't pose much of a threat. But now, especially after seeing these 4 enhanced individuals, he no longer thought so. He was likely to die in this heavy rain. But there was another possibility. Logically, he still had the task to kill enhanced individuals on his task list. And with less than 10 minutes left on the countdown for the task and the weakness potion, he didn't want to be eliminated by the system for failing the task. You lied to me. You lied to me. The man's eyes suddenly revealed despair as he struggled desperately, but without the enhancement potion. He could only be pressed down by Yun Mingjie and Wang Dachui. Lie to you? I'm a very trustworthy person. Lin Yuan leaned in close to the man. Pointing at Su Bei, it was he who promised you from the beginning. I never promised you anything. You tricked me? The man looked at Lin Yuan with reddened eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Yuan would have been riddled with holes by now. Goodbye, buddy. With that, Lin Yuan pressed down on the man's head, gripping the dagger tightly and stabbing it forcefully into the man's temple. A column of blood spurted out from the temple, and the man shook violently before going still in no time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the normal task of killing an enhanced individual. You have received task rewards. 3 turns of the wheel. Detected that the host currently has 5 turns of the wheel. Do you wish to use it? Yes. Lin Yuan quickly spun the apocalypse wheel. A 10 consecutive draw was indeed cost-effective, able to obtain 11 items, and even draw higher-level items. But he didn't have time to save the remaining 5 chances now. The most important thing was to go to Building 8 and get the enhancement potion. Having tasted the power of the strength potion, he was naturally very enamored with the enhancement potion that had the same effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level item Old Kyoto Cloth Shoes. Wearing them will make your feet very comfortable and have a strong effect on relieving physical fatigue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level item Duck that floats on water. You can place the duck in the bathtub while bathing, turn on the switch, and it will run back and forth on the water. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a barbecue gift package. High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Ugh. Lin Yuan felt a wave of frustration. He had worked so hard to kill the enhanced individual only to draw these 3 items? Old Kyoto cloth shoes? He wouldn't even wear them before the apocalypse. The duck that floats on water? The last barbecue gift package was somewhat decent. At least they could celebrate their successful kill of the invader. Lin Yuan sighed. With only 2 chances left, should he use them? With the weapons they had. Going to Building 8 might not guarantee they would come back alive. But should he use them? He felt that his luck was at its lowest point right now. Spinning twice more would be a waste. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan temporarily gave up on spinning the wheel, planning to test his luck later after they were all rested. Yun Mingjia, go notify them that the alert can be lifted. Arrange for a few people to clean up the corpses in the corridor, and then come find me in 1801. Okay, Lin Gu. Yun Mingjia nodded and quickly ran downstairs. He knew he had fully integrated into Lin Yuan's group. Old Wang. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Wang Dachui and said, "Find Wu Yu then." All right. Wang Dachui naturally knew Wu Yu, but he had heard that Wu Yu hadn't been doing well lately, seemingly because his great-aunt was Aunt Mei, making him particularly unpopular. He didn't think much of the kid, but since the kid had helped Lin Yuan, he hadn't moved against him without Lin Yuan's orders. Old Su. Let's go back and discuss the follow-up matters. Although Wang Dachui and Yun Mingjia had earned Lin Yuan's trust among this group of people, the one he trusted the most besides Wenqing was Su Bei. This was also why Lin Yuan had never given Su Bei any obedient water. He felt Su Bei didn't need it at all. Let's go? Su Bei was also very interested in the enhancement matter. After all, in the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to become stronger? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Gao Yuan woke up from her sleep. She used to sleep very soundly. Even if the sky fell, she would still sleep. But since the apocalypse began, she found her sleep had become very light. Even the sound of footsteps in the corridor could wake her up immediately. Click. We're back. As soon as Su Bei entered, he shouted into the room. Hearing Su Bei's voice, Gao Yuan finally sighed in relief and walked out from the darkness. However, Lin Yuan and the others saw the kitchen knife Gao Yuan had on her back and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake their heads. Was she a bit too sensitive? Chapter 70, Eating Barbecue. I just brought it for self-defense. It seemed that she sensed Lin Yuan's gaze, and Gao Yuan somewhat shyly put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, not being polite, and directly sat down on the sofa. Seeing this, Wenqing sat beside Lin Yuan as if claiming her territory, wrapping her arms around his and leaning on his shoulder. Watching Wenqing's skilled movements, Gao Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of envy, but she quickly shifted her gaze to Su Bei, who also seemed to be a decent man. Don't just stand there. Sit down, Lin Yuan said with a smile as he looked at Su Bei and Gao Yuan. There's no outsider here, so I'll be straightforward. Today, all of you contributed and were able to kill these 4 invaders, but this incident also shows that we have many areas that are still unprepared. The combat power of the bottom-level owners is too weak. They had no chance to fight back against these people. That's right, Su Bei nodded, lighting a cigarette and casually tossing one to Lin Yuan. Also, the security system in the building is not perfect. People living on higher floors cannot receive notifications in time. If it weren't for me and Wang Dachui having some skills, we might have been in trouble. Before encountering the invaders, we heard some strange sounds in our rooms. So we went to patrol around but found nothing unusual. I'm hearing Su Bei's words. Lin Yuan nodded as well. This is also what I wanted to say. So I plan to take you to Building 8 to get what we need to form a stronger team to deal with the invaders from other buildings and various emergencies. You and I think alike, Su Bei said, shaking off the ash from his cigarette. But isn't it a bit too dangerous for just a few of us to go to Building 8? Didn't that man say that there are several others like him? Wenqing expressed a different opinion. This matter was beyond her comprehension, and it was hard for her to accept the existence of enhanced individuals. Yes, Lin Yuan affirmed Wenqing's words, but then continued. What you said is indeed true. With our current strength, going to Building 8 will definitely be difficult. However, being complacent will only make these invaders more arrogant. Since Shen Chunsheng could send people the first time, he will send them a second time. Moreover, I believe that with his intelligence, he will definitely send more and even stronger invaders the second time. Instead of sitting here waiting to die, we might as well take the initiative. As long as we get the enhancement serum, we can establish the same status as them in this apocalypse. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wen Qing fell silent, not because she disagreed, but because she felt he was absolutely right. Since everyone has no objections, let's eat and chat. Saying this, Lin Yuan turned and left the door of room 1801. Where is he going? Su Bei looked at Wen Qing in surprise when Lin Yuan left. Wen Qing shrugged. Not only Su Bei, but even she, his close companion, felt that Lin Yuan was mysterious, especially after the large raft disappeared without a trace. She felt Lin Yuan was like a human version of Doraemon. However, since Lin Yuan didn't say anything, she didn't dare to ask. But soon, the knock at the door provided them with an answer. I'll go check. Su Bei picked up a dagger and quickly walked to the door, cautiously peeking through the peephole before letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan, what are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Bei saw Lin Yuan carrying 2 packs of beer, with a pile of assorted items on the floor. Quick help. Lin Yuan dragged the 2 packs of beer into the room and then pointed at the various types of marinated meat on the floor. What the hell? You have this stuff? It had been over a month since the heavy rain started, and no one could possibly have such fresh meat. But through the plastic wrap, Su Bei was shocked to find that the meat looked like it had just been marinated. Where did you get this from? Su Bei was utterly astonished. Although they had plenty of food in their room, most of it consisted of canned goods, biscuits, and instant noodles left by Lin Yuan. This was the first time he had eaten such meat in over a month. Immediately, Su Bei began to help Lin Yuan carry the boxes of meat inside. Watching Su Bei and Lin Yuan bringing in box after box of meat, Gao Yuan's expression was like that of someone who had seen their deceased ex-boyfriend. Wen Qing, however, was already used to it and skillfully ignited the cookware that Lin Yuan had brought. With a sizzle, the smell of grilled meat instantly filled the entire room. The 4 of them poured drinks and grilled meat, but they still hadn't taken a bite. It wasn't that they thought the food wasn't fresh. It was just that 2 people hadn't arrived yet. Just then, a knock finally sounded at the door, and the moment Su Bei opened it, Wang Dachui and Yun Mingjie rushed in eagerly. Grilled meat. Oh my gosh. The 2 of them nearly had their eyes pop out as they saw the grilled meat. Eating grilled meat in the apocalypse? They were probably the only ones in Linjiang City doing that. What are you waiting for? Hurry and sit down. Everyone is waiting for you too, Su Bei quickly urged. He was already starving, and, seeing the 2 still standing there in a daze, immediately pressed them to sit down. Coming. The 2 hurriedly moved over, dragging chairs and bouncing over. The first bite of grilled meat left everyone except Lin Yuan and Wen Qing stunned. So delicious. The juicy, oily sensation made them feel as if they weren't in the apocalypse at all. Gao Yuan was so excited she even cried. She hadn't had a bite like this in so long that she wouldn't hesitate to die if asked to do so right then and there. Come, have a bite. The 6 of them simultaneously raised their glasses and downed the drinks in one go. Wow, our 2 female comrades can really hold their liquor. Seeing Gao Yuan and Wen Qing drink a glass without turning red or flinching, Su Bei immediately gave them a thumbs up. Don't tease me, Su Go. I can only handle a bottle or 2. If I drink too much, I'll start acting crazy. Through these few days of contact, Wen Qing and the others had become familiar with each other and were much more relaxed in conversation. Gao Yuan was naturally outgoing and leaned directly against Su Bei, laughing uncontrollably. Wang Dachui, seeing this, looked enviously at Lin Yuan and said, Look, a sister finally came along, and old Su stole her away. No way. I have to move out and live with this kid Mingjie to avoid hearing things I shouldn't. What things shouldn't you hear? Gao Yuan didn't mind and smiled at Wang Dachui. If you want, I have many more girlfriends. I can introduce them to you when there's a chance. Little sisters? That sounds great. Wang Dachui quickly filled his glass with beer and raised it to Gao Yuan. Sister, just for what you said, I'll drink to that. In the future, if I have any good fortune, I'll think of you. Hearing Wang Dachui's words, Gao Yuan rolled her eyes. Brother, I feel like you want to hit on someone, but there's no evidence. Hit on? No. I mean I'll think of you when I have something good in the future. Wang Dachui's face turned awkward. Su Bei was his brother. And since Gao Yuan was now with Su Bei, he naturally couldn't have any designs on her. Haha. Seeing Wang Dachui's expression, everyone burst into laughter. Wait, you little brat. You're not a theoretical giant, are you? Su Bei teased Wang Dachui. A theoretical giant and a practical dwarf? Just kidding. Old Su, believe it or not. Back in the day, I saved countless lost girls' hearts with my one move, reining in at the cliff. For this contribution, if I don't get awarded the top 10 most touching people prize, it wouldn't be right. Ha. Watching Wang Dachui turn red and his exaggerated gestures made everyone laugh again. Everyone was an adult, so they weren't averse to slightly risky jokes. What a lively character. In this vibrant atmosphere, no one felt like they were in an apocalypse where tomorrow or an unexpected event could come first. After 3 rounds of drinks, the floor was littered with beer bottles, leaving little room to step. Besides the 2 packs of beer that Lin Yuan had brought at the beginning, Yun Mingjie had also moved 2 boxes of Tsingtao beer from his room. To everyone's surprise, the 4 boxes of beer got everyone excited again, and Lin Yuan took out 2 bottles of Wuliangye. The crowd began to bargain, shouting brothers are good, 666, 5 champions, 8 horses. Their laughter echoed in the room, but quickly faded away in the heavy rain. Looking at the drunken crowd, Lin Yuan got up and walked to the balcony, lighting a cigarette. The balcony window was already leaking quite seriously, and Lin Yuan felt a chill as he stood in the water. The temperature seemed to drop a bit. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up, and some buildings had cracked exteriors, swaying precariously in the wind. The flood outside had reached the 13th floor, leaving only 5 floors to the 18th. The high-rise buildings swayed in the wind, and with every larger wave that crashed over, Lin Yuan could feel the entire building shaking. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly seemed to notice something, his brow slightly furrowing. But in the blink of an eye, that thing had disappeared. Was it an illusion? Lin Yuan shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and returned to the room. At this point, the room had become a bit lively. Yun Mingjie was holding his shoes, mumbling something. Lin Yuan leaned in to listen and realized that Yun Mingjie was actually video calling his dad while holding his shoes, chatting about trivial family matters. Wang Dachui was kissing the table leg, and it was unclear who he was kissing. Wenqing was among the few with good drinking etiquette. Half reclining on the sofa, her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from drunkenness or candlelight, making Lin Yuan feel an impulse to take a bite. Among the crowd, Su Bei and Gao Yuan were nowhere to be seen, and Lin Yuan, fearing something might have happened to them, quickly walked towards the door to look for them. However, as he passed by the bedroom, he suddenly heard a sound resembling 2 orioles singing among the green willows. Huh? This is happening? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched a couple of times, but he didn't push the door open. He glanced at the drunken crowd around him and picked up Wenqing. It seemed she sensed her body lifting and let out a soft murmur, opening her hazy drunken eyes. However, upon confirming that it was Lin Yuan holding her, Wenqing slowly closed her eyes again, nuzzling her head into Lin Yuan's arms, finding a comfortable position. Lin Yuan slept until noon the next day, only waking up because he needed to relieve himself. Looking at Wenqing, who was still sound asleep beside him, he got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Outside was still a gray haze. After a few days of neglect, the water level had risen to the 13th floor, and those who originally lived on the 12th floor had all moved up to the 13th, making the already cramped space even more crowded. Even so, they didn't dare to step over the line, knowing that if they angered the man named Lin Yuan, it would be tantamount to a death sentence in this building. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and knocked on the door of 1801. According to Su Bei and Wang Dachui's state, they should have sobered up by now. But Yun Mingjie was another story. The door creaked open shortly after, and Su Bei seemed fine. If he were knocked out by this little bit of alcohol, it would truly be a waste of his past military experience. Wang Dachui, on the other hand, looked a bit worse for wear. His hair a mess like a bird's nest. What's up, Boss Lin? Seeing Lin Yuan fully dressed, he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Just checking if you guys are still alive. Lin Yuan chuckled and handed out a couple of cigarettes. I looked this morning. The water level has risen to the 13th floor. We need to speed up our actions. Hearing this, the expressions of the two froze. Now that you mention it, I haven't been paying attention to the water level lately. We really need to pick up the pace. Su Bei sighed. Not just Lin Yuan, even he, with his strong mental fortitude, was filled with panic about the future. When do we act? Su Bei's tone became serious. Sober up. Take a moment. I'll prepare something, and we'll set off immediately. All right. Both sides returned to their rooms. Lin Yuan looked at the still sleeping Wenqing and gave her a pat on her perky backside. Of course, she would completely forget this. I'm leaving. Lin Yuan smiled and handed her the clothes. This trip could last a day, 3 days, or even longer. Besides the supplies in his inventory, he also packed some ready-to-eat food from home. Okay. Wenqing got up to wash up, clearing out the overnight food in her system. She knew what she was facing by following Lin Yuan out, so she had to adjust her state to the best. You go look for Su Bei? I'll wait for you in the fire escape on the 13th floor. Lin Yuan had to be the first to put the raft in the water, otherwise, pulling out a wooden raft in front of them would probably leave them all dumbfounded. All right, you go ahead. We'll come find you later. After Winching finished washing up, she put on her camouflage combat uniform. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had taken off her combat uniform the night before, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to wear it today due to the smell of alcohol. After all, it was pouring rain outside, and her clothes were too sheer, affecting Lin Yuan and the others' mindset. Chapter 72. Hidden Level Escape Task. Hey, Lin Yuan, how do we get to Building 8? Su Bei pushed open the fire escape on the 13th floor, looking at Lin Yuan, who was smoking by the window. Look, it's right down there. Lin Yuan pointed outside, smiling at the others. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, everyone leaned their heads towards the window, and upon seeing the raft outside, they widened their eyes. However, this time, they had all learned their lesson and didn't ask any questions. If Lin Yuan wanted to tell them, he would, if he didn't want to. Even if they asked, he would find some flimsy excuse to brush them off. Put this on. Yun Mingjie handed a raincoat to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he realized they were all wearing black raincoats. Where did you get this? Yun Mingjie chuckled. This was from Warehouse 1704. When we were with Zhang Hong, we anticipated that a day like this would come, so we paid special attention to these raincoats and umbrellas while clearing the building. It's a pity we didn't find any waterproof shoes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to suffer with our feet soaking in water. All right, having raincoats is already pretty good. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile and then put on the raincoat. After everyone was ready, Su Bei looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Shall we go?" "Wait a bit. Let me finish this cigarette." Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't that he was focused on the cigarette. Instead, he quickly opened the virtual panel. He still had 2 chances to spin the wheel, and to increase their chances of survival this time, he decided to take another gamble. Ding. Detected that the host currently has 2 spins left. Do you want to use them? Yes. Lin Yuan no longer hesitated as he had before. He realized that the spins on the Doomsday Wheel weren't meant to be saved for later. After all, this thing relied on luck. And if he encountered danger and had bad luck, drawing useless daily items would be worse than not having any spins at all. Watching the wheel spin rapidly in front of him, Lin Yuan sighed. People do grow, having lived again. He certainly couldn't die in such a cowardly way as in his previous life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level item, military walkie-talkie. Coverage range of 50 kilometers, which can help the host communicate better with teammates in the apocalypse. This is a good item. Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion and quickly turned the Doomsday Roulette again. This time, when the pointer stopped, Lin Yuan's heart seemed to skip a beat. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a level 92 advanced item. A semi-automatic pistol, magazine capacity of 20 rounds, effective range of 50, equipped with 100 rounds of 58 ammunition. 2 spare magazines, 1 tactical light, and 1 laser sight. Great. This was exactly what Lin Yuan wanted. Fortunately, he was clever enough not to use up all his attempts last night. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this pistol entirely. Of course, a submachine gun or assault rifle would have been even better. Lin Yuan took out the walkie-talkie. As usual, there were exactly 5 of them. As for Gao Yuan, under Su Bei's arrangement, she and Tang Tian were responsible for the security work inside the building. This time, the invasion by 4 enhanced individuals had completely paralyzed their security system, and all of Zhang Heng's original brothers had been killed by the enemy. Helpless, Lin Yuan had to cancel the security system and bring Yun Mingjie along. Brother Lin, this is for you. Yun Mingjie handed the crossbow to Lin Yuan. Although it was useful, it was originally Lin Yuan's, and he felt it was inappropriate to keep holding it. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Yuan had completely lost interest in the crossbow and waved his hand, saying, "You can keep this crossbow from now on. Your aim is better than mine, and it might yield better results." Really? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yun Mingjie's eyes immediately lit up. Yes. Now, with Yun Mingjie having a crossbow and Winching holding a nail gun, only Wang Dachui and Su Bei were left. If there was a chance, Lin Yuan could consider getting them a set of long-range shooting weapons as well. Of course, he didn't plan to mention this now, as he didn't know when he would draw another gun. If he promised someone but couldn't deliver, it would be no different from making empty promises. Let's go. Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and he was the first to lean against the windowsill and jump out. Su Bei followed closely. He was now more concerned about Lin Yuan's safety than anything else. If he could pull out a walkie-talkie, what couldn't he obtain? Moreover, he noticed that Lin Yuan didn't have a backpack this time, which raised his suspicions about the appearance of these walkie-talkies. After so many years since retiring, he had read quite a few fantasy novels and knew about a thing called a storage bag. He now seriously suspected that Lin Yuan had such a storage bag in his possession. Everyone landed on the wooden raft one after another, and Wang Dachui and Yun Mingjie actively picked up the paddles and began to row forward. The speed of the raft wasn't fast, but the distance between Building 7 and Building 8 wasn't far, so it wouldn't take long before they reached their destination. In the flood, rowing against the current was quite strenuous for the two of them. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Su Bei were cautiously observing their surroundings. In the floodwaters, there were floating corpses and debris, and they could vaguely see some puffed snacks. However, no one had any intention of reaching out to grab them. After all, it had been so many days, and whether they were still edible was a question. Just as Lin Yuan lamented how this storm had taken countless lives, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Host, please note, you have successfully triggered a level hidden mission. Escape. Please evacuate this water area as soon as possible, or the Doomsday Squad may face total annihilation. Complete the mission to receive hidden rewards. Ding. Host, please note, you have successfully triggered a level normal mission. Explore Building 8. Complete the exploration of Building 8 and obtain 3 special hint items to consider the mission complete. Completing the mission provides 3 chances to spin the roulette. 2 missions? Lin Yuan could understand the second mission since his destination was indeed Building 8. But he was puzzled about what the 3 special hint items represented. The first mission, however, raised some alarm bells. Escape the water area? Could it be that there was some danger nearby? Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the fleeting shadow he had seen and immediately felt goosebumps all over. Everyone, be careful. There might be something in this water. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, everyone shivered. As for swimming, no one other than Su Bei would dare to claim they could swim. Wenqing had learned some basic swimming techniques, but she could barely float on the surface without drowning. Trying to navigate through such turbulent floodwaters was nothing short of a dream. As for the rest, the 3 led by Lin Yuan were all complete landlubbers. Chapter 73. Lucky Koi. Is there something? What is it? Su Bei looked around cautiously but found nothing special apart from corpses, debris, and excrement. Where's the thing? There's not even a hair. Wang Dachui chimed in at this moment. Only Yun Mingjie cautiously glanced around, inching his feet closer to Lin Yuan. He didn't want to die, and through his time spent with Lin Yuan, he had become utterly convinced. When Lin Yuan said there was a problem, it was likely that there really was one. Look, there's a fish, Wenqing suddenly exclaimed, pointing in front of her, where a splash of red appeared in the murky water. Everyone quickly turned to look in the direction Wenqing was pointing. There really was a fish. However, it was a large koi, likely raised in some artificial lake, as thick as a human arm. Wow, we encountered a koi on our trip. Su Bei and Wang Dachui both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it. Looks like our journey is going smoothly. Wenqing also relaxed, and including Yun Mingjie, they all regarded this koi as a symbol of good fortune. But Lin Yuan did not share this sentiment. The system's prompts were never wrong, and he had indeed received a mission. That meant this koi was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Let's go. Quickly steer clear of it. Lin Yuan immediately shouted to Wang Dachui and Yun Mingjie. What are you doing, Lin Yuan? Don't be so sensitive. Su Bei laughed at Lin Yuan, saying it was just flood water, not the ocean, and there wouldn't be that many unknown dangers. Moreover, the creature coming towards them was just a koi. Don't worry, if it dares come over, I'll paddle it away. But Lin Yuan did not respond to Su Bei and kept his eyes fixed on the koi swimming towards them. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't speak, Su Bei thought he had accepted his explanation, then crouched down and put his hand in the water, intending to tease it. It was getting closer and closer. Lin Yuan's gaze never left the koi. He even had the illusion that the koi's eyes seemed to express a smile. Yes, a smile. Lin Yuan had seen some professional actors who could convey emotions like sadness, anger, and happiness just through their eyes, and this fish seemed to do the same. Not good. When Lin Yuan realized, the koi had already swum in front of Su Bei. In an instant, the seemingly harmless koi suddenly opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed ominously in the rain. Damn! Su Bei cursed, but it was already too late. The koi leaped fiercely and lunged straight for his neck. If it bit down, it would be the end for Su Bei. Wenqing, Yun Mingjie, and the others were startled by the sudden turn of events. Honestly, they couldn't have imagined such a situation even after watching a horror movie and having nightmares. Moreover, all of this was happening in real life. Bang! Just at this critical moment, Lin Yuan snatched the paddle from Yun Mingjie and swung it down fiercely at the leaping koi. At the moment the paddle made contact with the koi, Lin Yuan's arm surprisingly felt a bit numb. Is this fish really that hard? Fortunately, with Lin Yuan's slap, the koi fell back into the water. It was obvious that it was very unhappy with Lin Yuan's intervention, glaring at him with a deeply resentful look. Damn, stop staring like that. Get lost, Lin Yuan shouted, trying to scare the koi away. But the next second, the koi revealed its sharp fangs again and bit down on their raft. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the palm-sized log was actually bitten into pieces. What biting power! It must be as strong as a crocodile, right? Quick, let's get out of here. Lin Yuan paddled desperately while yelling to Wang Dachui beside him. This beast wants to destroy our raft and make us fall into the water. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wang Dachui's expression changed, and he swung his arms vigorously, putting all his strength into it. The raft indeed sped up a bit, heading towards Building 8. However, the koi swam so fast in the water that the distance between them quickly closed. Yun Mingjie cursed loudly, grabbed a crossbow, loaded an arrow, and shot it directly at the koi. I have to say, his archery was much more reliable than his so-called 3 years of fighting skills. The arrow precisely struck the koi's scales, but the sight before them almost made everyone's eyes pop out. At such close range, the arrow's impact force could rival that of a handgun, yet it merely sparked off the scales and fell into the flood. Does this fish have armor? Yun Mingjie spat into the water and reloaded the steel ball. Whether it was wearing armor or not, it was definitely not an ordinary fish. Su Bei pulled out a fire axe from behind his waist. He had recovered from the shock, and his expression gradually turned fierce. Once the koi entered his attack range, he wanted to see who was tougher. Bang! 2 steel balls were shot almost simultaneously, but this time the koi had learned its lesson. It dove straight into the flood. And after the water absorbed the impact, the force of the steel balls became extremely limited. Damn, this fish is cunning. Seeing that the steel balls were ineffective against the koi, Yun Mingjie dared not waste more, and could only keep his eyes glued to the flood. Fortunately, the koi was red, which made it somewhat conspicuous in the water. Otherwise, if it were black or of another color, they wouldn't even be able to find it. Suddenly, the koi leaped out of the water again, its massive mouth aimed to take away a living life. It wasn't until the koi jumped in front of them that they realized its mouth had grown to its gill area. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a koi could undergo such a mutation. Damn, let me do it. Su Bei seemed to want to save face, pushing Yun Mingjie aside. Gripping the fire axe tightly, and without further ado, swung it at the koi. With this strike, Su Bei put all his strength into it. He couldn't believe that this thing was really that tough. Clang! A clear metallic clash made Su Bei's ears ring. And he finally understood what it meant to be tough. It was incredibly hard. However, because of this blow, the koi was hit like a tennis ball, flying several meters away and plopping back into the water. Damn, it's dulled. Su Bei tossed the fire axe onto the raft, moving his wrist. If it weren't for his previous strength training, he might have seriously injured his wrist with that strike. Hearing Su Bei's words, the others quickly gathered around, and sure enough, the once sharp fire axe was missing a tooth, and the edges of the axe blades had curled upward. Chapter 74. Golden Koi. At this moment, everyone fell into silence. It was somewhat of an international joke. If Lin Yuan hadn't trusted the system's judgment just now, he might have already been dead. How would they explain it? A bloodbath caused by a koi. Who would believe that? But who would believe it? Su Bei sat on the raft for a long time before standing up again and said, Lin Yuan, thanks to you this time, I owe you another favor. Wenqing smiled to ease the tension. We've been with Lin Yuan for so long. You know what kind of person he is. Being so polite will only make Brother Yuan angry. Exactly. Seeing Lin Yuan not speaking, Yun Mingjie also stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. From now on, let us listen to Brother Lin's opinions more. It's never wrong to follow Brother Lin. Wang Dachui, being clumsy with words, didn't say much. Just looked at Lin Yuan, thinking Lin Yuan wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter. But Lin Yuan didn't respond. His gaze still fixed on the murky water. After a long time, he finally said quietly, Guys, we're in trouble. Huh? Everyone was taken aback. Lin Yuan was speaking, and his tone didn't sound angry, which made them all relax a bit. However, Lin Yuan's words made their hearts leap to their throats. Trouble? Following Lin Yuan's gaze, everyone quickly looked into the flood. This glance was alarming. Several heads buzzed as if someone had hit them with a stick, a dizzying sensation spreading throughout their bodies. In the surrounding water, at least 20 koi emerged, some red, some gold, and some patterned. but each had a common feature: greenish faces and sharp fangs, giving off an ominous aura. Damn. Paddle. Without further ado, Yin Mingjie dashed to the paddle, swung his arm, and propelled the raft forward. They couldn't keep this up. Lin Yuan and Su Bei exchanged glances, and Lin Yuan immediately spoke. I have a rope here, Su Bei. You're a good swimmer. I'll tie this rope around your waist, and you find a way to hold these fish back. Are you up for it? I can give it a try. Su Bei nodded. There was no other way. If they didn't use a human bait to attract the fish's attention, they would likely be doomed. Okay, the other end of the rope will be tied to my waist. If you can't hold on, just tug on the rope, and I'll pull you back. Saying this, Lin Yuan took out a rope from his inventory. It was left over from binding the logs and was very sturdy. Su Bei didn't waste any time, directly tying one end of the rope around his waist. After both confirmed it was secure, Su Bei placed the walkie-talkie and backpack on the raft, taking only a dagger, and dove into the flood. Sure enough, when the koi saw Su Bei, they swam towards him like crazy. Come on, smash them. Su Bei cursed, gripping the dagger and swimming to the other side. He had to lead these fish away to create distance from the raft, as Building 8 was already in front of them. I hope old Su will be okay. The others looked worriedly in the direction Su Bei swam, although the rope was strong enough. If one of the fish bit through it, he would really be lost in this rushing flood. He won T. Lin Yuan trusted his judgment. He believed the items provided by the system wouldn't be of poor quality. He just needed to calculate when Su Bei would exhaust his strength and pull him back in time. Besides, even if he got bitten by a couple of fish, it would only be a few chunks of flesh. With Winching's help, he would at least be out of danger. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't want Su Bei to take risks, but there was no other choice. He was the best swimmer on the raft. So they had to adopt this strategy of sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. Lin Yuan, these fish aren't all chasing Su Bei. Winching raised her nail gun, aimed at one golden koi, and shot it. The benefit of a nail gun is it's lightweight, but its damage is extremely limited. Not to mention that even a fire axe can dull its blade. The nail shot from a nail gun could hardly cause any harm. Damn. Lin Yuan also saw the golden koi swimming towards them, and with a determined heart, he quickly pulled out the handgun from his inventory. Click. Lin Yuan chambered a bullet, using one hand as a stock while the other hand gripped the trigger. Hiss. Upon seeing the equal to all beings that Lin Yuan pulled out, Yin Mingjie and Wang Dachui both gasped. They didn't know that Lin Yuan had just obtained this gun. They were just relieved in their hearts that they hadn't fully clashed with him. Otherwise, if he shot, they would probably be playing poker with the older generation below by now. No one dared to speak. The moment the golden koi leapt towards Lin Yuan, he quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet accurately hit the golden scales, knocking one of them off. However, the golden koi's movements didn't pause for a moment. And in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lin Yuan. Damn! Lin Yuan squatted down to swiftly dodge the collision. But the golden koi fortuitously landed on the raft, just an arm's length away from Wang Dachui. Oh my! Wang Dachui was startled and, seeing the fish's mouth full of teeth, swung his arm to smash down on its head. However, just at that moment, the fish suddenly bounced twice on the raft and, with a swoosh, bit down on Wang Dachui's calf. A splash of fresh blood instantly appeared on Wang Dachui's leg. Not good. Seeing this, Winching rushed over. But the golden koi bit down tightly, showing no sign of letting go. Lin Yuan also came up, directly pointing the gun into the fish's mouth. He couldn't believe it. Was this fish's belly made of steel? Bang! Another shot was fired, and this time, a stream of bright red blood spewed from the fish's mouth, splattering Wang Dachui's leg with bits of its innards. The golden koi twisted its body a couple of times, its eyes turning blood red, indicating that the fish was completely done for. Phew, it actually worked. Lin Yuan wiped the rainwater off his face, tossed the handgun back into his inventory, and then pried open the fish's mouth with all his might, finally freeing Wang Dachui's leg. Lin Yuan tossed the first aid kit to Winching. Quick, check his injury. In the apocalypse, if wounds are not treated in time, they can easily lead to infections, and once an infection occurs without effective treatment, that person is likely finished. It's just a matter of time. Okay, without further ado, Winching opened the first aid kit and had Wang Dachui sit down, while Lin Yuan returned to the back end of the raft to observe Su Bei's situation. Chapter 75. Bloody footprints. The situation over there with Su Bei was not optimistic either. Although he was swimming quickly in the flood due to his good skills, he was still no match for the fish that naturally lived in the water. The distance between them was closing rapidly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly pulled on the rope. signaling to bring him back. Su Bei raised his hand to signal, but just as he was about to lower it, a koi leapt directly out of the water and charged at him. Su Bei cursed under his breath, straining to surface, and swung the fire axe like he was playing baseball, smashing it onto the koi with a thud. Lin Yuan desperately pulled on the rope. But Su Bei's situation was becoming increasingly dire. The resistance in the water was already great, and each swing of the fire axe consumed a lot of stamina. By the time Su Bei was dragged up, he was as exhausted as a dead dog. Moreover, he had several gruesome wounds on his body. Damn, I almost died. Su Bei gasped for air, sat up, and tried to light a cigarette, only to find that he had forgotten to take the cigarette box out of his pocket, which had already been soaked through. Damn. Enduring the pain from his wounds, Su Bei went to Wang Dachui's side and asked in a low voice, "You're not going to die, are you? Damn, who are you laughing at?" Wang Dachui laughed and cursed back. "Just don't know if it will get infected." "It won't." Wenqing cut the bandage, covering his leg wound with a raincoat. "We're almost at Building 8. As long as you don't get it wet, your wound won't get inflamed." After saying this, Wenqing turned to Su Bei and said, "Su Ge, let me take care of you." "Okay." Su Bei didn't hold back, as a wound infection was the most troublesome thing at this time. It could lead to a rejection of bodily functions, such as fever, directly affecting his overall condition. Seeing that Su Bei had been pulled up, Lin Yuan didn't dare to linger, grabbing the paddle and swinging it. With Lin Yuan's help, Yun Mingjia's pressure significantly decreased. The raft finally reached the edge of Building 8. Go to the fire escape. Entering through the fire escape was the most convenient method, just like the previous 4 intruders. Okay. Yun Mingjia quickly reached Lin Yuan's point, hastily paddling to steer the raft. But just as everyone saw the fire escape, a dark shadow appeared beneath their raft. "Hey, Lin Ge, don't you think the resistance has decreased a lot?" As soon as Yun Mingjia said this, Lin Yuan also realized. It really did. A sense of foreboding surged from the bottom of his heart, and Lin Yuan hurriedly looked under the raft. But when he saw that dark mass, he froze. Damn! A huge dark shadow appeared beneath their raft. Go! Lin Yuan swung the paddle and struck the window with all his might. Crack! With a crisp sound. The window of the fire escape was shattered instantly. Quick, get in. Lin Yuan directly picked up Wenqing and sent her through the window. Next was Yun Mingjia, followed by the injured Wang Dachui, who all climbed into the fire escape in sequence. Only Lin Yuan and Su Bei remained on the raft. Lin Yuan was just about to let Su Bei go first, but unexpectedly, Su Bei spoke up first. "You go in first." "Okay." Lin Yuan didn't dare to waste time and quickly climbed into the fire escape. "Hurry, give me your hand." Lin Yuan reached out through the window. Seeing Lin Yuan's outstretched hand, Su Bei took a deep breath and dashed towards the window. But at that moment, the dark shadow seemed to sense the raft's lightened weight and began dragging the raft away. Damn! Su Bei cursed, jumped high, kicked off the wall several times, and grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. Bang! Just then, the raft was suddenly snapped in half by an immense force, sinking right before everyone's terrified eyes. Can it sink to? The few of them stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, feeling a chill run down their spines. If Lin Yuan had discovered it a moment later, they would have probably sunk into the flood just like that raft. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, Escape. You have successfully left this water area and temporarily escaped danger. The system rewards you with a hidden item, Strengthening Potion. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 Strengthening Potion. The Strengthening Potion can enhance your physical fitness for half an hour. Please plan your usage time wisely. Ding! Host, please note that you have successfully unlocked the new map, Building 8. The map function is activated, allowing you to view locations you have reached. When the entire area map is lit up, the system will provide additional achievement rewards. Ding! Host, please note that you have successfully triggered the ordinary mission, Eyes in the Dark. On the 13th floor of Building 8, there is a pair of eyes that have been watching you. Find and kill them to complete the mission. Completing the mission will grant you 3 spins of the roulette. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Does this count as leaving the novice village? Lin Yuan held the dagger with a reverse grip and did not share the task prompt with the others, only reminding them briefly. Be careful. From what that enhanced person said earlier, the relationships in this building are very harmonious, which means there could be people living on every floor. Yeah. Su Bei and the others nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. Have you noticed? This corridor is messier than we imagined. When Qing, who was more observant, noticed through the light of the Wolf Fong flashlight that there were chairs and tables toppled over in the hallway, and even some dried bloodstains on the walls. Are you talking about the mess as in hygiene? Yun Mingjie looked at Wenqing, frowning and asking. Not entirely. Wenqing shrugged. And as the flashlight beam suddenly swept across the corridor, she suddenly spotted a bloody footprint on the floor. Look, Wenqing exclaimed, quickly running over to the bloody footprint. Keep your voice down. Lin Yuan gestured for Wenqing to be quiet, then waved to Su Bei and the others. Seeing this, Su Bei signaled to the others and quickly walked to the doors of 1301 and 1302. Yun Mingjie and Su Bei positioned themselves on either side and took out their weapons. Su Bei gently pushed the door with his hand and found that it did not open, letting out a sigh of relief. Yun Mingjie mimicked Su Bei, cautiously pushing the door, but the next second, the door creaked open. Damn! Yun Mingjie felt a jolt in his heart and immediately raised his crossbow. If someone dared to suddenly jump out from inside the room, he would not hesitate to blow their head off. Chapter 76, a show of strength or a warning? The group froze, pausing for a few seconds, and only relaxed when they confirmed that no one came out of the room. Be careful. Su Bei shot a glare at Yun Mingjie, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities in the two rooms, he squatted down beside Lin Yuan. This bloody footprint is fresh. Lin Yuan touched the blood stain on the floor, noticing it had not yet coagulated, and slowly said, There must be someone in this building. Everyone, stay alert and pay close attention to the corners. No problem. Yun Mingjie checked the steel balls in his crossbow again, confirming everything was fine, and made a gesture to Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Wenqing and the others also took out their weapons, following behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the Wolf Fong flashlight from Wenqing, shining it on the bloody footprint as he walked deeper into the corridor. Clatter. At that moment, an unknown sound of something falling to the ground startled everyone. Lin Yuan quickly directed the flashlight toward the source of the noise, but only saw a shadow that disappeared from their sight before he could see what it was. It ran toward the fire escape. Yun Mingjie grabbed his crossbow and chased after the fire escape. Don't let it get away. If we expose ourselves, it will be troublesome. Lin Yuan quickly reacted and ran after Yun Mingjie. Wenqing and the others, seeing this, also followed Lin Yuan forward, but just as they reached the fire escape door, a round object suddenly flew toward them. Ah! Wenqing screamed, but Yun Mingjie was quick and caught the black ball in his hands. It's fine, it's soft. Yun Mingjie let out a sigh of relief, but the next second, he froze. What's wrong? Lin Yuan noticed something was off with Yun Mingjie and quickly stepped forward to check. He had been watching Yun Mingjie closely. He did not want to lose such a capable subordinate. Yun Mingjie stammered, turning to face the others. I think I touched an ear. Damn. Upon hearing Yun Mingjie's words, Lin Yuan felt his scalp go numb and quickly shone the flashlight on the ball in Yun Mingjie's hands. Upon seeing it, everyone gasped in shock, and Wenqing even covered her mouth with her hand in fear to prevent herself from making any more sounds. It was a human head, staring straight at them. Was that thing earlier this? Wang Dachui, despite being brave, spoke with a tremble in his voice upon seeing this. Impossible, that thing was alive. Lin Yuan forced himself to calm down and looked at the head, saying solemnly, Someone is trying to intimidate us. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and immediately said, It seems we've been deceived. This Building 8 is not as harmonious as the enhanced person said. In fact, it's even more twisted than our Building 7. Lin Yuan reached out to take the head from Yun Mingjie and tossed it aside. Someone doesn't want us to continue searching in this building. Su Bei spoke up with his opinion, quickly deducing the other party's intentions based on his years of military experience. If it were a show of strength, they wouldn't have left a head that only serves to instill fear without causing real harm. Hearing Su Bei's words, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Su Bei is right. It seems we've just stepped out of the dragon's den and into the tiger's lair. Whoosh. Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, a figure suddenly dashed out from behind the fire escape door, running upstairs. Don't run. Lin Yuan immediately charged forward, while Su Bei was even faster, darting forward and pulling the person down from the stairs, causing them to tumble heavily. With a thud, the person fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. At the same time, Lin Yuan and Su Bei acted decisively, pressing their daggers against the person's neck. Who are you? What is your purpose? The two asked almost in unison, exuding an air that suggested they would slit the person's throat if he didn't cooperate. You shouldn't be here. The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Lin Yuan and Su Bei frowned upon seeing this. The man's lips were covered in strange, bumpy growths. Wenqing, come take a look at what this is. Lin Yuan used his dagger to pierce one of the growths in the man's mouth, and immediately, a stream of yellow pus flowed out. Wenqing walked over to Lin Yuan's side, frowning. I think you should have a dermatologist girlfriend. Did Lin Yuan really think of her as all-capable? Who could stand to look at such disgusting things? Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been a bit abrupt. However, he was surprised to find that even after the yellow pus flowed out, the growths did not disappear. Instead, they swelled up again, and the openings were healing at an incredible speed. Interesting. Lin Yuan looked at the man and said in a deep voice, "What did you mean by that earlier? Wait to die. This is hell, and you will regret your wrong decision for the rest of your life." The man grinned, then turned his head to the side, refusing to say another word no matter how they questioned him. Damn. Lin Yuan was also enraged, without saying a word. He thrust his dagger into the man's chest. The man trembled all over, not even letting out a scream, and died in a pool of blood. Of no use whatsoever. Lin Yuan wiped the dagger on the man's clothes, stood up, and said, "My opinion is to continue searching the 13th floor and see if we can find any useful information. What do you all think?" "I agree." Su Bei immediately expressed his stance. The situation in this building is still unclear, and recklessly going up may face greater risks. It's better to gather some information first. We might find something useful. Seeing that both Lin Yuan and Su Bei held this view, the other three naturally had no objections, especially Wang Dachui, who raised both hands and feet in agreement, feeling like he was about to die if they didn't find a place to rest soon. The group returned to the corridor on the 13th floor once again. First, let's check room 1602, which just had its door opened. Lin Yuan pulled open the security door of 1602 and shone his flashlight into the room. The room showed no signs of being lived in. The cushions and sofa covers were particularly neat. Given the condition, it's surprising they could spare a room. It seems the people in Building 8 are indeed quite harmonious. Yun Mingjie looked at the tidy room and couldn't help but joke. At least it looks a lot cleaner than my place. But don't be fooled by appearances. Let's go in and take a look. Saying this, Lin Yuan strode directly into room 1602. Chapter 77. The Cowhide Diary. As soon as they entered room 1602, a damp, rotten smell invaded everyone's nostrils. Wow, this place smells stronger than our room. Wang Dachui sniffed and laughed with his mouth wide open. Thanks to Gao Yuan for keeping our place clean. If it weren't for her tidying up every day, we wouldn't be much better off. Su Bei rolled his eyes, realizing the importance of having a woman in the house. The original smell of alcohol and smoke had been replaced by perfume. And Gao Yuan even brought her own air freshener. Haha, true. Thinking back to how terrible the room looked before Gao Yuan came, Wang Dachui felt it was no surprise. Seeing Wang Dachui's reaction, Su Bei couldn't help but smile and shake his head. They had only enjoyed a few days of good living and had already forgotten their roots. There was no one in the living room. To prevent someone from barging in and launching a surprise attack, Lin Yuan deliberately closed the door. After shutting the door, the oppressive feeling in everyone's hearts eased significantly. Being together with a group felt entirely different from being alone. Lin Yuan scratched his head and then said, "Split up and search, see if there's anything valuable." "Okay, I'll go to the kitchen." Wenqing, who was more skilled in this area, volunteered to head toward the kitchen. "Then I'll search over here. My legs aren't in good shape, and it hurts a lot to walk too much." Wang Dachui couldn't hold on anymore and plopped down on the sofa, not caring how damp it was. "Then the three of us will search the bedrooms. One person per room." Seeing that both of them had their targets, Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the three bedrooms. The three bedrooms, unlike their layout, did not have a long hallway. They were arranged side by side facing south, with two rooms connected by an outside balcony. Lin Yuan walked into the innermost bedroom, which did not have a balcony, but the larger window did not hinder the light from entering, providing even more privacy for the occupant. Lin Yuan pushed the door, noticing that the doorknob had a sticky substance on it. Instinctively, he shone his flashlight on it and found a layer of brown liquid on the doorknob. This shouldn't be blood, right? Lin Yuan twisted the doorknob, and the door creaked open from the outside. He gripped his dagger carefully and stepped inside. The more one pushed doors in the apocalypse, the more insecure one felt. He always worried that some bizarre person would jump out from behind the door. The room was empty, and it had been converted into a study by the owner. Aside from a table full of books and a bookshelf, there was only a single bed left. Lin Yuan walked over to the desk and casually flipped through a few books. The Scoundrel's Manual? 5 Great Tips for Getting Girls to Play Poker Voluntarily. Why do scoundrels succeed repeatedly while honest people keep failing? What kind of ridiculous books are these? Lin Yuan's expression darkened. He had expected to enter a top student's room, but instead found himself in a scoundrel's territory. Opening the drawer, He found things that he couldn't bear to touch. Crumpled used tissues were stuffed in the drawer, which was quite disgusting. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to close the drawer, he noticed a cowhide diary hidden beneath the tissues. Perhaps it contained some information. Holding on to a try-it-out attitude, Lin Yuan suppressed his disgust and yanked the cowhide diary out of the drawer. Sure enough, the tissues in the drawer were as he had guessed, with some white stains stuck to the cover of the diary. January 16th, 2035, I met a girl. She was wearing a pure white pleated skirt and a peach-colored tank top, her legs long and slender. January 27th, 2035, I really like her. I saw her again today. She seemed to glance at me, and my heart raced. February 25th, 2035, I followed her to her house and noted her door number. I swear I will protect her like a knight from now on. March 7th, 2035, I saw her locked outside, and her anxious gaze made me rush out to help her. I called a locksmith for her, and she thanked me. The more Lin Yuan read the diary, the darker his expression became. This was definitely the diary of a loser. The content became increasingly inappropriate as he flipped through. However, when he reached near the middle, a line caught his attention. July 17th, 2035, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen recently. I am afraid of losing her, and I want to take her away from this place. July 17th? That was over a month before the storm came. Was it a coincidence? Or did he sense something in advance? Lin Yuan didn't believe in the supernatural, but he had seen similar videos on short video platforms. Some people were said to have a natural sense of impending disasters, and many referred to them as prophets. Of course, this was just folklore. Whether such people actually existed was uncertain. Lin Yuan's breathing became a bit hurried as he hurriedly flipped to the next page. But when he turned to the next page, he found it completely blank. That's it. What are you looking at? Wenqing had come up behind Lin Yuan at some point. She hadn't disturbed him earlier when she saw him reading something. Now that he had finished, she spoke up. Wenqing's voice startled Lin Yuan, and upon realizing it was her, he handed the diary to her. I found a diary but didn't discover any valuable information. Hey, I thought you found something precious. Wenqing said, her interest noticeably lacking as she surveyed the room. What do you think these men are thinking? I don't know. Lin Yuan shrugged. He knew Wenqing was referring to the books on the desk. To avoid getting himself into trouble, he wasn't keen on continuing the conversation. Seeing that Wenqing was uninterested in the diary, Lin Yuan placed it in his inventory. Feeling that the diary wasn't finished and planning to study it more when he had time, Lin Yuan opened a few more drawers. And aside from an unopened box of tobacco and a few lighters that still had fuel, he found nothing of value. Did you find anything over there? Lin Yuan reluctantly pushed the drawer shut and asked Wenqing. Nothing. This guy seems to never cook at home. I couldn't even find half a steamed bun, let alone supplies. True. Lin Yuan nodded. A loser like this would hardly cook at home. He probably just ordered takeout every day. Let's go. Lin Yuan turned around. But as he was about to leave, Wenqing suddenly let out a startled gasp. Lin Yuan, come look. Chapter 78. The girl Jasmine. Lin Yuan thought Wenqing had discovered something incredible and hurried over. Under the beam of the flashlight, he saw Wenqing pulling out a pair of black stockings from under the pillow, and he was left speechless. Although he didn't say anything, his expression clearly asked, "You show me this after I've already undressed? Don't look at me like that." Wenqing rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan and then pointed at the stockings. These stockings have been worn by someone. They're not new. You better be careful. The guy living in this room has a habit of making soy milk. And this thing might just be her soy milk making tool. Huh? Wenqing initially didn't understand Lin Yuan's meaning, but quickly reacted and gasped, throwing the stockings onto the bed. Lin Yuan took out a dagger from his pocket, used the dagger to pick at one end of the stockings, and laid them flat on the bed. What do you want to express? Although Lin Yuan found the stockings disgusting, he still held back, wanting to see Wenqing's opinion. Wenqing bent down and stared at the stockings for a while, then said, "These stockings have been worn by a woman." Oh, hearing Wenqing say this, Lin Yuan immediately became interested. How do you know? He examined them for a long time, but couldn't tell they had been worn by a woman. It's simple. Look at the surface of these stockings. They are pilled, and the pilled area is exactly where the thighs are. You men like to touch girls' thighs, so the pilled spots must be where you men touch them. Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat unconvinced, retorted, "Maybe that person used a stick to poke them?" Wenqing rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan. "Let me finish. Second point, we just found out in the living room that the homeowner is a fat guy living alone. And these stockings have obviously been worn by someone. Based on the looseness of the stockings, they definitely weren't worn by the male homeowner." Oh, so? Lin Yuan looked at Wenqing, wondering what conclusion she was trying to draw from her analysis. Could it be that she concluded the stockings were stolen by the fat guy? So don't you find it strange? Winching stared with wide eyes, like a debater. A solitary man has a woman's worn stockings under his pillow, and the person has disappeared. Don't worry, if he dares to show up, I'll definitely use the dagger to cut off his third leg. Thinking about those disgusting tissues, Lin Yuan felt he wouldn't be eating anything for a while. Just then, a loud bang came from outside as the door was struck, startling both Lin Yuan and Winching, who quickly ran out. As soon as they reached the living room, Lin Yuan saw the security door wide open, with Wang Dachui looking shocked at the direction of the door, but there was no sign of Su Bei. What happened? Lin Yuan quickly asked Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui shook his head. I was searching for things here just now, and who would have thought Lao Su shouted and rushed out. Hearing Wang Dachui's words, Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he rushed out after him. He thought of the task he had just received, the pair of eyes on the 13th floor. Since it could be called a task, the opponent's strength must not be weak. If the opponent was an enhanced person, Su Bei would definitely suffer a big loss. There was no one in the corridor, but Lin Yuan noticed that the previously closed door to room 1304 was now wide open. What's wrong, Lin Yuan? Did you find Su Bei? Wang Dachui and the others ran over and asked when they saw Lin Yuan stopped at the door of 1604. No, but wasn't this door supposed to be closed? This door was closed before. You guys come in. Just then, Su Bei's voice came from inside the room. Hearing his voice, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried about what unspeakable things were in that room and didn't dare to go in. When Lin Yuan and the others entered the room, they found Su Bei sitting on the sofa, and beside him sat a girl who looked to be in her 20s. Damn, you little brat, you left us behind to pick up girls? As soon as Wang Dachui saw the obedient girl sitting next to Su Bei, he was instantly displeased. Wasn't it agreed that we'd find another girl for him? How did this guy end up with her? Go away, I'm not picking up girls. Su Bei rolled his eyes and introduced the girl. Her name is Emily. Just now, when I was passing by the door, I suddenly heard footsteps outside. So I dashed out, and unexpectedly, it was a resident from Building 8, who got startled. Su Bei scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. What did you dash out for? We're here to find things, not to kill people. Look how you scared the girl. Wang Dachui plopped down beside the girl, smiling at her. Hey, don't mind him. He's just a young guy, impulsive. I'm the stable one. If you have any issues, just tell me. Emily didn't speak, shrinking into a corner of the sofa, looking like a frightened little rabbit between Su Bei and Wang Dachui. Get away, look at you two big guys scaring the little girl. Wenqing couldn't stand it any longer. Pulled Wang Dachui aside and sat next to the girl to comfort her. It's okay, we're not bad people. We're just refugees looking for food. Do you have any food here? Wenqing didn't tell her their plan. After all, this little girl wasn't trustworthy yet. She said this just to probe Emily's background. Hearing Wenqing's gentle voice, Emily finally looked up at her but still didn't speak. Hey, is this girl mute or something? My sister-in-law is asking you something. Yun Mingjie immediately became displeased and aimed his crossbow at the girl. Mingjie, go play over there. Wenqing shot Yun Mingjie a glance. Seeing that his sister-in-law had spoken, Yun Mingjie could only awkwardly smile and step aside. It's okay, you don't have to mind them. They're just a bit rough, but they're actually nice people. Wenqing noticed Emily still wasn't willing to talk to her, looked up at Su Bei, and asked, how did you know her name is Emily? She told me herself. Su Bei shrugged. But she only said that one sentence, and after that, she wouldn't say anything else. Hearing this, Wenqing felt a bit helpless. If the girl didn't want to talk, she couldn't just hold a gun to her head. Thinking of this, Wenqing could only signal everyone to leave. Lin Yuan also felt a bit helpless, but if the girl didn't want to talk, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just force a non-cooperative person to comply. Let's go. Everyone could only helplessly get up, said goodbye to Emily, and left room 1604. Just at that moment, however, Emily suddenly stood up and quietly said to everyone, you all, wait for me. Chapter 79. Don't open the door, there's a monster inside, huh? She spoke. Everyone turned around in surprise, seeing Emily timidly walking over. Can you not leave me here alone? I'm scared. Scared? What are you scared of? Su Bei looked at Emily in surprise. He didn't know what hidden dangers lurked on the 13th floor. However, Lin Yuan understood that there was an extremely dangerous figure hidden on this floor. Initially, he thought that person was Emily, but seeing her timid appearance, he dismissed that thought. Such a delicate girl couldn't possibly threaten their lives. Not to mention, he could easily lift Emily with a single stick. But Emily didn't say what she was afraid of. She just stood there with her head down in front of everyone. To be honest, everyone didn't want to take Emily with them. She seemed useless, just a dead weight. Just as Su Bei was about to say something to refuse Mo Li's request, she suddenly looked up, tears rolling down her dirty cheeks. Su Bei couldn't handle this and immediately looked at the others. I can't make the decision, you all decide. Although Wang Dachui usually acted brashly, he softened when he saw such a vulnerable girl. He looked at Yun Mingjie, who had a shy expression on his face. Damn it, Lao Wang, don't look at me. I'm just a little guy. Yun Mingjie then turned to Wenqing. Sister-in-law, why don't you decide? Wenqing actually didn't want to leave Jasmine behind. From the current situation, the conditions in Building 8 were even more complicated than those in Building 7, especially with the emergence of enhanced individuals, who were practically invincible to ordinary people. Unless one had a gun like Lin Yuan, they could ignore their threats. Lin Yuan, why don't we just take her with us? Wenqing cautiously suggested. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, leaving a young girl in this building was somewhat dangerous. However, after nodding, he turned to Jasmine and said, we can take you with us, but there's a precondition. We can't guarantee your safety 100. If, and I mean if, you accidentally die, then you can only blame your own bad luck. Do you understand what I mean? Jasmine nodded in response, but what could she do, other than clinging to Lin Yuan? Her lifeline to escape this hell, this delicate flower could only wither away in this dark and filthy environment. All right, since there are no issues, come with us. I'm busy and don't have time to cater to you. Lin Yuan turned around, took out the master key from his inventory, and approached the door of room 1303. He tentatively knocked on the door, waited for a while, and found there was no response from inside, so he prepared to unlock the door with the key. But at that moment, Jasmine suddenly spoke up, don't open it. There's a monster inside. A monster? Lin Yuan paused with the key in hand, turned to Jasmine, and asked, what do you know? But at this critical moment, Jasmine fell silent again. Seeing that she was useless, Lin Yuan suppressed his anger and wanted to see what kind of monster was in that room. Before opening the door, Lin Yuan exchanged glances with Su Bei and Yun Mingjie. Seeing this, one pulled out a crossbow, and the other pulled out a dagger, standing beside Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan opened the door and a monster jumped out, they would not hesitate to fire first. Click, as the key inserted into the lock. Just as Lin Yuan was about to turn the key, Jasmine suddenly slammed against the door. What are you doing? Lin Yuan, furious, drew his gun and aimed it at her head. Really? Don't open the door. Hey, I'm really curious. Lin Yuan cocked his gun, his cold gaze fixed on Jasmine. I ask you what's inside, and you don't say anything. I open it, and you don't let me. What's your deal? You think we're doing you a favor by taking you in? Lin Yuan liked pretty girls. But the premise was that they had to be alive. If they lost their lives, what was the use of having a beautiful woman? Get out of the way. Lin Yuan shoved Jasmine aside, pushing her to the ground. Don't you dare stop me again, or I'll be the first to take you out. Jasmine was knocked down by Lin Yuan, trembling in fear and unable to say a word. Su Bei and the others frowned at the scene. Damn, it was ruthless, making them feel a bit sorry for her. However, they didn't dare to oppose Lin Yuan in front of him and could only help Jasmine up, standing quietly to the side. Click! The sound of the door lock echoed, and Lin Yuan slowly opened the door, revealing darkness inside. Yun Mingjie and Su Bei exchanged glances, both relieved that there didn't seem to be any monsters inside. It seemed Jasmine had been scared into a psychological shadow, creating inner fear. Lin Yuan and Wenqing turned on their flashlights and quickly walked in. The room was in disarray, not just a little messy. Couch backs and cushions were scattered all over the floor, some wall paintings were supported by a nail, and some had even completely fallen off. The television lay on the ground, looking as if it had been stomped on. Damn, there must have been a fight here. Why is it so messy? Wang Dachui clicked his tongue, looking around. Listen, there's a noise. Lin Yuan suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Sure enough, from the direction of the bathroom came a series of grunting sounds, like someone was eating braised meat. Lin Yuan held his gun, gesturing for everyone to follow, and quickly approached the bathroom door. The flashlight beam suddenly shone into the bathroom, revealing a sight that made everyone gasp. Hiss! On the bathroom floor lay a woman. Not particularly beautiful, but sleeping very peacefully. Beside her squatted a fat man, gnawing on something like a fat dog. Don't move. Lin Yuan aimed his gun at the man's head and whispered sharply. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, the fat man suddenly stopped chewing, trembling as if he were choking on noodles. Stand up, put your hands behind your back, and lean against the wall. Lin Yuan issued another command. He didn't believe this madman could withstand their attack. As if he understood Lin Yuan's command, The fat man gradually turned towards them. When he turned completely to face them, the sight made everyone's scalp tingle and gasp. Damn. This fat man was none other than the pervert from room 1302. Chapter 80. Like a pig slaughtered for the new year. However, at this moment, the fat man's face and glasses were covered in blood, and he had half a sausage in his mouth, with yellow liquid oozing out from it, making everyone feel nauseous. The fat man spat the half sausage onto the ground, howling like a dog, and lunged at Lin Yuan, knocking him several meters away, and the gun flew out of his hand. Damn! Lin Yuan caught a whiff of the stench coming from the fat man and cursed, reaching for his dagger to stab at the man's neck. Thud! Thud! 2 stabs. But Lin Yuan didn't see a single drop of blood come out. Shit, this is trouble. I really ran into a monster. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, fearing that this fat pig was the double eyes mentioned in the system task. As a hunter, he was very sensitive and fragile, preferring to hide in the dark. Get him! Su Bei's expression changed, and he rushed forward, kicking the fat man in the stomach. He thought this kick would send the fat man flying, or at least knock him away from Lin Yuan. But after Su Bei kicked, not only did the fat man not budge, but it also bounced Su Bei's foot back. So solid. Su Bei quickly wrapped his arms around the fat man's neck, trying to force him to let go through choking, but after a long struggle, he couldn't budge him at all. The fat man let out a growl, like a rabid dog, and bit down on Lin Yuan's neck. Damn! Lin Yuan was alarmed. He could clearly see the fat man's yellow teeth and the stench of his saliva. If he got bitten, he might end up with rabies. Just at that critical moment, Yun Mingjie shoved a crossbow into the fat man's mouth and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a muffled sound, the steel ball shot from the fat man's mouth, piercing through the back of his neck. Feeling the restraints loosen, taking advantage of Su Bei's effort, Lin Yuan kicked the fat man in the stomach, sending him and Su Bei flying out. As Su Bei fell to the ground, he quickly got up and crawled to the side, pointing at Yun Mingjie and cursing. You almost shot me. Yun Mingjie awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he hadn't had time to shout earlier. If he had reacted and yelled, Lin Yuan might have already lost a chunk of flesh. Looking at the fat man lying on the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, what happened to him? Wang Dachui walked over to the fat man and poked him with his foot. Just at that moment, the fat man who was originally lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, let out a roar, and directly knocked Wang Dachui to the ground. Damn! Wang Dachui was startled and quickly grabbed the other person's neck, cursing while trying to throw the fat man aside. However, Wang Dachui was shocked to find that the fat man's strength was incredibly great. Despite his efforts, he couldn't move the 200-plus pound body, even ignoring the greasy pig fat that was oozing from the fat man's neck. Quick, come help. Seeing that several people were still in shock, Wang Dachui immediately panicked and urged them. Hearing Wang Dachui's words, Lin Yuan and the others finally reacted. One person controlled the head to prevent the fat man's large yellow teeth from biting Wang Dachui, while another tried to pull the fat man's arms to get him off Wang Dachui. But to their astonishment, the fat man was continuously secreting a slippery oily liquid, making it impossible for them to grab hold of his body. I'm really impressed. Lin Yuan looked at the pig fat oozing from the fat man's body, and without saying a word, quickly picked up the handgun that had fallen to the ground and fired 2 shots at the fat man's head. The fat man, who had been pushing down hard, suddenly froze, twitched a couple of times, and then fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Dachui didn't care about his clumsy legs anymore and quickly crawled out from under the fat man's body, constantly rubbing his hands against the wall, trying to wipe off the pig fat. Su Bei and the others were also sitting on the ground, panting heavily. This old fat pig was like a pig being slaughtered during the new year. They couldn't hold him down at all, and he was really strong. Yun Mingjie felt that he had just pressed down on a pig and couldn't help but recall the scenes of pig slaughtering back in the village when New Year was approaching. Good heavens, 3 or 4 people couldn't hold down a single pig. This guy must have also received some kind of enhancement. Lin Yuan, using his pocket as cover, put the gun back into his inventory. He had been worried about the handgun since it was thrown away. After all, this was the only chance for equality among all beings. If he lost it, there would be no place to cry. Is he also enhanced? The others were stunned and couldn't help but think of the slippery liquid that the fat man was secreting earlier. At first, I thought it was sweat from his vigorous activity, but now that I think about it, no one's sweat is as slippery as oil. Yes, I think Lin Yuan makes a lot of sense. Su Bei pondered for a moment and nodded. Enhancement may not only be in terms of strength and speed, but could also be some kind of skill, like secreting this slippery liquid or something else. There is nothing we can't think of that they can't do. Lin Yuan stood up and looked at Mo Li with a smile. So what do you think? I said the monsters here aren't something to be afraid of, right? Lin Yuan originally wanted to take this opportunity to boost Mo Li's confidence. After waiting a few seconds, he noticed that Mo Li didn't respond and was just standing in front of him with her head down. All right. I'm just making it awkward for myself. Lin Yuan cursed silently in his heart, realizing he shouldn't have said anything extra. Seeing everyone looking exhausted, Lin Yuan didn't continue speaking and instead said to Yun Mingjia, go close the door. Because Yun Mingjia had drunk the obedient water, he wouldn't go against Lin Yuan's wishes. Okay. Yun Mingjia got up and quickly locked the security door. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yuan took out a can of braised pork, a can of fruit, and some compressed biscuits from his inventory. Let's just make do with this. Make do. After seeing the cans of braised pork and fruit that Lin Yuan took out, everyone's eyes lit up. They even wanted to admit that the reason they couldn't hold that fat man earlier was because Lin Yuan didn't provide food, not because of the pig fat on him. If this is called making do, then what do we usually eat? As everyone spoke, they took their portions of food. And in the end, when Lin Yuan saw there was still one portion left on the table, he immediately looked at Mo Li and asked, aren't you going to eat? No, I'm not eating. Mo Li's reply stunned everyone. In this world, is there really someone who doesn't eat like braised pork, fruit cans, and mineral water? Chapter 81. Mo Li goes missing not eating, then fine. Lin Yuan frowned, and then stuffed the can into his backpack. After everyone was full, they laid down in the room to rest. Although this room had just experienced something bloody and terrifying, the group seemed to be used to it and casually found a spot to lie down. Su Bei smoked a cigarette, and as the blue smoke curled around, everyone's spirits gradually relaxed. When Qing walked over to Lin Yuan's side and whispered, are we resting here? Lin Yuan nodded. It's still unclear what the situation is in this building, so now isn't the time to go up. We'll stay here for now and look for a suitable opportunity. After all, we have plenty of food. The food in his inventory could easily last these few people a year, and besides, they weren't just sitting around all day. They could always find something edible. All right. When Qing nodded, not saying anything else, and lay down beside Lin Yuan, slowly closing her eyes. She was too tired. Whether it was the journey from Building 7 to Building 8 or what they did on the 13th floor of Building 8, it had already exceeded her physical limits. In fact, it wasn't just her. Even Su Bei and the others were struggling, each lying on the couch and dozing off. Lin Yuan lay on the couch, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, not because he wasn't tired, but because the system still hadn't notified him of task completion. Could it be that the eyes on the 13th floor weren't from that fat man? A chill ran from his toes to the top of his head, and his hair stood on end, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Looking around, aside from Mo Li, everyone else had already fallen asleep. Lin Yuan stood up, sat by the window, lit a cigarette, and took out the fat man's notebook from his inventory. He felt he had missed some details, and, since he wasn't feeling sleepy, decided to observe it again carefully. This time, Lin Yuan spent about 3 hours reviewing all the contents in the notebook. Still, he didn't find any useful information. Lin Yuan sighed, and just as he was about to put the notebook away, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stood up to look at Mo Li. Mo Li, do you have a pencil? However, when Lin Yuan finished speaking, he realized that Mo Li had somehow already left the living room. Did she go to the bedroom? He had been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed when she left. Helpless, Lin Yuan could only get up and quickly walk toward the bedroom. If that fat man had enough strength, he might have written something useful on the first blank page, but to see what was on it, he would need a pencil. Arriving at the bedroom door, Lin Yuan knocked on it. But no matter how he knocked, there was no response from inside. Could something have happened? Lin Yuan's heart raced, and he quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Fortunately, Mo Li hadn't encountered any trouble. There was no sign of her in the room. Lin Yuan searched around but couldn't find a pencil, so he reluctantly returned to the living room. However, as he passed the security door, he noticed that it was slightly ajar. Could it be that Mo Li went out? Lin Yuan pushed the security door open and stepped into the dark corridor. The only place Mo Li could have gone was her own home. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yuan hurriedly walked toward the door opposite. Just as his hand was about to touch the door to knock, a chill shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Not good. Lin Yuan quickly crouched down, and a sharp dagger struck the door with a loud bang. Looking up at the axe embedded in the door above him, cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Yuan's forehead. That was close, really close to losing his head. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan turned around and punched the opponent in the stomach, But when he clearly saw the opponent's appearance, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The opponent was completely naked, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Its skin was corpse-like, with a mouth that stretched back to its ears and teeth that were serrated like a shark's, with no trace of humanity anywhere on its body. What was even more terrifying was that its feet resembled those of a dinosaur from the Jurassic era, and a thick tail was constantly swinging behind it. What on earth is this thing? Lin Yuan opened his mouth wide, but due to fear, he couldn't utter a word. The monster bared its sharp teeth and roared at him, spraying foul-smelling saliva all over his face. Ignoring the disgust, Lin Yuan hurriedly scrambled to his feet, trying to create some distance between himself and the creature. But the monster was just too fast. With a high jump, it appeared right in front of him. Damn! Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, quickly pulling out a handgun from his inventory and firing 2 shots at the monster without hesitation. However, Lin Yuan's marksmanship was terrible, and combined with the monster's speed, the 2 shots only made a sound without hitting anything. Just as Lin Yuan was about to pull the trigger again, the opportunity had already slipped away quietly. The monster slapped Lin Yuan's face, sending him flying, and his handgun fell to the side. Damn! To be honest, Lin Yuan's physical fitness was good, but his fighting skills were severely lacking. If he had even half of Su Bei's skills, he might not have ended up in such a predicament today. Lin Yuan wanted to retrieve his handgun, but the monster had already come to him, lifting its foot and kicking Lin Yuan in the chest without saying a word. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lin Yuan was sent sprawling, and as the back of his head hit the ground, his vision went black. He nearly passed out on the spot. Struggling to get up, Lin Yuan felt a bit dazed from the slap and kick. Lin Yuan stood up, feeling dizzy. It had been a long time since he had been beaten, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. But there was no way to adapt. He hurriedly pulled out a dagger from his pocket and lunged at the monster's neck. However, he still underestimated the monster's reaction speed. Just as his dagger was about to touch the monster, it was directly seized by its hand around his neck. Haha. The monster grinned, showing its white teeth, and then, while holding Lin Yuan's neck, it threw him to the ground. Bang! Another solid hit. The moment Lin Yuan's back met the ground, he felt a loud thud in his head, followed by a sharp pain. Hiss. The ground tiles wouldn't have broken and pierced into his skin, would they? Chapter 82. A narrow escape. Hiss. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, but just then, his hand touched something cold. Looking down, he saw the handgun that had fallen earlier. This time, Lin Yuan didn't rush to shoot. He knew that with the monster's speed, it could easily dodge when he raised the gun. Roar. Sure enough, the monster lifted him again, bringing him close to its mouth to roar at him. The foul-smelling saliva splattered onto his face, and he couldn't care less about the nausea in his stomach. He quickly raised the handgun and aimed at the monster's face, firing a shot. At such a close distance, he didn't believe the monster could dodge. Bang! Blood sprayed everywhere as the bullet pierced through the monster's forehead, shattering the floor tiles in the corridor. Thud! The monster's body fell to the ground, blood pooling around it. Who? Lin Yuan gasped for breath, cautiously approaching the monster while holding the handgun. For safety's sake, he fired 2 more shots into the monster's chest, and after confirming it was no longer moving, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly ran back to lock the door. As for the pencil and other items, he had no time to think about them. Staying alive was the priority. The noise Lin Yuan made while closing the door startled Wenqing and the others, who scrambled to their feet. When they saw Lin Yuan covered in blood at the door, they were immediately shocked. What happened to you? Wenqing rushed to Lin Yuan's side, asking with concern. It's nothing. Lin Yuan simply tossed 2 words at Wenqing before sitting down on the ground and gulping down a bottle of mineral water from his inventory. Hoo. After nearly 2 minutes of heavy breathing, Lin Yuan looked at the few people surrounding him and forced a smile, saying, "Don't look at me like that. This blood isn't mine. I'm not dead yet." Lin Yuan struggled to stand up, feeling a sense of surviving a disaster. That was terrifying. Fortunately, he had drawn a handgun before coming to Building 8. Otherwise, he would have been done for. That's good. Upon hearing this, Wenqing and the others let out a sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan hadn't spoken, they might have had to take more drastic measures. What exactly did you encounter outside to end up like this? Wenqing still felt uneasy and continued to ask. Su Bei and the others also focused their gaze on Lin Yuan, looking ready to insist on an explanation. Seeing the expressions of the group, Lin Yuan smiled. He had no intention of hiding anything, but what had just happened was a bit beyond his understanding, and he hadn't reacted immediately. If I say I encountered a green-faced, toothy monster, Would you believe me? The group was momentarily taken aback but then nodded in agreement. They definitely believed it, now that even enhanced individuals had appeared. The emergence of a few monsters was within the realm of possibility. You actually believe it? To be honest, I don't even believe it myself. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and sat down by the sofa. Wen Qing, with keen eyes, immediately noticed the wounds on Lin Yuan's back and gasped, "What happened to your back?" At this moment, Lin Yuan's back was already a mess of blood, with many places embedded with fragments of floor tiles, and blood was continuously oozing out. "Did you break the skin?" "I was too busy escaping just now. I didn't really notice." Lin Yuan recalled the scene of being slammed into the floor tiles by that monster and quickly said, "The monster I encountered just now was extremely strong. It could lift me with one hand. The injuries on my back were caused when it slammed me to the ground, breaking the floor tiles." "What?" Wen Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Yuan. To be fair, Lin Yuan's ability to withstand blows was somewhat beyond the ordinary. If he crashed through the floor tiles with his body, even if he didn't die, he would likely suffer severe internal injuries. Yet Lin Yuan seemed to be completely fine, running back alive. Seeing the expressions of Wen Qing and Su Bei, which were akin to looking at a monster, Lin Yuan scratched his head. "What's wrong? Did I express something incorrectly? Is there a problem?" "This is a big problem." Su Bei quickly explained his concept of bodily resilience to Lin Yuan. If the floor tiles were hollow, Lin Yuan breaking them upon impact would be understandable, but the ground beneath the tiles could not be hollow. It was made of thick concrete, and there might even be rebar underneath. If the tiles were shattered, his internal organs would definitely suffer a severe impact. The human internal organs are the most vulnerable. Such a degree of impact would definitely cause a person's heart to stop. This is also why Wen Qing and Su Bei were so shocked. "I understand now." At this moment, Yun Mingjie suddenly spoke up. "Brother Lin, have you thought about it? Previously, when you fought those enhanced individuals, this kind of situation also occurred, and the other party was mostly unharmed. Could your physical condition be related to having taken the enhancement agent?" Upon hearing Yun Mingjie's words, the group fell silent. As someone who has studied pharmacology, Wen Qing eventually spoke up. "We currently do not have the materials or capability to test the enhancement agent, but Mingjie's speculation is indeed a direction to consider. In any case, it's a good thing that Lin Yuan has returned alive." After finishing her words, Wen Qing looked at Lin Yuan and said, "You lie down. I'll handle the wounds on your back." "Okay." This time, Lin Yuan did not refuse. He took off his shirt and lay bare-chested on the sofa. Wen Qing took out a first aid kit, and after disinfecting, she began to remove the pieces of broken floor tiles embedded in his skin one by one with tweezers. If the wounds were not treated for a long time in such a humid environment, they could easily become infected and inflamed, and treating them later would not be so easy. However, what surprised Wen Qing was that she had no anesthetic. But as she removed the pieces of tile from Lin Yuan's back, he didn't even furrow his brow. It seemed that Lin Yuan's physical condition might indeed have improved as Yun Mingjie speculated. "Huh? Where's Jasmine?" At that moment, Wang Dachui exclaimed, quickly looking at everyone. "Jasmine is missing." Only then did the group realize that the quiet girl, who could nearly blend in, was indeed no longer in the living room. "Don't mention it." Lin Yuan waved his hand and quickly said, "I went out this time to look for her. Damn it, you all fell asleep just now. And I was sitting alone on the windowsill reading the diary, so absorbed that by the time I finished, she was already gone." Chapter 83. Unease in the heart upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. Everyone sighed helplessly. "Forget it. Jasmine is not one of us. If she leaves, she leaves." Su Bei said somewhat helplessly. They all felt a bit sorry for Jasmine, which was why they chose to bring her along, but from the interactions they had, it seemed she might not even appreciate their good intentions and might take their kindness for granted. "Yeah. Bringing her along means we have to prepare food for one more person, and that little girl looks so weak that she can't help us at all." Everyone was trying to persuade themselves with various reasons. After a long time, someone sighed first, and the psychological defenses the group had built were quickly shattered again. "Why don't we go out and look for her? Building 8 is too dangerous. If we let a girl wander outside, she might encounter dangers we can't even imagine." "Okay." Wen Qing voiced what everyone was thinking, and besides Lin Yuan, the others all agreed. No one could experience the dangers Lin Yuan faced outside, but since everyone agreed, Lin Yuan could only nod in agreement. "Let's do it." Creaking, the door to the room slowly opened. Su Bei was the first to poke his head out. Looking at the dark corridor outside, he took the flashlight from Wen Qing's hand. When the light illuminated the corridor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. There wasn't even a ghost in the corridor, And as for the monster Lin Yuan said he killed, Su Bei hadn't seen a single hair of it. How is it? What's going on outside? Lin Yuan slowly asked. To be honest, he felt a bit shadowed. It's fine. It's very safe outside. Su Bei quickly walked out the door and waved to the others. With Su Bei leading the way, everyone quickly walked out of the room. When Lin Yuan saw the clean corridor, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Impossible. He clearly killed that monster right here. There was a large pool of blood on the floor at the time. Even if someone came to clean the corridor, it wouldn't be possible to do it so thoroughly in such a short time. No way. Lin Yuan followed his memory to the spot where he killed the monster. He tried to find some clues, but even after prying at all the tile seams, he found not a single trace. Could it be that I was too nervous and saw it wrong? Su Bei walked over and asked Lin Yuan. To be honest, it was a bit scary. According to Lin Yuan's description, there should definitely be a monster's corpse here. After all, Building 8 was like this. How could there be someone specifically cleaning the corridor? It was certain that, like in Building 7, whoever died in the corridor would be thrown out by someone who couldn't stand the smell. But to clean up the scene would be too difficult. Lin Yuan, when you left earlier, did you go to her house to look for her? Wenxing looked at Lin Yuan, feeling that his state was a bit off. No, we can go take a look. Lin Yuan sighed. Thinking too much now was useless. They could only take it step by step. Knock, knock, knock. Su Bei was the first to knock on the door, not believing that such a lively person could disappear right under their noses. After knocking a few times, the group received no response. Now it was Su Bei's turn to be puzzled. Could it be that she really isn't home? Su Bei looked at Lin Yuan. The meaning was clear. He wanted Lin Yuan to open the security door. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, although he was somewhat reluctant. He couldn't resist the hopeful gazes from the others. All right, I'll give it a try. Lin Yuan raised his hand, somewhat helplessly taking out the master key from his inventory. The moment the key was inserted into the lock, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of vigilance rise in his heart, as if something terrifying was behind this door. Click. The door slowly opened, and Lin Yuan and the others quickly walked into the room. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Jasmine was walking out of the room, wearing only a nightgown, her pale skin looking somewhat eerie under the flashlight. What the hell? Besides Wenxing, the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Stop looking. Wenxing reached out and pinched Lin Yuan's waist, the pain making him gasp. No other reason. At this moment, Jasmine's nightgown was practically transparent, and her beautiful figure was fully exposed to everyone's side under the flashlight. Ah! Jasmine exclaimed and quickly covered her key parts, rushing back into the bedroom. Oh! This is awkward. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. Thankfully, this was set against the backdrop of the apocalypse. If this were in a civilized society, they would all definitely be in jail for years. Not long after, Jasmine walked out of the bedroom again, but she had changed into a clean set of sportswear. However, she did not speak to the group, but sat silently on the sofa. This is completely a misunderstanding. Su Bei felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly explained. We thought you encountered some danger, so we barged in without asking for your permission. Yeah. Little girl, we really didn't mean anything else. Wang Dachui grinned, but his smile didn't seem so innocent. Miss Jasmine, we are not what you think. Wang Dachui, Su Bei, and Yun Mingjia all began to explain. This situation was just too embarrassing. Fortunately, Jasmine didn't seem to be angry with them. She got up and walked to the kitchen. To everyone's surprise, Jasmine took out several bottles of water and placed them in front of everyone. Thank you. The two simple words relieved everyone. Did this mean that Jasmine was not bothered by their earlier rudeness? At that moment, however, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up, fixing an examining gaze on her. Jasmine, were you in the room the whole time? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lin Yuan's stare, Jasmine did not remain silent this time, but slowly replied, Yes, I can't stand being in the same room with a corpse. I thought since that freak was killed by you, there shouldn't be any danger, so I came back without permission. Sorry for worrying you. Hey, that's not a problem. Seeing Jasmine's pitiful appearance, Wang Dachui quickly waved his hand and laughed. It's understandable that you girls feel uncomfortable being with a corpse. Chapter 84. Interrogating Jasmine right. In the future, if anything happens, just give us a heads up so we know if you encounter any danger outside, Yun Mingjia added, grinning broadly. Having completely forgotten his earlier anxiety about Jasmine's disappearance, Lin Yuan looked at these two foolishly infatuated individuals with a dark expression. What's wrong? Is this the first time you've seen a woman? Total simps. However, Jasmine's words did not pass Lin Yuan's scrutiny. He stared at her intently, and after a moment, said in a deep voice, Did you not hear any strange sounds? Strange sounds? Jasmine looked up at Lin Yuan, and his gaze sent a chill down her spine. A feeling that seemed both eerie and familiar. Was it just her imagination? I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. You must have been mistaken. When speaking to Lin Yuan, Jasmine's tone carried a distinct sense of distance. Watching Lin Yuan interrogate Jasmine like a criminal, Wenqing frowned and couldn't help but advise Lin Yuan. Be more mindful of your tone when speaking to a girl. Was I being too harsh? Lin Yuan paused, but seeing everyone's eyes on him, he could only cough lightly and said to Jasmine, don't take it personally. I didn't mean to target you. One last question. How many people live on your floor? When Lin Yuan asked this, Jasmine fell silent. But seeing everyone looking at her, determined not to relent until they got an answer, Jasmine finally spoke, for households. But usually only 3 are home. One of the men seems to be a salesman. He basically comes back only once a month. Oh, I see. Indeed, in today's neighborhoods, especially in new ones, there are many young people living there, but they usually don't see each other, and even if they happen to meet on the same floor, they just lower their heads and play on their phones, too lazy to greet one another. Can you tell me about your other 2 neighbors? Why do you want to know about them? As soon as Jasmine heard Lin Yuan's question, she sprang up from the sofa like a mouse hearing a cat, glaring at Lin Yuan and saying, You're asking too much. I don't like you. This is my home. Please leave. Before she could finish her sentence, a dart gun barrel was pressed against her head. I'm asking you, not negotiating. Lin Yuan's reaction clearly caught everyone off guard, and their expressions changed. Wang Dachui stepped closer, as if trying to persuade Lin Yuan, saying, No need to escalate this to the point of drawing a gun. Yun Mingjie also stepped in to advise. This really doesn't need to go that far. You two, get out of the way. Lin Yuan didn't indulge Wang Dachui and Yun Mingjie this time. Still staring at Jasmine with a serious expression. Either you answer my questions obediently, or I'll send you on your way. I believe you're a smart person. You. Wang Dachui's expression changed. His inherently rebellious nature made him darken at Lin Yuan's retort. But for some reason, the anger in him quickly dissipated when he met Lin Yuan's gaze, and he sat back down on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and saying nothing further. Yun Mingjie also kept quiet and walked to the side with his head down. Wenqing looked at Lin Yuan, also quite frightened. It was her first time witnessing Lin Yuan lose his temper like this, and she quickly turned to Jasmine to mediate. Lin Yuan isn't asking anything unreasonable. Just answer honestly. After Lin Yuan pulled out his gun, Su Bei hadn't said a word. Seeing Wang Dachui light a cigarette, he also took one out and lit it. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Bei leaned back against the sofa. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, nor could he. Moreover, after seeing Lin Yuan's actions, he leaned more towards Lin Yuan's side. Having spent many days with Lin Yuan, it was also Su Bei's first time seeing him this angry. But he believed Lin Yuan had his reasons. Tears welled in Jasmine's eyes. As a girl, how could she not be afraid of that dart gun barrel? Seeing no one come to her defense, Jasmine finally answered Lin Yuan's question honestly. The freak you killed earlier wasn't from 1303. He was my neighbor diagonally across. He stays at home all day. I barely interacted with him. He always initiated contact and bothered me. Jasmine seemed unwilling to say much about the fat guy and quickly moved on to another neighbor. My other neighbor is the guy from 1301. Jasmine pondered for a moment before continuing. He's even stranger than these two. In what way is he strange? Seeing Jasmine finally starting to answer his questions honestly, Lin Yuan put his gun away and tossed it into his inventory. He seemed to be contemplating something. Jasmine sighed. He rarely goes out. If he does, it's just to grab a bite, and he comes back in less than half an hour. Is that so? Listening to Jasmine's description, Lin Yuan nodded, half convinced. Well, that's all I know. It really is effective to use a gun. If you had done this earlier, we wouldn't have had to push for a serious response. Lin Yuan smiled and looked at Jasmine. Thank you for cooperating. Without caring whether Jasmine minded, Lin Yuan quickly walked to the door and said to Wenqing, You all stay here with Jasmine to rest. I need to step outside for some air. Lin Yuan. Wenqing wanted to say something, but the door was slammed shut. She knew that Lin Yuan must be feeling a bit pent up. Letting him go out to cool off would be beneficial. Could it be him? Lin Yuan looked out the window down the corridor. The heavy rain continued to pour, and he didn't know why he had gotten so angry. But his intuition told him he had missed a crucial detail. What are you thinking about? Su Bei's voice came from behind him. Lin Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Su Bei to follow him out. He then pulled out a cigarette from his pack and handed it to Su Bei. Here, try this. Su Bei didn't expect Lin Yuan to have such high-quality cigarettes, and he quickly accepted it. Lighting the cigarette, Su Bei visibly relaxed. Lin Yuan, go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll always support you. Hearing Su Bei's words, a smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face, warming his heart a bit. Chapter 85. The Monster in Room 1304. Aren't you going back? After finishing a cigarette, Su Bei looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. He knew Lin Yuan wasn't a petty person and wouldn't hold a grudge against Jasmine. You go back first. I need to calm down. Lin Yuan didn't want to return to the room, not because he was still angry at Jasmine, but because he needed some time to think. He felt that something might be wrong with his mind, especially after seeing the monster's corpse disappear. He always felt that the other party was hiding in some corner, watching him. There was also something he couldn't understand, despite the huge commotion they caused on the 13th floor. Why did the residents on the 14th floor not react at all, not even coming down to take a look? If it were their building 7, it would have been in an uproar by now. Forget it, I don't really want to go back, I'll just stay here with you. Su Bei stretched lazily, looking out at the heavy rain, and couldn't help but laugh. A month ago, who would have thought that a downpour would trap us in this little patch of land? Unable to go out, and even the basketball court next door, which we usually frequent, is just a wishful thought. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement and smiled as he corrected her. It's been over a month. Su Bei didn't respond. Still gazing out the window, I don't know how much longer we can struggle in this rain. If it ends too early, it would be a bit unsatisfactory. It'll be fine. Lin Yuan, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out 2 bottles of beer from behind him and handed them to Su Bei. At least, we won't die in this community. He was a person who had lived twice and cared more about this life than anyone else. You seem quite confident. Su Bei pressed the bottle cap against the windowsill and struck it down hard with his right hand, sending the beer cap flying. Here as to not knowing when we'll die, let us take a swig. Lin Yuan smiled, but didn't respond, casually pulling out a bottle opener from his pocket. I have this. Shaking the bottle opener in his hand, Lin Yuan easily popped the beer cap off and clinked it with Su Bei's. In less than 10 minutes, the two had downed a bottle of beer, and an inexplicable chill washed over Lin Yuan, prompting him to feel the urge to urinate. Let's go back. Su Bei pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Lin Yuan, lighting one for himself as well. He was a bit curious about what the people in the room were doing, why there was not a single sound coming from them. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded, lit his cigarette, and headed towards room 1304. The door was slightly ajar. Su Bei had left it that way to return. And since the windows in the room and hallway were sealed, there was no chance the door would be blown open by the wind. Just as Su Bei's hand reached for the doorknob, his expression suddenly changed. Lin Yuan's body also tensed up, as a creaking sound of gnawing echoed in the empty corridor. The two slowly drew out their daggers, looking behind each other as they searched for the source of the sound, but ultimately, they were horrified to find that the gnawing noise was coming from behind the door next to them. Thud! Both of their hearts skipped a beat. Lin Yuan quickly drew his handgun and chambered around, while Su Bei readied himself to stab whoever was behind the door as soon as it opened. They exchanged glances, and Su Bei suddenly pushed open the anti-theft door of Mo Li's house. Who's there? Lin Yuan and Su Bei had rushed out without grabbing a flashlight. But through the dim light of the moon outside, they could see a burly figure hunched over beside the sofa, continuously gnawing on something. Damn! Lin Yuan cursed loudly. He would never forget that figure. It was the same monster he had killed in the hallway that had vanished without a trace. He never expected it had made its way here. Bang! Without a second thought, Lin Yuan fired 2 shots, not taking a moment to consider. Because he didn't know which unfortunate soul had already been gnawed to a pulp. The bullet struck the monster's back, causing its gnawing to falter. Su Bei swallowed hard. He had never seen what the monster looked like, but just from its back, it gave him the impression of a wrestler or sumo-sized figure. The monster, hit by Lin Yuan's shots, slowly stopped its gnawing and stiffly turned around. At that moment, it still had a piece of meat in its mouth. The light was too dim for them to see what the monster was chewing on, but in its hand, it held a kitchen knife. It was easy to guess that this monster had just used that knife to carve up the flesh from this person. Damn! Lin Yuan and Su Bei's brains exploded. The symbolic significance of that kitchen knife was too strong, and they didn't even dare to think further. Hee. The monster let out a series of shrill, sinister laughs and lunged at the two of them without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Bei grabbed the footstool at the door and threw it at the monster. The moment it struck, the stool flew off. Lin Yuan wasted no time. He took a vial of strength-enhancing potion from his inventory and drank it. If a handgun couldn't deal with this monster, he couldn't think of any other way. Thump, thump, along with a sharp pain in his heart. Lin Yuan felt a surge of strength filling his body. Sube, I'll hold it off. You go check on that Wang Dachui guy. Okay. Sube watched Lin Yuan throw the test tube on the ground and understood what he had just drunk. He didn't try to be brave, quickly bypassing the monster and rushing towards Wang Dachui. Lin Yuan was seething with anger. He never expected to be toyed with by this monster last time. He locked his hands around its throat and executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming it to the ground. Bang! The floor tiles shattered, and Lin Yuan avenged the previous fall. The loud noise woke the few people who had been sleeping. Yun Mingjie groggily sat up, and upon seeing the monster grappling with Lin Yuan, he screamed in fright. Wenqing was also so startled that she froze in place. But when she saw Su Bei rushing towards Wang Dachui, a sense of foreboding arose in her heart. Old Wang. Old Wang. Su Bei helped Wang Dachui up, but found he had long since stopped breathing and looking at the gaping wound on his chest. He understood what the monster had just been eating. Awoken by Su Bei's shout, Wenqing rushed over, but upon seeing the bloody hole in Wang Dachui's chest, she slumped back onto the sofa in despair. There's no heart left. There's no way to save him. Yun Mingjie also came to his senses at this point, grabbing his crossbow and shooting at the monster's back. He wanted to help Lin Yuan, but to his surprise, the steel ball penetrated the monster's body. And it didn't seem to feel anything. It didn't even glance back at him and continued grappling with Lin Yuan. Chapter 86. The True Identity of the Monster. Bang! Lin Yuan slammed the monster against the wall again, but this time the monster didn't stubbornly continue to grapple with him. Instead, it turned and made a dash for the door. Trying to run? It had already escaped once. How could it have a second chance? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and decisively charged out. Lin Yuan. Wenqing saw this and grabbed the nail gun to chase after him, but Su Bei pulled her back. Don't go. If even a handgun doesn't work, what do you think we can do? Seeing Wenqing's puzzled expression, Su Bei quickly explained. It's fine. He has already taken the strength-enhancing potion. That monster isn't his match. Hearing Su Bei's words, Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, it seemed she thought of something and rushed to the windowsill where Lin Yuan had left his diary. Hurry, see if there are any pencils in her room. Wenqing tossed the flashlight to Yun Mingjie and quickly got up, rushing towards the bedroom. This time, she really found an automatic pencil. Give me light. Thinking of how Lin Yuan had been searching for a pencil, she guessed what he meant. All right. Su Bei's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Yun Mingjie, he directly shone the light for Wenqing. As the pencil moved, a line of mottled writing appeared before their eyes. July 31st, 2035, I drank alcohol today. And once again I followed that girl. Just as she was about to close the door, I ran inside. I expressed my love for her frantically, but in her eyes, I saw disgust. She told me to get out or she would call the police. I wanted to force her into some pleasurable experiences. But my rationality gradually took over in my madness. Yes, that's right, I was kicked out. On September 1st, 2035, the world had changed. Heavy rain had fallen for a week, and the neighbors had run out of food. I saw people breaking into others' homes to steal food. And I also saw some unscrupulous individuals getting the women they desired. Their actions awakened me. Why couldn't I obtain the woman I liked in such a way? I drank again, took a fire axe, and went to the door of the woman I loved. I lied to her that I was bringing her food because I knew that, like me, she didn't like cooking at home. So there was no food stock in her house. Sure enough, in the face of hunger, she opened the door. The moment I saw her, I could no longer contain my inner turmoil. Yes, I pounced on her like a lustful dog. Fortunately, I got her, but unfortunately, she died. She committed suicide in the bathtub. I panicked. I wanted to clean up all traces of me from the scene, but halfway through, I found her ID on the bedside table. It was the first time I learned the name of the girl I liked. Her name was Jasmine. Boom. Upon seeing the two characters Jasmine, both Wenqing and Su Bei felt a chill run down their spines. Jasmine, isn't she the girl they wanted to bring back with them? This water is suspicious. Wenqing finally understood why they seemed so dead. Jasmine must have tampered with the water. However, this fat guy's diary had already mentioned that Jasmine was dead, so why was she still alive and appearing before them? Could it be a ghost? Jasmine was problematic. She was very likely the monster. Su Bei felt his mind was not working properly. A person cannot come back to life. That is an unchanging truth. But why was Jasmine, who had clearly committed suicide, able to appear before them unharmed? Su Bei, do you remember when Lin Yuan was distributing canned food? Jasmine refused? Lin Yuan was a bit angry at the time and said it was fine if she didn't eat the leftovers. Maybe she didn't refuse food but was just not used to eating cooked meat. Sube was more direct, saying something that made Wenqing feel a bit numb. After studying medicine for so many years, I have never encountered a situation where a dead person could still live. Wenqing sighed. Their being deceived was just one reason. But more importantly, their understanding limited their ability to guess certain possibilities. Now, they couldn't rely on common sense anymore, with enhanced humans and such monsters emerging. What else could possibly not exist? Sube cursed under his breath. It seemed they couldn't just pick up people off the street anymore. Picking up a monster could directly lead to Wang Dachui's death. Wang Dachui probably never imagined he would die at the hands of a seemingly frail girl. No, it should be said, at the hands of a female monster. There was more writing. Wenqing tried to continue, but found that he could still make out the letters. I went mad. Why did I have to force a woman I love to die? I didn't want her to die. I learned that there was a man named Shin Chunsheng on the 18th floor. He was knowledgeable and worked at a biological research institute. He must have a way to save Jasmine. When I found Shin Chunsheng with all my savings, he indeed told me he could cure Jasmine. But the condition was that Jasmine's body had to stay at his place for a few days. I didn't hesitate. As long as I could save Jasmine, I would do anything. He didn't lie to me. By the end, the fat guy's handwriting had become so scrawled it seemed he was thinking of something terrifying or regretting something. He did bring Jasmine back to life. But Jasmine had also turned into a mad woman. I begged him to return Jasmine to normal. He told me he could, but it would require me to cooperate with him on a human experiment. The diary ended here. From then on, the fat guy never wrote again. It seemed he had gone completely mad, just like when they first discovered him, reduced to a thorough monster. It seemed that Shin Chunsheng was the mastermind behind this tragedy. It appeared our trip had been worth it, as things were far from simple. Sube sighed and lit a cigarette. Just then, the room door was pushed open again, startling Sube and the others, who quickly prepared for battle. Creaking, accompanied by the harsh sound of hinges, Lin Yuan walked in holding a round object. Lin Yuan. The three were startled simultaneously. They hadn't expected Lin Yuan to return so quickly, but it seemed the situation had been resolved. However, when they saw the head Lin Yuan was carrying, they couldn't help but gasp. The head was none other than Jasmine's. Chapter 87. Slime Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the ordinary task Eyes in the Darkness, earning 3 spins on the wheel. Ding. Detected that you have received 3 spins on the wheel. Would you like to use them? No. I'll use them later, right now. I just want to catch my breath. In the earlier confrontation with Jasmine, with the help of the strength-enhancing potion, I almost couldn't kill her. Lin Yuan looked at everyone and slowly spoke. Wang Dachui. He died. Sube sighed, walked over to Lin Yuan, and offered him a cigarette. He died a gruesome death. Sube thought for a long time, but couldn't find a more tactful way to put it. Lin Yuan sighed. He had already guessed this outcome. Hearing Lin Yuan's sigh, everyone fell silent. Although they knew it was normal for people to die in such situations, it was still hard to accept when it happened right beside them. After a long pause, Lin Yuan was the first to speak. The dead cannot come back to life. Let's forget about old Wang. Lin Yuan, do you think we will end up in such a fate too? Wenqing asked, her voice trembling. I don't know. This world has gone crazy. Who among you thought of this situation before? Lin Yuan lit his cigarette, shook his head, and sat down heavily on the sofa. It really applies to the saying that tomorrow and unexpected events, you never know which will come first. Sube wasn't a pessimistic person, but what he said at that moment felt very heavy. They weren't really afraid of the current situation. They were afraid of not seeing a future. No one knew how long this reign would last, what order humanity would be in after the reign, or how long it would take to establish a new civilization. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the ordinary task moving forward. Please complete the exploration of the 14th floor within 1 day. Upon completion, you will receive 3 spins on the wheel. If you fail, the host will die. Hiss. Lin Yuan didn't expect that while he was feeling down, the system would actively present a task to push him forward. Could it be that the system could detect his mood? Huh. Lin Yuan stubbed out his cigarette, but stood up and looked at everyone. Everyone, we need to perk up. There will definitely be people leaving this team in the future, and new members will join. But one thing will remain unchanged, our hope. No matter who is left in this team, we must all survive and leave here for a safe place to start anew. He knew that if he didn't pull himself together, these people would probably fall into despair, and the team would fall apart. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wenqing and the others' eyes brightened. Indeed, the deceased have passed away, but the living must continue to persevere until they see the day of hope. No. It should be until they grasp that hope. If that's the case, then let's all live well. That's right, we need to live well, including old Wang's share, and live well together. Huh. Watching everyone regain their spirits, Lin Yuan got up and walked to old Wang's side. After putting away Wang Dachui's kitchen knife into his inventory, he spoke to Su Bei and Yun Mingjia. Let's leave old Wang here. I don't want him to be homeless after death. Good. Both of them nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Although this meant that Wang Dachui's body would gradually decompose in this room, even attracting maggots. It was something they wouldn't have to see. However, they couldn't bring themselves to throw Wang Dachui's body into the flood. Let's go to the 14th floor. Lin Yuan didn't want to stay here any longer, not only because Wang Dachui died here, but also because he had only 15 minutes left for his self-enhancement. It would indeed be a pity to waste it. Good. Like Lin Yuan, they also didn't want to linger on this floor any longer. So they hurriedly packed their backpacks and went to the fire escape. But as soon as they entered the fire escape, Lin Yuan frowned. The sticky liquid on the ground gave everyone a chill. This sticky liquid didn't resemble anything else, but looked more like the slime left behind by snails or other gastropods. It was obvious that the others also noticed this and quickly walked to Lin Yuan's side to check it out. Damn, could this be a giant snail? Yun Mingjia had a wild imagination, especially after seeing the monster that Jasmine turned into. Now, there was nothing he couldn't think of. What you said is not impossible. Not just him, but others also had similar thoughts. Let's not guess wildly, we should be cautious. Lin Yuan took out his gun, turned on the flashlight and laser sight, and stepped onto the stairs. Damn. He ignored the slipperiness of the slime, and if Su Bei hadn't quickly pulled him back, he would have probably lost his two front teeth. Everyone's faces darkened. Was this the typical handsome for only 3 seconds? Lin Yuan coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and said solemnly to everyone, "Everyone be careful. This stuff is a bit slippery." Cough, cough. They all understood the feeling of wanting to laugh, but not daring to. The slime was just in the middle of the stairs, so the 4 of them had to walk close to the railing. The benefit of walking close to the railing was obvious. If any danger arose, they could slide down the stairs immediately. Among the 4, apart from Wenqing, the other 3 could do this, which would significantly improve their escape efficiency. After safely stepping onto the 14th floor fire escape, Lin Yuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was much safer than they had imagined. However, what puzzled Lin Yuan was that the slime disappeared after reaching the fire escape entrance on the 14th floor. Yun Mingjia had now reached the fire door, and as soon as he touched the doorknob, he jerked his hand back as if electrocuted. Damn, this doorknob is covered in this disgusting stuff. It better not be corrosive, right? My hand won't rot, will it? Yun Mingjia was genuinely afraid his hand would rot. After all, he only had one girlfriend, and if he lost that, his happiness for the rest of his life would be ruined. Don't worry, if it were highly corrosive, the paint on this door would have corroded long ago. Since the paint is fine, it means it's either not corrosive or not very corrosive. Su Bei couldn't help but laugh at Yun Mingjia's whiny demeanor. Lin Yuan was just about to laugh, but the next second, the smile froze on his face. Damn, something's not right. A ridiculous thought popped into Lin Yuan's mind as he leaned closer to the doorknob to take a look. Sure enough, it was a shocking sight. Not only was the doorknob covered, but there were traces of slime all the way up along the door seam. Chapter 88. Extra Large Insecticide Dam. Lin Yuan suddenly looked up, and at that moment, a man carrying a massive snail shell was grinning at them. Wenqing screamed. That face was deeply etched in her mind, and she would probably dream about it every night from now on. Damn, not just Wenqing. But even Lin Yuan and the other 3 felt their hearts skip a beat. The snail man, clinging to the ceiling, dropped straight down upon seeing the 4 of them. Dodge. Lin Yuan couldn't shout much more. After uttering a word, he immediately rolled to the side. Su Bei and the others were a bit luckier, although they reacted slowly. They at least managed to step back, almost brushing past the snail man's shell. Hehehe, I've been waiting for you for quite a while. I heard you even took down that girl on the 13th floor. TSK, not bad at all. Waiting for them for a long time. You must have heard the commotion on the 13th floor. I didn't expect your patience to be so good that you didn't go down to check. Lin Yuan slowly raised his gun and aimed it at the snail man, sneering. Let's talk. What kind of monster are you? Monster? Kid, you really lack manners. The snail man chuckled. Can't you tell? I've made my body tougher. Even if a flood comes, I can retreat into my shell. Wherever I go, that's home. I don't have to worry about being homeless at all. What kind of nonsense is this? Lin Yuan felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. This man had been transformed into a snail, with eyeballs perched on his forehead and an appearance that looked down on everything. while his lower limbs had completely disappeared, replaced by a snail-like foot. This guy has been transformed into a snail, so his speed must be as slow as a snail's, right? Yun Mingjie raised his crossbow, sneering. How about we break that so-called home of his first? You make a good point. Su Bei chuckled, reversing the grip on his dagger. He wanted to see just how tough this snail man's shell really was. But at that moment, when Qing slowly spoke up, I think we shouldn't get too happy too soon. I remember learning about something similar before. Snails move through muscle contractions that create wave-like movements, so their muscles are very strong. From this, we can infer that this guy has terrifying strength, which is also why he chose to transform into a snail. Huh? Hearing Wen Qing's analysis, the others were taken aback. To be honest, they really didn't know much about this area. They were all rough and tough types. And only Lin Yuan had attended a proper university, but even he hadn't studied these topics in detail, so they were quite clueless about this academic content. Hahaha, this little girl has made a good analysis, but I can give you a friendly reminder. I'm not a typical snail. My speed is worlds apart from that of a snail. Whoosh. The moment the snail man finished speaking, he directly appeared in front of Lin Yuan, creating a comical image of a person running ahead while the shell chased behind. But as the snail man swung his fist, Lin Yuan couldn't smile anymore. Bang! A force he'd never experienced before compressed Lin Yuan's features together, cold sweat instantly pouring from his head, and he slammed against the wall of the corridor. Uffed. Accompanied by a mouthful of blood being spat out, Lin Yuan collapsed on the ground, coughing violently. Lin Yuan, Warmth and Yun Mingjie quickly rushed to Lin Yuan's side. It's important to note that this is Lin Yuan, who has been enhanced by a strengthening potion. Even so, he was still knocked away by Snail Man with a single punch, which shows just how powerful the opponent is. Su Bei did not check on Lin Yuan's injuries. Instead, he twisted his neck. The punch from Snail Man had ignited his fighting spirit, and he wanted to spar with the opponent. Lin Yuan was well aware of Su Bei's intentions, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. He hurriedly waved at Yun Mingjie, pointing at Su Bei. His intention was to have Yun Mingjie pull Su Bei back quickly. He was definitely no match for Snail Man. However, Yun Mingjie misunderstood and thought he was encouraging Su Bei to charge forward, shouting, Su Ge, we are your strong support. This statement almost made Lin Yuan spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger. Su Bei, believing Yun Mingjie's words, laughed and said, don't worry. Whoosh, bang. Without a doubt, Su Bei flew back with the same movement as Lin Yuan, and the two of them lay side by side on the ground, coughing up blood. Haha. Useless, useless. Why don't you let me have a taste of you? Snail Man suddenly grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of black teeth. However, what left the two feeling a bit desperate was that Snail Man's teeth were quite dull. It seemed that even if he bit down, it wouldn't be deadly. He would have to keep it in his mouth and chew back and forth. I can't take it anymore. Lin Yuan was about to go mad. What kind of nonsense was this? He cursed and directly summoned the virtual panel, quickly spinning the doomsday roulette. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level item, electric toothbrush. Once activated, the plaque instantly surrenders. It has high cleaning power and provides hardcore protection for dental health. Damn your electric toothbrush. Lin Yuan cursed and threw the electric toothbrush aside. He even found it bothersome to keep it in his inventory. Spin again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level item, extra-large insecticide. The extra-large insecticide, also known as a glutaraldehyde-based insecticide, has a strong attraction to snails. When a snail comes into contact with or ingests it, it causes a massive release of acetylcholinesterase, damaging the snail's nervous system and leading to its paralysis and death. Lucky me? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Here it comes again. It seemed that the doomsday roulette could probabilistically land on items or methods to solve current dilemmas. Just like when he first bound the doomsday roulette system, he forgot his paycheck when making a purchase, which led him to draw a shopping cart from that supermarket at the time. Now, facing this mutated snail man, he had drawn an insecticide specifically for snails. Isn't this like a pillow showing up just as one is about to fall asleep? Haha. Lin Yuan performed a front flip and then sprang up, quickly retrieving a gas canister the size of a gas tank from his inventory as everyone looked at him like he was crazy. This is a good thing. Lin Yuan grinned and looked at Snail Man, saying, Disgusting crawler, come try this move from me. Snail Man looked at Lin Yuan as if he were a fool, curious about where Lin Yuan had pulled out this gas canister from. But out of pride, he didn't ask too much. He clenched his right fist and swiftly lunged at Lin Yuan. Now's the time. Die, Lin Yuan shouted, holding the hose in his left hand and quickly twisting the valve with his right. In the next moment, a stream of transparent liquid poured directly onto Snail Man. Snail Man's face changed. The cold liquid splashing on him sent a chill down his spine. Something wasn't right. Deep inside, he felt a strong excitement from this liquid, like a long-lost wife, a surge of hormones from deep within that he couldn't control with reason. With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground, his originally firm muscles beginning to rot, and he lay there like a sticky phlegm, motionless. What happened? Sube shone a flashlight on Snail Man's face, only to find that the latter was foaming at the mouth and had fainted. This is a glutaraldehyde-based insecticide, a common agent for dealing with snails. Lin Yuan grinned and put the insecticide back into his inventory. Now that they were at this critical juncture, he didn't need to hide anything. He knew Sube and the others wouldn't inquire about his secrets, and he was too lazy to explain. Let's go. Lin Yuan stepped over Snail Man. Under the effect of the glutaraldehyde insecticide, Snail Man wouldn't survive the night, so he couldn't be bothered to finish him off, mainly because this guy looked too disgusting. If he stabbed him a couple of times, he'd probably just throw the dagger away and never use it again. Sube and the others followed Lin Yuan in shock. This was it. A fierce battle they had anticipated ended so dramatically, leaving them with an unreal feeling. The 14th floor was even more bizarre than the 13th, with the walls marked by the movements of Snail Man. However, Lin Yuan didn't know whether these marks were made by just one Snail Man or multiple ones. But he would soon have an answer. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a level hidden mission. Rats. Be careful of what's beneath your feet. There might be a fierce rat lurking and watching you closely. Successfully dealing with the rat problem on the 14th floor will reward you with hidden mission items. Failing the mission will not have any repercussions. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Failure to complete the mission will not have any repercussions was the most humane thing he had heard since having the mission system. Why should he die just because he couldn't complete a mission? He certainly wouldn't. Everyone, be careful. There might be rats in this corridor. Rats? Wenqing was most afraid of these things. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, her hair stood on end. Lin Yuan didn't say much, just repeated with more certainty, listen. There's a faint sound of something crawling around. As Lin Yuan's voice fell, Sube and the others held their breath. Sure enough, a slippery sound echoed in his ears. But the sound was very faint. If one didn't listen carefully or wasn't paying attention, they might really overlook it. Rats are afraid of fire. Why don't we set our clothes on fire to safely pass through this 14th floor? To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Yuan insisting on coming to the 14th floor, Sube really wanted to rush straight to the top floor and unleash a barrage of attacks on Shun Chunsheng to interrogate him about the whereabouts of the enhancement potion. Arriving at the door of room 1401, Lin Yuan took out a universal key from his pocket and easily opened the door. However, at the moment the door opened, a shadow quickly darted out from beneath their feet. Ah, it's a rat, Wenqing exclaimed in fright, immediately stomping her feet in place, fearing that the creature would crawl up her leg. Sube and Yun Mingjia were also startled. They hadn't expected a rat to actually appear. What surprised them even more was that after brushing past them, the rat slowly came to a stop. A sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of the group. The next second, a squeaking sound broke the silence of the corridor, and with a whoosh, it leaped toward Lin Yuan. Damn it! Lin Yuan cursed loudly and raised his pistol, firing 2 shots at the creature. By luck, one of the shots actually hit the rat, blowing it to pieces with a bang. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but just as his left foot took a step, a series of squeaking sounds erupted. Damn it! Sube cursed under his breath and turned to run. Could it be that we've poked a rat's nest? Wenqing was already so frightened that she was in shock. Her fear of rats combined with her phobia of clusters made her legs completely unresponsive. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Lin Yuan grabbed Wenqing's hand and dashed towards the fire exit. However, there were too many rats on the ground. And even though Lin Yuan was running quickly enough, 1 or 2 of them still jumped onto him. Oh my. Lin Yuan cursed softly and quickly grabbed the rat on his neck and threw it to the ground. After all, the effects of the strength-enhancing potion hadn't worn off yet. And this throw nearly disemboweled the rat. But there were simply too many rats. Even if each person dealt with 10, there would still be a large number left. Damn it. Lin Yuan took out a Molotov cocktail from his inventory, lit it, and threw it directly at the swarm of rats. As expected, the flames were effective against these rats and insects. Even though they had been enhanced, they couldn't withstand the ancestral bloodline suppression left to them. Squeak. After encountering the flames, a large portion of the rats immediately caught fire, burning like the fire mouse from Pokemon. Meanwhile, some of the slower, luckier rats managed to survive. However, they still kept squeaking at Lin Yuan and the others, and a few of the more aggressive ones even stood up, seemingly chanting something at Lin Yuan. "Look, here they come," Lin Yuan sneered, taking out another Molotov cocktail from his backpack. "You guys, go wait in the fire exit. I want to see what these rats are really capable of." After doing all this, Lin Yuan raised the Molotov cocktail and charged towards the swarm of rats. Since the system had set the task, he had to try to complete it. Throwing it away would be a waste. Chapter 90. Are you neighbors from Building 7? "Lin Yuan, what are you doing?" Wen Qing shouted anxiously, crossing through the swarm of rats, which required a lot of courage. No one could guarantee that he wouldn't get bitten by a suddenly crazed rat while crossing through. "It's fine, you all go wait in the fire exit." Lin Yuan didn't explain further and quickly crossed through the swarm. But just as they had predicted, during Lin Yuan's crossing, a fearless rat indeed jumped at him. Damn! A sharp pain struck his thigh. He knew he had been bitten by a rat. But he didn't have time to think about that now because at the end of the corridor, a figure appeared, a normal figure. He had to catch him. Find out the whereabouts of Shinchunxing. It was clear that Shinchunxing seemed to have been prepared, moving his biological laboratory here. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Yuan had gotten news of the impending storm due to his rebirth. How did he know? Could he also be a rebirth? Lin Yuan couldn't rush in and demand answers. He could only try to capture a few of Shinchunxing's subordinates in this way to gather some useful information. When the person saw Lin Yuan charging towards him, he quickly turned and returned to the room, locking the door with a click. Damn. At the moment the door locked, Lin Yuan noticed that it was a password lock. This password lock had a special function, a safety lock, if the person inside locked it. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he couldn't open this security door. Get lost. Lin Yuan slammed the Molotov cocktail to the ground, and the flames roared larger, turning the rats into fireballs, squeaking and scurrying around. Beasts are just beasts, Lin Yuan sneered, rolling on the ground to use his body's momentum to push the rats away and quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher under the fire hydrant. He lifted the extinguisher, pulled the pin, and pressed down in one fluid motion. When the dry ice was sprayed onto the swarm of rats, it not only extinguished the flames on them, but also extinguished their lives. Under the effect of the fire extinguisher, the rats retreated like a tide, quickly disappearing into the open room 1401. Subei was quick and locked the door of 1401 to prevent the rats from coming out to cause trouble again. Seeing this, the four of them let out a sigh of relief. Subei and the others rushed to Lin Yuan's side, and Wen Qing reproached Lin Yuan, saying, "You can't take such risks in the future. We are a team. If you rush ahead alone, we might as well stay in Building 7 and not follow you out." Seeing Wen Qing's resentful eyes, Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Hee, I was just anxious earlier. I promise I won't do it again. Lin Yuan wasn't actually anxious. He knew that the more people there were, the bigger the target would be. And he dared to charge because he saw the fire extinguisher under the hydrant. However, he didn't have time to explain in order to catch the person who had hidden in room 1404, but he was still a step too late. Just then, a voice came from inside the room. "Are you neighbors from Building 7? Hearing the person's words, Lin Yuan was taken aback and quickly replied, "Yes. We are from Building 7. Before Lin Yuan could finish, the person opened the door directly. "Come in, it's dangerous outside." The four of them exchanged glances, all seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. However, encountering someone who could speak normally and was willing to talk to them, Lin Yuan had to brace himself and walk in. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that a candle was lit inside, and there was just prepared instant noodles on the table. "Hey, you're quite considerate, knowing we were hungry." Yun Mingjie boldly stepped forward, just about to try the noodles when the old man suddenly shouted sternly, "Don't touch that. It's for my granddaughter." The old man quickly walked to the noodles like a protective parent, glaring fiercely at Yun Mingjie. "You said you're from Building 7. Can you tell me about the situation there?" The old man ignored Yun Mingjie and turned to look at Lin Yuan and the others, finding them more reliable than Yun Mingjie. "Building 7? Compared to your Building 8, it's like heaven." Yun Mingjie was clearly still angry, pouting and snorting. "I really don't know what kind of perverts you have in Building 8, turning your bodies into this ghastly state for Shinchunxing." After saying this, Yun Mingjie crossed his arms, responding angrily, "You think we want this?" The old man snorted coldly, then looked at Lin Yuan and said, "You're the leader among them, right? I want to talk to you. I know what your purpose is in coming to Building 8. Oh, hearing the old man's words, Lin Yuan immediately became interested. But he didn't rush to answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Come on, tell me why we came to Building 8. Hiki, hearing Lin Yuan's words. The old man chuckled dryly. You don't need to provoke me. I know why you're here because before you, there was another group that came over. Their goal is the same as yours, the so-called enhancement potion. Just now in the corridor, including on the 13th floor, you saw those people who turned into animals, right? They are outsiders who were after Shinchunshin's antidote, but now they have become part of Building 8. The old man chuckled a couple of times, and just then, a little girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old walked out of the room, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her right hand while her left arm was clutching a somewhat blackened rabbit. Through the flashlight's beam, it was clear that the girl appeared a bit frail, likely due to long-term malnutrition. Grandpa, are there guests at home? Yes, there are guests. The old man affectionately patted the girl's hair, not telling his granddaughter about the dangers outside, simply to protect her. After all, the more one knows, the quicker one could meet death. Go eat. The noodles are all clumped together. After being scolded, the little girl, looking aggrieved, walked over to the instant noodles. Lin Yuan couldn't bear to watch any longer, and, using the cover of his backpack, took out some food from his inventory. Of course, most of these items were canned goods or steamed buns. When the girl saw the food Lin Yuan handed her, her eyes widened in surprise. Ever since the heavy rain began, they had been relying on Shinchunshin to survive, never considering the consequences of the poisons he injected into them. Chapter 91. The old man's words. Why not eat something more nutritious? Although the canned food contained a lot of preservatives, at least it had meat and fruit, which was more nutritious than instant noodles. Watching Lin Yuan give food to his granddaughter, the old man's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. But soon, he suppressed that thought. Anyone who made it to the 14th floor was definitely not a good person. As an old man, he couldn't possibly take on the 4 armed individuals in front of him. I can provide you with clues about the enhancement serum, but you have to agree to one condition. Hey, old man, it's been a long time since anyone dared to negotiate with us. Are you sure you want to try? Yun Mingjia aimed his crossbow at the old man and chuckled. Seeing the crossbow, the old man's expression changed immediately. I know you all are quite capable, but don't forget, my granddaughter and I can't possibly survive in this building. If you don't agree to my terms, then you'll just kill us, and frankly, dying sooner or later is still death. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Yuan waved his hand at Yun Mingjia, signaling him to lower the crossbow. Don't scare the child. After that, Lin Yuan looked back at the old man and said, let us hear your condition. If it's within my capability, maybe I can help you. There was no choice. It wasn't that Lin Yuan was soft-hearted, but he needed to get information about the enhancement serum as soon as possible. Time was running out for them. I'll tell you where the enhancement serum is and how to obtain it, but when you leave building number 8, you must take my granddaughter with you. If you disagree, I'd rather die than reveal Shinchunshin's secrets to you. Is that it? To be honest, Lin Yuan was prepared for the old man to extort a sum from him, but he didn't expect that the other party only wanted his granddaughter to leave with him. Fine, but I can't guarantee your granddaughter's safety, or rather, I can't guarantee her safety 100. After all, in this world, even we don't know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. Lin Yuan didn't readily agree to the old man's request. He had a habit. Either he wouldn't agree at all, or if he did, he had to see it through. But in this situation, everyone actually knew what was going on. They were likely abandoned here. Otherwise, after such a long time, the rescue team would have arrived. But now there wasn't even a ghost in sight. All right, as long as you are willing to take her away. Whether she can survive till the end depends on her fortune. Fortune? Lin Yuan didn't expect that in this day and age, someone would still use the word fortune to describe a person. However, he didn't bother to say anything and nodded at the old man. Since you agreed, there's no problem. Now you can tell me about the enhancement serum, right? The old man nodded, looking at his granddaughter who was enjoying her food. The enhancement serum was brought here by Shinchunshin from the Biological Research Institute. Those injected with this serum have a 50 success rate. If successful, they become enhanced individuals. But if they fail, they become the monsters you saw earlier. So that is how it is. Lin Yuan had seen too many failed cases from the start. Like the guy outside, who was their neighbor. He was always thinking about how to survive in the apocalypse, so he sought out Shinchunshin. I have to say, Shinchunshin treated us decently. At least he was willing to provide us with the enhancement serum. But I know that he was just trying to validate his immature garbage, intending to turn us into his free test subjects. That madman. Seeing the old man's angry and cursing expression, Lin Yuan couldn't help but tease. But you all volunteered for it. You can't blame others. Yes, indeed. The old man nodded, but then he bitterly smiled. At first, we all volunteered. But as those who volunteered were all harmed, it was our turn, those who didn't volunteer. We witnessed those people turning into monsters. How could we willingly become like that? So we banded together to resist Shin Chunxing's experiments. Unfortunately, our arms can't twist the thighs. We simply can't fight against the enhanced individuals around him. They capture 2 people every day, regardless of age or gender, and all become his experimental subjects. As the old man spoke, he lifted his shirt, revealing skin covered in scars. I've had 3 injections of his serum, but none were enhancement serums. After these injections, my body itches unbearably and emits a special odor that attracts the rats outside. They find various ways to enter my home and gnaw at my flesh. This is the price I paid for leading the resistance. Hiss. Upon hearing the old man's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp. This was indeed a torturous method. If it was voluntary, he had nothing to say, but later, when these people were no longer voluntary, and Shin Chunxing acted so recklessly, it was indeed somewhat perverse. Do you know if he has the genuine enhancement serum? I'm not talking about these experimental products. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, the old man nodded. He definitely has some. At first, he brought a portable safe, which contained 2 blue vials. He used one on himself, and I suspect the other hasn't been used yet. So if you're going to get it, make sure to grab that blue serum. Don't get it wrong. The serums he developed are bluish-green. Those are all his experimental products. Good. After hearing the old man, Lin Yuan had a general understanding of the story behind Building No. 8. He then spoke. Shin Chunxing is on the 18th floor, right? He used to live on the 17th floor. But a few days ago he moved to the 18th floor, which is his laboratory now. It seems he is researching something extraordinary there. Previously, we sent someone to investigate and heard very strange sounds coming from inside. Lin Yuan turned to Su Bei and the others, and the 4 exchanged glances before turning to say, in that case, let us not stay any longer. Let us go meet Shin Chunxing now. Let us go. Su Bei nodded, knowing that the serum was prepared by Lin Yuan for him, so he had no complaints. After bidding farewell to the old man, the 4 of them reappeared in the corridor. Sensing the unique stench of beasts in the corridor, Lin Yuan immediately pulled out his handgun. It seemed these rats were not too keen on letting them leave. Chapter 92. Let them all die. Lin Yuan. Let's charge in. Su Bei cursed, looking at the rats that seemed to have surged from nowhere, speaking fiercely. Be careful. Don't let these rats bite you. If you catch the plague, it's basically a dead end in this environment. Wenqing also took out a nail gun and warned the 3 of them. Do we still have Molotov cocktails? Su Bei asked Lin Yuan. To be fair, Wenqing's homemade Molotov cocktails were quite good. At least they could help them break through the rat swarm. 3 left. Lin Yuan took out the last 3 Molotov cocktails from his inventory. He had wasted some earlier, but he had specifically stuffed these into his inventory just in case. Not expecting to use them so soon, Lin Yuan didn't want to charge in directly. After all, these rats still held a hidden reward for him. Lin Yuan quickly opened the virtual panel and used the last chance to spin the wheel. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 1-hour experience card for the flamethrower. After using this experience card, you will get 1 hour of usage time. Items exchanged with the experience card do not require consideration of fuel issues. Please check it in a timely manner. Ding. Due to the host's inventory being full, the item cannot be delivered to the inventory. Ding. Congratulations. The host has activated the mailbox function. Items that cannot be stored in the inventory will be temporarily placed in the mailbox. Note: items in the mailbox can only be stored for 24 hours, after which the mailbox will automatically clear. Ah, damn it. Lin Yuan glanced at his inventory. Most of it was food and water. He was reluctant to throw away the weapon, but if he didn't it was just taking up space without being useful, making Lin Yuan feel uncomfortable. What to do? Su Bei handed the remaining 3 Molotov cocktails to Wenqing and Yun Mingjia, 1 for each, and looked at Lin Yuan for guidance. Kill them. Wipe out all the rats on this floor. Huh. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the 3 were taken aback, even doubting their hearing. Wipe them all out. Can we really do that? Besides, weren't we just discussing how to break through? How did it turn into killing all these rats? Lin Yuan, don't joke around. We can handle 1 or 2, 10 or 8 is also manageable. But who knows how many rats are on this floor? Before we can wipe them out, we might be done for ourselves. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Indeed. Even with the flamethrower, it wouldn't be easy, unless they could gather all the rats together. Is there a way to gather these rats together? The 3 were initially stunned by Lin Yuan's question, but when Xing spoke up, there's a way. Rats like sweet food. If we can find some sweets. It shouldn't be difficult to gather them. Sweet food? Lin Yuan might lack other things, but he certainly didn't lack food. Sweet. Lin Yuan quickly took out 2 pieces of cake from his inventory and handed them to Yun Mingjie. Use these cakes to gather the rats. I want to take them all out in one go. Seeing that Lin Yuan wasn't joking, Yun Mingjie immediately took the cakes. No problem, brother Lin. I'll get it done. Saying that, Yun Mingjie directly ignited the Molotov cocktail in his hand and threw it towards the rat swarm. Whoosh. As the flames ignited on the ground, the rat swarm quickly scattered. Now's the time. Yun Mingjie rushed over, placing the cakes at the fire exit. This area had a large space, so it could gather more rats than other places. Sure enough, after Yun Mingjie set up the cakes and treats, he turned around only to find the path he had taken was blocked by the rats. He now had 2 choices, either risk running back or charge through the fire door into the fire escape. But who could guarantee that there weren't other monsters in the fire escape? Lin Yuan didn't want to give Yun Mingjie time to think, and directly handed Wenqing the kitchen knife from Wang Dezhu, opening up an item slot. Looking at the virtual panel's mailbox, sure enough, a flamethrower appeared in the mailbox. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan took the flamethrower into his inventory. Mingjie, go to the fire escape. As Lin Yuan's voice echoed, all of Yun Mingjie's chaotic thoughts vanished. He pushed open the fire door and rushed in. Sure enough, the rats did not rush to attack Yun Mingjie immediately, but swarmed around the cakes and sweets he had set up. Lin Yuan waited a moment, watching the rats happily munching away, then took out the flamethrower from his inventory. Wow. The moment the flamethrower appeared, Su Bei and Wenqing were stunned in place. It was really not an exaggeration to call Lin Yuan a walking treasure chest. But when Lin Yuan saw the flamethrower, he felt it was a bit ridiculous. He had initially thought it would be a handheld version, but now it looked so bulky that even 2 people would struggle to carry it. Su Bei, come help me. Lin Yuan looked at Su Bei. This thing was too big to move alone. He tugged at it a couple of times, but couldn't budge it. Okay. Su Bei handed the Molotov cocktail in his hand to Wenqing and said, Sister, just keep close behind us. We take a step, you take a step forward too. Don't fall behind, or it will be quite troublesome. Okay. Wenqing nodded, throwing away the remaining 2 Molotov cocktails. She wanted to enhance her own strength while Lin Yuan was in a bind, so she wouldn't distract him. Su Bei raised the nozzle, aiming at the rats feasting on the cakes and sweets. Let us do this. Roast them. The 3 felt a surge of confidence. And Su Bei held the front of the flamethrower, signaling to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sneered. Come on, my little treasure. Boom. As the crimson flames shot from the flamethrower, a wave of intense heat nearly made the 2 drop it on the ground. It had to be said, this thing was indeed effective. Under the extreme heat of the flames, the rats were immediately scared and scattered. Ha ha. Lin Yuan laughed loudly. You beasts thought you were so tough, huh? Come on. Let us see how tough you really are. Watching the rats scatter, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the item he had drawn. Quickly, the corridor was filled with the smell of roasted meat, which was quite fragrant. The rats that had gathered to munch on the cakes and sweets all perished in the flames of the flamethrower in Lin Yuan's hands. Let them all die. Chapter 93. A temporarily safe place. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the flamethrower shot out a thick, long stream of flames. The rats that were feasting on the treats were instantly charred. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of roasted meat, reminiscent of the odor of melting fat. Damn it. Lin Yuan stopped using the flamethrower and cursed. They should be dead by now, right? Su Bei was also fired up, glaring at the rat corpses with a cold glint in his eyes. But Wenqing pointed to a nearby room and said, Earlier, we trapped most of the rats in that room. Do we need to kill the ones inside as well? To be honest, they were reluctant to deal with those troublesome ones, but ultimately the decision lay with Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan said to kill, they would charge in without hesitation. Lin Yuan nodded. Now that they had the flamethrower in hand and had come this far, if they didn't wipe out all the rats and complete the task, he would be at a huge loss. All right. At this moment, Yun Mingjie rushed over and took the sprayer from Lin Yuan's hands, saying, Lin Ge, you take a break. Let me handle this. He hadn't expected to make such a significant mistake during the previous task, so in order to make up for it, he decisively volunteered. Okay. Lin Yuan knew that Yun Mingjie wanted to show off, so he didn't waste any time and directly took out the universal key from his inventory. The moment the key was inserted into the lock, everyone's hearts raced. They feared that when the door opened, a horde of mice would rush out. And while 1 or 2 mice weren't scary, a large number of them could be quite nerve-wracking, especially for someone like Wenqing, who had a fear of clusters. Lin Yuan took out his handgun, holding it in one hand while slowly turning the doorknob with the other. With a click, Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He felt a tremendous force pushing against the door from the other side. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he forcefully opened the door and shouted at Yun Mingjie and Su Bei, who were already aiming their guns. Fire! Boom! A thick, long flame shot out rapidly, and the terrifying heat made Lin Yuan take several steps back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mice, pouring out like garbage from a landfill, were instantly engulfed in flames, letting out painful screams. Lin Yuan didn't care about them at all, to put it bluntly. Even if ants crawled past his feet, he would step on a few, let alone these annoying mice. Thick black smoke filled the entire hallway and even drifted upstairs. The people on the upper floors must have been confused at this point. Was there a fire in the building while it was pouring rain outside? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task mice and receiving a mouse stamp. Please check your inventory. Looking at the mouse stamp that appeared in his inventory, Lin Yuan's face darkened. What use is this thing? Lin Yuan clicked on the stamp to see if there were any special instructions, but upon reading the prompt, he nearly lost his temper. It read, "The stamp symbolizes mice and has unknown effects." Goodness, this is the ultimate example of useless verbosity. Not to mention, just this nonsense alone could keep Lin Yuan busy for years. As the ancient saying goes, hearing a word from you is better than hearing 100. Finally, it's over. Su Bei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The contrast on the 8th floor was too great. If Lin Yuan hadn't brought out the flamethrower at the crucial moment, it would have been questionable whether they could leave that floor unscathed. Let's go upstairs and rest. I really can't stand the smell here. Lin Yuan opened the window, and the black smoke rushed out like a flood finding an outlet. Phew. Once all the black smoke had escaped through the window, and fresh air rushed in, they finally felt their respiratory tracts ease a bit. All right. The others nodded in agreement with Lin Yuan's suggestion. Indeed, the smell of burnt things was quite unbearable. Soon, they arrived at the 15th floor, and Lin Yuan and the others were somewhat surprised to find that although the 15th floor was filled with a bloody smell, it didn't seem dangerous. Something's not right, Su Bei said, sniffing. Why is there no one on the 15th floor? Could it be that they had an internal conflict? Possible. Just look at the blood splattered on the walls. You can guess how fierce the fighting was. Forget it, it's not our business. Let's not worry about it. Lin Yuan directly opened the door to room 1501. Just like outside, the room was very tidy, and many pieces of furniture were covered with cloth, all covered in dust. There's really no one here. Yun Mingjie clicked his tongue, pulling off the cloth covering the furniture, revealing brand new items. Wow, these pieces of furniture are still new. It seems the owner hasn't moved in after the renovation. Wow, this is a great deal for us. After days of struggle, they were all mentally exhausted. To be honest, if they didn't sleep, one of them would likely collapse on the ground. Oh, I smell so bad. I can't take it anymore. Wenqing lay on the sofa, complaining to Lin Yuan. Can you think of a way to take a shower? The air has been so humid these past few days that I feel really sticky. A shower? Lin Yuan chuckled wryly. I'll try to figure something out. Lin Yuan, actually, we are all on the brink of collapse. There are 3 bedrooms in this house. So Yun Mingjie and I can take one each, and you and Dr. Wenqing can share the other. Everyone is human, not a robot. We all need rest. All right. Not only Su Bei and the others, but even Lin Yuan himself realized that he would probably be gasping for breath if he didn't sleep. These past few days, aside from resting their eyes at Jasmine's house, they had either been escaping for their lives or on the run, with no time for a good sleep. Now that they had finally arrived at an unoccupied house, they needed to get some good rest. Since that's the case, you two can take the 2 guest rooms, and Wenqing and I will take the master bedroom, okay? Sure, no problem. Su Bei and Yun Mingjie nodded in agreement. They were out looking for enhancement potions, not buying a house, so it didn't matter where they slept as long as they had a place to rest. Chapter 94. A brief warmth. Perhaps they were too exhausted. As Yun Mingjie and Su Bei fell asleep as soon as they returned to their rooms. Listening to the alternating sounds of snoring, Lin Yuan's face turned dark. But he too felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. However, Lin Yuan still fought off the drowsiness and gently closed the door to their room. Although both of them were following him, he had to give them some relaxation. If he kept tightening the reins, they might just break down one day. After closing the door for them, Lin Yuan went to the bathroom, turned off all the water valves, and cleaned up. After doing all this, nearly 2 hours had passed. He took out 10 boxes of mineral water and poured them into the basin. Then he used a can of gas to heat some of the water. So now there was both hot and cold water for a shower. Wenqing just needed to mix the warm water to enjoy a nice bath. Knock, knock, knock. Since there were two other people in the room, Wenqing closed the door as soon as she returned to the master bedroom. Hearing the knocking sound, she groggily walked out of the room. Lin Yuan, what's up? Clearly, Wenqing had just woken up from her sleep due to Lin Yuan's knocking. I've prepared the shower water for you. Hurry up and go, or it will get cold. You've prepared it? Wenqing was startled, but felt warm inside. When Wenqing entered the bathroom, she was even more touched by the scene before her. The entire bathroom was spotless, and there was no overwhelming smell when she opened the door. It was rare to feel this warmth in the apocalypse. Thank you, Wenqing said to Lin Yuan, and then walked into the bathroom. Just as she was about to close the door, Lin Yuan stopped it with his foot. Is thank you all you have to say? You. Wenqing's face flushed. She knew what Lin Yuan meant. But since there were still two other people in the room, how embarrassing would it be to do that? However, Lin Yuan didn't care about that. Those two were sleeping like dead pigs and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He then pushed open the bathroom door, entering amidst Wenqing's surprised shout. Wenqing looked at Lin Yuan, who had already come in so shamelessly, and felt helpless to drive him away, so she could only let him do as he pleased. In the end, Wenqing still fulfilled Lin Yuan's wish and completely let herself go in the bathroom. An hour later, Lin Yuan, satisfied, carried the completely limp Wenqing to the bed. Lin Yuan, how long do you think we can live? Wenqing asked, unable to help but inquire. I don't know, but at least while I'm alive. I won't let anything happen to you. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wenqing inexplicably felt a warmth in her heart. This was a sense of security that nothing else could provide. No one but Lin Yuan could give it to her. Where are we going after we get the enhancement potion? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and replied, First, let's go back to Building 7 and make some simple arrangements. After that, we'll leave Sakura International on a raft. Actually, I thought about it. Instead of struggling here, it might be better to go out for a walk. Maybe other places have already received help, or perhaps some places haven't been flooded so badly. Why do you keep mentioning rescue? They've been gone for so long. They probably won't come anymore. To be honest, Wenqing had already given up hope in her heart. They will come, don't worry. Lin Yuan squeezed Wenqing's hand and smiled. You have to believe in the soldiers at all times. They've just arrived a little late. But they definitely won't not come. Lin Yuan always believed that those people wouldn't abandon them. It must be because something had delayed them. Besides, the guy snoring next door, surnamed Su, is also a soldier, so having him around is equivalent to having those people nearby. Let's rely on our own efforts to survive until the day they come to rescue us. Wenqing nodded seriously, and the hope that had been extinguished in her heart was reignited. The two of them talked like this and fell into a deep sleep in each other's arms. That night, Lin Yuan, Su Bei, and Yun Mingjie were awakened by a delicious aroma. Before going to bed, Lin Yuan had specifically taken out 4 steaks and 4 packs of pasta. Wenqing woke up earlier than the three of them and had already started busying herself. Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked out the door in surprise. Where did you get the gas and the pot? Lin Yuan stepped out, still in a daze. You left them in the bathroom. I cleaned them and reused them. Wenqing smiled and then urged, you sit here and rest for a while. The food will be ready soon. At that moment, Su Bei and Yun Mingjie also walked out of their room, stretching. Damn, Dr. One. You even brought these things with you when you came out. Su Bei's eyes widened. To be honest, he really didn't expect that they could still eat something warm while being in this situation. Wenqing watched as Su Bei was about to sit down in the chair, and Lin Yuan quickly said, you better go take a shower. You smell like a garbage dump. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Su Bei and Yun Mingjie felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Yuan was right. They really did smell bad. Hurry up. If you don't clean up, you can't sit at the table to eat. As soon as they heard they wouldn't get to eat if they didn't clean up, the two immediately panicked and rushed into the bathroom, not even bothering to wait for warm water, and started washing themselves. Watching the two of them in a hurry, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, having two trustworthy brothers felt really good. Of course, Lin Yuan's trust in Yun Mingjie was still tentative, depending on his obedience, while his trust in Su Bei was genuine. He didn't believe that Su Bei would stab him in the back at a critical moment. Finally, when Wenqing finished cooking, the two of them had also finished showering and squeezed to the dining table. Wow, my sister-in-law's cooking is really delicious. Su Bei laughed broadly. That's right, Dr. Wen's cooking is much better than us big guys. I suggest we drink a little to celebrate her great cooking. As Su Bei spoke, he raised his eyebrows at Lin Yuan. Apart from Lin Yuan, the other two hadn't caught on to Su Bei's hint yet. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to rest, But now Su Bei's craving for alcohol had kicked in. Sighing, Lin Yuan took a box of beer from his inventory and said with a smile, "Let's just have this today. No need for anything else." Chapter 95. What's wrong? Do you have a pimple in your eye? All right. Beer is good. Su Bei chuckled and immediately used a lighter to pop open the bottle cap. Well, as expected of a wine bug, you can open it like this? Yun Mingjie admired as he watched Su Bei open 3 bottles in quick succession. Haha. You can't do this. It means you need to practice more. Su Bei took Yun Mingjie's astonishment in stride, placing the 3 bottles in front of Lin Yuan and the others before opening one for himself. Come on, let's have a toast to celebrate our survival. Good. After finishing a box of beer, everyone was in a slightly tipsy state. At that moment, Su Bei suddenly said, "If old Wang were still here, it would be great. That guy knows how to liven up the atmosphere." Hearing Su Bei's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it seemed they had been subconsciously avoiding the fact that Wang Dachui was dead. Since leaving that room, no one had mentioned his name. Now that Su Bei brought it up, everyone fell into silence. It's better for him to be there. At least he doesn't have to fight with us. Lin Yuan slowly spoke, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. And you think that guy could have taken it easy? He had to scout the way for us in advance, clear out obstacles, and if we find that the road to the Yellow Springs is blocked when we get there, we have to give him a good beating. That's right. If that guy slacks off, I won't agree to it. Although the atmosphere gradually lightened, everyone's eyes were a bit red. After all, a brother who had been by their side every day had left without a clear reason. Anyone would feel a sense of frustration in their hearts. If it were said that Wang Dachui died in battle because of his own shortcomings, that might be acceptable. But being killed in his sleep for his heart was something no one could accept, not even them. So pathetic. I'm going to settle this score with Shin Chunxing. When I see him, I need to have a good talk with him. Su Bei shook off the ash from his cigarette and said fiercely, "That's right. This matter can't just be left like this." Yun Mingjie echoed. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, but his silence represented his determination to settle accounts with Shin Chunxing. Watching the 3 men in front of her, Wenqing said nothing but silently got up to clean the dishes. They indeed needed to vent. After all, every time danger appeared, they were the ones charging to the front, while she tried her best to provide them with ample food to keep their fighting spirit in the apocalypse. The meal ended in this sorrowful atmosphere. Since they had arranged to rest today, the few of them didn't go out. After a brief rest, they each returned to their rooms. "Do you feel better?" Wenqing pushed the door open and saw Lin Yuan half reclining against the head of the bed, smoking. She couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuan nodded. In the hazy blue smoke, his expression was hard to discern. "If one day you die too, I would be very sad." Wenqing looked at Lin Yuan. "But I will find a way to take revenge for you and take down everyone related to this." Lin Yuan was startled, raising his head to look at Wenqing. He remembered that Wenqing's character wasn't like this. He didn't expect that after crawling through the apocalypse for so long, she had developed such a cold-blooded demeanor. I feel the same." Lin Yuan extinguished the cigarette, and was about to sleep when he saw Wenqing actively unbuttoning her clothes. "Let it out, my man." Boom. That night, the two went to extremes in their madness, turning the world upside down, but Wenqing remained very strong and didn't make a sound. The next morning, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and found that Wenqing had tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Last night had indeed been too wild, to the point that his legs were still trembling. However, after Wenqing's psychological therapy, he felt much better, at least not as depressed as the day before. Stretching, Lin Yuan got up and washed up, then headed to the living room. To his surprise, Su Bei and Yun Mingjie, who usually loved to sleep in, were already up, each exercising. Up. Su Bei glanced at Lin Yuan and pointed to the coffee table. "Look, there's a big bowl of noodles there. Consider it a treat from me. It's not good to always eat yours." Looking at the 4 big bowls of noodles on the table, Lin Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't have the habit of eating breakfast. You guys go ahead." It seemed this guy had brought only those 4 big bowls of noodles for himself, so he might as well keep them. "You brat, I take out my treasure to share with you, and you still look down on it." Su Bei couldn't help but laugh and scold at Lin Yuan's disdainful expression. "Not eating is just right. It frees up some for me." Saying this, Su Bei directly tore open a package and started cooking with the pot that had been left out from last night. However, while cooking, Su Bei kept giving Lin Yuan knowing looks. "What's wrong? Do you have pimples in your eyes?" Seeing Su Bei's winking expression, Lin Yuan naturally knew what the other was hinting at, but he still pretended not to understand, planning to tease him a bit. You actually don't understand me," Su Bei said angrily. "Can't you see this instant noodle is a bit plain? Aren't you going to show some appreciation?" Goodness, waiting here just for himself. No wonder he was so eager to show off the instant noodles early in the morning. Turns out he wanted to add some ingredients for himself. Let me think. Lin Yuan didn't plan to keep teasing Su Bei and instead took out 3 boxes of beef rolls from his inventory and tossed them on the table. Here, this is all I've got. It's all yours. As soon as he saw the beef rolls, Su Bei immediately grinned, as expected of a good brother. You even know that I love beef rolls. All Lin Yuan gave in response was a roll of his eyes. At this moment, Yun Mingjie also couldn't continue his workout. Smelling the aroma of the beef noodles, he tossed aside his grip strengthener and approached the pot with the large bowl of noodles. Not to mention, it really does smell good. Watching the two foodies, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. However, this time he didn't mock them. They were indeed doing a physically demanding activity. So it was only right for them to eat more. Of course, they couldn't eat too much. If they encountered danger later and couldn't run or got a cramp just from running, that would be a big problem. After Wenqing got up and had a hearty breakfast with Lin Yuan and the others, they all geared up and slowly pushed open the door. It's time to stretch our legs. Yeah, let us go straight to the 16th floor. With a creak, Lin Yuan pushed open the door. And the group looked at the dimly lit corridor without hesitation, stepping inside. Chapter 96. What is a steel heart? 16th floor. It was unclear which careless person had covered all the glass with cardboard. The entire fire escape and corridor were pitch black. Fortunately, they had 2 wolf-tooth flashlights, and Lin Yuan's handgun also had a flashlight attached. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to navigate without tripping and falling. The 16th floor corridor resembled a storeroom, with rotting, moldy wooden furniture and various household items scattered everywhere. One might think it had been ransacked. Lin Yuan frowned as he looked around and couldn't help but curse. No wonder the people on the entire 16th floor were all killed by Shen Chunxing. As soon as he said this, the other 3 were taken aback. There was indeed such a possibility, as the old man had previously mentioned that Shen Chunxing's greatest pleasure was capturing these people for inhumane experiments. And since it was an experiment, there would definitely be failures, but how those failures were handled, he was unsure. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening made everyone tense up. Yun Mingjie quickly turned around with an awkward smile and said, "Don't be nervous, it was me. These doors aren't locked. I accidentally bumped into one, and it opened." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. Damn it, if Yun Mingjie hadn't said it was an accident, they would have really wanted to kick him. Lin Yuan quickly walked to the door of room 1601. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, he froze. The locks here had all been deliberately damaged or tampered with. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the others quickly gathered around. Sure enough, the bolt inside the lock had been removed. No wonder this security door opened with just a bump from Yun Mingjie. What is going on? Su Bei glanced at Lin Yuan and asked. Although he had his own ideas, after working together for so long, he had gradually come to recognize Lin Yuan's abilities. So he still wanted to seek Lin Yuan's opinion before proceeding. In a team, there can only be one brain. The rest must be executors for the team to avoid falling apart easily. If everyone wants to be the brain, it could indeed bring about diverse ideas. But they didn't have the time for that. Let us go in and take a look. Lin Yuan wasn't sure what to do, but his intuition told him that if they didn't take a look inside, they might miss something important. Okay. The others naturally had no objections to Lin Yuan's proposal. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the doorknob and pushed the door open, but just as he did, the system's cold prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. The host has triggered a hidden mission, Steel Heart. Find the Steel Heart and understand Shen Chunxing's purpose. Upon completion, you will receive 3 spins of the roulette and 1 hidden mission item. Goodness. So after the metaphysics, now it's about science, huh? Steel Heart, what? Turning a person's heart into steel? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Shen Chunxing's ambitions were just too ahead of their time. However, the rewards for this mission were so generous that even knowing there was danger in this room, Lin Yuan resolutely decided to go in and search for the so-called Steel Heart. Su Bei, keep an eye out for anything shaped like a steel heart or something similar. Lin Yuan slowly spoke. At this point, he couldn't continue relying solely on his own strength to complete the mission. He had to combine the strengths of everyone, assigning different tasks based on each person's strengths to maximize efficiency and minimize costs in completing the mission assigned by the system. A steel heart? Not only Su Bei, but even Yun Mingjie and Wenqing were confused. Could it be a figurine or model toy? Or maybe a book? Or something else? But no one thought about something as sci-fi as a heart made of steel or turning a human heart into steel. The group shared their thoughts with Lin Yuan, who was currently feeling overwhelmed. As for what exactly this thing was or what type of item it was, he genuinely didn't know. So he could only share his information with them. Regardless, just bring me anything that feels related to these 4 words. The system was the only standard for assessing completion. So Lin Yuan focused on this point, deciding to utilize the advantage of having the system to determine whether this was indeed what he was looking for. All right, let's hurry in. Su Bei nodded. Instead of daydreaming here, it would be better to go in and take a look. After all, it was just a 3-bedroom apartment. And it wouldn't take long to turn it upside down. The 4 of them pushed the door and entered the room, which was pitch black. Damn it. Knowing that there was no power in the house, they still deliberately pulled the curtains closed, as if there were something shameful inside. Yun Mingjie cursed unhappily. The reason being that he almost slipped on a water bottle at the entrance when he first entered the room. He still didn't know if there were any dangerous items around. If he slipped and fell into something, he wouldn't know where to cry. Su Bei quickly shone a flashlight around, and as soon as he did, his scalp tingled. The room was filled with densely packed white boxes, resembling containers used by seafood vendors. But instead of seafood, these white boxes contained severed human arms. Each box held a complete set of arms, soaked in an unknown liquid. The skin of those arms appeared somewhat pale but showed no signs of decay. Do you know what's in here, Dr. Wen? Su Bei hurriedly looked to Wenqing for help. He knew too little about these specialized matters and was at a loss. Wenqing leaned closer to examine the liquid and said, "It doesn't look like formaldehyde, but it should be similar, serving a preservative function." Even Dr. Wen was unsure of what the liquid was. Su Bei looked at Lin Yuan and couldn't help but curse. "Dare you to reach in and take a gamble? If we win, we'll pull out this arm and study what Shin Chunsheng is really up to. Better not use your hands." Lin Yuan directly pulled out a large sieve from his inventory. "Let us use this. It's at least safer." Watching Lin Yuan pull out the sieve as if it was magic, everyone could only smile wryly and shake their heads. They had grown accustomed to Lin Yuan's mysteriousness. In short, he was like a low-budget version of Doraemon. Chapter 97. Severed limbs soaked in liquid. This is a good item. Su Bei took the sieve from Lin Yuan's hand, and without hesitation scooped out the severed arms from the white boxes. The rest was up to Wenqing. Wenqing carefully used a wallpaper knife to cut open the skin of the severed arm, meticulously examining what was beneath. Nothing unusual. I feel like it's just an ordinary arm. After the examination, Wenqing frowned and shook her head. I suspect Shin Chunsheng has a collection fetish. He soaked these arms in this liquid to prevent decay, but the tissue of the arms has mutated. Hearing Wenqing's words, everyone felt a bit disappointed. They had originally thought they could find some valuable information from these arms. Forget it, let us check the second room. Lin Yuan chose to open the next room to lift everyone's spirits. Maybe the other rooms will have important clues. Su Bei nodded in agreement and followed Lin Yuan toward the second room. Bang! Just as Lin Yuan was about to push open the door of room 1602. The previously closed door of room 1603 suddenly swung open, and they locked eyes with a young man stepping out. Who are you? The young man from room 1603 immediately became alert, looking at Lin Yuan with suspicion. We're from downstairs. Who are you? Lin Yuan casually fabricated a response, looking at the man as if he were a resident of the building. You're from downstairs? The man was visibly taken aback and couldn't help but ask. I'm also from downstairs. Why haven't I seen you before? Oh, our family doesn't go out much. We've been home since it started raining. And now we've run out of food, so we came to see if there's anything to eat. While Lin Yuan was talking to the man, Su Bei had already quietly hidden his dagger behind him. If this man made any move, he would be ready to subdue him at the fastest speed. Looking for food? Come here. The man suspiciously glanced at the 4 of them, but seeing no unusual expressions, he let Lin Yuan and the others enter room 1603. The others exchanged glances. They didn't know the situation here, and entering this man's home recklessly might be dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan spoke up. No? We just took a look at this house and saw no one, so we'll check this one instead. In this situation, you probably don't have much food left. You should save it for yourself. After saying that, Lin Yuan reached for the door of room 1602. But at that moment, the man from room 1603 suddenly attacked, lunging at them. You're looking for death. Su Bei's pupils contracted. Luckily, he was prepared. He dashed towards the man and aimed to lock his right hand. However, at the moment he grabbed the man's wrist, Su Bei's heart sank. Oh no, another enhanced person. Sure enough, the moment Su Bei seized the man's wrist, he countered with an unbelievable angle, directly taking him down and kicking him in the lower back. Stumbling forward, Su Bei fell to the ground in front of Lin Yuan. Humph, I've seen through you guys. You're not good news. Now tell me, which building are you from? The man smirked coldly, surprised that people from other buildings dared to come to their Building 8. In his impression, it was usually people from Building 8 who invaded others. You wouldn't happen to be Shin Chun Xing, would you? Lin Yuan slowly uttered the name as he looked at the man in front of him. So you're here looking for the building manager. Clearly, the man wasn't Shin Chun Xing, but his gaze fell on Lin Yuan. You give me a different feeling. Are you also enhanced? The man sensed a familiar aura from Lin Yuan, prompting him to ask. Lin Yuan was startled. His enhancement had already worn off, and he didn't expect the other party to still be able to sense it. Indeed, enhanced individuals not only had increased physical strength, but their senses also became sharper. That doesn't concern you. Now tell me, where is Shin Chun Xing? Lin Yuan was too lazy to waste words with him. His right hand had already slipped into his pocket. It wasn't that he wanted to show off by putting his hands in his pockets. He was slowly pulling out his handgun from his inventory while using the pocket as cover. To deal with an enhanced person without the aid of enhancement drugs, he had to rely on the gun. Moreover, he needed to strike suddenly without the other party noticing. Otherwise, given the other party's speed, they might dodge the bullet. And once they got close, they would have no chance to fight back. Oh, it seems like there is something in your pocket. The man was very perceptive. The moment Lin Yuan's right hand went into his pocket, he reacted and a cold smile appeared on his lips. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan's pocket. Noticing the bulge, and a sense of danger arose in his heart. Could it be a gun? Thinking of this, the man became more cautious of Lin Yuan. And then his gaze shifted to Wenqing and Yun Mingjie. He wasn't afraid of the crossbow in Yun Mingjie's hand or the nail gun in Wenqing's. He was confident he could strike them down before they could fire. After a rough calculation in his mind, he concluded that Lin Yuan posed the greatest threat to him. Lin Yuan also noticed the man's gaze and turned to Su Bei beside him. Make your move. The two quickly acted, and at that moment, the man took a solid step forward, charging directly at Lin Yuan. His idea was simple: eliminate Lin Yuan in the shortest time possible, and he could deal with the other three at minimal cost. Lin Yuan saw the man charging towards him and immediately turned to run without a second thought. He had no intention of confronting the other party head-on. At that moment, Su Bei had already arrived behind the man and swiftly thrust the dagger into the man's back. Thud! The sharp dagger pierced the man's back, igniting his fighting spirit. He turned around and kicked Su Bei in the abdomen. Ah! Su Bei let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the security door. Meanwhile, Wenqing and Yun Mingjie also sprang into action, using a crossbow and a nail gun to block the man's movements. Now's the time. Lin Yuan saw the man being pinned down and quickly drew his pistol from his pocket, chambered around, and pulled the trigger in one smooth motion. With a bang, a plume of blue smoke erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet spiraled into the man's body. Chapter 98. The disappearing steel leg bang. With the sound of the gunshot, the man's forward motion abruptly halted, and Lin Yuan's group sighed in relief. Is he dead? The man lowered his head to look at the smoking wound in his chest, a flash of unwillingness crossing his eyes. He had guessed correctly that Lin Yuan had a gun, but he had overestimated his own strength, failing to take the situation seriously when Su Bei and the others attacked, and he did not unleash his full power. That was why Lin Yuan managed to hit him. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. The moment the man was shot, Lin Yuan was slightly stunned for a second before decisively firing again. He knew how dangerous a strengthened human could be. If he didn't finish the job quickly, they could easily find themselves in trouble. As the 2 shots echoed, the man staggered back 2 steps and collapsed to the ground. He was defeated. He didn't lose to Lin Yuan's gun, but to his own arrogance. If he had been a bit more cautious and had shown a little more respect for the gun, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But there were no what-ifs. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots were fired. This time, Lin Yuan aimed directly at the man's head, landing 1 bullet in his left eye and the other in his forehead. The man's body convulsed twice before his head tilted, and he fell silent. Phew! Lin Yuan and the others let out a sigh of relief. After confirming that the man was indeed dead, he addressed the group. All right, it's over. The plan has changed. Let's check room 1603 first. I have a feeling there are secrets about the strengthening agents in that man's room. Let's go? Su Bei was a bit anxious. He had originally been the best fighter among them, but since the appearance of the strengthened human, he hadn't even been able to fight back. If they could find the strengthening agents, he would definitely ask Lin Yuan to strengthen his body immediately. Entering room 1603, The group looked around in surprise. The room was similar to room 1601, filled with various containers, but each container held different contents. This container held human legs. In other words, the contents of the two rooms were human limbs, so the other two rooms must contain other parts of the human body. Lin Yuan, come look. At that moment, when Qin shouted as if she had discovered something, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she found the steel heart? Without daring to delay, Lin Yuan hurried to Wen Qing's side. In front of Wen Qing was a huge container that didn't hold various items, but had a stainless steel plaque riveted to the bottom. Mechanical leg? What mechanical leg? The more he looked, the more confused he became. Wasn't this Shen Chunqing a biologist? Why was he suddenly researching machinery? It felt increasingly eerie. Su Bei leaned closer to Lin Yuan and admitted, to be honest, I also feel a chill. If they develop some genetically mutated biological soldier, I could accept it. But if a biologist created something like a giant robot, I really couldn't accept that. However, from the looks of it, the other party must have taken this mechanical leg away. Their target was the steel heart. As long as the steel heart wasn't obtained by them, everything could be negotiated. The group exited room 1603 and quickly checked the other two rooms. Sure enough, in room 1602, they found a heart, and in room 1604, they found a brain. This guy really is a pervert. To be honest, they could somewhat tolerate seeing severed limbs. After all, it wasn't as disgusting as they had imagined. But after seeing the heart and brain, Yun Mingjie immediately vomited, while Wen Qing and Su Bei managed to remain relatively calm due to their previous professions. As for Lin Yuan, he honestly didn't know why he felt nothing at all, especially when he looked at a heart suspended in an unknown liquid, still faintly beating. Instead of feeling disgusted, he found it somewhat fascinating, as if he had a strange connection with that heart. Damn, the more he thought about it, the more he felt he was also a pervert. He then turned his gaze towards the fire escape. Since the steel heart wasn't there, they could only check the 17th floor. He was eager to get the chance to spin the wheel 3 times. Without it, he would soon face Shen Chunqing and the strengthened humans. They couldn't always rely on Lady Luck. Without the strengthening agents, their chances of winning were nearly zero. What now? The three of them gathered around Lin Yuan. They had come this far, and they truly weren't afraid anymore. If they died, then so be it. At least they had made it out of Building 7, which proved they had tried. Let's go? Lin Yuan squinted, lighting a cigarette. I want to see if these strengthened humans can take me down. After saying that, he stopped pretending and gripped his pistol tightly. It was no time to conserve bullets. Bullets could be obtained anytime, but his life was the priority. Let's go? If we don't go crazy now, we'll get old. Yun Mingjie laughed heartily, but his tightly clenched grip on the crossbow betrayed the tension he felt inside. When Qing took a deep breath, she was indeed nervous, but knew she couldn't stay here. Staying on the 16th floor was even more dangerous. It was better to follow Lin Yuan up. Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret. If she had stayed with Tang Tian and the others in Building 7, would she have avoided all this? Of course, that thought was quickly squashed. She didn't know what was happening in Building 7 now, and it was possible that it had become chaotic. Whether she would have survived, there was still a question. Lin Yuan seemed to sense Wen Qing's emotional shift and couldn't help but look back at her, smiling. Are you scared? Not at all, Wen Qing replied somewhat shyly, as if her thoughts had been seen through. I was just thinking, if this ends here, wouldn't it be easier than living? Rarely, before Lin Yuan could respond, Yun Mingjie jumped in. Sister-in-law, you're right. It would be much easier. And the first thing I would do when I go down is kick old Wang for sleeping so soundly. Ha. The three exchanged smiles and quickly made their way to the 17th floor. Meanwhile, Su Bei did not join in their laughter but silently followed behind them. Due to the lighting, the upper half of his face was obscured, but if Lin Yuan turned around at that moment, he would definitely see the curve of Su Bei's lips turning up.